looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. And I know that you want me from that sweet look in your eyes. Do you wanna leave this party, baby? Go for a ride. I can be good, I can be bad, I can be anything you like. So come on over, come on over, baby. Make me feel alive. Sugar, sugar. Make me feel alive. Come on, baby girl. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Make me feel alive.
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over.
I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Getting to the top and I do it with force. Everyday fresh when I'm dripping in sauce. My destination, I'm staying on course. Yeah, right on track. They wanna test me, I've been through wars. Never boxed in, I've been breaking down walls. For my whole team, I've been opening doors. Run that back. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Oh my god.
Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
When you sleep at night and you feel alright, there are things that may come and twist your mind. These are fairy tales, nor stories of grace. Now the light is shut and shadows arise. Oh, there are things you won't get. Be safe, they'll come to an end. Nightmares, they've come to run all the fears inside you. Make them alive and let them grow. Nightmares are so real, distorting things you have seen. But when you wake up, they disappear. Take the hopes, the doubts, the beers and the wills. Mash them together, tales from the dark. The weirdest things aren't there, uncommon and strange. Things enter the path to nowhere. Oh, there are things you misunderstand. Be sure they come to an end. Nightmares, they've come to around all the fears inside you. Make them alive and let them grow. And nightmares, they're so real, distorting things you have seen. But when you wake up, they disappear. Nightmares, they've come to around all the fears inside you. Make them alive, let them grow. Nightmares, they've come to unleash your eerie feelings, but you may turn them into dreams.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
That music brings back so many good memories. A big bosh to you and yours. It's Purposely and Winter taking you through day number 1 of ESL One Birmingham's amazing group stage. So many teams are battling for the privilege to be able to play in front of the UK crowd. Winter, it is going to be a great few days of Dota 2.
Yeah, as always, ESL One group stage, always a lot of exciting stuff happening. Now we get to see even more games. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting heroes. There's going to be a lot more interesting strategies, even though most of the audience think that, oh, the patch is already due, we need new changes. But I still believe there are a lot of strategies that we haven't really fully realized its potential, and we might see a couple of different picks here and there still.
Couple of secrets perhaps still left in the patch reserved for the UK crowd. Speaking of the UK crowd, I mean, I had the privilege of being at 2024 Birmingham. That was one of the most exciting events I was at. The people there are just cheering for everything. I remember there was a point where they were playing the Cobalt, drinking on screen, and people were going nuts. It's just such a fun time, and I'm sure that some of the players here in our group stage today will be hoping to be able to relive that experience, right? Because we're kind of in an era where a lot of these pro Dota events, even if they are LANs, there's no crowd, right? The LAN events are really starting to shrink. You're not getting a lot of these opportunities anymore. So we've heard it time and time again from so many of these pros. Playing in front of the crowd is the real privilege, but they're going to have to fight for it. Like you said, Winter, it's going to be a grueling group stage, best of twos across the board. But this format also has its benefits, right? I think, Winter, we were discussing it before, that having 2 games against every single opponent in your group is going to give you a lot of time to adapt and learn.
Yeah, playing in front of a crowd, definitely not the same as playing like the qualifiers at home. It's a lot more, stress, a lot more expectations. But I mean, this is what makes like Dota exciting, right? When you're in front of a crowd, people are cheering. There's a lot on the line. You really want to make impress everyone with your plays, your team. So there's a lot on the line here, for all the teams involved.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned there's a lot on the line, because apart from just playing in front of a crowd, apart from just the whole notion of potentially winning the whole event, all of this leads up into something bigger. Riyadh in the summer is where Esports World Cup will be held, and we're already halfway through there. Last time we were here, Winter, we were covering Dream League Season 28's remote group stage, and as you can see, as we go further and further into the summer, the points start to rise. ESL One Birmingham, as you can see on your screen, is the event with the most points up for grabs. This is going to be extremely important, especially for those teams kind of sitting near the tail end of the points leaderboard. But before we get to the leaderboard, let's look at how the points are distributed just for this event. So quick look at the leaderboard. Tundra sitting at the very top. Following them, you have Aurora, Extreme. It makes a lot of sense because these are the teams that you already kind of see dominant across the entire EPG circuit. And if you look at point number 7, it's Team Spirit. They have a little qualifier next to them because as last year's champions, they are automatically entered in. So you see some teams like GamerLegion, that's going to be very important for them, like MOUZ at that 10th place, at that 14th. You're really banking on a good placement here in order to make sure you secure your spot in Riyadh.
Yeah, definitely every point matters, from now on. I think teams that kind of figured out what went wrong in the beginning of the season and starting to show a lot more improvement. A team like Yandex, they're gonna be in a very, very good position, in this last couple of tournaments before we go to Riyadh. I think a lot of the teams that really did well initially in the season, especially a team like MOUZ, they kind of feel like they're stumbling after the last couple of tournaments. They don't really look as good as before. They seem to be struggling, finding the right draft, finding the right strategy for them, and hopefully they are able to solve their problems quickly. And this is one of few chances where they can actually prove themselves once again.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that fall into that category. I think the biggest one that comes to mind is OG, right? At the start of the season, they were this big green hope for Southeast Asia. And since then, even though they did qualify to so many of those in-person tournaments, they've kind of been stumbling along the way. It's not looked the greatest, but we're not going to get to see much of them today on this stream at least. We're going to look at how the groups have broken down, because these teams, of course, there are 16 of them, but they're split into 2 groups of 8 teams each. And the way the group stage works is, if in case you're new here, they will only be playing against the teams in their group. So everyone will be playing a best of 2 against each other. At least for us today, most of the games on this stream are going to be covering Group A. If you don't see a team later on in the schedule graphic that you're interested in watching, or maybe you are particularly a big Pain Gaming fan, right? You might be able to find them on other streams or have the full schedule in case you don't see it here on ESL_Dota2 Ember. That's if you're watching on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you can just go to the live section. All the live streams will be there. But there's the Storm stream, there's the main stream, which is ESL_Dota2, and of course the Earth stream. So many games of Dota happening. 8 games just on this stream alone, and of course across the 4 streams. But yeah, are there any groups that you think, okay, between these 2, there's only 2 groups, right? Which group do you think is scarier, Winter?
Seems like I feel like probably Group A, like having Yandex there. I feel like PARIVISION, Tundra, Bad Boom. I think these are like 4 teams that could win against each other, like any given series, any given day, like depending on who shows up better. I think the bottom 4 teams, Reconnix, MOUZ, GamerLegion, Yakult, probably MOUZ is the one that maybe they're in between the 4 top teams and the 4 bottom teams. So I think that there's a lot more competition in Group A. Whereas for Group B, I feel like it's pretty obvious that it's going to be Aurora, Team Spirit, Falcon, and Extreme. Right? These are the 4, I would say, the quote-unquote better teams here. I don't think that it's going to be close, And the bottom 4, probably with the current form, OG, unfortunately, our C representatives, they're going to be in the bottom 4 with Nigma, VP, and together with Pain Gaming.
Yeah, of course, the last thing you want to do is travel all the way to the United Kingdom just to walk away with a bit of change in your pocket. Speaking of change, we'll see just how the prize pool is broken down. Of course, even if you finish at the very bottom, you still get a little bit of prize money, but it's the EPT points that are so important. Walking away with 100 for a team like MOUZ, for a team like GamerLegion that really need to make sure they're still in contention, that's going to be a big deal. But of course, as you can see, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, huge points to be claimed. Now, of course, on top of that, amazing prize pool, 250k for the winner of this event, of course, along with the glory that comes with it. It is going to be a hell of a time trying to figure out which one of these teams will be able to claim that lion's share for themselves. But we have a long way to go, right? We are still at the very start. And speaking of the very start, let's take a look at the first day of our group stage, what teams will be watching. We already mentioned a few of them. MOUZ and GamerLegion will be our first matchup today. 2 teams that really need to start pulling off a resurgence, followed by Yandex and PARIVISION. Of course, after that, we have fan favorites OG, Nigma, and Aurora Spirit. Really sick games that we have today. Any match of the day for you, Winter?
Oh, definitely Aurora Spirit. I think that is going to be, at least for me, the most exciting match of the day. I think a close second would probably be PARIVISION against Yandex, but I think I will be more invested with the Aurora Spirit match because there's a C player there,
Okay, well, I mean,
got to get my C bias, right there.
Technically, we got Southeast Asian players in where you have eyes to see them, right? Even in our first series, we'll talk a bit more about that later. But of course, this is our schedule. In case, like I said, in case you don't see the specific games that you're interested in watching or anything, do leave this stream open. You don't want to miss any of the action, but there are other streams happening as well. ESL_Dota2 Storm, Earth, and ESL_Dota2. But my match of the day, I don't know. We're very different people, right, Winter? We like different things. I think OG and Nigma is going to be a fan favorite, but up first, we have MOUZ versus GamerLegion. Now, this is a bit of a battle between 2 Romanian coaches, right? You're talking about Mangusu and Immortal Faith. These are quite, I want to say, titular figures in the scene. They're pretty well known. Mangusu, of course, from his previous time as the assistant coach of Heroic. And I feel like Immortal Faith has been around for forever at this point.
Yeah, he's been like making a lot of guides. He's been like doing a lot of content for the community. I feel like he's been helping a lot of players, go from, I think, being a pub player to maybe an aspiring professional player. I know one of the students that he had before, it was, damn it now, what's his name?
Is it a carry player? Is it Alnit?
Yeah, Alnit. Yeah, correct. Alnit. He came to Southeast Asia for a while, for a couple of months, and he played here. And then he went back to Europe with him, So I think he's proven to be a really, really good teacher and coach of the game. And yeah, hopefully he can find something to inspire his team right now, because MOUZ definitely not in a very good spot at the moment.
Yeah, MOUZ, of course, they need to fix up a lot of things with their gameplay, because results-wise, it hasn't really looked the best. When they first came out, start of the season, man, this man on your screen looked like a mastermind. The combination between Yamich as well as Mid1, that looked like a duo that nobody could beat. The constant roaming, the pudges, all these spirit breakers, it's really, really fun to watch. And then later down the line, got a bit more tricky, right? Got a bit more difficult for them. Same kind of can be said about this team on your screen, right? GamerLegion, they've made the first change to their roster in what feels like forever. These guys were playing with Yamson for over 1 year and 3 months. And then now they're back at a point where they finally decide, okay, we've had enough of finishing 11th, 12th, 16th place at all these tournaments. We need someone new. They bring in Shad, who, let me remind you, most recently was part of a very stumbly OG roster when OG was still trying to make it work in EU. It wasn't necessarily the best showing either, so I'm not really sure how this is going to play out for them.
Yeah, he's been on a couple of teams last, I want to say 6 months to a year, bouncing around, learning the tricks and strategies of different players, and I think he's going to add a lot of value, to a team like GamerLegion. I think they needed a carry that's a little bit more dynamic. I think Yamsan in the past, he's shown that he's a little bit more volatile, and he's not very flexible in his hero picks, and I think maybe Shad is going to be able to bring an extra dimension to the team that they really, really need at the moment to inspire some confidence in the team, because I felt like they looked like they had no confidence at all in the last event. They were pretty, down. When you look at the cameras, the cameras are on their players. Everyone felt like they just didn't want to be there. It's just too much losing, too much defeats, and everyone just, there's no motivation in the team.
Yeah, and there were some good moments, right? I feel like these guys, they generally seem like a group of pals who get along. I think that's why it was a bit sudden, maybe, for the Yamson kick, because you think to yourself, okay, you guys have already stuck together for so long, why make that change now? We'll see whether it ends up paying off, bringing Shad into the picture. But of course, we have MOUZ as well, a team that didn't make any roster changes, but have a lot to figure out of their own, right? Like we already mentioned, Mid1, Yamich, they were this explosive duo, and then there was the whole discussion of trying to make Yamich a bit more into a quote-unquote normal position form, making him play these range heroes. It didn't really look that good, Winter.
Yeah, it's also not just about that. I feel like the combination between Celery and Crystalis, his carry hero, I felt like sometimes the heroes that Celery wants to play, like especially the Pugna, I know he really likes Pugna and Chen, and those are the type of heroes that feel like at the current pace of the meta is going, it's not very, very ideal on a position 5 hero, because they lack a lot of stuns, and they kind of need the carry heroes to be a certain type of hero, like Elk, Dragon Knight, and that's why you see sometimes Crystalis still tries to make Dragon Knight work, just trying to enable Celery's hero pool, but Dragon Knight is not exactly a hero that you can pick every game, and then if they don't get DK, he doesn't really have another hero that provides like a stun. His Monkey King, even though he's so legendary on the hero, it's not every game that you can just bring out a Monkey King carry. The hero is just not what it used to be.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, I love that you mentioned that, Winter, because it kind of feels like it makes a lot of sense with the place the meta is currently, right? It's about this set of really, really strong OP picks, and it's different from the times when maybe these Falcons players, these hero specialists, even in a patch where their hero isn't very strong, they could still bring it out and make it work. Maybe that's kind of why we see teams like MOUZ, Falcons struggling a bit, because you see mid Timber, you see offlane Pango, you see all these little things, they're not really quite hitting the same. You almost need to do or die, right? You have to conform. You have to try and make that Largo offlane work. You have to play the Shadow Demon. You have to bring out the Beastmaster mid. If you don't, you're just behind.
Yeah, I actually think that that's part of the reason why some teams they are struggling right now, because the meta has shifted. There was a patch in December. I think the patch kind of affected a team like MOUZ a lot, right? Because they have to adjust and shift their heroes. And I think the problem with that is because the hero pool of some of their players, I think namely Yamage, Celery, and Crystallis, I think the three of them have very, very specific hero pools that they are really, really good at, right? And so once the patch moves all the hero pools around, I feel like they were not able to find a balance. And also the fact that mid one, he really needs the supports to play with him a lot. You know, you see them always three-manning middle around the mid lane. They are fighting for the runes. They're always trying to pressure mid lane. And if they don't have the right set of heroes, they're just unable to accomplish that.
Yeah, that's rough. But, you know, we talk about adjustments and limitations in terms of hero pools. I feel like the same can kind of be said about GamerLegion because we've had the pleasure of casting and covering a lot of the GamerLegion matches. A common criticism that I hear from you is that it feels like Fade on the offlane, his hero pool is kind of unorthodox, right? We're seeing the Night Stalkers come out from him. We're seeing very specific picks. I think recently he's picked up a bit more of the Largo, and that's kind of what you want to see. But other than that, would you still say it's a problem for them, or do you think now with Shared, things are going to start evening out?
I think with Shared, it will be much better because Shared is I would say he's a pretty active carry. I think before when they had Yamsam is really static, right? So they have two static side laners, Yamsam and Fade. And the issue with Fade is like I feel like he has quite a few heroes that he's really good at, but they're all kind of the same type, right? So on the off lane, I feel like there are three categories. You are either playing the Aura bot, or you're playing the scaling hero like Timber, or you're playing the dagger hero like MOUZ, you know. And unfortunately for Fade, I think he kind of is usually more on the greedier side, either the scaling or the Aura bot. And whenever the draft requires him to be playing an initiator like Slada or MOUZ, he just doesn't really play them really well, you know. And because they also have a very static carry before with Yamsam, so the game kind of feels hard to play. If RCY does not blow off, he does not get a really, really good start and he snowballs, picks up all the rune, the team just doesn't have any other ways to win the game, you know. So with the addition of Shared, I think in terms of team dynamics on paper, this is definitely going to be a step in the right direction for them because he's going to be more active, hence he's going to relieve some of the pressure away from the mid laner RCY, and it's also going to create a lot more space for Fade on the offlane to farm though. So I think this is a team that on paper with this current change is going to definitely be an upgrade.
Oh, well, it seems like GamerLegion are taking steps in the right direction, at least according to Winter. What about MOUZ though? Because this hero problem with the supports, this hero problem with Crystallis, is it also something that you can only address with a roster change, or are there things you can do as an existing team to try and move towards that? That's the tough question, right? Because MOUZ, they've been trying to stick it through the past few months. The results just have not looked very good.
Yeah, because right now you're so close to Riyadh and TI. I don't know if you will be willing to risk it all, right, to have a roster change somewhere in the next 2 months. I mean, but at the same time, I feel like the problems they have is kind of difficult to overcome because it's tied to the play style and the personality of the player, right? Some things I feel like it's just not gonna change, you know. No matter what you do, you adjust the draft here and there, it's just not going to change. So maybe they can prove me wrong, but right now I think that judging based on the hero pool and the landscape of how the teams are drafting, I don't really see how MOUZ can actually escape this trap they're in right now unless they make changes to their roster. But if they don't make changes on their roster, just in terms of draft, I think you can kind of stick to your guns. I think they should, because every time they've tried to adjust, they've tried to pick something different, it always fails terribly for them, you know. So I think they should just stick to their roots, where Yamage is always playing the roaming hero like Taz, whatever hero that he can roam with, Tiny, for example, those are probably the two best roamers, and they just try to play around mid, leave Boom on an island on his own. I think that's what gave them the most success, you know, initially. Even after the patch has nerfed a lot of their heroes, but I still think that they should stick to it. They should just play the way they had success with.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether MOUZ end up doing that or whether they have some new tricks up their sleeve. Like you mentioned, they're in a bit of a tricky trap. But speaking of tricky situation, we seem to be having some troubles making sure the game is starting. We are sorting out some technical issues, so please bear with us as we waffle on a little bit longer. You'll just have to bear looking at our faces. But GamerLegion, MOUZ, before we talk more about these teams as we have already, Winter, I want to give you the chance, okay? You're a real mastermind. You've been in Dota for so many years at this point. You've seen metas come, you've seen metas go. You, before the show started, you said there's some secret tech, there's some new heroes that you expect to see coming up for this event that we only caught a glimpse of at the previous PGL Wallachia, which was the most recent Tier 1 event. Now's your time to make your bold predictions. Now's your time to be a prophet. What do you think we're gonna see?
As always, Mike putting me on the table as usual. Well, I do feel like there's going to be an infestation of Tinker.
Ooh.
I do think the hero has a place right now. Even during the new patch, like in December, I think during the period where December and January, I saw some players actually have a lot of success in pubs, right? A lot of success with a hero like Tinker. And I sort of felt like because the game is now so focused on like scaling, and the first 20 minutes is so important, right? You're talking about a lot about the Tormentor, a lot about the Roshan. I think Tinker as a hero, he's really good at just defending those important objectives and holding onto your towers, because the map control is absolutely crucial. If you have your mid tier 1 tower up, that's oftentimes pretty common, right? When you have Tinker, it's very hard for the enemy to get your tier 1 mid. And then by having those towers up, you can contest the Roshan very, very easily. And also the fact that I think there's also a pretty obvious shift. If you look at the games last week in PGL, Wallachia, and before the Dream League, there's a switch between the mid heroes moving towards the more farmy type of heroes. Like you see this Beastmaster, Invoker, Tinker, Sniper. Before that, you see a lot more Storm Ember, what else? Void Spirit, Tiny Mid, etc. So the rotating mid heroes seem to be falling slightly out of favor in terms of the mid lane hero pool.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because I remember Mid1 specifically saying in an interview that he hates hitting creeps. He wants to go kill heroes. He wants to go do shit on the map. He's so goddamn bored of all this farming and scaling. So I know before we got on today's show, you were telling me that Mid1, he's Malaysian. Of course he can play Tinker. He can scale, he can farm. But I don't know whether that's gonna really fit their style. On the flip side, you look at RCY, right? We talked a lot about this mid laner in all of the GamerLegion matches because I think out of the entire roster, I gotta say he's really the shining star.
In the games that they have a lot of success, I feel like he's definitely the one that is doing the most. Not to throw shade on his teammates, but I think GamerLegion's main way of winning the game is the two supports, Bignum and Speed. They're usually babysitting the mid lane, controlling the runes, and then they're trying to play through RCY. I think that is the main way of them winning their game. So I feel like against MOUZ, that is something that MOUZ also wants to do. In their game plan in the first, I would say 8 to 10 minutes, they're playing around mid 1 a lot. So I think it's going to be a clash of a lot of 3v3s in the mid lane between these two teams. They're both trying to accomplish similar goals in the first 10 minutes, which is to enable their mid laner, enable the stacking, ancient clearing, the rune control. I think the rune control is probably the most important aspect, right? Especially if the matchup is like Spirit Hero against Spirit Hero. But if MOUZ is playing more of like a farmy hero, then it'll be different. Say he plays something like if he gets his hands on a beast, right? Obviously the game will be different. But like you mentioned, I also kind of agree that Mid1 doesn't really like to play heroes that are more farmy by nature. He wants a lot of action in the game. So maybe we'll see less of that from him. But at the same time, if the draft needs you to pick Beastmaster because it's open, you kind of have to do it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the tricky part that we were alluding to, right? It feels like the teams are sort of more slave to the meta than ever before. It's these set of 7, 8, 9 really, really pivotal heroes like the Bat, the Beast, the SF, the Largo. And if you don't get your hands on them, and if you can't execute them in the positions that they're the strongest, you're just straight up behind. So we'll see how these teams try and fit their own personal style into the game that we're into at the moment. The first draft of the day here on the Ember stream. MOUZ had priority and they went for second pick. So maybe trying to get a suitable overall last pick for mid one for that ever important mid matchup that you were talking about.
I mean, the thing about doing that is I feel like nowadays, right, if you're trying to last pick your mid laner, oftentimes you're in a position where you don't really have a lot of good picks on the last place because players are just really good at utilizing all the bans in the second and third phase, you know. So I feel like generally you shouldn't be able to get like, oh, that 24 pick that just ends the game, you know. Generally, it's not very likely that that's going to happen, and we're already going to see like a Largo popping up. So what is the trade going to be? I
Beastmaster?
Beast, SF, one of the two.
Marcy?
Wait, what the hell is going on?
What the hell is what? Okay, pause. But wait, we were talking about a series of 7. We had list, we had Beastmaster, Largo. Marcy was not on that list. What the hell's going? I mean, I know Yamich likes his Marcy.
No. This is I think this is a carry Marcy. I think carry Marcy is actually really good into Largo because against Largo, you need a hero that can jump on him, gap close, and kill him right away in the team fight. So I think Marcy is actually one of the very, very nice heroes to be able to do that. It's something that I feel like it might have a lot of potential, even though we haven't really seen, I think, at all this hero on the carry role. Maybe 1 or 2 games, I think, during Wallachia. Who was it that played? I think it was Bad Boom that played Marcy.
Yeah, Mr. Kiritich, right?
Yeah, with Io, Marcy Io duo. So I don't know if you can still have the same success if you do not have Io, because Io with Marcy is definitely one of those combos that is so nice to have.
Sure. Both heroes also that we're not really seeing in the current meta. It really felt like when we saw it from Bedboom that it was a very Kataomi and Kiritich situation, right? And now to see it's something that MOUZ have clearly cooked up. I mean, they snap picked that Marcy. They knew exactly, okay, GamerLegion are going to go for the Frog. They've loved playing it on the off lane for Fade, and now we're going to counter that straight off the rip. So GamerLegion, now the pressure's on them a little bit, right? How are they going to make sure they stop the momentum of this Marcy? Because MOUZ, you know they're going to try and build a fast-paced draft around it. Largo, he wants to be farming. MOUZ are going to put the pressure on.
Yeah, GamerLegion are definitely going to be on the defensive side here. They need to especially hold on to their Ancients era. Since you have Largo, you're always going to be stacking the Ancients. You're always going to be farming the jungle camp. So you need the game to be sort of on a slower pace lineup. So you need your teammates to help you fight and defend. I think defending your stacks are going to be extremely crucial for GamerLegion. Whereas for MOUZ right now, they're going to try to even pick up the pace faster with the Shadow Shaman, so you're going to be able to take down objectives with your Serpent Wards, you can Roshan and everything else, and you're also really, really strong in the lane, right? Shaman is, I think, by far, probably, at least in my book, the best position for in terms of laning capabilities. You know, this hero is going to secure you the early game. And now Clock is going to be picked by GamerLegion. This is probably directly countering the Shaman in most cases. You get a cancel for the Shadow Shaman Shackles. That's something that you always want to have against Shaman. A little bit of interrupt for that channeling spell of Shaman, because if you don't get a hero that can do that, it's going to be very, very difficult to deal with Shadow Shaman in the team fights.
Yeah, that's one of the difficult parts about Shadow Shaman, right? I feel like overall, in Wallachia and in this current meta, he feels like such a solid position 4, maybe sometimes even pos 5. But then if you pick it up early, then your opponents can just keep going for these heroes with the stuns. So now you're going for the double greed. You got Largo and you got Beastmaster. These are 2 heroes that really need to farm their Aghanims to come online, unless you're looking at some sort of a carry beast, perhaps?
I mean, it's the same though. But I do agree that carry Beastmaster and offlane Largo has a lot more, I think, synergy, because you're not farming the same Ancients, you know. If you put the Beast in mid, Largo and offlane, I feel like they are both probably going to farm around the same area, so that might not be too ideal unless you can win your lane really, really hard. And now because they showed the mid lane, and Huskar is banned in the first phase, so you see Puck, you know, appearing for MOUZ here. I think very, very good understanding here, because whenever Huskar is banned, it means that the Puck doesn't really actually have much of a natural enemy anymore in the laning phase. There are some matchups that it's difficult, like Slada, Void Spirit, what else? Maybe Sniper. But you
do you consider DK still a good matchup into the Puck mid?
It's still good, but the hero is not that great in the meta right now.
Okay.
So Puck generally, I think, survives in those type of matchups. The only one is Huskar. So MOUZ just identifies that and they go for 16, 17 Puck. Because Puck is usually a very good 18 pick, right? You see 4 heroes, and right now GamerLegion, you can pick your Puck, you know. But because they got snatched away, so they definitely have to maybe improvise. Clockwork is not a good hero against Puck because you don't really catch a hero like Puck. It's not very reliable, so they are definitely going to have to find a solution for Puck here. So
Yeah,
they go for the TA. TA is kind of good with the silence from the shard.
But that means it's gonna be Beast mid, right? Beast mid.
Bro,
Unless we're seeing this Largo go to some support.
So
This
greedy.
is such a greedy lineup from GamerLegion.
TA, Beastmaster, Largo, they all need to farm so much, you know. Unless the Largo is the support somehow.
Yeah.
But I don't like the hero on support. I think the hero on support just doesn't exactly utilize the full potential of the hero because he needs a lot of items, he needs a lot of experience, so you get levels on your spells. And if you don't do that, the hero just feels very lackluster, you know. So not so sure about the overall plan here for GamerLegion. It just strikes me as being really, really greedy. But at the same time, I always say if you have a greedy lineup, as long as you can do well in your laning phase, the greed might go through. So we'll see, you know, maybe the last pick from GamerLegion can actually tie everything together.
Yeah, I can't help but get the feeling that MOUZ was so prepared, right? The instant Enchantress pick immediately after seeing the Beastmaster. I mean, this is an age-old counter. You're able to take away his balls, removing a lot of the early laning prowess. Maybe that's why we see the Beastmaster going mid at the end of the day. GamerLegion, they're gonna have to try and come out with something because right now the draft, like you said, it does feel a little bit greedy. They're going to need to get a support, perhaps, that can help them tide through this early game aggression. I don't know how many of you were around watching the years of Gaming Gladiator dominance, but Celery, we were talking about the limitations in his hero pool, but if he can make this Ench come out in a game where it looks good, he's going to be taking your towers, he's going to be helping mid one out, he's going to look very comfortable.
Yeah, this is like sometimes you have this type of syndrome where a team just snatches up all the Imba heroes. They have too many on the same side and they don't actually work well together, you know.
Yeah, that's... GamerLegion, they had the pick of the litter. They could go for anything that they wanted, but it felt like MOUZ were baiting them into a trap, right? Oh, you want the Largo? We got a Marcy for it. You want the Beast? Okay, looks like the mid lane's open for a Puck. It just feels so well prepared at the moment, and I'm wondering whether GamerLegion... You stick a frog with a Beastmaster and a little Templar assassin on top with some Clockwork cogs around. It just... I don't really see how the team fight works.
I mean, right now they need like I feel like they need a support that can stabilize the laning phase. Whoa, they ban out Enigma. Okay, that's I mean, I guess Speed plays Enigma, but I don't know if Enigma would have rounded up the lineup there. So that was rather strange.
Do you think it's an off-lane ban? Do you think they're worried the Largo goes support and then you get Enigma in the lane? So Largo, Enigma, kind of shit on your Marcy Ench?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But GamerLegion going to round out the draft with Dazzle, so that's going to give them a lot of like minus armor, TA, Dazzle, and then you have a very, very strong lane because Dazzle is a very, very good laner. Nobody can trade into the Poison Touch unless you can dodge the spell. With Snowball or Shadow Realm, those are the two heroes that normally I would think of when I see a Dazzle post fight. But GamerLegion has a very strong 5-man lineup, you know. Like Beast, Largo, when they get the items with the levels from Dazzle, they are very, very strong together. But they all need a lot of farm, a lot of time to get their levels. So MOUZ, they are definitely the ones that are going to be playing very fast-paced. As I mentioned, that it's going to be a carry Marcy here, most likely for them. So the pacing of the game is going to be extremely fast. Now they just need like some off-laner that can, I feel like team fight. They can give them some team fight catch. Mars is the one that comes to mind. It's still available. What else?
Do you want something like a Tide, or is it too scary into TA?
Tide is actually also okay. But the laning, I don't know if the lane will be difficult against Dazzle and TA. You have the Blubber to remove the Poison Touch.
But by the time it procs, you're probably going to take a butt ton of damage.
Yeah, but it's also a very strong lane with Shadow Shaman. Because, there you go. Because the Gush at level 1 with the Shaman right clicks, you do a lot of damage, and it helps the position for a huge load, you know, in trading. You just run over. Basically, the way you play the lane is like you try to stand as a tight nearer to your support, and the moment he starts trading with the enemy position 5, you just spit a gush on top of him, and then they just have to run away, you know. So that doesn't feel good if you're a Dazzle. But usually in lanes like this, where you cannot be aggressive, sometimes I think it might be a good idea for the Dazzle to actually get heal at level 1 instead of poison touch. So you just shove out the wave. You know that you can't really pressure with the touch because of the gush. So you just shove the wave and play for your level 2 timing, and you get the creep equilibrium, you push out the wave, and then you pull, and you get XP. So this is another way of playing the Dazzle at level 1.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility on this hero, especially paired up with a TA, right? This is a very strong lane that it almost feels like if MOUZ are not completely coordinated, if Yamich just steps out of line a little bit, he could very much be caught and killed. Even a gush is not going to bail him out. The one thing I will say is that between these two heroes, they don't have a natural way of cancelling the shackles. So Yamich is just going to be able to stand there, full channel the shackle, probably get a decent amount of healing. We'll see whether he's able to take advantage of that. But overall, now that all 10 heroes are picked in our first game of the day here on Ember, MOUZ are looking really fast-paced, like you said. Do you like what GamerLegion have to round out their draft? Do you think they've responded appropriately to what we see from MOUZ?
I think it depends on how they put their lane. So I feel like if they put the clock at top against the shaman, that might actually be better for them. So you have the clock and TA, and then the Dazzle with the Largo. I think if they actually do this, it might allow them to create a lot more time for them to farm, because that's going to give them a better laning phase. Because I think Dazzle is amazing against Enchantress, because you can't really trade as Enchantress because of the poison touch. You have very low armor on Ench because the poison touch is physical damage. So I think overall, if they actually do that, it might give them a better early game to allow them to get to their mid late game with a better result, you know, from the laning phase.
Sure. And is it one of those games where if MOUZ don't manage to snowball the game early on, they're just gonna lose out past like maybe the 30-20 minute mark? Or do they still have a chance in terms of scaling?
I think late game, you are definitely going to favor like Largo and Beast. I think Largo is probably the best late game call right now. I think nothing really much beats Largo. Like if you're talking about post 40 minutes.
Damn.
Like what
really?
core actually beats? I feel like it's too difficult. You know the 3 item timings, the Aghanim's, you get the Kaya Sage, you get the Shivas or BKB. Like the moment you get those couple of items, you're pretty much unstoppable in the team fight. I can only think of maybe Doom, you know, you just Doom him, you know. But then again, against Doom, Largo will buy Lincolns, and because of the innate, the Lincolns last 10 seconds longer.
Yeah.
10% longer, not 10 seconds longer, that would be dumb.
That's insane.
Yeah, so Largo has also a lot of ways to deal with that. And so I feel like late game, Largo is the absolute boss of the late game right now.
You don't want to let the frog come online. That is the game plan for MOUZ. They're going to try and strike hard and fast in our opening game today. It seemed like from the draft early on, they had some pretty decent ideas about how they were going to put the frog down. That's coming in the form of a Marcy carry, just something that we're not really seeing, but maybe the secret weapon of MOUZ here to deal with this very pesky frog that has been, I feel like, the bane of everyone's existence this patch. It's all about how do you deal with the Largo. People tried the Doom, people tried the AA. It's all just not really working. Straight off the rip though, bounty runes, 2 apiece, nothing too crazy.
Yep, nothing too crazy.
The fast one's also nothing too crazy, just everybody going for the stock standard ones. I think no real surprises that I can see.
Yeah, they're not exactly doing the lane swaps that I was talking about, like the clock with the TA. So I actually feel like the standard lanes, Dazzle and TA bottom is... I feel like it's not really going to do so well. So he's indeed getting heal at level 1 on the Dazzle, so he's pushing the first wave out already, like I said, because you can't really trade against the Shaman. And this mid lane right now, this is a lane where I feel like it should be Beastmaster favorite. I don't exactly know how much, maybe at least 60-40. But I think if you play well, this could be a 70-30 lane, you know, easily. And it's tough. It's really tough against Beast, you know. He is the hero that, as a melee hero, you beat out most of the range heroes. I think the only hero you kind of struggle against is Huskar.
Yeah. It's just the power of the balls, right? We saw mid one trying to walk up, get some CS, and he's just being right-clicked by two balls at the same
it's
time.
so oppressive. The balls at the first couple of waves, they're just so oppressive. You know, you can't really trade well. You have to back off. You're gonna lose last hits. And if your heroes just doesn't really have the ability to kill the ball easily, you're just gonna get dominated by beasts.
Yeah. We gotta sort of remind ourselves that this is a puck that was very much picked into the Beast, right? They had to have known that this Beastmaster was going to be played mid. What do you think is the rationale for that? Is there a recovery plan for mid one? Because Puck doesn't really seem like the type of hero to be able to farm stacks.
Nope, he is not really going to. I mean, you can farm like the medium camp stacks, but not exactly the ancient stacks. I think this hero, again, you know, some players just value the hero a lot. They think that this is the best mid laner, you know. It's very, very hard to deal with the Puck. Because if you look at the support hero pool nowadays, outside of Lion and Shadow Shaman, like who is exactly going to catch a Puck? If you think about it.
That's a great question. I mean, so far, we've seen a lot of Void Spirits come out. I thought for sure that we were going to see some sort of like...
on the support, bro.
Okay.
Support. The support.
Well, what happened to that support Void Spirit that 9 class was running for a couple of weeks?
Yeah, what happened? Why? Tell me what happened.
Let's not talk about that. We got PARIVISION later on. We can talk more about them. But early on, though, mid one still... I guess you could say he's keeping up. He's about one wave behind RCY at the moment, but this is, like you said, to be expected. 60-40, RCY will have no issues at all last hitting for free in this lane. Not much that you can do. The base damage differential is just too high. Lotuses just kind of very easily going the way of GamerLegion, at least here in the bot lane. It seems like shared in speed, even though you were preferring the clockwork come down here, they are having a swallow time.
I mean, the Tide is also kind of farming, right? Tide is 11 and 2. TA is 12 and 2. So I feel like they are okay. Because TA, usually she's meant to win her lane.
Okay.
So going even on the off laner is whatever, you know, you're happy to take the trade.
How's this top lane doing? Celery and Crystallis. I feel like Ench Marcy screams aggression. At least in my mind, when you tell me that's your safe lane duo, I feel like they're just gonna go level 2, level 3 timing. Haven't really seen much done to the Lago yet.
The thing with that is because the nerf on the enchant. So Enchantress, you can only like get the bigger creeps with the level 2, some of the creeps, right, with the level 2 enchant. So your timing, I would say, is level 3, you know. So the first 2 levels, I feel like usually you don't really get to do so much nowadays. There's Ench, and you have to play for a level 3, and he's going to get his level 3 now. So let's see if he gets a good creep here. He's going to get a Centaur, so that's pretty nice. So we'll probably start to see this lane come alive. Whereas bot lane, casual trading Shackle. Nobody can cancel a Shackle. Tia and Dazzle.
They just look at each other like, you gonna stun him or what? He's like, I got nothing, brother. I don't know what you want from me. Go for some split targets here in the top lane. Still putting a lot of damage out onto Bignum. The Frog Storm to keep Crystallis and the Centaur Creep at bay. One more disposed, but the Battery Assault just continuing to interrupt. Bignum, can he get out of here with the help of the Cogs? Seems like he's created the distance and will just TP out to safety. So quite a bit of resources used for MOUZ to try and make that kill. That was supposed to be the level 3 timing for the Ench, but it doesn't net them anything.
Yeah, that was actually pretty big because they actually didn't have disposed initially when they started to go on that kill, and that kind of cost them, you know. And now another aggressive play from Crystallis, jumping in. Largo is going to eat a bunch of damage.
Oh dear. Even with the 1 charges, he's left all alone in this lane, and this time round they'll connect it. Celery with the first blood drawn on the Frog.
Yeah, that is the power of the Enchantress at level 3, and especially with Marcy, right? Because you give Marcy a target to jump on, you know, so it increases the kill potential in this lane substantially with Enchantress. And now, because of the kill, Celery is wandering into the triangle, and he's going to try to block off the Beastmaster's camps. I think this is a very, very important kill, you know? So this allows Celery to be aggressive, and they need to take control over the early game so that GamerLegion on their greedier lineup is not going to have a lot of space to farm.
Yeah, everything's lining up really nicely. He even gets the Ogre Frost Mage. That's a really big deal, helping ensure mid 1 against a potential raw kill or anything. It's going to slow down any attempt on his life. And you can already see 6-minute runes, the rotations are coming through. The supports understand it's about making sure this pup can get away with the first power rune, and it'll be a shield in his favor. No level 6 just yet, so no potential for a play, but this means any sort of kill attempt on the mid 1 puck's life is not going to work out.
Yeah, where are they heading right now with the two supports? MOUZ is bringing both supports top, trying to get a kill into maybe a Wisdom Shrine steal here. I mean, with Enchantress, I think generally you need to be aggressive and you try to attack the enemy Shrine. They're going to jump in. Fade is in trouble. They get the Shackle off.
Yeah,
He's
top
gonna
lane
die.
looks like the Frog is going to drop again. Crystallis, Yamich, and Celery getting it done, and at a very opportune time to boot. They have a big wave coming in along the
Shrine.
catapult. They're going to put a
XP
lot of pressure
Shrine.
on, and yeah, like you mentioned, 7 minutes on the clock. That's where the EXP is in jeopardy. GamerLegion, are they going to choose to bring people here, or are they going to try and attack on the other side of the map instead? Looks like the decision has been made. Dazzle will make the aggressive jump in. Calls will try and keep them away, but Big Num, I think he understands there's not much he can do in this situation, but give it up. Meanwhile, bot lane, looks like the Tide has actually walked up to Shad and Speed, left all alone here. Will be able to blubber off that poison touch. So will survive with his life, but ends up being a 1-for-1 Shrine of Wisdom trade.
Yeah, not too bad. I think not too bad for GamerLegion. As long as it's a 50-50, you're happy with... on the GamerLegion side, they're going to be able to trap Crystallis here with a good nice cop. Bounce him back. He's going to be fine for now. They don't really have enough damage at the moment.
I thought they were going to keep chasing for it. Fade had lick off cooldown in around 2 seconds, but just not really wanting to force the issue, I guess. Happy to just get back a bit online with some space. He is doing not too great.
Considering everything, I mean, even though Fade is struggling, if you look at the net worth on his other two cores, the Beast and the TA, they are doing exceptionally well. 3.4k net worth on the Beast, 3.3k net worth on the TA. I think this is still not too bad, for GamerLegion side. MOUZ, they have to pick up the pace. They are here for the runes. Illusion rune gonna spawn top. Yamich gonna get a shackle. Seems like they're gonna get another kill here. And this this 3-man is just working out really, really well at the moment for MOUZ. Like I mentioned, the game is going to be all about this 3-man fights in the mid section of the map, controlling the runes. And if you can control the rune, you're gonna put a lot of pressure on the opponent's side.
RCY trying to be cheeky, pull the wave away so that there's no push coming in from the pressure. Meanwhile, top lane, again, Fade. Level 6 on Crystallis means the hands come out. He doesn't even need help. He's getting it done with him and his creep alone. Speaking of the creeps, they got a full zoo up here in the top lane. This tower is down, man.
Yeah, this is the power of MOUZ. I feel like this is by far the only carry hero that can actually do this so early on. You pressure and you kill the offlaner alone, and then you take the tower because you have a Helm of Dawn. This build is actually still looking really, really good on Marcy, This Helm of Dawn. I've seen some players go for sometimes you see Armlet, but I still think that this Helm build up, you tend to put a lot more pressure compared to the Armlet in the early game. And in the meantime, Park is taking the mid tower, he's putting a lot of pressure. And the Marcy is also connecting over, so they're looking to get another tower 9 minutes into the game.
I mean, I know Celery's on this team, but they're looking a lot like Gaming Gladiators. The pace that they're playing, not even 10 minutes already pressuring the second tier 1 tower. Bring the creeps over, bring the menagerie. And there's not much GamerLegion can do. We already mentioned it in the draft winter that it felt like all of this was so planned. The Ench comes out to deal with the Beastmaster, take away his boss, cancel out that option of a Beast carry. And suddenly, even though TA and Beast are doing well, you lost 2 towers. Now a defensive Ravage for Boom to try and get out. Gonna be slowed down by the rocket. Blood Grenade to follow. Looks like they should be able to slice up the watermelon, and they'll at least put themselves on the board here, GamerLegion. First kill in 10 minutes. That is the one shining hope for them, that bot lane.
That last access, Beastmaster just barely clipped the Tide, on the furthest AoE. I feel like the last range of his access there, just barely clipping the Tide. That was a very, very important kill. Their first kill and a very, very important kill for them. RCY
Thing to try and alleviate the pressure. RCY.
Trouble.
Looks like he's been caught out by the coil. Celery is there. Chase on to the Beastmaster. You might have found a kill on my watermelon in the bot lane, but you won't live to tell the tale. 2 supports along with mid one. You were talking about this trio, and they're absolutely running rampant around the map. Now getting some revenge. Boom. He's gonna chase straight after the Dazzle that gave him such a hard time in the laning stage. And it looks like Speed will slowly but surely be run down. Still trying to opt, still trying to get the angle. There's a last stick engraved, and now mid one's in a bit of trouble. Makes his way over the tree line. Shad won't be able to chase, but the Dazzle managing to survive there. That's a pretty big deal and a lot of wasted time for the puck.
Yeah, that's going to give the Beastmaster the Largo time to farm on the other side. But they came here for the tower. It's not just the kills, you know. They are currently occupying the bottom side of the map. The Puck, Enchantress, the Tide, plus the Marcy, they're all here once again to tag team up to take down the tower. And GamerLegion is just quickly running across the map to push out all the lanes. You know, Fate is going to push out top. I don't think that they're going to be able to fight for the next couple of minutes. At the moment Beastmaster gets axed, they're going to try to look to, I imagine, steal Rosh, you know.
Yeah.
If GamerLegion can somehow get the Roshan with the Aghanim's of Beastmaster, this is going to help them immensely to drag out the game. So that's going to be something that we should keep our eyes glued to, you know, for the next couple of minutes. The Beast is he's almost there, halfway to his Aghanim, so he's probably going to get it in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Question is whether they can sneak that one past MOUZ, right? With the amount of map control that they've been able to attain taking those tier 1 towers.
Probably have to wait for it to go top. I imagine I don't think you can do it if it's on the bottom side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky spot. And by the time you get the Aghanim's, Boom is going to have his Ravage back off cooldown. In fact, it's available right now. What's going on here? Celery just doing the classic Celery thing, you know, occupying the enemy jungle, saying, you want to run at me? You guys want to waste time? Sure.
Enchantress is by far the most annoying position 5 here.
Look at how deep he is, dude. Like he's all the way in there and nobody wants to go over and handle him because now he's level 6, he's untouchable. Even if you raw him, I don't know if you have the damage or the attack speed.
Yeah, you probably need, like, how many heroes you need? At least 3 heroes to kill Celery right now.
Yeah. He's got the drums move speed, he's got the Cobalt's Cup as well. He's going to be trucking on out of there. And MOUZ, they are hitting very nice timings for themselves. Crystallis looking at that BKB, mid one finishing up that Witchblade. And of course, the Tide, I believe he has... Does he have an item flying out to himself yet? No, still working on the Vlad. So,
what did he buy?
Yeah. He's not that rich. He's not that rich. I thought so too. I was like, is he already daggered out? That's crazy. Smoke move up into the triangle here. This could be a very important location for them to attack. If they can take down Big Num, set up some vision, even when the Roche moves up to the top lane, like you mentioned, GamerLegion might not be able to get there. And like you mentioned as well, the stacks, it's big economical damage.
That's like, I think at least two stacks of Asian camps there being stolen away.
Yeesh.
That's gonna hurt, you know. I mean, if the Beastmaster actually completed or finished off the 2 stacks, he actually has his axe soon. He is 500 gold away. So yeah, he definitely would have gotten the axe if he was allowed to clear off the camp. That's a huge blow. A very, very big blow, Mike, towards the GamerLegion side.
Yeah, everything's lining up, right? Because not only did they take away the ancient stacks, not only are they occupying this area, they also took the Shrine of Wisdom. So all these timings, MOUZ, they have a checklist and they're ticking everything off. It's looking so clean from them. And this is more like the MOUZ that we saw at the start of the season, right? Playing at this pace that their opponents just had no chance of keeping up with.
I mean, the next couple of minutes is going to be very, very, very crucial. If they can actually just somehow find a way to, you know, buy time, you know, by getting the Roche. Speed is going to get caught.
Yeah, Speed is caught.
To die.
I heard a Serpent Wards on the back line. Yamich, he's found Share. That is a big kill that they can't afford to lose. They'll be happy to trade the Shadow Shaman. Rocket will finish him off, but they've lost the carry of GamerLegion. Welcome to the club. Welcome to MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? If you look at the map, the Largo is playing the top section of the map. Your Beastmaster is farming the triangle. Where's the TA meant to go? So he has to take the dangerous farm on the bot side, right? And even though he has the supports bodyguarding her, but she fails to survive there. So this is like the issue with having so many cores that require so much farm. There's no balance, you know, with the lineup. So somebody is going to die at some point.
Yeah, eyes are on Speed here in this replay, but as you can see, it was the 2 supports along with Crystallis coming through the Twin Gates with a smoke move. The way that MOUZ are moving on the map, they are leaving no breathing room for GamerLegion to get what they want out of this greedy lineup. We already had our doubts in the draft, right? We were worried that each of these calls would take too much space. But now you have a situation where none of them are really there yet. RCY, he finally has his Aghanims. Maybe he can try and sneak a Roche past them because it's so important for their lineup to slow things down.
Yeah, he has finally acquired his Aghanims. He is definitely going to be looking for an opportunity to do that. But guess what? It's night time and MOUZ is on the top area. No
MOUZ are
Roshan for you.
Absolutely not. They are on the prowl and they are taking control of this area. MOUZ, they
Another
know
stack.
exactly what GamerLegion
Gone.
want to do. Yeah, everything's being taken away.
Yeah, MOUZ is just playing very, very good Dota right now. The first 16 minutes of the game, I want to say close to perfect gameplay. Which areas on the map they're controlling, which heroes are being aggressive, which heroes are farming, just everything on point right now for the MOUZ side. They've been hoping to see a resurgence. Maybe this is going to be the start of a resurgence, you know, for Team MOUZ.
Yeah, and it's not just them picking heroes they're comfortable with, right? It's also the Ench that works so nicely into this Beastmaster. It's the Marcy that is able to put pressure onto this Largo. These two heroes that are first pick, first ban. MOUZ, they've cooked up a recipe to deal with it, and now they've found themselves a clockwork. Save for now, Raw comes out. It's actually the poor Marcy that's in trouble. Crystallis, this time he bites off a bit more than he can chew. GamerLegion, they were so prepared for a move like that.
Yeah, finally they get something on the board. This is going to buy time for them. If they just sit back and farm, it is not going to cut it. So I'm happy that they actually tried to make a move when the Beast has his ultimate with Axe. So this is going to give them a couple of minutes of farming time. Time to push out their waves, time to elevate some of the pressure. TA is actually... Wow, she's actually rushing Shard. Okay, she already has Dagger. So TA is very, very fat on Shad. Dagger, Falcon Blade, Desolator, 70 minutes in. So this tier is absolutely stacked. Despite having a tough early game, you know, I would say that having 9.5k net worth pre 18 minutes, this is a huge accomplishment.
Absolutely, Shad farming up a storm here on the TA. We already knew it was going to be a decent matchup for him into the Tidehunter. He's making the most of it. This shot is going to go a long way as well, right? The silence is crippling for these MOUZ heroes.
The Shaman, the Puck especially, is going to be very, very cautious, you know, when he sees the shot on TA. And Shad, can he actually... Wow, he actually knew.
He's gone.
Alright. Oh, never mind, they have a ward. Okay, they have a ward on the high ground that saw the movement. Yeah, more time to farm. Roshan is still up, so now MOUZ has vacated the top area. So let's see if GamerLegion can actually sneak the Roshan. They're definitely thinking about, you know, Clockwork's running around, he's posturing around the area. With TA plus Beastmaster, this Rosh is going to... I think you probably only need around a minute to kill off this Rosh, you know, maybe less, you know, like maybe 30-40 seconds. So if you can find an opening on the Beast and the TA, you definitely want to take it right now on the GamerLegion side. MOUZ, once again, they're aware of it. They're here with the Serpent Wards, they're here with the Master. They're going to try to take it away.
This is such a smart play from MOUZ right as the minute ticks over. They know they have the damage as well, committing the ultimates to get this done. This is a major blow to GamerLegion, but GamerLegion, they are aware. Vision granted by the Rocket, try and come in with a hookshot perhaps. Not even going to try it. GamerLegion will just have to give that one up. And now it's Aegis for MOUZ.
That's a huge deal. It's not just the Aegis, but probably also the Tormentor. Because you can't really fight the Tormentor if you're on the GamerLegion side right now.
Yeah.
Given that the Marcy has an Aegis, so you are going to sit back, dodge for the next 5 minutes, try to just farm.
Can you maybe try and take a tier 1 tower, like the mid tier 1 tower, the bot tier 1 tower? Like trade something, right? Because
yeah, they definitely want to trade something, but I don't know if they can though, because the Tormentor is gonna die very quickly.
Right.
And they're already sending mid one back to defend the tower and pick up the 20-minute win. Yeah, so they're probably not going to get the tower. This is excellent play for MOUZ. They know that they don't need more than 4 heroes, so they send the Puck mid, defend the tower, giving nothing away towards the GamerLegion side.
Yeah, absolutely not. MOUZ looking very solid in this opening game, and a breath of relief for MOUZ fans. It's been a tough few months as they've tried to figure out this patch. Maybe the secret is not trying these meta heroes. Maybe it's finding a solution in your own hero pool to deal with it. That's what we're seeing here from MOUZ, and it is working wonders. Now mid lane, mid one, able to phase shift away. It should be able to just blink out. Big Num there with the hookshot follow-up, but where is the rest of the gang? They just can't come in and stop the Puck.
Yeah, they don't have supports that can kill Puck. That's why mid one feels really, really confident. Just defending the lanes. So realistically, the only way the Puck dies is if she gets rawed, right, by Beastmaster. If there's no raw connecting,
yeah,
how are you killing the Puck? You're probably not, you know.
Another Shrine of Wisdom might be in jeopardy. Shad getting caught out on the front lines. Linked up to the high ground, but they'll commit the Ravage in. Carry of GamerLegion. Fresh to the team, fresh on the chopping block. And very easily picked off. MOUZ, they are on a roll right now.
Very, very nice catch again. They smoked over, so Bignum, he actually
Not done.
tried.
Fade's in trouble. The Frog right behind the tower. Try and throw out a Frog Storm. That's not gonna do you well. Wave will delay the inevitable as Fade drops again. That is his 4th death of the game. Just not looking too scary.
2 greedy cores down, you know. You have 3 greedy cores, but 2 of them are dead right now. I mean, I was saying that it was really nice smoke there by MOUZ because Migdom actually scouted things out, but they're gonna TP in RCY to defend the tower.
What's happening?
Where is his backup? Where's his backup?
the team? Where's the daddy? They coming from behind and far too late. Winter, what was that? GamerLegion. You try and go for a 3v5. I mean, I know your TA is responding, but it's never gonna work out. Maybe you see the puck in the bot lane, you think no dream call, we can fight, but now you're just gonna lose hero after hero after hero. This is a disaster as more bodies drop and GamerLegion looking dazed and confused.
Yeah, that was very, very strange, yeah. When he actually TP'd into initiate, I felt like the supports coming in from behind, they needed another, like, what, 4 seconds?
2 seconds?
Okay, maybe 2 to 3 seconds to arrive, and he was already there in the middle of things. So the desert can't even do anything to help him, you know. So
Yeah,
definitely some questionable coordination there from GamerLegion. Just being rushed, you know, because MOUZ are kind of rushing them throughout the game. They're playing faster, they're pressuring them, and finally GamerLegion succumbing to the pressure.
Speed is definitely a curse here, and I'm not talking about the GamerLegion support. I'm saying the pace, MOUZ. The way that they're playing, they are outpacing GamerLegion. You just can't keep up. You need too much gold. You need too much space. You got so much net worth, but you don't have anything to show for it.
Oh, boom.
GamerLegion,
They find
finally
boom.
gonna smoke out. Boom kill is gonna be big. Hook shot in. Have Aurora available if need be. The team's not nearby, and the watermelon will fall. This feels like the only call that GamerLegion have really been able to find this game.
He's the only one being alone most of the time. He's been sacrificed from the early game. The supports were playing around the Marcy and the Park the most, you know. So Tide is the only one they can actually find in the most cases. Yeah, at least it's something.
MOUZ are fine with that, right? It's better than losing the Marcy or the Park.
Yeah, for sure. Now they're going to defend the tower. They're bringing in backup. Mid one's coming in from behind. They're TPing heroes.
Onto 2. Get the catch out onto RCY. Where's the save? Celery raining in the damage. Crystallis in, not even needing to throw out a single punch. The Beastmaster's already down. Shad's the next one. Easy targets, easy kills. GamerLegion getting a bit too big for their britches. They got a kill on the Tide and they thought, hey, look at this free tier 1 tower. Absolutely not. They learned nothing from the past 24 minutes. MOUZ are not gonna give you anything for free.
Speed. He's going to run into a watermelon.
Yikes.
Eat that ravage,
Okay.
Speed.
Okay. As there's a little bit of revenge for the laning stage. You know, he put a lot of pressure on this Tidehunter. It was very annoying. I'll see a replay of that fight, like you mentioned, mid one with the backstab play. Really nicely done, and Yamich waiting for his moment. This is kind of the problem, right? We see the Shaman not cancelled at all. Bignum had to walk slowly across the screen from left to right and never even got the shackle cancel off because Yamich just blinks away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This is the problem with having so many cores that need to farm. Nobody is able to play with the team, you know, so everyone is just using each other as bait. Oh, if Beast is dying, I guess I'm going to farm as Lago. Oh, TA is dying, I guess I'm going to farm as the Beast, you know. They're not exactly moving around the map like what MOUZ is doing, where the Puck and Marcy, they're kind of always helping each other, and even the Tide, you know. And Tide is kind of the one that's being sacrificed, and he's okay with it because you don't really need that much on the Tide.
And that's the problem, right? GamerLegion, the cores will look at each other. If you're the bait, and I'm the bait, and our Beastmaster farming on the other side of the map is bait, who the damn hell is driving this guy? Who's gonna carry the game? I don't know what the answer to that question is, Winter. They're struggling right now on GamerLegion.
Everyone's trying to carry the game, but they all need 15 minutes. They're not taking turns, you know.
Dude, what the hell? Celery? The Aghanim Scepter
What the-
soloing
solo kill?
RCY? Yo! Okay, we might have just found our Beastmaster counter, folks, on day 1 of Birmingham, but the fight's not over yet. MOUZ still swarming over like a pack of ants, looking for more targets to hunt down. Shed desperately trying to hide, blinking out to safety. Looks like they make it through the defender's gate thanks to the hot feet hustle. What? Did you see that? Can we get a replay? Because holy shit, did Celery just solo kill his ass?
Yeah, why pick Winter Wyvern when you have Enchantress Aghanim's?
Let's do that again. Little friends. What the hell? Dude, everyone's beating the shit out of him. By the time RCY realizes he's cooked, the roll comes out too late. My goodness, Celery showing up on his signature hero, no less, on day number 1. It's a good sign for MOUZ fans, as there's just really nothing GamerLegion can do. And now, back to life, they're on the high ground again.
I mean, there's nothing much GamerLegion can do right now. You know, they're just kind of hoping that they're gonna have more time to farm, but it just never ends, right? One core needs an item, the other core needs another item. When does it end? You know, MOUZ is not gonna give them the 15 minutes they need. Let's know. Like even 5 minutes is gonna be difficult, you know, for GamerLegion. They're gonna take matters in their own hands right now. They have BKB done on RCY, so he wants to smoke out and find a pick-off.
Key item timing there, but yeah, that's not. Okay, well, that smoke right into a ward. That's not going to be a recipe for success. MOUZ doing a good job holding that vision, and whatever opportunity you were alluding to, Winter, it has completely vanished in a puff of smoke. This is Dota 2 in despair mode. I'm sure many of us have been in this situation before. You're so behind on your team. All you can do is hide in your base. Everywhere you go, it feels like your opponents are just going to pick you off. Now with a gem on the puck as well, more vision control to really darken the map. GamerLegion aren't going to be able to see shit.
They're gonna see the Roche timer because they have TA.
Okay, that's the one. That's the innate. Mid one runs into Share down here all alone. There's backup coming from the north. Mid one has to watch himself. Dodges the hook shot. Not sure whether that was intentional, but it works out in his favor. And now the supports are just gonna try and ditch Share, but Speed gets. Yeah, Speed. He's gonna get run down slowly but surely. Double kill there for Mid one, playing with such a confidence on this part. Doesn't even matter that he kind of had a maybe not so great time in the first 5 minutes. He's making this puck look easy.
Radiant's top tower.
There's no catch outside Roche. Unkillable puck, you know. Like, this is one of those games where you see a puck and you think to yourself, how are we actually gonna kill the puck? You know?
It was a good attempt there from Shed to get the early shot, right? I think that might have been a good option, but the problem is GamerLegion just way too far behind. You're looking at a Celery Enchantress, level 17, beating at you outside your own fountain. That's the game state that we're in. How long has it been since we've seen that?
Far too long, my friend. Far too long.
Yeah, last time I saw that shit, I think Duraccio was still a pro player.
Maybe not that long.
Actually, sorry, Celery. I might be slandering you a little bit too hard. But Roche, gonna get moving in 15 seconds. That's probably why MOUZ are still waiting it out while Mid one casually looking at a big num pick-off. So strong on the puck, Parasma complete. Trying to heal him up with the Island Elixir. Give him something to sip on. Not enough, though. I don't really... Fade, you gotta get the hell out of here, brother. You don't have BKB or anything. Anchor's gonna start holding you down. They have a Ravage if they want it, but MOUZ, they're gonna make the safe play. Heading back towards the Roche pit. I thought they were gonna maybe find RCY, but no vision in the area. Yeah, this should be a very easy Aegis for them to just take and then continue their rampage on the high ground. Oh, looks like we missed a solo kill. Looks like RCY found Yamich. Just all alone. Nicely done. I don't know whether it changes anything though.
Constellation Price.
Yeah.
Okay, they have to fight this Roche. I mean, GamerLegion needs to come out and contest that. I mean, if they give the Roche, they can't do anything in the high ground. Like, what can they do?
I mean, right now it seems like their plan is to try and fight the high ground because nobody on GamerLegion is anywhere near this Roche pit.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. They have to throw bodies, throw buybacks. How many buybacks they have? guess the number, Mike? How many buybacks does GamerLegion have?
5, right? Right. Surely they have 5 buybacks because they gave this one up, right? That's the game plan. They got to throw bodies, of which they have 2 extra. bodies.
Only two. Wait, what happened? It's only 1 right now.
Oh, did she buy an item?
Yeah, the TA bought an item.
Demon Edge. Okay, so just trying to finish up that Daedalus. I kind of get it, right? Because honestly, if you're gonna get caught on the front line. Okay. That was a safety BKB. He was worried he was gonna get coiled there. I don't know whether mid one knows this though. He was on the high ground, so I don't think there was vision of that BKB part.
Yeah, level 20 on mid run right now. Getting the cooldown reduction on his Waning Rift. Even more spells to cast in the team fight. Now she also has Lincoln, so good luck trying to raw the puck. I think there's literally no way they can kill the puck right now. Like, you have to somehow break the Lincolns with what? Catchy Lick? Or Poison Touch?
That's not. That just sounds pathetic, Winter. That doesn't even sound. You don't even sound convinced you can do that.
Yeah, have you played against pucks?
Yeah,
You know. You play with a Grandmaster puck, you know how it feels in the game.
Bro, we're support players. We know the pain of a puck dancing around us. You know, you keep pinging the puck. Someone please control him. Everyone's like looking at each other. We ain't got no stuns. I guess we just lose.
Yeah, and the Smurfs are always on puck, you know?
Don't even get me started. I don't even want to talk about it. Looks like the final fight here for GamerLegion in this game number 1. 18k gold down, way too many items behind. This greedy draft has not worked out, and mid one can continue to poke and prod and be this very annoying thorn in the side. Even with the shard silence, they just can't get a hold of him. I can't even imagine how they might start the fight. Right, like you mentioned, you need to almost break this puck Lincolns, but if you initiate on the puck, then a Ravage is gonna come out, so you need to pop your BKBs while you're at it. It's just a mess. And right now, GamerLegion, they're not even gonna fight for that second lane of Rags. There's 1 left.
They're gonna wait even for Puck to go back and pick up the Arcane before they continue the siege, you know. It's just... Man, what are they gonna do? I feel like they just need to smoke, go behind, just try to all in. You want to kill off the supports, like the Ench and the Shaman, just use the Raw and kill them.
Yeah, don't let her get little friends off.
Refresher.
The Beastmaster's gonna disappear.
He has Refresher on Beast. Let's go.
Okay. Silence up. He's gonna start the fight. Lincoln's
they
broken.
broke the
Where's
Lincolns.
Raw? Mid
Lincoln's
one hiding
broke.
off to the side. Lincoln's is in fact broken, but it's not gonna stay broken for long, which is why mid one hides off to the corner. Allows that cooldown to come back up.
Oh boy.
Oh, that for sure was gonna be when GamerLegion were gonna strike there, but they get a bit of cold feet.
I mean, there's still 2 minutes on the Aegis, you know. They have to somehow buy time, or they need to just kill the supports first. I think Celery needs to be the target for GamerLegion. This Ench is actually doing so much in the team fights.
I think anytime you say Celery has to be the target, you know you've already lost versus a Celery team. I'm gonna be so real with you. How many times have we seen this shit? We're like, oh, we need to kill the Ench. We need to kill the Ench.
Yeah, bro, but that's how Ench works, right? Because she does so much damage. You have to kill her first.
Yeah, she is a major threat. Here's the smoke that you asked for. GamerLegion trying to find an angle, a big wraparound. It looks like MOUZ, they smell something's amiss. They don't see enough heroes, but will they see this move coming? GamerLegion spot out a courier. That's going to give them some important information. Let's see how they start the fight. RCY with that refresher, like you mentioned,
Celery.
could just burst down 2 heroes.
Can they smell Celery? Do they have a ward? They need... Oh no, they don't have a ward. Oh, they have a ward on Clock. Clock has the observer ward. This is
Yeah, but they're already on the high ground. Serpent wards are out. You can try for the wraparound, but are you too late to the party?
Here we go.
Jump in. Where's the Raw? Onto Crystallis, but reflected by the Lotus. RCY is just standing. His head in his hands. He can't do shit. Oh, the Grave's gonna come out and save him. He's trying to make it work. Onto Crystallis. They do burst down the Mastery, but the buyback from the Dazzle is used. Celery still not dealt with. Finds himself a double kill. Looking for a third onto the Clockwork. It's mid one who's godlike and Shed. He can't even touch the Enchantress. It's in the goddamn name. Mid one, he might die the first time, but he's still got that second life. Big Ravage onto 4 despite the buybacks. They're still doing so much damage. Now Boom is dropping. Shed's finally making it work. He's starting to pump out the damage that they need, and they've left Celery for last. Even though it's cost them a lot of buybacks in their last lane of Rags, they have managed to repel MOUZ for now, but in comes mid one, back onto Shed. Big Nam has to do so much to keep his carry alive. Mid one, will he drop the last hit there? Shed coming up big with that fresh Daedalus, makes it happen some way, somehow. And even against Mega Creeps, GamerLegion, they're down but not out just yet.
Somehow they managed to catch the puck when she doesn't have any of her spells. Waning Reef is on cooldown, Illusory Orb on cooldown. She doesn't have phase shift. She came out of the phase shift and got knocked back by the power cogs there, giving Shed enough time on the TA to just destroy the puck. I mean, they definitely have the damage. They definitely have the damage on TA. It's just how can they control heroes, right? Because they have been having difficulty using their rolls on the puck. They were able to kill the Marcy in that fight. They backstab, they dropped double roll, they took her out, but they just didn't really have enough in the tank to kill out the other heroes.
Yeah, in case you're wondering where Shad was in the starting part of that fight, you notice that Yamich is dead here. It's because he alone was controlling both the Dazzle and Shad, which is what kept the TA from connecting with the rest of his team. But like you mentioned, they do have the damage, right? Once Shad starts auto-attacking anyone other than Celery, these heroes will die. MOUZ still have to respect that, which is probably why they've been playing so disciplined so far. GamerLegion kind of catching them by surprise. I think most of us would have thought this game was already over. It was just a slow choke out. But Shad showing why he's the new addition, showing why he got picked up in this moment. Standing tall, still giving his team just a little bit of hope.
And MOUZ, they're probably going to play safe. Wait for the next Roche and end the game, you know. I think they're not going to take too many chances after what happened there. The puck dying, giving out so much gold to the TA.
Yeah.
And TA has a very new, shiny BKB purchase, you know. So they don't really have anything that goes through BKB. So they are probably going to have a harder time now trying to take down Shad. So they have to be more cautious about their next push.
Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, if MOUZ manage to make even one push work, they will end the game. That's kind of the state that we're in right now. GamerLegion with an exceptionally greedy draft. They've had to pay every price for it, losing all their racks, getting crushed in the early stage of the game. But maybe now, as we take closer and closer to that late game, you mentioned it before, Winter, that Largo, once you get past this 40 minutes, you get the 3-item timing, just becomes this unstoppable beast. MOUZ, the time is going to start to tick here. They need to try and put an end to this game before GamerLegion scale out of control. There's a long way there, though. So they still have some time. 1%.
Yeah, it's
1%.
better. 1 is better than 0. Yeah,
That's true. I've never heard you be this optimistic in my life, Winter. This is the most...
Stop
This is
lying,
the most
Mike.
hopeful I've ever heard you. 1% is better than nothing. Man, who is it?
I'm just an
TP out, the
optimistic.
Nightfall.
I'm an optimistic SCA player. When I say GG end, the game never ends.
True. It's kind of what GamerLegion are doing right now. You know, they're holding on till the very end. I like it. I think it's very easy, especially in these type of games. You think, okay, you know, we obviously got cracked in the early
to make
stage.
them work for that plus 30, Mike.
That's what,
You know?
That's why you can't give it for free. You know, MOUZ have already taken everything from you. The best you could do is just kind of make them work a bit more for it. Mid one, you really want this win?
Yeah, you want your plus
Show your
30?
face, bro.
Come end the game. I
Come
dare
into,
you.
Come into throne, bro. Come end. Smiley face.
That's why usually players will ask for you to break your items or no end.
Yeah, show proof. Go to the Roche pit, destroy your Aghanim Scepter, and then we'll start discussion. I'm not even gonna end the game just yet.
Ending negotiations, you know,
Yeah.
in SCA.
Correct. A lot of business deals made and a lot of
Gotta
different...
negotiate your terms of ending the game.
And negotiate is not usually what I'd call the type of all chat that happens in Southeast Asia pubs, but you know, to each their own. And GamerLegion right now, they're hanging on.
If you're not negotiating, you're trying to add salt to the wound, you know, in all
True.
chat.
Yeah, that's
It's a classic.
a lot of wound salt adders, I want to say. Like they're not even part of the argument. They're just sprinkling pepper and salt in there for fun. We do love our Southeast Asia seasoning.
Yeah, and we love our Southeast Asia bot calling as well, calling each other bots, you know.
That's great. I think that transcends.
Everyone's
peoples.
a
I think
bot.
everyone does that. I think everyone does that. They do that in Europe and North America as well.
Okay, fine, fair, you know, Mike. I think that's a fair point.
There are bots everywhere. Dead internet theory, yada yada. I'm sure you've heard of it. Being the cultured man that you are. The C in Winter stands for culture. And the R in MOUZ stands for Roshan, the third one of the game. Gonna be able to secure this one for themselves.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, don't worry about
MOUZ.
No, don't worry about it, brother. It's okay.
English
90k gold
lessons
lead.
by Perma Sneeze.
Yeah.
There's the R in MOUZ.
Yeah, look, I'm from Singapore. I'm not trying to teach anybody about English, especially not at a UK Dota 2 event. These guys invented the language. Okay, I'm not gonna try and act like I know my stuff. All I do know is that MOUZ are absolutely crushing it, and they're taking every precaution after that previous base defense, right? GamerLegion, they threw so many bodies, but now the buyback situation is looking a bit better. They have buyback on all three of their very greedy cores. That's gonna be important, because if RCY dies, he can come back, still get that raw off. Could be very crucial for holding off MOUZ.
Whatever happens, Mike, Shed cannot die. Shed is the DPS hero right now. The true DPS. I think the Largo and Beast, they are kind of just control and tank.
Wait, you don't think the Largo is gonna start doing significant damage? Because he's level 22 right now. And he has the Whisper of the Dread and the Timeless as well. It's kind of a big deal.
Not as significant as the TA. I think the TA still does more.
Okay.
Bro, the TA would decimate the support in a couple of seconds, you know? Like
That's true.
Largo is not gonna kill the support in a couple of seconds.
Maybe you're underestimating Largo here. The Ench is untouchable, but that doesn't, you know, it's still like percentage HP damage. It's a big deal. Crooked Genius, you know, you got the talent with the max health DPS. And we'll see. Maybe Fate can prove us wrong here. I guess the bright side is that all three of their cores are pretty decent at clearing the mega creeps, right? So it almost feels like not that
But
bad.
that's the good news. They got Mega. Oh, it's okay. They can clear the Mega.
Yeah, it could be worse. It could be worse. What happened to Optimistic Winter 1%er? It might be 0 by the end of this play. Smoke move up. MOUZ are moving in. Ready to deal the final blow here. But they need to find a good target. Serpent Ward's down first. On the front lines, Little Friends onto the front. Mid one's in. Ravage, dodged by the BKB. GamerLegion standing their ground, planting their feet and fighting on. But they've lost RCY. There's the buyback. Raw onto Crystallis. But the heroes are dropping. You've lost Boom. Now Crystallis in trouble. He doesn't have a second life. He's gonna go down as Mid one tries to focus the throne. But the defense, again, it's working out for GamerLegion. They can't take down Chat. They got RCY, but he immediately bought back. And now Mid one, he's left with an Aegis, but no other cause to work with. MOUZ have to retreat again.
Yeah, they were definitely way too cocky that fight. I don't know if I should say they or just Crystallis. He just went in after a tight Ravage there. Maybe he got baited by Boom because Boom got like a 3-man Ravage or 2 to 3-man Ravage, and then they just went in. Probably should have just sat back and fought around the Serpent Wards, right? Because the moment you drop the Serpent Wards here, behind, in front of the tower, and then you're fighting so far back because the tide blink behind the Ravage, you're not exactly utilizing the wards, you know, so you're losing a big portion amount of your damage here. And then, yeah, obviously Crystallis, he gets punished, he gets controlled by the beast, and that's it.
I mean, the big thing is the Ravage, it looked like it landed on 4 heroes, but in reality, it only landed on 1. Fate and Shed both BKB, and the Dazzle was already in his Northel projection, so all 3 of them could move with complete impunity. It was just the Beastmaster, but he had the buyback, like we said, came back, Rod Crystallis, and MOUZ, in this game that felt like was so surely theirs to just take away, GamerLegion are slowly but surely crawling and grabbing some sort of a chance from thin air. I don't know how this is happening, but you'll be very
1%.
delighted to know.
1%.
Bro, it's now 2%. It is now 2%. They've gained a percent. And apparently, according to this win probability, it's going up. If you see that arrow, it might be 3 any moment now.
It is doubled in the course of the last minute.
100% increase. That's crazy. Are MOUZ in trouble yet? Should we start to worry, or is it just they need to chill? They need to be patient.
They need to just hit the racks and wait for the enemy to jump them. They have
You mean the throne, right? Not the. There's no more.
yeah,
rack.
the throne. Yes, Mike. They have Lotus on Shaman. Just sit back and wait for them to get the Lotus off. They have how many Lincolns? A Lincoln on Celery, Lincolns on mid one. Just sit back and hit the racks.
Oh, the coil come out. Found Chat. Comes the Hex. Easy save though, just lick away. Big Num's the one committing in right now on the Clockwork, but he's able to just dodge out of safety. Mid one doesn't want him. They're using mid one's body on the front
Tower's
line
down.
with his Aegis. They're not too worried. Yeah, the tower's down mid one. Able to jaunt away, but slain by Shan. The chase is there. Where's the rest of MOUZ? They need to make sure this puck does not go down. Silence is there. Lincoln's the cover. Celery standing by his mid laner, not allowing anyone on GamerLegion to penetrate this formation. Mid one, you don't have that second life anymore. You gotta watch yourself. Shit, he doesn't have tier 4 towers, but he's acting like the tier 4 tower right now. Rooted up, still able to jump away. Now the throne in jeopardy. They don't have a glyph to work with, so they need to be careful.
Chat.
Chat being controlled right now, still able to fight. Dazzle in trouble. Hook shots there. Can they kill off the Ancient? They're being pushed away by Shan. Fade is doing way too much damage. The Frog is online, and he's strumming you all the way home. The supports have to flee, and no one's on the throne again. GamerLegion scaring off the side of MOUZ. It's the Frog, man. He's starting to kill these supports.
The Frog is turning into the Nightmare Frog right now. Your evil nightmares are coming into your reality for MOUZ.
Oh no.
I'm sure eventually they just need to slow siege. I think that whenever the BKBs are activated on the TA, Largo or the Beast, they just need to kite it out, you know. I think they're still playing a little bit too cocky. They're just running in. They're just not really, you know, afraid of those BKBs. I mean, you can see here, Fade, he's just running in. He pops his BKB, he just does damage. And you kind of just have to respect that, you know, they can actually just run you down. Like Celery just can't really fight back.
Yeah, and I love the discipline there from the Dazzle, right? He understands that the defense is done. There's no need to waste a buyback. I feel like in a lot of tense situations like this, you might feel like, oh shit, I've died. Okay, I need to come back immediately because if we lose our Ancient, we lose the game. He just knew. His team was making the call. We're killing them. There's no way they fight. Just chill. We can save your buyback for a rainier day. And right now, even though the Beastmaster had to buy back
A rainier day, bro. They have nothing left but a throne.
It could be. Look, it's 2%. Last time we checked, it was 1%. Okay, it did not increase after that defense.
How
So
can it be worse than this, bro?
It could be 0%, Winter. You were the one saying this shit just now. Don't come turn around on me right now. It could be worse. Okay, it could be worse. It could always be worse. At least they have a Frog. At least they have a Frog.
A Frog, a Beast, and a TA, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to... this 21k goalie, I don't know. I'm not very convinced anymore. It feels like the BKBs are just doing way too much for GamerLegion. I think a lot of the times when you run a lineup like this, you try and kite out the BKBs, but when you're the team trying to run into them, kiting the BKBs doesn't really work, right? You die way too quick into the TA and Largo damage.
But why do they have to fight them? I think all they need to do is just kite.
Excellent
and
question.
Use the double Serpent wards with the Shaman because he has refresher shot, right? Just use those wards to hit the buildings. You don't exactly need to fight. You can just bait them in, try to pull them around the map, distract them, and then use the wards to finish off the throne. You don't always need to kill the enemy to win the game.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to look whether there are any crazy significant item timings coming up. The TA managed to get a Silver Edge earlier on for the break on the Edge. That's going to be a big deal. Has an Eagle Song nestled up in the...
I like how that you actually mentioned the Edge first over the Tide, you know? When
Yeah, I don't know about you. The Tide's getting blown up real easy. Okay, they're like Boom is dying. Celery is not.
Okay.
You'll also be surprised to find out that Celery currently has more HP than Boom.
I beg your pardon?
Yep.
What?
Yep. Uh-huh. 300 more HP to be precise.
But who has more effective HP, huh? That's usually the question.
Okay, how do you factor in untouchable, right? How do you do that? I don't know. It's such a severe hamper. I mean, from the way the fights have been going, TA like 2 hits the Tide, but TA takes a long time to kill Celery.
No,
so I think I have my answer.
2 hit the Tide? No.
Well, we'll watch out for it. He doesn't believe me. He didn't watch those replays, man.
Bro, you're exaggerating.
I'm just seeing Boom waddle in. Bro is not even 6 slotted. He's got a Lotus in over the Vlads because he knows he's gonna get 2 shot, bro.
Okay.
Bob Roche of the game.
I was thinking
This time
more of
GamerLegion?
like 3-4 shot, you know? But
Okay. You can keep count because that's obviously very important here. GamerLegion were thinking about coming out here to contest, but they were walking out. And then they were like, yeah, you know what? The base defense has worked out for us a little bit. Let's just chill. Swift Blink complete now for the TA. even greater burst potential. But now you have your refresher shot on the Shaman. Now he can go for those double serpent boards.
He has two refresh. They have two refresher shot.
Okay.
And why is the Tide not getting the next refresher shot? Okay, they're giving it to the Marcy.
I don't know. He didn't land a Ravage on a single hero just now, so I think he's lost his refresher shot pretty good.
I guess that's true, yeah.
You gotta put your hands in the guy who Crystallis was in there killing heroes. Boom was in there ravaging nobody.
You're useless. You're not landing a spell, hence you don't deserve the shot.
Yeah, literally, you need to earn it back. You better ravage at least 5 heroes right now.
Alright, let's see. Boom, you can do better than the last time. Let's go. Abyssal Blade
in. Shad in trouble. Hookshot there to try and save. Grave is through. BKB there from Shad as he stands his ground and fight, but the hero's already evaporating. There's the buyback from the clock. Can they kill Big Bad Shad? They've killed Crystallis that first time. Refresh there from Fade. They don't have the damage to really deal with Shad. Fade's now in the backline, still strumming away. And now, Shad repositioning up to the high ground. The BKB is gonna run out for Fade, but nothing lost. Only a clockwork buyback. Yamich had to buy back as well, and you've used so many resources from MOUZ. Again, GamerLegion repelled their opposition.
They can't get into the throne to place their wards. They are
Shad's not letting them.
Outside, they're always pushing them back, you know. They can't just get in the base and put the wards with the Shaman. Yamich, he needs some tech, some new tech, you know, some invis, you know, some Shadow Blade.
Some Shadow Blade. No, he needs a tiny to toss him in. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work.
Bro, he just needs to ignore everything. Like here, right? He needs to ignore everything and just go in sneaky mode and put 2 snakes. I'm serious, you know. He just needs to ignore everything and just go behind and drop 2 snakes on the throne. Like, why
okay,
is he
to be
trying
fair,
to take the fight?
to be fair to MOUZ, they got really close to killing off Shad, right? If the Grave didn't come out, if Big Num didn't interrupt those shackles, Shad doesn't get the BKB and Shad dies. So he will have to buy back, which is a big blow to the resources of GamerLegion. But because the supports were completely ready, GamerLegion able to survive. Oh, what's going on here? Celery? Watch yourself. I know you're untouchable, but that can be very much broken. Okay, MOUZ continue to be delayed in this game. They just can't really find a way into the base because of Shad's amazing tier 4 tower cosplay.
Things are actually definitely getting worrisome. The Largo, Beast here, they're kind of... They're probably going to just outright outscale the MOUZ lineup with the Tide, Puck, and Marcy core. Like Marcy as a core, you just really do not go up anymore in value. I think post 48 minutes, you know, the hero just continues to just slide down the value scale, you know, the longer the game goes.
Starting to feel like those days of the Marcy Hope.
Oh, they found mid one?
They found the Puck. That's a big kill.
Boy.
That is a problem. Gem taken away. GamerLegion finding their options, and now without the gem on the side of MOUZ, these traps are going to be a major threat to their heroes trying to farm out the map.
Radiant are scanning.
Very, very resilient team, yeah. GamerLegion is not.
What are we? What are we watching? How is
Holding
this
on to that 1%. Okay, it's more than 1. Sorry.
It's risen. Prior to that, puck kill was actually still 1%. So it dropped down from 2.
So 1
Keeping a
kill
very
is
close eye.
2%. 1 kill equals to 2%.
I think mid 1 counts for 2% because he died and he lost the gem. So those are 1% each.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta
Gotta do your math, right? Yeah. Everything has to be calculated precisely.
Oh, this is pretty interesting. Do you see the stat here? With the Largo, people tend to go for the catchy lick charges, but the win rate for getting catchy lick charges is 0%.
I'm sure it doesn't matter anymore. As the game goes to 60 minutes, he's gonna get everything eventually.
Okay, that's fair. He's having a swallow time now. It feels like the days of the Marcy bullying him non-stop are a distant memory at this point. As we take closer and closer to that 60-minute mark with the tier 5 items, things are about to get crazy. But GamerLegion, through it all, they've stayed resilient, like you said, even in moments where we thought this game was gonna end. They have hung on, clinging onto Shad. This TA, their last hope.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's gonna be a long way back, though. You know, they just took a tier 1 tower, the last one of the game at 55 minutes. So, and they haven't even gotten a tier 2 yet. I feel like even if they team wipe MOUZ, you're gonna need to team wipe them at least 2 or 3 more times before you're touching the high ground.
It's going to be a long way there, but possible according to
Scanning.
the numbers. 3%.
What about according to you? What do you think? Because so far, MOUZ,
It's
they
definitely
haven't
more than 3%.
more than
right
3%. Okay, where would you put it? Where are we feeling on the winter scale?
I would say 10, at least 10 to 15%.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible. Maybe even 20 is fair.
Not them. Rising by the moment.
Human nature, you have to calculate human nature when you are 20k plus goal lead for the past, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, and then the game is not over. It plays tricks on your mind, you know. You're like, what the hell is going on? Why are we not winning the game still?
No,
you know?
that's a great question. What the hell is going on? Why aren't they winning the game? By all means,
Because
I
they
feel
are
like
not.
MOUZ had the power to overwhelm
Bro,
GamerLegion
they-
20 minutes ago.
They are not using the right way to end the game. They are not. I don't think they should take the head-on fights. They just need to use refresher on the shaman, drop 2 snakes on the throne, and end the game. You know, why are they always trying to take the direct team fight? You know, they've already lost what 2 to 3 direct fights in a row.
Yeah.
They have to be changing their strategy. You know, I think right now they are not really seeing that yet. They are still trying to muscle through the team fights head-on, which I feel like it's not exactly helping their cause.
The mid
Oh,
one.
no, he's on a ward.
He could be dead again.
Uh-oh.
Hook shot in. Raw's there. Where's the save? Ravage comes through, but the BKBs, they see that
No
coming
buyback.
from a mile away. No buyback there for mid one, as Yamich will look to get chased out as well. The hits coming through hot and heavy. Shad doing the damage, but can't get the anchor off him. The rest of MOUZ will be able to escape for now, as Fate chasing on for more. We'll try and find Crystallis over the tree line, but able to escape. And now back to base defense. GamerLegion find themselves another good pick.
I mean, if MOUZ loses this game somehow, it's definitely going to be a contender of the biggest throw of ESL One Birmingham 2026 already. Even it's the first game of the stream. If you lose a game from this position, it's definitely going to be a contender of the biggest throw of the week.
Yeah, I got no idea what the hell's going on. Like this, to start your tournament off
Bro,
like this.
how do you even play the second game if you lose the game like that?
You just take a break. You need to go get a sausage roll from Greg's or something. I think you need to chill. I don't think you're in any mental state to play Dota after this game if you end up losing, actually. But I will say that Shad has really impressed me so far. I think the way he's playing this TA, his positioning, decision-making as well. Even stuff like the itemization, right? I think he just has full trust. He's like, okay, my supports, all they can really do is bail me out. So I need to be doing as much damage as humanly possible. Because if I'm building defensive, no one's killing my opponents. I need to slice them down. So I think that recognition was very important. It's what kept them in this game for so long. Long enough that in 1 minute, we're going to see tier 5 items. Now, Winter, is there anything that could tip MOUZ over the edge? Surely some Book of the Deads, and maybe they can finally close this one out.
Book of the Dead? Not just one, you know. I think they need 5.
Everybody's got to get reading. 5 Book of the Deads. Bring it out.
Yeah, bring out the Red Dota. 2016 Red Dota. Or 2015 Red Dota. I don't know where does Red Dota belong to? Somewhere in the ancient history of Dota.
Let's talk about ancient history as if that wasn't just 10 years ago.
Radiant
Ancient.
are
My God.
scanning.
I mean, 10 years is ancient for Dota level.
Okay.
How long have you been playing Dota, my friend?
Let's not get into that. Look, we
What
might
do you
be
mean,
at
let's
the,
not?
we
It's a
might be at
legit-
the end of the game. We can save these meaningless discussions.
Based on what happened the last 10 minutes, you're telling me we are at the end of the game? Bro,
Okay, you make a good point here. I'm just saying that mostly because MOUZ are spoken out. They look like they want to put an end to this game before the 60-minute mark, or at least try and find a stray GamerLegion hero farming for those tier 5 items. Not gonna find any purchase there, but yeah. I mean, to answer your question, 10 years as well. Right, I think maybe half the time you've been playing.
half?
Yeah, are you happy? Are you happy now, Winter? Is that what you wanted to hear? In this very tense moment of Dota 2 gameplay? Trying to find out about the back.
I wanted to hear you shaming me on my age. Calling me old, you know? 10 years is half the time I've been playing Dota. Damn.
How long have you been playing Dota?
20?
Now, if I'm doing the math right, okay, well, I can understand why you feel that way now. But that frustration must be something that's shared by
it hit
MOUZ
a
here.
nerve, you know?
Yeah, I get it. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to slander you right here, but still no real attempt here. MOUZ may be waiting for the Roche to respawn again. We've gotten past that point of I guess craziness where MOUZ was slamming their heads against the GamerLegion wall that's named Shad. But he's called Shad for a reason. The Giga Shad just won't go down. They can't kill him. You're not ending the game. He's just gonna kill everybody.
Roshan number
5?
I think.
Yeah. You know what they say, 5th time's the charm.
That is definitely not what they say.
They do say that, Winter. Don't argue with me, argue with the people from England. They invented the language.
So what happens to 6?
We don't talk about that number, you know? It just says it's a forbidden number. Don't talk about it. It's bad form.
Wait,
Block of cheese
I
for the
thought
puck.
4 is the bad number.
Depends on who you ask. Here's a smoke out. 4.5 minutes left on that Aegis. They're gonna try and juice it to the max degree. Straight out onto Fate, trying to bait some sort of reaction. Celery will jump forward, put the banner down. Shad goes to work on it. There's not much they can really do. Yamish is gonna commit in. Try for the Hex now. They got the control of the Shad. Someone save him. They got to bash this off. T is in trouble. Shad, he needs to survive, but he has the buyback coming back into the game. Crystallis, he's found a few bodies already. Now onto the throne. The glyph is used, but the puck on the backline, he's doing way too much work. Shad, he needs to get in position to do the damage, but Yamish has found a Hex on him again. They're controlling the TA and stopping him, and they get the Ancient finally. 62 minutes is what it takes as MOUZ, they'll breathe a sigh of relief, but I don't know how happy they'll be about that one. You can see the frustration. That should have been their game 20 minutes ago, and they know it.
That was way more work than it looked like after the first 30 minutes, you know. You would think that the game probably would be over, say 30 to 40 minutes, but then it just got so complicated towards the end because MOUZ, I think they got a little bit loose, you know, towards their execution in the last 15-20 minutes of the game. A lot of the team fights, they were kind of executed poorly. They gave away pickoffs, I think in the jungle, especially mid one. I think it was 2 to 3 pickoffs for mid one. They just kind of didn't really respect the fact that GamerLegion could still come back into the game, you know, whether it's Largo, Beastmaster, TA, and it just made the ending so complicated, you know. I think that win that definitely did not feel very good for MOUZ, you know. They're gonna have to try to go into game 2 with a much more clean gameplay, you know, if they want to win this series.
It's so crazy because we were talking non-stop about how MOUZ, they were looking so clean in those first 25 minutes, 30 minutes. We were talking about them playing a tempo, using these heroes that fit more of their style. Maybe they're finally back in form. Maybe this is the event that MOUZ can come back. But showing a bit of those inconsistencies that have plagued them thus far. And on the flip side, if you're GamerLegion, that's a mental win for you. You just made your opponent sweat buckets for no reason. You're feeling so chill. You're thinking, okay, we'll get them back in game number 2. We made them work so damn hard. If they didn't take those tier 4s, there was a real chance that I think maybe GamerLegion could have come back there.
For sure, you know, I think GamerLegion, you definitely, even though you could feel good towards the ending, but you still have to look back. What actually got us into so much trouble, you know? You're definitely going to look at the draft, you're definitely going to look towards, should we have actually picked so greedy of 3 cores, or should we have adjusted better, you know? Even though all the imbalanced heroes were up for grabs, should we have taken every single one of them? So that is going to be the question GamerLegion has to answer for the second game.
Yeah, too many attractive little delights, too many treasures in front of you. You snatch all of them, but you just don't have the strength to take all of it home. GamerLegion, maybe some adjustments for them, but overall some mental damage done to MOUZ, even though they won game number 1. Let's see what happens in game number 2 of this series after a short break.
Nightmares, they've come to drown all the fears inside you. Make them alive, let them grow. Nightmares, they've come to unleash your eerie feelings that you turn down into dreams.
She's blind to everything that holds me down. She's chin up as mine hits the ground. She's taking on the world and asks for more. She says time opens up all the closing doors, and she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. He's dead into the draw of changing seasons. He's screaming for it all, that's got a reason. He's death of promises whispered on the wind. He's doomed to do it all wrong again. But she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. She sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. And we've been through this all 1,000 times before. We keep on screaming till we're face down on the floor. And I don't like me this way any more than you. I suppose there's nothing we can do.
anyway.
Hello, don't get up. No, don't get up, don't get up. Why have I been dragged here this evening at such an uncommon hour? I understand we have something the problem. What are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. So we've been made aware of a really big MMR issue.
Losing too many games again, Kev.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the point. It's a lot bigger than just my matches.
We've done some analysis, and there appears to be a problem with the matchmaking system.
Talking about who formulated this analysis? Was it you?
No, sir.
Well, then who was it?
It was me, sir.
Rupert? You made the analysis?
I can explain the analysis, sir.
No, I want to hear it straight from the Centaur's mouth. And Rupert, please explain it to me as you would a Herald player.
Well, sir, the value of MMR is going down.
Going down? What do you mean going down?
In circulation. People just have too much MMR.
Isn't the bulk of this company's holdings in MMR?
Yes, sir. 80% of our assets are in MMR futures.
With our current projections, we've got maybe 2 to 3 weeks before the entire system collapses. We won't make it to the next Crownfall update.
We think it's the Herald players, sir. They lose so many matches that they get down to 0 MMR. And they can't lose any more MMR.
My God.
And it's not just the Heralds. Mr. Canavan has 10k MMR himself.
How did you manage to hit 10k MMR?
Well, after we queued together and got put on separate teams, I told Kev to try his Battle Fury Lion build, and I used my double down token.
It works sometimes.
The MMR is trickling upwards. There's massive inflation going on. See, normally in a Dota game, 5 players lose, 5 players win.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Oh, okay. Well, we're running back. Couldn't have asked for a better start there. GamerLegion versus MOUZ game number 1 here at ESL One Birmingham's group stage. Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the action, and we certainly had action. I don't know whether you'd call it good action or bad action in the way of GamerLegion versus MOUZ, because MOUZ looked like they had that game in the wraps by the 30-40 minute mark, and then the game slipped out of the wraps, did a little dance around them, continued dancing for 20 more minutes, and then the end result is that MOUZ, even though they do take game number 1 in this series, I can't imagine they feel too good about it, Winter.
Good action, bad action is still action, so we gotta appreciate the action we've been getting, Mike. It's a good game of Dota. A lot of throws from both sides, but it made it entertaining. It made it fun for everyone involved.
Yeah. I think specifically Shad, the new addition to GamerLegion. For those of you who haven't been keeping up, GamerLegion making the first roster change in their lineup since they were Wildcard, since they were Apex Genesis. Yamson has been with them on the POS 1, sometimes even switching to POS 5. But now they're bringing in Shad. He's already proven his worth, right? I think that TA performance, despite GamerLegion being behind for so long in the game, the fact that he was able to keep up and be such a threat, that speaks volumes to me about what he can do for this team.
Yeah, I think he kind of just, I feel like he kind of just needs to play his own game, you know, being the new addition. I think it's up to MOUZ, even though I didn't really like the way they picked up all the greedy heroes, but I felt like they kind of reacted maybe to the puck a lot, because I think the TA was picked mostly because they didn't really have a solution to puck. So they needed something to deal with the puck, because TA has the shots, the silence for the puck. And outside of that, all the other heroes don't really deal with puck, So I think puck is also a hero that it's not a new problem, This puck problem has been around since, I don't know, like since last year.
So
a little bit
liquid, right? Like the niche.
Yeah, a little bit surprising that they just didn't really have an answer, for the puck throughout the draft.
I guess it's kind of hard to remember because before the game even started, Winter, we were talking so much about these specific meta heroes that are the bane of everyone's existence, right? We saw a few of them just now. The Largo, the Beast, of course, with that, the Shadow Fiend, the Shadow Demon, the Treant Protector, some might say, the Beastmaster. The list just goes on. And amidst all that mess, I think it's easy to forget about some of these other threats that are still very much relevant, like the puck.
I mean, the other problem is because if you look at the supports, right? I've been telling you this since the last game. There's not really many good supports that can deal with puck, outside of Shaman and Lion. I know you're a big fan of Lion, but sad to tell you that those are the only heroes that can deal with puck.
Yeah, we did see some Shadow Shaman flex to position 5. I feel like some teams do that. But with the Lion, it's very much a pause for in this current meta. So you can really only have one. Speaking of only having one though, GamerLegion, this time round, they are second pick. So they'll be able to leave things open.
Also because the Huskar was banned in the first phase. In the previous game, Huskar was also banned in the first phase by GamerLegion. So the moment Huskar is removed out of the pool, it makes puck a very, very good pick already. Because Huskar is the only hero that can beat puck and counter puck in the game from the mid lane. The other options like you see occasional Void Spirits against puck, but it's not even on the same level because you don't really beat the puck in the lane that much. Maybe slightly, but later in the game, even if you have your Aghanims, because sometimes Void Spirit you don't really get Aghanims at a very good early timing. It takes some time to get there, so you don't really deal with puck in the early stages. So we'll just have to see though. I think it will come down to a point where if puck is not banned in the second phase, it's going to pose to be a problem again for both sides.
Yeah. We're seeing a Bat Rider and Shadow Demon, a bit of a different complexion. Some of the heroes that were banned out earlier on. Shadow Demon was banned, and this time round, GamerLegion will be able to snatch it up. They traded for the Bat though, and both teams avoiding the Beastmaster for now. What do you think of this opening?
Marcy is definitely interesting. MOUZ are the ones that banned the Marcy themselves, so I don't know how to read that. So somehow they think that the hero is going to pose a problem, or they just wanted to, I guess, throw away a ban in some ways, because you want to keep the pool open. So this is something that you kind of have to do when you're on the first pick side to ensure that you get something, you get one of the juicy picks, by throwing away some of your bans.
Yeah, because if you ban everything that's good, then the opponent, you don't really have that crazy 8 pick that's going to help you define your draft, right?
Yeah, surprised to see that they go for the Bat over Beast. Yeah. I felt like they were kind of more of a Beast team than a Bat team.
I mean, doesn't this just kind of tell you about what the lineup wants to do, right? Because if you're playing Beastmaster, you're very much saying, okay, my mid is going to be farming. But because we already discussed this, like mid 1, he doesn't really want to AFK farm. He wants to run around, get kills, and be a monster that way. You get the Bat Rider, that's more likely a pause 3, right? And he's gonna take a lot of time, a lot of space, get that Boots of Bearing. Sometimes you see the pipe as well. So MOUZ are basically saying, okay, Boom, we want you to play the way that you played in game 1. We're gonna leave you on an island to farm your items, and we're gonna pick a bit more of an active hero for mid 1 because the Beast is just gonna keep him chained.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty good read. I think Bat is, probably the best hero to do that if you're left alone. Because you get to do the, I don't know if I'm happy that it's in the game right now, the Tranquil Boots disassemble. I think that's precisely the thing that actually allowed this Bat to be played in such an annoying way, because you get the regen from the Tranquil Boots disassemble, you just stay in the lane. This Tranquil Boots thing helps the heroes that do not buy Ring of Health so much, because Bat Rider, you don't get to buy any regen items in his early item build up. But because of this Tranquil Boots abuse, you can actually do that.
And this is very interesting. Faceless Void. And this almost feels like a bit of a block pick, right? Because the time dilation can really screw over the Bat Rider.
Wait, that is...
We've only really seen this pick
why?
come
Why?
out from Planet, right? From
Why are
PG.
they picking out the Void so early as a pos 4? Is it even going to have a potential of being a flex for them? But it's rather strange, you know, like the first 3 heroes from MOUZ right now, they are very, very strange. Like you don't see a lot of apparent synergy with the heroes. Maybe in lane, they might be able to prove me wrong.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I don't know, this feels really weird. Like Pugna, Faceless Void, and Bat, it feels like they are from 3 different families that don't interact with each other.
Yeah, it's like you get someone from the North Pole, South America, and China. And you just put them all in one room and you're like, okay, let's play nice, guys. They literally have nothing to talk about. I don't know. This guy, one of them rides a bat. I don't even know whether Faceless Void and Pugna know what a bat looks like.
Yeah, definitely not Void, you know. Faceless Void is blind.
He has no eyes. He could probably smell a bat, but I also don't know if he has a nose. Because a nose, as you're aware, Winter, is usually part of a face, of which he has none, unfortunately. But okay, let's jokes aside, let's talk a little bit more about this Faceless Void pick, because I think the big story with this hero is the time dilation, right? There's been a lot of pros chittering and chattering about how strong this spell is. And you're not even really playing for the chronosphere or the time zone anymore. You're playing for the time dilation and the disruption in the fight, which is why we've maybe seen some Chinese teams especially play...
You know the combination right now? The Void, you put the time zone on the Bat, you accelerate the Bat Rider's napalm cooldowns.
Oh, that's nasty. Okay, I don't like that. That's gonna be real tough for GamerLegion to deal with. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the secret synergy that we don't know about. GamerLegion, they're gonna go with a tiny though, so I think this is the mid and the 2 supports being locked in early. I guess the Beastmaster could always be flexed to pause 1. That's what we always have to consider with this hero, but it kind of depends on the matchup. Do you want to run Beastmaster carry into Bat?
I mean, I think it's fine. I think the ball is just such a huge laning spell that you don't really care, you know. I would argue that Beastmaster on the safe lane is just much more oppressive in the mid lane. Because you're on the short side of the lane, you get to chase and run down the offlaner, so the ball is even more potent on the safe lane.
Right, okay. So it's just about the chase distance and how much leverage you can
Now
get.
we block pick the puck. You're about to see the puck on the 18, but guess what? You pick it on 16, 17, so they don't get it.
Bro, this happened again. GamerLegion are 17 fucking MOUZ.
I am telling you, if you're on first pick side, you see this Huskar ban by the second phase team, you have to pick puck early. You actually have to pick, I don't know, maybe 13, you know, you have to...
No, you're onto something for sure. I can see this. And now it puts MOUZ in a tough spot because you've picked a Bat, a Void, and a Pugna. These guys, yeah, okay, you got Lasso, Time Zone, whatever. It's nothing that a Shadow Demon can't save the puck from, right? If you get Lassoed, you get disrupted, then what? Well, what's stopping the puck from just getting out afterwards?
I mean, the best thing they can do now is... I think you have to either pick Void Spirit or you have to pick... You need some sort of mid lane counter, so it's probably going to be Void. What else? Viper, Sniper, these are the heroes, you know, that can probably punish puck in the lane. But the Void Spirit tends to be much more of a nicer pick because you not only bully the puck in the lane slightly, but you have a catch, right? Your Aether Remnant is fantastic against puck coming out of the phase shift.
Yeah.
And the Aghanim Slater is phenomenal.
The one thing that could be a bit awkward is that I'm thinking Void Spirit, Pugna, Faceless Void. And like, what is that?
And what
does
they
that even do?
freaking do to the puck? You know?
Yeah, like what are they gonna do? They're just gonna run around. I feel like the big criticism that you always have, Winter, with Void Spirit is that he's a hero that needs a little bit of oomph, right? That's why we've seen him paired with things like Skyref Mage, Hoodwink, sometimes even the Ancient Apparition for the Ice Vortex damage amp, because him alone is usually not enough to kill the hero. It's not really a hero that can farm up without getting killed. So MOUZ go for the more greedy, I want to say, option. We were loosely talking about the DK into puck. It's a matchup as old as time. They're gonna run back for it. This could be a Crystallis DK as well.
Yeah, I actually think it probably is gonna be his DK, most likely.
Okay.
But if he's playing DK, then I don't know what else mid one is going to want to play. You know, maybe Invoker. If Crystallis is playing DK, I think mid one will play Invoker.
Why is that? Is DK Invoker some crazy combo that I don't know about?
Yeah, Sunstrike. Just get Sunstrike kills. You have Lasso and DK stun.
Okay. Right. Okay, so it's just more like now you have a DK, your side lane has set up for your Sunstrike, then you can just farm heroes that way, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why Invoker has a very, very high pick rate in the recent weeks. I think it's also because of the new build where you get the Kaya into Meteor Hammer. People are realizing that this build is actually much, much better. It gives you mana, you can pressure the mid tower.
You can farm, you can
farm,
stacks.
you can pressure, and then you can constantly use your Sunstrikes on the side lane. So it creates a lot of pressure on the side lanes if you have the right heroes for it.
Yeah, and in this particular game, if someone gets disrupted, you can just channel the Meteor Hammer on their face, which would be hilarious to watch. I want to see that shit. If they pick Invoker and mid one does that, that's 100 social credit to him right there, 100 points to him. That's an absolute Philo move.
To Mark Perma's knees, Meteor Hammer is the counter to Shadow Demon Disrupt.
I'm not saying Meteor, look, you don't put words in my mouth, I'm just saying it would be dope as hell. And I think you would agree with me, Winter, that it would be funny as hell.
No?
Okay, then tell me what you want to see. We got Void Spirit, Ember Spirit banned. Do you think it's going to be Invoker coming out for mid one, or what else does he have? Because he sees the matchup. It's against a Park.
I can't wait for my Tinker.
In this draft, really? You think it's good?
Why not? It's disgusting.
That's true. There's a limited amount of backline jump, right? GamerLegion will basically have to commit the Primal Raw as well as the Park Coil, probably, to get on the Tinker, and then suddenly you're running into like a... Hold on.
What's
mid?
going on? Nyx.
Is it mid Nyx? Or is it... Okay, no.
No, mid faces White Thompson. Oh, it's
No.
It's Thompson.
Okay, relax. Let's be rational about this. Isn't it just mid DK carry Void and it's just mid DK carry Void?
Oh my god, mid DK carry. Oh yeah, you're right. It's nothing.
You're out of your mind, bro. Thompson, dude, what the hell? The guy's on a break. Leave him alone. And Yamich loves his Nyx assassin. We do know.
Why you gotta pop my bubble? I was having a good time.
Sorry, bro.
I
don't know. I'm still having a good time. It sounds like a you problem.
I was thinking some mid faces Void is coming.
That'd be crazy. Out comes the Doom. That's certainly a pretty scary thing to play DK up into.
This is a faces Void counter. If FE is carry. Nope, FE is support.
It's a mid Nyx.
Yeah, so it's still something interesting.
Yeah, okay. It's better than what we were suggesting. I mean, I was hoping this when I first saw the Nyx come out. I'm like, what the hell? What am I looking at? What is this mid Nyx? Dude, MOUZ have been cooking up some crazy drafts, man.
Okay, according to statistics, I'm looking at heroes that are really good against Puck. Let's see if Nyx is one of it. What the hell? According to the top 12 most effective heroes against Puck, there is no Nyx in sight.
Okay. And how far down the list are we talking about?
I don't know. There's only 12 here. There's no Nyx.
Okay, well, maybe mid one has something in store for us.
You know why I say that? Because when you AWP, right? Whenever you're playing against Nyx, you just have to make sure you always phase shift after you AWP when you're pushing the waves, so you don't get caught by the carapace.
I can see that. Maybe RCY, because the thing is, playing Puck, it's a lot of muscle memory baked in, right? You're not necessarily used to sequencing that chain of events. There's a lot of Puck players who have a certain way of playing, and maybe, just maybe, mid one can make this Nyx mid work, because we were scratching our heads, right? The Huskar ban, and then you take out the Void Spirit, you take out the Ember Spirit, the chains are a little bit annoying for RCY's Puck. And now you come out with a Nyx instead. You're going to try and catch him completely off guard. What's the build? Are you going like Dagon, like pure pub style? I know some people go Phylactery, like for the scaling, like consistent damage in the team fights and whatnot.
I actually have no idea what's best this game.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't seen Nyx in a long time.
If you have no idea what to build, just buy a Midas and think about it throughout the game. Okay, that's terrible advice. Don't do it.
No, guys, don't listen to him, please. Don't. Oh man. I think
The amount of times that someone has bought a Midas and you ask them, why did you buy a Midas? I just don't know what to buy yet. That's why I'm buying a Midas first.
That's crazy. You have people who admit to that openly in games. I feel like most of the time, like I say something like that in my pubs, like, why do you have a Midas? I get hit with the "don't teach me." That's a classic. If you're Southeast Asian, you know the "don't teach me." Stop teaching. Play your goddamn game.
Isn't that universal as well? Don't teach me.
Yeah,
everywhere.
That's true. I mean, I haven't experienced many other pubs outside of Southeast Asia, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But mid one next assassin.
Which facet?
Scuttle. No mana burn.
No mana burn.
I think unless you're playing like against a Medusa or something, you always get Scuttle. I think Scuttle, the unimpaired movement is just way too crazy.
Bro, if I'm playing against Anti-Mage, I'm getting mana burn. I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine.
Okay, and what if he reflects it back to you? Then you're sad.
Then it's my fault.
Bro, it's an obvious animation too. Nyx raises his little claws in the air and gets ready to... It's not even mana burn anymore. Like, mana burn's the facet, right? It's mind flare. Get flared in the mind.
Yeah, and who's old now, right? You're making fun of me old and you don't even remember the spell names.
I'm not even... Look, I'm going to be real with you, Winter. This is a conversation you don't want to get into. I'm promising you right now, it's going to be rough. So I'll spare you for now.
And look at what Yamage is doing. Hang on. Yamage smoked all the way top and he's blocking the creeps from the tier 3.
Jesus Christ. What?
What?
Wait,
dude.
Wait, Clem, look at his faceless void, bro. What are we...
He was blocking the creeps from the tier 3.
Yeah, I saw that, but like, how much of an impact is this really going to make? Is it a big deal, you think? Because now, Boom, he's kind of being tripled up on here. He sees the boss, he sees speed, and Shad and Speed are going to try and do the same thing. Body block the wave so that it meets at a favorable position. It's right outside the tower. Really nicely done from the Beastmaster.
Why do I feel like the Void's block didn't do shit?
It did not do shit. That's because you would be right. It did not do shit. I think the only thing it accomplished is now Shad slaying a courier with some tangos. But with the way this lane looks, I don't think Shad's going to be taking any pressure at all.
What is Yamage gonna do? He has to... Oh no, he's late. He missed one creep. But it's against Shadow Demon. You cannot pull creeps against Shadow Demon because of Disrupt.
Oh no. We see the Shadow Demon be pause 4, and then you can use that disruption to just put your opponent out of commission. You can pull easily, but it works very nicely the other way as well.
Yeah, so what is the Void going to do here? They're going to have to try to draw aggro and draw the creeps back somehow, you know. Whereas mid lane, this is... I want to... Even though Nyx is kind of like the counter pick, but I feel like he's not going to do much to the puck, you know, in the lane. I think later in the game when you get levels, it's probably going to be a little bit annoying for the puck, but in the laning phase, I feel like puck is not really going to care about the Nyx.
Yeah, it's just maybe a bit more caution when using those orbs into the potential spike carapace like you mentioned, right? Because Puck, he's already starting to train himself. Every time the orb comes out, he immediately phase shifts just to try and get that muscle memory working. Very, very important not to get caught out off guard there. Puck is not a hero with a lot of natural HP. So if that orb damage just gets reflected back to you, it's going to be very painful. On the bright side, Nyx Assassin is one of those heroes with pretty decent natural base health regen. So all the harass that's coming out, it doesn't really seem to dent mid one, especially with his bottle and the water rune and all those little tangos.
Why does Nyx have a lot more regen? Is there a logical explanation to that?
Have you ever tried to squish a cockroach and then like a few hours later it just comes back alive and starts...
No, what cockroach have you been squishing, my friend?
I don't know, some sort of a freaky ass cockroaches, like much like mid one here.
So this is your reasoning behind the Nyx having an extra bit of natural regen.
Hey, you talk to me as if I invented Nyx Assassin.
Okay.
I'm just the voice. I'm just telling you what's the truth.
And you're the middleman. You're just the messenger.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get to decide. If I had it my way, you know, a lot of things would change about Dota 2, but we've already had this discussion. You don't like what you hear. Every time I'm like, oh, we should change this, you're like, I'm so glad you're not on the balance team, Mike. And I'm like, okay, thank you.
Maybe you are on the balance team, you know, secretly. Maybe you are. You're
no,
just
okay, but to be fair with you, if I was in fact on the balance team, we would have this patch because I think it's so funny that Largo is so busted right now. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, isn't this the first time a new hero is added to the game and it's been added into Captain's mode after what, a month and a half?
It was really quick. I don't know what hero release has the record for that stat.
This has to be the fastest. No
It
freaking way
feels
that's
so
another-
damn fast, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
there's
some
no
heroes-
other hero that's added so quickly into Captain's mode.
Yeah, some of them are like, we wait a year. And like, then it gets added, which is kind of crazy.
And then now, after a month, it's been added and it's been constantly first banned.
I mean, everyone's predicting, right? Everyone's thinking this new patch. That's
Bro,
coming up,
you
they're gonna-
remember
they're gonna kill
the initial reads on, oh, this hero is not that broken, you know, there's no way it's a first pick hero. Come on, bro.
You know what's the craziest thing that I saw? I saw someone basically say that it's a bad hero because his ultimate is just like the shittier version of items, right? Because they're like, oh, you know, hot foot hustle, it's like having a drums. I'm like, yeah, you have drums at level 6. Like that's. Are you listening to yourself?
That's pretty dumb.
That's pretty for free, by the way. Speaking of free, looks like Boom might just get run down by the Shadow Poisons. First blood drawn, very easily done. Nice shot from GamerLegion. When yapping on a lot about very important things.
Onto a more serious note, how would you nerf the hot feet hustle?
How would I nerf the hot feet hustle?
You know, every time you use it, you will slow yourself.
No, I saw this. Look, I saw this suggestion on Reddit. I think there was like some guy who was spamming Largo and everything, and he said that you should make it like stack and scale in terms of the grooving stack. So the first drum, like it's only like maybe yeah. So it scales up. You kind of get what I'm saying, right? So every subsequent strum that you hit on beat, then it gains or loses effectiveness. So if you miss the stacks, then you just lose all of that build.
Shouldn't they do that to Beastmaster as well? Since the Beast is kind of like an OP hero as well.
How would that work, Victor?
Like his, it's like a build, right? The Aghanim's damage. It shouldn't be. I don't know. It should be lower in the beginning.
It kind of is though. It's like damage amp, right?
Oh yeah, it's actually.
Bro does not know how to. This guy, dude, you know, you're always so upset at me because you think I'm trying to come out here and expose you or some shit. Bro's just out here outing himself. I don't even get to say shit. 6-minute runes with enough yapping about things that don't really matter. Mid one here, getting caught out. Call is there, but easy just spike carapace. Still will get tossed back. Celery's here to help. Doesn't have any way of healing mid one though. Still very tanky on the Nyx Assassin, and with the help of the infused raindrops will make his way towards that shield rune. Meanwhile, Boom has also rotated over the Bat Rider, having a really rough time at top. Nets himself some revenge on Speed's Shadow Demon.
Yeah, this is what you need to do nowadays. 6-minute runes. You need to bring your side lane cost even to secure the runes. I think in a lot of matchups, especially against Puck and Storm, you don't want them to be getting the runes. Even though your mid hero might not benefit as much to get the rune, but you have to stop the other hero from getting the rune. You know, I think this is kind of like the way to play nowadays. You have to sacrifice a little bit of time from your side lane cost to help secure the runes.
Sure. And I mean, you can imagine the repercussions if maybe the Puck got the rune, right? That's an instant rotation to the top lane to maybe try and pressure out this Wisdom.
The Shrine. Yeah,
but that's exactly what GamerLegion are doing regardless. They're bringing 3 heroes in. They know that Boom is not very strong right now. Ball's punching away, Celery needs to get in position. Yamich time walking in, but mid one, he has that level 6 looking for his opportunity to strike. Not able to get the auto attack off onto Big Num before Yamich is slain. It's a 1-for-1 for now, as Speed still trying to stand his ground. He won't be standing for long though, he'll drop as well. And the defense is successful. Mid one rotating over saves the day, but now RCY has joined the fray as well. Looking for a kill onto Boom, still kept alive by the D-Crab, and Boom able to juke around the tree line and survive somehow. A complete mess up here in the top lane, and things aren't done just yet. Yamich, big time dilation, slowing down Shad, and mid one with the chase. Nowhere for Shad to run, tries to get a return kill onto Boom, but the stick will keep him safe, and it ends up being a very successful rotation for the Nyx Assassin.
So it was a 1-for-1 exchange, right? Yeah, Fate and Celery got the Wisdom Shrine, so 1 for each team. But I think this would probably benefit MOUZ side more because you want both your supports to be getting the XP. Whereas for GamerLegion, they got it on one of the cores, you know, so that is definitely not, I think it's not the most ideal, so it might matter coming into like around 10 minutes to 12 minutes, you know, one of the supports is not going to have their level 6.
Sure. I mean, the upside is that Fade, he is having a piss chill time down here in the bot lane. The Doom getting himself towards that Boots of Bearing. Going to be a very nice timing for him there. Top of the net worth scaling up. And even though that trade in the top lane went in MOUZ's favor, it's kind of a similar story to the last game where GamerLegion are still doing very well in terms of net worth. So where they're not finding action, they're still finding the farm.
Farming is important in Dota, Mike. Have you not noticed?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Nobody
Keep-
knew that
keep-
before you said it, but now that you've said it, we can all
Killing
breathe a
heroes.
sigh of relief. Winter, you've spoken. You've spoken such wise words upon us
killing
again.
heroes is nice, but killing heroes does not win you the game. Farming the map, taking map control is more important than killing heroes.
Sure, I can agree with that. But one thing I do want to ask, because we spent so much time trying to figure out this next, trying to figure out what this Void's gonna do.
What is the build?
How exactly, what exactly is the plan? Yeah, he's going for the Dagon. I just wanted to ask, what's the plan for each of these lineups? Because GamerLegion, I can kind of understand what they want to do. They have a decent amount of greed again, but this time there's a lot more action that could happen. What about MOUZ? Are they once again playing fast? Are they playing to scale? What's the timing there?
I don't think you're playing to scale against Park, Beastmaster, and Doom. Yeah. I think you're definitely playing for a faster timing on the MOUZ side.
Okay.
So they are, I think once again, they're in a similar position in the first game, where they have to dictate play. They need to be the ones taking the ones to be proactive and be aggressive. Whereas GamerLegion, they are once again the defenders of the game, defending their jungle, defending their towers, and making sure the game goes long.
Yeah. Defending the hope of North America while they're at it too. The only ones here.
The last stand, right? Is this the last stand?
That's why they call it NA's last stand. It sounds so dire, but it's true. I don't think there's any other North America teams that even exist.
In trouble. Okay, that is
rotation
no
here for
running
mid
away.
one. You need to try and get this kill, but big one.
Wow.
And the move speed, he is fine. Cobalt's Cup, Windlace, and the drums. There is, in fact, running away, Winter.
How the hell did he actually just survive here?
He just lived through those two stuns. The only thing they have is those two damn stuns.
And now he's back. He's back for revenge. Oh no, now he dies.
Okay.
What?
Well,
Okay, Caster's Curse in action.
What the hell was it? No, okay, wait. Why the hell? Why the hell did he do that? Did he think maybe that mid one had already left? Because that's the only reason I can.
He wants to try to kill the DK there.
Yeah.
Oh no, they missed the gank on me. Maybe they left and DK is alone. That was definitely a big boo-boo right there from Fate.
Big boo-boo. One of the biggest boo-boos we've seen, honestly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Okay, I can't even say that. We've had multiple boo-boos earlier on in game number one. Guys, in case you missed game number one, that shit was a mess. It was MOUZ in the driver's seat for the first 30 minutes. And then somehow GamerLegion, against all odds, against Mega Creeps, hold them off like 3 or 4 times in a row. And only at the 60-minute mark did MOUZ finally bust the Ancient open. And right now, we're kind of... It's not a similar situation, but like you say, we're kind of falling into the same roles, right? MOUZ, they need to make things happen on the map. While GamerLegion, if they can just farm and scale up, they're going to be very happy for themselves. Now it'll be them to make a move, though. Here's a nice little smoke where they headed. Looks towards mid lane. Try and help RCY
Who is
out.
gonna
The damage
get
there to maybe
doomed?
Scout.
Who is gonna get doomed? Time zone.
On
Time zone.
RCY, control is there. The help is not there in time. The TP was late from speed, but there's the Doom onto the Bat Rider. It's like the Bat Rider is probably dead, but can they find more? Yamich, nothing really to offer. Has to stick up to get the mana for the Time Walk.
You know, once the
I guess
Doom
that's
has
fine.
once the Doom has the bearing, this time zone is gonna be useless. Boost of bearing is the counter to time zone.
He has it in 100 gold, by the way.
Yeah, GG. Your ultimate is useless. I've actually seen some support boys actually go for Chronosphere, even though they are playing support. You know, I feel like sometimes it's actually good. Yeah. If you
Oh, that's real cute. Spike Carapace on the toss. That's gonna sentence the Tiny to his own death. Here's a disruption though. Catching out onto mid one. Have any follow-up? He's putting out quite a bit of damage, and the healing coming through from Celery as well will keep mid one topped off. Nice little backing each other up there. MOUZ, stay in formation and don't lose a single member.
Yeah, MOUZ starting to pile on the pressure with the partner now, taking the towers.
Wait, RCY? He doesn't have an orb. He needs to dodge.
It's
Patient.
okay.
Nicely done.
Relax. Professional park players are not going to die to this.
So Winter, you want to keep talking right there? I think you were trying to make a point about Something about RCY being okay, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What was
you know,
that you were saying again, brother? I didn't quite
players
catch that.
from SCA do not die to simple gangs like this.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
I'm afraid I'm wrong, Mike.
Yeah.
I'll eat my words.
Happens more often than you might like, unfortunately. 2K gold lead here at the 40-minute mark. MOUZ, do you think they're doing a good enough job piling on that pressure? I mean, they've killed the puck, they've taken the mid lane tower. This is fine, right? I mean, they're gonna maybe find another pick off here as well. The Dagon.
Shed just picked up his agrims, and like you said, the Dagon. Mid one, he's in trouble. Can he live?
Yeah, he's not
that
surviving
is
this one.
not worth it. Not worth it to kill the Tiny with the Nyx there.
I mean, you see this TP, don't you just hit into the Roche pit? You have time, right? Or is it just going to move too quick?
They definitely can kill it, you know, within 30 seconds. But
they want to fight top, though.
Top. Yeah, they're not going to the Roche. They're going to wait for the Roche to move top.
Okay. I mean, Doom's off in around 5 seconds as well. So once they have that up, it'll be so hard for the side of MOUZ to really run in. See a replay of that prior fight. Nice spike carapace usage, but Big Num, there's a bait all along. Just tosses in time zone, trying to help mid one out, but Fade and Shad in with the TP. I think good recognition from GamerLegion, understanding that they can't let mid one get away with these pickoffs, right?
Yeah, and meanwhile, they picked up 2 of the Vision Shrines on the MOUZ side, so they're going to be happy with that exchange. Levels for their Pugna and Faceless Void. Especially for the Void, it definitely matters a lot. And here goes gank number 333.
Yeah, that's tough. Was traced by the Nyx the whole damn time. There was no sentry in the area to protect him. He's gonna get caught.
I mean, on the bright side, he already finished his boost of bearing, so he is fine.
I mean, MOUZ, they're definitely making these moves and getting the pressure up, but they're not really converting this into a gold lead. Here's RCY, stunned up, you still got the disruption on the back, and Shad shown up. Roy's out, Beastmaster, straight onto the back, cuts him down from the sky. Mid one can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, Beastmaster has arrived into the game right now. Is he going to go for the Roshan, or is he just going to take the runes here? He's definitely looking for a time to get Rosh. He's walking into the Rosh pit right away. Oh no, haste rune.
It's a little bit awkward on the other side of the map. Looks like Fate was able to find Celery all alone.
Time zone.
Meanwhile,
imagine if there was a chrono. He actually time zoned the puck. If it was a chrono, they would have maybe killed the puck.
Sure.
He is not done damage.
What exactly is he doing is the question. I don't know how they lock this puck down. Because you don't have time zone right now.
So 4 Faceless Void chasing a puck.
Bro, RCY is not even auto attack. He's not gonna bother. But it opens up the space for Shad to just solo that Roche. So all those shenanigans, I don't even know what's going on. I feel like heroes are just running around randomly.
Yeah, the last 1 minute was just so bizarre, you know, for MOUZ.
I don't actually know what's happening here. Because Yamich is like running circles around the puck in the mid lane. Fade is getting a solo kill.
They saw the Beast walk past the top ward, and then I'm pretty sure they kind of knew that the Beast was going to do Rosh, and then they just picked up the haste, and then Yamich went on this wild goose chase against the puck as a Faceless Void.
Yeah. And it's almost like Yamich couldn't really decide who he wanted to go on, because on one moment he was dilating Shadow Demon.
Imagine if he used the haste to just follow the Beastmaster that was heading into Roshan. What would have actually happened there, you know? That would have been so annoying for the Beast.
And maybe you know that Raw was used, right?
Yeah, imagine if that happened. I feel like the Beast has to just back away, you know, you can't even hit the Rosh.
Sure, yeah. I can agree with that.
That's so strange.
Maybe they didn't catch him going to the pit. That's my only explanation.
They had a ward.
Yeah, but maybe no one was looking. Maybe, you know, Faceless Void, no eyes. We talked about this.
Okay, Mike.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. I don't get it either, brother, but here's another Raw. Celery, he's toast. Nice catch there from Shad. Ever since picking up this Aghanims, he's done a lot for his team, but now being set up upon. Save is still around, but they use the disruption and now they can't get the puck out. He's caught in the time zone. Dagon's there, dodges, but the tail end of the impale still finds him. RCY still surviving. Shad's lost that first life and Crystal is doing the damage. There's the lasso on the Beastmaster, but the Duma on the DK. Looks like it might be a trade, but it's not an even one because Shad is still fine. GamerLegion backing each other up perfectly, and they will not lose a single hero.
Man, this is just very, very reminiscent of like one of the game just now where even though it's a big difference between the timings when the throw was happening, but MOUZ, like whenever they try to be over aggressive, they're like giving away all these kills. And I'm definitely not respecting the fact that this beast with Aghanim's is just so freaking strong right now. We're gonna see here now that once again they get a jump onto the puck. Now the beast starts him off, they kill him, and mid one just decides to they wanted to take away the Aegis from the beast, but they just pay a huge price from it. Like GamerLegion, they have their backup coming in from the TPs, the Tiny came in, the Doom came in, and after that you have nothing left. The time zone was expanded. You have no more tools in your arsenal. The DK is just left stranded. He doesn't have a BKB. There's no way out for him, and everyone just dies.
Yeah, you kind of look at this replay. The DK ended up hitting 3 or 4 different heroes. They started out on Shad, like with his Aegis and everything, but then when he came back from the dead, the Bad Rider was lassoing him, but nobody was actually focusing down the beast. So he just manages to kite out to the left side and end up chasing some of the MOUZ members down. Meanwhile, you're eating a full Doom on the DK.
Oh no, they went through the gate. Surprise!
Okay, Yamich, that was a bit careless. Not expecting the rest of GamerLegion to be there.
Okay, it wasn't their scan, it was Dyer that scanned.
Yeah, it's not Yamich's fault. Again, he has no eyes, so you can't really... I feel like putting him up in front is kind of a bad move.
Yeah, this is going to give GamerLegion... But even without the pick-off, I felt like this Tormentor probably going to belong to GamerLegion anyway.
Yeah, they look so much more comfortable in this. I mean, you used the time zone in the earlier fight as well, right? So you don't have that available.
Time. Oh no, he jumps, he dodges the stun unintentionally, but still
he runs
dies.
into a Beastmaster Raw though. MOUZ want to punish. Looks like Big Num will be the one left behind, sacrificing his life for it. There's a Demonic Cleanse, pretty cute. Disruption as well. Big Num, is he actually gonna get out? He's healing. He just needs to get his blink off cooldown. It's still blasting, but the turnaround's there. Shad! Surprise! Who are you chasing there, brother?
Yeah, it seems like MOUZ cannot. It seems like MOUZ cannot fight at all in the engagements right now. Any 4 heroes from GamerLegion is just going to outmuscle MOUZ on the team fight.
I mean, the way they're taking these fights are also weird, right?
They don't have any like major team fighting spells, right? You have a mid Nyx, Like this hero doesn't really give you any team fight, and you have a off lane Bad Rider, which is also kind of like a single target hero, not the best team fight hero outside of his pipe. Pogna faces Void. I guess the faces Void is kind of like a team fight hero, but he doesn't really feel like he's doing a lot in the fights.
I think the main problem actually, if I'm being honest, I feel like MOUZ just don't have damage.
Yeah, like, the beast is just drumming all the way in the team fights. Another raw, damage is dead. Yeah,
and I think the way that they're taking the fights as well, Winter, like every single engagement that MOUZ take, it's because they see a raw that was used like on a support, right? But then you're taking the fight like 4v5. So yeah, raw was used, but you don't have your Pugna, you don't have your, maybe in some cases like this, you don't have Yamich. So even if you try and get a pick off on the Big Num, you get the kill, but then now you're coiled. In comes Crystallis looking for a target, but just again eats a Doom, and Speed is completely fine. Disrupts himself, you got a lasso on the beast, but the problem is no one's saving the DK. You might get yourself a support kill, but you trade your pause 1 for it. Now Shad forced to pop that BKB. Maybe this could be an opportunity for MOUZ to get the chase going. Boom on the front lines, very tanky, mid one there with the chase as well. Any way of slowing down this Beastmaster, he's dropping very low, still able to Lotus up at the last moment, and RCY keeps them at bay. He's still going? Sheesh. Has to be careful. Boom's going to try and play Bouncer on the front lines. RCY trying to make the most out of this double damage rune.
I mean, the Doom has a purge creep as well. He's just constantly removing the time dilation.
Oh, that's huge.
This
So you
is
just this Doom has fully
so
countered
annoying.
the Faceless Void, right? Because your time zone boots are bearing. Now you got the Purge Creep, Soul Dilation, doesn't matter.
Yeah, what are you gonna do as the Faceless Void here? What do you do in this type of game? He is queuing a Hex as his first item. Good lord.
We got Mid Nix, we got Hex Rush, Faceless Void Pulse, but what the damn hell is going on in these MOUZ games, bro? I don't even know. I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like that game number 1 draft, they definitely cooked, and it was a really nice strategy to watch. They just kind of made some execution mistakes, but this one, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this Mid Nix Pulse for Void.
Who is taking the blame? The Knicks or the Void?
Bro, what are you talking about? Who's taking the blame? Immortal Faith. He cooked this. How are you blaming any of these players? You think they decided this shit? Like, I don't know. I mean, the game's not over yet. It's a 7k gold lead. If they can just execute cleanly, it could be nice. Yamich is gonna exile himself to a balcony though. No one knows he's there. They want to go on the bigger target. There's a coil about the Bat Rider under his own tier 1. That's awkward. Shad has found mid 1. That is a much bigger kill. And no one knows that Yamich is dead. They finally put a sentry down. Let's see some wards, but no more Faceless Void. And feels like a long time coming. This tier 1 is going to drop.
Yeah, this game is just very, very hopeless for MOUZ right now. Crystallis, he's gonna TP out. No cancel in time.
God damn. That was close.
And when is exactly MOUZ's timing? I feel like they don't really have much of a timing in this game.
That's a great question, Winter.
Against what GamerLegion have. They're talking about early game, I feel like they can't really fight early game against the Beast, the Puck, the Doom. Now the mid game, now it's the mid game, but they're still not really gonna be strong enough in the team fights. Sure, you have this BKB coming up from Crystallis in a bit. But he's gonna get Rod, he's gonna get Demonic Purge, and then there's a Doom, you know. So the BKB doesn't even like feel like it's gonna help him a lot.
Yeah. I kind of feel like none of these items really feel like they matter that much. I feel like the biggest one might be, honestly, that Hex on the Faceless Void. As much as we're talking about it, it feels like that's the only one that makes an impact.
The Hex on the Faceless Void?
No, because the thing is, you look at the items, right? Celery already has a Greaves.
You think he's gonna be able to finish the Hex before the game ends? Are you serious, bro?
Okay, look, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly is the timing, because now Boom is going for an Aghanim's. Maybe that could be something.
So
but
realistically, how long do you think it's gonna take for him to finish the Hex, realistically?
Well, last game we thought that MOUZ were gonna end the game in around 35, and then it ended up being an hour. So realistically speaking, I got no goddamn idea. This could be another situation where GamerLegion, they get the advantage.
Bro, give me a number. I can't allow you to dodge this time.
Give you a number. Well, how long he's gonna take to finish this Hex?
Yeah.
I'll give it 10 minutes.
Oh, that's optimistic.
Okay. Sounds like you're disappointed in my answer. You want to I mean, should I take another one? I mean, it's nice of mid 1 to be tanking the ganks for him. Still surviving. Guardian Greaves making a difference. Lasso up. Shad. He's gone too deep. No stay for him because the Shadow Demon's caught up in the back line. Really nicely done by Boom and Yamich to get on the saving support and not allow him to get that disruption off.
You know what happened? That he forgot the Nyx was a mid hero, not a support. If it was a support, he rod him, he would have killed and TP out, you know. My friend has an Octarine Core. 2k HP.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice build from mid 1, and I, of course, as soon as we say something, it's immediately proven wrong. The save coming out from the Guardian Greaves made a big difference there. Celery able to help mid 1 survive, and really good defensive plays from MOUZ to get those 2 kills, right? A rare mistake from Shad. I feel like in this series so far, he's played pretty solid, and that was the first time he's kind of overextended for no real good reason.
Yeah, now that's going to be a huge punish if they lose the Roche here.
Oh shit, yeah, okay. Well... Looking for kills. Tiny's in trouble. Tiny's gone. The instant burst, that's what the mid Nyx gives you. It might be weaker in the team fight, but if you start to hemorrhage these kills on GamerLegion, then suddenly MOUZ can play the map again.
It's still a pretty slow rush, though, not gonna lie.
20 stacks on Napalm, he'll get faster.
Okay. But can they finish it? I don't think so, Mike.
It might be right. It might be on just...
the slowest rush ever.
Okay, it could be worse. It could be worse. I've seen some worse.
Okay, how can you be worse than that, man?
Radiant are
At least they have
They,
napalm and like boost carrying. I don't know.
They hit the Roche for 1 minute and it's barely half health here. Oh boy.
It doesn't seem like they even want to really take the Roche. It almost feels like they're trying to bait in GamerLegion, and they're succeeding at the moment. Big wraparound on the sentry though is Fade. Lasso up. Fade's in big trouble, but the disruption comes through. They save the Doom at the cost of the life of the Shadow Demon, but he's gonna get his ultimate off on the DK. Still, no one's doing damage to the whole ball of MOUZ. They're sticking together, surviving, and getting the better of GamerLegion.
Oh my god, the same thing happened again. He initiated on the Nyx, and then the Nyx doesn't die because of the Pugna, the D-Crab, and the Life Drain, Guardian Greaves just keeping mid one alive again. They have to target the Pugna. Haven't they learned their lesson? Pugna needs to die first.
Gotta kill Celery. That's the story for game number 1 on his Ench, and that's the story for game 2 on his Pugna. Doing a lot of work in these mid-game team fights and getting the advantage back for MOUZ in a game where they were a little bit lost in the past 5-10 minutes. Now Shad's caught out again trying to push the other side of the map. And once you start to lose more and more map control, that's where all these Invis heroes, they start to become a real problem, Winter.
I thought Invis heroes, they were only good in pubs, but I was wrong.
Bro, can you imagine how... This is a statement, right, from MOUZ, because can you imagine Immortal Faith, the man that we were blaming for this draft just a few minutes ago, he comes out Marcy Ench in the opening game.
Why are you using we? You were the one blaming him. I was kind of trying to put it on the players, you know, and you're trying to say, oh no, you think the players have a say in the draft?
Okay.
Do not use the word we all the time.
I was clowning on this draft just about. I was thinking, man, this Nyx is asking what a silly pick. But to be honest with you, I also don't know how much of it is GamerLegion initiating on the Nyx assassin 2 times.
I kind of feel like some part of it definitely has to do with Shad initiating on the Nyx 2 times in a row.
I mean, the second time wasn't really. I can't really blame GamerLegion because they were hiding under the sentry, they were waiting, right?
Okay, they smoked up to the high ground. The smoke broke and he just needs to target the Pugna. They need to find the Pugna. They're definitely there, you know. You don't want to just blindly, alright, our smoke broke, the first person in front, just aim the first person, you know. You have to think more about who you should be aiming.
Okay, here's a topic that we didn't really talk about in this game so far. Like when you have heroes like the Doom, the Beastmaster, the Tiny, and the Park, you kind of need a hero to give info, right? And I feel like GamerLegion don't really have that. You're thinking like
you
Clockwork.
serious? You serious?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Puck, you can just jump in, orb, give vision, why not? Puck is the information giver.
Well, it didn't really work out in that case because Puck was trying to...
Bro, he didn't go in first, you know. They just targeted the Nyx, you know. I think
He's scared of the mid. He's scared of the mid next. What can you do? If he jumps in, he might get caught, bro.
You say he's scared, but can I ask you a question? If he's truly scared of the mid Nyx, why isn't he buying BKB? You got no answer. You got no answer to that, right?
No, I actually do have an answer. I do have an answer, and you won't like to hear this, but it's the truth, Winter. You ready?
Tell me.
Why isn't RCY buying BKB? That was because he's a Southeast Asian Puck.
You know how the C players, they will never ever buy BKB. Or the C
that's what I'm saying. You could put the boy in NA, but you can't bring the Southeast Asia out of him in his soul.
You know the mid players from SEA, when you click on their shop, right, in Dota, there is no such thing as BKB.
I don't think, I think in certain regions in Southeast Asia, if you search Black King Bar in the shop, it doesn't even come up.
404, right? Not available.
I don't think, they don't even know about that. Fate's gonna show it off to them though. We've never seen this shit before. BKB walk away, very cool. Mid one still on the chase, mid one finds the kill. Oh my god. Okay.
That is what we call a 2-hit. Oh, it's 3-hit? Okay, I can't count.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, with that serrated shift, this is going to decimate the supports.
This unrelenting, speaking of neutral items, the unrelenting eye from the bat is going to be so nice, man. Just running through all the slows and all the annoying goop. Beastmaster,
okay,
balls.
I have a question for you about this neutral item, unrelenting eye. I have a friend that keeps blaming me because I like to get this on a support. He said this is not a support neutral item. It's only exclusive for cores. Do you have something to say about
Yeah,
that?
he has no goddamn idea what the hell he's doing. 50% slow resist. Are you out of your god? That's almost broken, I would say.
You know.
Okay,
the
hold
reasoning,
on. Mid one.
Nothing is happening.
Big Num's
okay,
dead.
maybe not.
Show some respect, please. A fight is breaking out. Raw, Shad's gonna come through and do a decent amount of damage onto the bat, but not before he gets the lasso off. Mid one's Aeon Disc is gonna proc Shad. He finally gets himself a kill onto the bat, and now slicing onto Yamich. This time around, it's MOUZ who try and go for a play they don't have the numbers for. Their heroes are just not here, and Crystallis couldn't connect. They'll lose 3, and this was their Aegis time.
They're back. They're back. Every time a team gets an Aegis, it's always a bad sign.
That's true. Do you think the Puck's gonna buy a BKB soon?
No, if he wanted a BKB, he would have gotten a BKB instead of the Lincolns.
I can kind of get it. Maybe he's a bit more scared of the Dragon Tail stun because that's kind of what has been screwing him over in the lasso, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like you'll be seeing any Pucks getting BKB and Lincolns in the same game, you know.
You can never be too careful. Let's see this start off again. Shad, the BKB, I think they start to realize, okay, Shad as the BKB means the only person who can kill him is the DK. And unfortunately, as you can see on your mini-map, the DK is in the bot lane. So he wasn't able to connect to that fight. I think MOUZ getting a bit of a wake-up call. Yes, we're in the driver's seat, but we can't quite run away with the game just yet.
They are no longer in the driver's seat.
They were in the driver's seat. And now they've been kicked out of the driver's seat by Shad again.
I mean, I still think that their lineup is supposed to function with some sort of goal lead, right, compared to the GamerLegion lineup. If they are on equal footing, I think it's really bad, you know, for the MOUZ lineup, if they don't have a lead. They need to have some sort of, like, lead. 35 minutes, I think they should be around, say, 7, 8k, maybe 10k ahead, you know, if it's an even game. Just based on the lineups, even though it looks like an even game economically, but it is not anywhere close to an equal game because of the scaling on the dire side, you know, on the GamerLegion lineup. They have much, much better scaling.
That's because the Void hasn't gotten his second item yet. He's finished the Scythe of Vice, by the way.
Oh my god, what was the time that you said? Are you right?
I said
hang on a minute.
I was right, and look at that. Catch out onto the park. RCY, can you get out of this one? Of course you can't! Hey,
he died to the hex?
I don't even think he used it, actually, to be honest. He might have. The cooldown might have been accelerated by the time zone. Let's see a fight recap for that.
Oh my god, you said it took
He
it
did
take him
use
10
the
minutes?
hex.
You said it took him 10 minutes. I think you were right. 10 minutes.
I was absolutely right. And also, you know, you're clowning on it a little bit here, but now he has Scythe of Vice on a 10-second cooldown in time zone. Because cast speed, like the cooldown acceleration is 400%. So he's just having hex non-stop.
This is the new Tinker. You can't refresh items on Tinker anymore, so you pick Faces Void. Damn.
I mean, Yamich has to find a way to try and be as obnoxious as possible, and he's getting there. Boom in the mid lane, caught out by the Doom. Manages to get his own BKB off, and here's mid one, ready to back him up. Not enough damage, but with Crystallis around the corner, absolutely enough. And now Fade having to pop his own BKB. But the physical, my goodness, evading up on the high ground. That was a crucial little dodge, able to blink back out to safety. At GamerLegion, they have... You know, we were talking a little bit about how MOUZ might have been booted out of the driver's seat, but it feels very back and forth. This game, it's kind of really been about whether Shad shows up or not. Boom's gonna get, I mean, there's not really much to talk about this replay. I guess just really nice reactions there from the Bat Rider to pop the BKB.
Yeah, I think the DK did the right thing. Not using his stun on Doom. He needed to take care of the Shadow Demon, so I felt like Fate is gonna leave there no matter what.
That's true.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
MOUZ, as if nothing happened, hack onto the tier 2 towers. Everything going according to plan, Winter. This was what they had planned for from the start.
What? The 800 damage Dagon on Nyx?
More like the DK being giga farmed and then solo carrying the game almost. I mean, to be fair, not to take anything away from the rest of MOUZ, who I think are doing decently. Boom especially, I think, showing why this Bat Rider is so strong, right? His net worth is pretty insane. He's absurdly tanky. You get too close, you don't kill him, he's gonna double lasso you now with his fresh new Aghanims.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah,
Now
Roche,
the Roche Pit, yeah.
Roche Pit fight coming up.
One's on the prowl. Just run into a sentry if he's not careful. GamerLegion are backing up. They have an idea. Bingham's cliffed himself. He has to TP out. Yeah, doesn't want to end up like collapse.
Wait, how long did he spend on the cliff? Like 5
Collapse?
minutes, right?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Dude, that is gonna be like the longest time someone was ever.
Yeah, I think
in a
it
pro
actually
game.
was. It
In a pro
legitimately
game.
was, yeah.
There's no freaking way that someone actually got clipped more than 5 minutes. Oh, here we go, Mike. Action's gonna begin.
Who they got? Double lasso. That's huge! Onto the Shadow Demon and the Doom. You're not gonna get a chance to use anything. Oh, MOUZ. We were talking about Boom on his Bat Rider. This is why you don't give that hero up. And you gotta keep in mind, MOUZ, they had first picked this game. They prioritized the Bat Rider over the Shadow Demon, over the Beastmaster, and Boom is showing us exactly why. What a catch from him.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a slip up there, because if you're camping this area as GamerLegion, you need to have a sentry in the middle of the lane to ensure that there's no observer wards,
Yeah.
They were just sitting on top of obs ward and a sentry. I think that was a major mistake right there,
Yeah. And it was kind of weird, right? Because it's not like they had a gem. If you have a gem and maybe your Doom's baiting on the front line to use his body, that's a different story. But not only that, you're playing against a Nyx. You should doubly be aware that there could be invis heroes lurking nearby ready to catch you. The
you're
GamerLegion
right.
just not prepared at all.
You're right, they were caught dozing right there, Shad, they're looking for a pick-off onto Boom here. He is going to be fine unless mid-1 tanks the gank, but he has A on this.
Radiant are scanning.
Do they have a... Yes, they have a Purge. They can actually use Purge to remove the A on this.
It's kind of awkward though. I mean, you don't really see the supports on the side of MOUZ. Crystallis is kind of bluffing up here all alone. Now he'll back up with that Aegis.
Dire are scanning.
This is starting to become real tough for GamerLegion. I feel like if they run into the full lineup of MOUZ, I'm not really sure whether they can fight unless MOUZ again just overcommit. It feels like all MOUZ really need to do is play it patient.
Oh, here we go. They find the Pugna.
Good catch, but pull the Pugna in. They raw him up, but they don't have detection. The dust comes out so late. And even with the Doom onto mid-1, he still survives for a little bit longer. RCY try to do damage in the fight, but they got another double lasso! Boom! He's gonna refresh and pull them in again. Pug manages to escape, but Crystallis, no one's dealt with the DK just yet. No control for RCY, so he'll be able to play this fight freely, but he can't save Fade. Boom coming out real big. They're sentencing the Doom to death. I think the Pug was able to steal away that gem though. Gets it on his body, trying to juke now, needs to find a place around the trees and TP out and he'll be fine. Now that fight should have gone a lot worse, honestly, for GamerLegion with the way it started out.
I mean, they still end up in a pretty bad trade, just trading a core and a support for a double support. Definitely not something that they want to. They looked really promising here when they got the toss on Salary, but they just took so long to kill him.
Just that clutch glimmer. Fade had to come in with the dust on the left side, on the right side, sorry. Ends up being not too bad, right? Mid-1, despite being Doom, immediately makes the call to TP away. And at this point, I think you're just thinking, okay, we can't chase any further. Let's just back up, kill Fade, and retreat, because our mid is not here anymore. They use Doom, we can go again. I mean, that's why we're seeing MOUZ play so aggressive now. They know that Doom is on cooldown. Doom is also dead. 2 more minutes on this Aegis. Maybe they can start knocking onto the high ground or something. Kind of seeing teams do this more and more where they just hold this high ground area in the triangle. As pushing high ground is tough, right? Especially against a Doom, a Disruption, the toss back, and the Raw. A lot of single target catch that could come through. Kind of surprised to see mid 1 doing so much damage this game. 27.8k, he's just sending these mind flares flying.
I mean, you look at the man's net worth, you know. Okay, Lasso. Another catch.
What do they call?
The Doom is caught, but he's
Able to
TPing out.
BKB TP. Don't have anything against that.
Nothing.
Might just be
ever
the
beat
Shadow Demon.
The Nightfall. The Nightfall is the best strategy in Dota. BKB TP out.
True.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I do get the Shadow Demon though, and he doesn't have buyback, so that's gonna open up the high ground for them. That's exactly what you want if you're MOUZ, right? You don't want to just run in on a 5v5 potentially on the high ground. You get a pick off, make it a bit safer. Now the Shadow Demon does have buyback. Managed to get enough gold for it. This is a very quick lane of Rags though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under Dire's top barracks.
Now on to the next. I mean, they're trying to force GamerLegion into some sort of reaction. But look at the way that GamerLegion are split up on the map. They want no part of this engagement.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they're kind of like waiting for... I don't know what else they're waiting for here. I guess they're just waiting for the Aegis to run out. Also, if you look at item timings, I don't know if anything that they're going to buy in the near future is kind of going to change the face of the game. Unless they can get Refresher on Fate. And that's probably the best item they can get on their lineup. Just get your Doom on the partner, get your Doom onto the Nyx, perhaps. Or even the Faceless Void, you know, I actually feel like maybe even straight up doing both supports could be a good idea for GamerLegion. I think you're probably going to ignore the DK or the bat. Those are not good targets on the Doom.
Meanwhile, he's found a big one. Shad in trouble. Speed there with the save. Boom looking for the back line, but we'll just settle for a lasso. Shad turns around the Raw, but they got the Doom off. It's a bit of an awkward situation now. It's Shad. He needs all the help he can get. They got Purgers on Purgers trying to help Shad escape. Still running away through the Defender's Gate. Yamich on the chase. They got a stun up, but it's RCY on the front line who's been caught. Turn around for the park. You gotta do everything on GamerLegion to try and keep the Beastmaster out of harm's way, and you pay the price of the puck for it. And now you can head into the...
I don't know if that was intentional. He lassoed the illusion, because if you lasso the illusion with Aghanim's and the real hero is behind and he has Lincolns, the secondary lasso ignores the Lincolns.
Yeah.
So he gets the pull.
It just latches on, right?
Yeah.
It's really nicely done regardless. Boom. Clearly a master of the Bat Rider. Now back up to the high ground. We've seen how fast these racks fall. And MOUZ, despite the hiccups in game number 1, looking for the jugular. Another double lasso. He just doesn't miss. Boom keeps on keeping it going, and GamerLegion, they just have no answers. Give up the bat to us one more time, they say. You're gonna regret it. GamerLegion, they just don't have an answer. They weren't able to punish him, and GG is called. MOUZ, they'll be able to take this series 2-0, and some smiles finally on the faces, hopefully. I mean, MOUZ, they don't look too happy. Maybe just kind of reliving, okay, you know, it really shouldn't have taken us so long to dispatch our opponents. Maybe still waking up a little bit, but either way, a good way to start out the ESL One Birmingham group stage run.
Yeah, not the cleanest of series, but they're gonna be happy, you know, coming out 2-0 here on the MOUZ side. First series of the tournament, definitely there's gonna be some bumpy rides here and there, and it's really, really nice at the end of the day they came up on top, and they're gonna have to, you know, eventually get better across the tournament. You need to find things that you have to improve on, so they're definitely gonna be happy with the win. Whereas on the GamerLegion side, I feel like in terms of coordination, it's definitely obvious that it's lacking from them, adding Shed recently to the squad, so they're definitely also having to work on that matter. I think draft-wise, first game they were way too greedy, but this game, in the second game, I felt like they had kind of like a balanced draft. It was kind of like the execution that was letting them down, you know, a couple of times Fate and Shed both getting caught in very, very dangerous positions, making very risky plays, going on heroes that they shouldn't be going on in the team fights. I think Celery just got unpunished in most of the team fights. He just kept all his cores alive, and I think that was a big driving force for MOUZ in the team fights, you know. GamerLegion just didn't really shut him down in the 5v5 engagements.
Yeah, and it feels like it's been a long time since we said that, right? Since Celery being a driving force, at the start of the day, we were talking about it, some limitations perhaps in the hero pools of both Yamich and Celery. There are very specific styles of support players and maybe some struggles in terms of adapting that to the current meta. But Celery going to show that if you don't answer his signature picks in the Pugna in the Eng, he's still going to give you a very difficult time. And that is exactly what happens, right? In this series, MOUZ, they're able to, even with some unorthodox heroes, even with a little bit of throws here and there, ultimately take the 2-0 over GamerLegion. So really well played to them. Quickly for you, we talk about Celery already. Would you say he's your MVP for this series?
Since you asked, of course, I think Celery is the MVP here. He was the master of keeping his cause alive. He kept DK alive, he kept Boom alive, he kept Mid-1 alive. Everybody is alive thanks to Celery, so we have to put this man in front of the screen here, Celery.
Do you think it's more of a GamerLegion slipping up on the execution, not focusing him down?
I mean,
do you feel like
it's
the draft had tools?
I mean, it's definitely both ways, Like, he also made it hard for them by having good positioning, but at the same time, I do feel like GamerLegion didn't really prioritize hunting him down in the teamfights. They were constantly... I felt like they just initiated to whoever showed in front, just like, okay, this guy is here, let's just go on him. They're not really putting a lot of thought process into the whole team fight aspect where, do we need to go on this hero or do we need to find the Pugna, They didn't really put a target behind Celery's back, and I felt like that was the biggest reason they kept failing the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, we have full vision of everything and we're watching from a third-person perspective. So I think for us, it's easy to see that Celery was the biggest problem that needed to be addressed. But I can kind of understand GamerLegion's frustration, right? You think about game number 1, you pick that Largo that's been serving you so well all throughout. You got a new carry player, he's feeling very nice on his TA. And then suddenly you're dealing with this hyper-fast-paced Marcy lineup that people just aren't really doing into Largo. It's starting to become a thing. And then this game number 2, you're up against Mid-Nix, you're up against Celery on his signature. And speaking of Celery, we have him here for an interview ready right now. What a pleasure for us to be able to talk to our MVP for that match. Celery, how are you doing? Opening series of the day, some pretty crazy games, but how are you feeling to be back on LAN?
Wow, MVP, so nice of you. I'm feeling good. It was fun games, long games, but very fun.
Yeah, so I'm going to start out by asking, of course, the past few events, it has not really gone your way. It looks like the team's been having some struggles. But now, in the opening 2 games, you're getting to pick some of your signature heroes. Is this something that's intentional? Did you guys try and build a draft around the heroes that you prefer?
No, not really. The rest is banned. But I mean, I'm happy to play these heroes. I practice them a lot, so I think the drafts went pretty well. It was very fun to play, but more than draft, I think we communicated well and we played together very well, which is most important. You can have your signature heroes, but you gotta work together.
Yeah, so sorry, the question I wanted to ask for you so far, from the beginning of the season to the current tournament here in Birmingham, I want to ask you about the progress, right? You guys started the season really well, and then you have the last couple of tournaments didn't go so well. And what do you think, in your own understanding, why is the team doing well in the beginning of the season and the last couple of months didn't go so well for the team?
Yeah, probably in the beginning we grinded really, really hard. Every single qualifier, and then almost every single tournament. And we were very much in shape, but at some point you need a little break from this madness. And we were just not in shape. Things didn't go our way, and it all stacked up. So we didn't look as good. But I think we're also a pretty volatile team. I think we can get first this tournament, but we can also get last. So usually we go in waves. So we had a bad wave before. So I think it's gonna be a good tournament.
Nice. That's very good to hear if you're a MOUZ fan, and coming into this first opening group stage game already, you guys are showing some pretty interesting picks, some interesting answers to some meta heroes like the Largo. How much more secret strats do you guys have cooked up? Is there any merit, you think, to showing these strats straight off the bat? Because sometimes people are always like, oh, we want to save strats for the playoffs. What's your philosophy on that statement?
Well, let's make it to the fucking playoffs first, right? Last time I didn't play there, so what saving what? I'm not gonna save anything. I also don't know what's happening sometimes. It mid one randomly goes with his Nyx at the end. He also said one more hero that I didn't expect. So you never know what's happening with this guy, man.
Okay, so it's just really with the drafts, sometimes it's easy to point fingers. Maybe, we're looking at Immortal Faith being the one clicking the buttons, but what you're saying is that sometimes these crazy last picks, it's just mid one cooking.
I don't know if he talked with someone else about this hero. I never saw him play this hero, but I guess he was owning.
Okay.
So. You never know. Man. You never know with this guy. He plays every hero.
Yeah. That is very funny to hear. Mid one surprising us all with the Nyx mid and even surprising his own teammate. Yep. Well, Celery, we know you have a long day ahead, so we won't take too much of your time. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And hopefully this time we see you at the playoffs that you mentioned. Good luck for the games ahead.
Thanks, guys. It was fun games.
It's so nice to catch up with him when, he's always been such a nice guy, and to see him have a smile on his face after such a, I want to say like a slump period, right? For MOUZ, you already mentioned it, like even he doesn't really know. It's like sometimes we're in form, sometimes we're not. We could win, we could be last place, who knows?
Yeah, it's just difficult to maintain a good run over a course of like 4 or 5 months, Like he said, players are getting tired, you keep traveling, you need a break, and then after the break, the problem is you get rusty, right? You take a break, you come back, everyone's training more than you, they're ahead of you, you need time to get back in shape, and then you keep losing, because you're behind. So it's a really, really tough thing to balance. You need the team to be training, but you also want to give them time to break. But at the same time, when you take a break, you fall behind. So it's a really, really tough thing to balance.
Who do you think should be in charge of that? Is that where you think something like maybe the coach or the performance staff of a team need to be the ones like dictating all that stuff?
I think eventually you'll get to a point where I think it's already at that point for some teams to have a stand-in here and there so that you take turns taking a break. Sometimes it's this player, sometimes it's player B, sometimes it's player C, and everyone gets like a break somewhere, Because if you keep playing throughout the whole season, I think it is literally almost impossible to maintain the form throughout a year.
Yeah, it's difficult. I feel like the last time we saw like such a streak of dominance was Gaming Gladiators, but since then it's been a long time since the team has like consistently won for long periods of time. Of course, for us, we are not going to slow down. We are going to keep things going because we have another amazing series for you coming right up. It's going to be PARIVISION versus Yandex, where the previous series was a bit messy, a bit chaotic. I expect to see efficient Dota. I expect to see clean Dota, and I expect to see Dota you want to catch after a short break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Well, that opening series between MOUZ and their opponents was just about as messy as it could get. I feel like GamerLegion and them just traded blows non-stop. Certainly the way you want to start things out at Birmingham, the city of brawling, of course. And now we have another one, but maybe a bit more technical. Dota, Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the second series of the day between PARIVISION and Yandex. These are two teams that me and you, we have very high expectations for, Winter.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very exciting match. A lot of big plays happening in the game. Very, very fast-paced Dota with a lot of action. I think these two teams, they're definitely going to deliver top-notch Dota.
Yeah, we got to remember as well that in the most recent tournament, PGL Wallachia Season 7, Yandex won with a stand-in. They had PARIVISION's ex-offlaner DM join their side, and along with him, they not only crushed PARIVISION but won the whole damn thing. So if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the team's fundamentals, the team's just kind of strategies and their ability to adapt, I don't know what will. And we already talked about it a little bit, right, Winter? When it comes to a group stage that's as long as like the ones at ESL One and as some of the ones at Dream League, the teams that can adapt will most likely succeed.
Yeah, definitely being a very, very flexible team is very important, you know, in long tournaments like this. You gotta be able to change your strategy because long group stages mean that the meta is gonna shift, heroes are gonna be prioritized differently, and you need to be able to have a balance between your team's hero pool and the current meta.
Yeah, you see hard hitters there on the side of Team Yandex, but of course their opponents, no blowovers as well. These guys bringing in a new offlaner in Triple S has brought them a different style, right? This is the team that managed to win ESL One Bangkok. It was just kind of, what, 1.5 years ago at this point. So, I mean, they're no strangers to ESL Ones and doing well there, but now they have a bit of a change of, I guess, characters, right? Triple S coming in the mid lane, and of course, Satanic replacing Crystallis. It really feels like this team for the longest time was defined around 9 class and all these little funky things he could do. And then now they're trying to find that balance again. Meanwhile, Team Yandex, with notice, they were able to crush Yakult's brothers earlier on. 2-0. Their game 2 was over before our game 1 even ended. These guys are technical to the very team.
Efficient Dota, I would say. And they played most of the heroes. I think they have a very wide hero pool. They are, I think, the best at the first, one of the best teams at the first 10 minutes of the laning phase and the transition point after the laning phase, moving into like the 15-20 minute mark, the Roshan, the Tormentor. I also want to highlight like Melody, right? Yeah, I think he's probably one of the best position 5s right now in the meta. Like he knows when to itemize defensively, when to itemize greedily on his supports, like building the eggs. Sometimes he's solo carrying the game with Jakiro or Warlock. I think these are the things you have to be able to understand as a position 5 in the game. It's no longer I'm just buying support items to keep my cause alive, you know. There are games where you have to be the carry yourself and you need to be able to do it.
Absolutely. And we've seen that kind of built up. We actually had a lot of conversations, Winter, about this team in our own downtime because the team's identity has changed in such a big way, right? The decision to bring in Triple S, you were saying, brings a lot more flexibility, especially to the captain on your right, Mr. No One.
Because his pool is a lot more, I think, cheaper economically. He plays more of the fighting type heroes like the MOUZ, Pango, Slada. I think those are heroes that DM doesn't really possess in his pool. Right? DM is more like he's an Aurora bot, he's playing the scaling hero, so it kind of takes away from the flexibility you can have on No One. I think as the mid laner, if your off laner doesn't really move, he plays the scaling and Aurora bot heroes, then you feel like most of the games you have to be the moving hero. You can't really be greedy on the mid lane heroes. So I think definitely having Triple S enables No One a lot more because he excels at playing the Beastmaster, more scaling type heroes. Sometimes you see him playing Sniper. He loves this type of lane dominator into scaling type of hero. So I think his hero pool has been further enabled by having Triple S on the team. And like I think overall they feel more fluid when they have Triple S because they can play more aggressive compared to before.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the other components of this lineup that we didn't really mention just yet is Mr. 9 class, right? Because it was always those two in a pair. DM, the sacrificial offlaner who was going to go for auras regardless, and then 9 class doing whatever shenanigans he wanted to accomplish that day. But it kind of feels like 9 class, he's gotten a bit more tame, right? He's playing a bit more of these, I want to say normal pause 4 heroes. He's kind of, we see Ringmasters, we see Skyref Mages, Shadow Shamans especially. There's less like 9 class and more like, you know, a lot of these other typical
I think
heroes.
another difference between Triple S and DM is I think DM is better at being left alone in bad matchups. Whereas Triple S, I think because he's a newer player, he's less experienced, so he kind of needs more babysitting. And also probably because of his heroes, they are, I think, best not to be left alone. You need to enable them with a range hero. I think that also kind of requires 9 class to play like a slightly different type of hero pool because of Triple S.
Yeah, you can't just sack him from the very get-go, right? In his first few months on the team, you gotta make a nice little environment, you know, kind of trick him into thinking you're gonna be there for him no matter what. And then suddenly 6 months in, when you pass probation, every time the minute passes, first minute of the lane, I'm out of here, brother. I'm gone. You're not gonna see me anymore.
Dota probation does not last 6 months. Dota probation is 3 days. If you can't pass the first 3 days on a team, you're done, man.
That's true. That's true. Dota doesn't really work like every other job. I'm being a bit too facetious.
6 months, I think you've already played on 3 different teams, you know.
That's true. And I love the point that you made about Triple S as well. Maybe it's not that he's a newer player, but up until this point, he was recently on 1 win, right? And I consider 1 win to be, I mean this in the least flamey way possible. Honestly, it's a positive. I consider them to be like Eastern European gatekeepers, right? If you can't beat 1 win, you're never making it to tier 1. And he was kind of on that stack for a little bit. It was one thing that we noticed about these offlaners at that level of Dota 2 gameplay is a lot of the times they kind of adapt more of a carry style, right? They will try and play for their own scaling. They play a lot greedier, and that's like the polar opposite of DM in terms of playstyle that you were mentioning.
Yeah, DM is just a very, very different type of player. I think when they remove DM, they're already thinking a lot about like how they can actually change, you know, like the type of playstyle that they want to have with Triple S, you know. I think ultimately it's just one of those decisions where it changes the whole team so drastically, you know. It's not like, oh, Triple S is just individually way better than DM or vice versa. You know? It's just they wanted the team to be move towards a very, very different composition so that they can play differently.
Whether that's going to work out for them, we'll find out.
Look at what is in the ban list, Mike. Look at the ban list right now.
Are you feeling very vindicated because you see that Tinker in there?
I mean, a little bit. I'm not going to lie. You know?
No, I can respect it, but I also think that out of all the teams that have been at the previous Tier 1 events, PARIVISION were probably the ones most comfortable bringing it out in the early phases, right? And no one especially really comfortable on this hero, so he's not going to get the chance to. PARIVISION instead snatch up the Satanic Shadow Fiend. I mean, I assume it's Satanic Shadow Fiend. There's also the chance that they, of course, throw it into the mid lane if the matchup's good.
Low chance.
This is a hero that doesn't really escape bans. Yandex will get their hands on the Malady Jakiro, though.
One of the best Jakiro teams in the tournament.
Is there a better Jakiro team?
Oh, hang on, wait. That's a good question. Let me see. A better Jakiro team. Oh my god, it's Jakiro. We're such support players, you know. You see Jakiro, oh, who is the best Jakiro team?
Yeah, we don't give a shit about SF. We're trying to find out who's the best goddamn Jakiro in the building.
I think Aurora would make a good argument for that.
Oh, Kari's pretty solid. Yeah, you're right.
Tundra as well. Yeah, I mean
that's true. Whitemon exists. Actually, wouldn't you say that Whitemon and Malady are sort of hitting a similar arc? Because I remember when Whitemon was starting to get the recognition as a POS 5, like everyone was saying like, oh, you know, he's doing things for his carry that no one's ever seen before. And now people are saying the same things about Malady, right? Winning these lanes, going for unique item builds, putting the game on his back in some of these cases. It's been really nice to see.
Both of them are definitely two of the best position 5 players, you know. I think who would make a close third place in the tournament? third place.
You were mentioning
best
Kaori
Jakiro.
as a good Jakiro, but maybe
Yeah,
as
Kaori
a
as well.
Simon. You think
Yeah,
so?
I think he's improved a lot. Before, I didn't really have a very good opinion about Kaori. I always felt like he was so greedy, he doesn't play for the team. But nowadays, ever since he joined Aurora, I think he changed a lot. He's a very sacrificial player. He plays for his team. And I think he has made a lot of improvements in terms of his gameplay. But enough of that. Back towards the current draft. So Jakiro is a response to SF. And Jakiro is, I think, out of all the position 5 heroes, is one of the best against SF. Because SF carry is very vulnerable in the first, I would say, 4 to 5 minutes. And you want to use your support to gate gang him. Jakiro is one of the best. I think the second best...
I think you were mentioning Phoenix the previous time.
Yeah, Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix, because you can just gate and dive on him, right? You can kill him. So those are the 2 best position 5s, I think, at gate ganking and SF. So they already have one of them. And they are going to have even another support that can gank the SF, you know. I think SF is very weak into repositioning heroes like Tiny. And the counter to the Tiny repositioning is Marcy. You bring him backwards.
Yeah.
I know it sounds kind of like a meme, but it's
I know what
true.
you. That's real. That's real. I can agree with that. Marcy SF definitely a good combo.
Marcy
Gone
is
are the
the
days of the
counter.
Naga SF, Clock SF. People don't mind. They go for the Phoenix though.
Don't forget
That's the Ducalis
Bane,
hero.
the Bane SF. I think Bane SF is one of the more deadly ones in the early game. The sleep into Requiem early or the grip into Requiem,
That's true.
instant death.
It's very scary.
Okay, the Phoenix is kind of like also something that's really popular because Phoenix with SF, right? It's not a very conventional, maybe not conventional, but not a very traditional duo, because SF is regarded as like a weak level 1 hero, right? And Phoenix is also a weak level 1 hero, and you don't really want to have weak level 1 heroes together. Like somebody has to make up for something, you know. But I think in the game it kind of makes a lot of sense because if you can get past the lane, in the mid game, SF is always a hero that you get targeted, right? And Phoenix with Sunray is amazing at saving and keeping the SF alive in a team fight.
Sure. It could still be tricky though, right? Because you're thinking about maybe if the SF gets to stand in front of the Phoenix and then the Phoenix can Sunray, but then now the Tiny is going to play a big part in pulling the SF away from the saving Sunray of the Phoenix. Then that could send the whole formation for PARIVISION into disarray. Now you have the Luna coming through as well. Yandex, they want to play fast.
That's so fast. Luna, Jakiro, Tiny, they're very, very strong in the lane. Luna can also gank with the gate. He can also TP to back up with Eclipse. So this is definitely a very, very fast lineup already from Yandex. Jakiro, Luna, strong lane. They're going to decimate any offlane. I don't think you can pick any offlaner that can survive.
What the hell do you
in this
even
lane.
pick into this? Like,
Yeah.
you
There's
can't
no
pick a tanky
underlord.
guy because like you just die to like.
There's no
spells.
underlord, and the traditional counter to Luna is Darkseer. You just make more Lunas of your own. But I don't know if you can actually get to that stage, you know, that Darkseer wants to. Like Darkseer is like a slow-paced hero. You get the aura items, you want your Agadims against the Luna. There's so many things you want, you know. And
You kind of want a MOUZ though, right? Like MOUZ would fit pretty nicely here into the lineup, even if the lane starts.
Mars is definitely better because you have a combo with Phoenix and SF, the arena into the Requiem and the egg. That is definitely something you want to have because Yandex is already very, very fast-paced. What the hell? So they take the Darkseer themselves to. It's also a counter to SF because you make copies of SF and you have kill potential, you know, with the Ion Shell on Tiny. You reposition him and then you can kill him. This is like a very, very good lineup to gank on with the gates. You know, Tiny and Darkseer, you have a lot of damage. So once the Jakiro comes over, it's a very easy kill onto the SF and Phoenix lane. You know? So PARIVISION, they definitely have to be very wary of this, have early gate wards to see it coming.
What's this Invoker about on the 18 then? Do you think it's
Shaman?
Because you're not seeing. I mean, yeah, you can play the Shaman, but
combo.
then is that going to be enough to try and tide over the aggression? Because right now, the way that Yandex look like, they're going to be grouping up in 3s and 4s, running you down, diving you. I don't know what Invoker can do.
I feel like it's actually a very good pick here. Not in terms of hero matchup, but in terms of like gameplay, right? Because if you think about what Yandex is trying to do, they're trying to play through gates with Jakiro, Luna. They win that lane, and then the Jakiro gates to the Tiny and Darkseer. They're going to be cutting the wave, manipulating the wave, so they can dive you under the tower and the Jakiro coming in. Right? That's what they're trying to do. And PARIVISION, they're trying to respond respond by having a Sunstrike to upset the balance on the side lanes, you know, with the Shaman. So if they can actually land a couple of good kills onto Luna, so it might actually prevent the Jakiro from rotating to kill the SF. Or even when the Jakiro rotates to kill the SF, they might have enough firepower to get a kill first, you know, with the Sunstrike. So I actually really like the Invoker pick here. And not to mention, you can dispel a lot of the stuff from Duxie, you know, the Surge, the Iron Shell.
That's true.
You also kind of force whatever mid hero that Yandex pick to just stay mid, you know, because you have the Meteor Hammer, your favorite item, and you have the Fort Spirit banging on your towers.
What do you want to pick into an Invoker? Because we know CJ, Chira Jr., he's an Invoker specialist himself. I'm sure he knows that matchup.
I think according to statistics, Puck and Void Spirit are the best heroes against
Well, both are banned though.
Yeah, but everything is banned now. So the third best hero...
Like you need catch,
Invoker,
like you need jump.
No, I actually like Sniper, you know, because Sniper is also good against SF, and Sniper can hit the egg. So I actually kind of like Sniper here. I feel dirty, you know, by suggesting that hero.
Oh, you should. I don't know whether Chira Jr. actually plays that.
I mean, he definitely plays it. He plays Sniper, he plays Viper. I think one of those range heroes are gonna come out. But before that happens, PARIVISION, they have to pick their tanky off-lane hero. There's still a Slada, there's no MOUZ, there's no Centaur, there's Tide, and there's Slada. Which one he'll play yourself? He'll play Tide. Not the best lane matchup into Luna, because there's a lot of magic damage, Luna and Jakiro, but I feel like with Shaman, it kind of offsets the nuking power of Luna, because you can take Gush. I already mentioned this in our previous game. The Shaman fighting your Jakiro, and then the Tide just comes over, gushes the Jakiro, and then you win the trade there, and then the Tide can all of a sudden just lane against the Luna.
Yeah, and I mean, not to mention the MOUZ is banned, right? That was the one that we were thinking sort of would fit this lineup the best. Some side lane setup for the Sunstrike as well. A bit more of a body, maybe to try and defend these towers, because you think about
it's also
what Darkseer wants to do.
Cataclysm later, the Ravage.
True, yeah.
Can't forget about that.
Okay, so there's a Sniper option. There's also an Earth Spirit option that Chira Jr. has gone for before, but they go for a Coddle. So really amping up the pressure. This is Yandex saying, you know, all that stuff you talked about with us playing greedy, playing efficient, playing for the map, playing for macro. We don't give a shit. We're going to run at you. And they're going to switch things up. It's Chira Jr. in the mid lane as the Tiny up into no one's Invoker, and Saksa will be playing that pause for Coddle. Do you like this adjustment?
Yes, very much, because Coddle and Tiny, they are a very, very good combination together. If the Tiny is a core, it's way better that way compared to the Coddle mid and the Tiny support. The Tiny core abuses the Solar Bind so much with the Spell Amp and the slow. And if you look at the side lane, Darkseer with Coddle also, they actually work together really well, because Coddle likes to shove out the lane, and then you create stacks for the offlaner. You always, I feel like 80-90% of the time, you always want to lane with someone that can take stacks, you know, if you're playing Coddle position 4. And Darkseer, I think, is perfect for that. But because they made this change, I think the downside of this is the gate gang. So the gate gang is definitely going to get considerably worse, because your lane is Darkseer and Coddle. You can't exactly kill the SF, I think, with the Jakiro rotating. It's not going to be so easy. Not impossible, but compared to Tiny Darkseer, with Jakiro rotating, that already sounds a lot easier than Coddle Darkseer.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a name for this this type of lane, Coddle Darkseer.
What?
I call it the AWOL lane. AWOL standing for absent without official leave, because you go to the lane, you know that the Darkseer Coddle is supposed to be there. They're not gonna be there. They're not gonna be playing the lane. All you see is a Ion Shell. All you see is a Blast. You're never gonna see these heroes. They're gonna be farming stacks. They want zero things to do with you. Maybe they'll cut a creep wave. That's about it.
That's your last pick.
It's not even a Darkseer last pick.
It's not even a dirty pick.
Yeah.
Bro.
Why is he getting all... Bro, this guy first pick SF. What does he want? Just coming in with a all chat.
He thinks that Darkseer is the ultimate SF counter. I am going to try it. Is Darkseer the SF counter? We will come back to you tomorrow with the answer.
Yeah, after these games, you play a pub, and then we'll find out from the source himself, Mr. Winter, the definitive driver of all Dota 2 truths.
Only in C.
Only in Southeast Asia.
Doesn't work in Europe anymore.
Yeah, viewers outside Southeast Asia don't pay.
Oh, look at the gush! He got gushed!
Who they get? Oh, notice your filthy little Darkseer last pick. Eat that.
SF has the kill. He has 4 charges already, 4 damage.
How did that happen? Did they just walk out? It must have been smoked or something.
They smoked and then they just somehow found a Darkseer on the side. I think he was just trying to linger around to go steal the bounty round late, and he just got caught, you know.
Battle begins.
Yeah, I don't think Yandex have any business trying to mess around in before the horn goes, because their heroes are pretty weak.
You know
like
what?
Tree toss level 1 tiny.
He definitely got distracted by the Darkseer last pick.
Yeah, that's right. It's mind games, dude. Whether Darkseer is even a counter to the SF, it doesn't matter. He was too busy for
You know, we have
facing.
to compile a statistic based on first blood. Are the players typing before the game starts more likely to die to first blood?
I don't need a stat for that shit. I can tell you the answer is yes. I don't need any official statistics. I can very confidently answer that.
Because you're one of them, right? You're typing, you're trying to reply to a flame, someone's saying something to you before the game starts, and then you die.
No, but it's also kind of, I think it only applies to like the pros, right? Because obviously they're all friends and they know each other, and those high mortal lobbies, Melody, you're gonna get run down. This is the gush effect that you were talking about. Just allowing 9 class to trade
Gush
nicely.
effect.
Yeah, the gush effect.
I'm
Wait,
glad
why is that,
we
why is that
gave it
funny?
a
Those are
name.
just 2 English words.
Bro, it's just a kill, you know. Why is it a gush effect?
It's because it tips the balance, man.
So if a Centaur gets double edge at level 1, not that it will happen, you call it the double edge effect.
Yeah, if he gets a kill, that's the double edge effect, bro.
I mean, you're gonna have to be more. You're gonna have to be more creative than that, you know. Come up with a better name.
Okay, sorry.
I forgive you.
Okay, well, with that kill onto the Darkseer, the lane's gonna be pretty tough, right? We already talked about how the whole notion of gate ganking and the lane itself is going to be a bit trickier. Darkseer's already kind of dealing with a wave behind his tower. I guess this is normal Darkseer gameplay. Just drag the wave and farm it. I don't know.
Against Shadowfiend, I think probably the best thing you can do. I don't think there's any other hero that can play the lane normally against SF. Because SF is too strong in the lane. You can't really contest him because of the damage from the raise, the right click damage, the minus armor in the lane. There's just no trading against that, you know. I think out of all the carry heroes, SF is by far the best laner. I don't even think there's a contest.
And it's all just because the stacking damage from the razors and how much...
Everything, you know, just the minus armor, everything, you know, you're a ranged hero, you have so much right click damage. I think maybe Wind Ranger is like a second contender for carries being strong in the lane.
Yeah, you just spam the shackle shot, get the damage bonus, right click, right click, right click. It's a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah, but like you said, the Koto Darkseer lane, they don't even care about playing the lane directly. But if you look at the CS, it's 17-3 for the SF and 7-2 for the Darkseer. So Darkseer is definitely struggling.
Okay, but they split the CS, right? So Koto's got 5 of them. So I guess
Fair
that's
enough.
not too bad. I don't know. It's still rough. SF is basically free farming. But according to what you're saying, with a SF, he's always going to free farm unless you can bring those early gate rotations. I think that's kind of why I don't really like this Koto, because you see, he's being chased down. The spot a little bit late. I feel like they could have come in a bit earlier, but maybe he used the invoke in the mid lane. I'm not too sure.
I mean, I guess maybe he didn't expect the TP right away. Also, so because sometimes you see these invoker players, they tend to like to use the Sunstrike later because they want to get the last hit, right? To ensure that you get the most benefit of the Sunstrike, because you're utilizing mana on the side lane, so you're not really getting value out of your own lane, right? By doing that, so you have to make sure you get the kill. If you,
it's not even about kill securing or that kind of meme, right? It's like genuinely you need the resource back for your investment.
Yeah, precisely. It's very, very important that you actually get the kill.
I mean, maybe later on in the game you can talk about like the pre-Sunstrike just to make sure the kill actually happens. That's a different story. But like 175 mana, that is a big price to pay.
Expensive, very expensive, Mike.
This one's not going to get the last hit, but still might get him a very nice kill. No one will find the last hit on that. Great rotation there from 9 class.
Yeah, 4-minute rune, just trying to deny him from the water rune, and the angle that he came from as well, the ward on the high ground, I think he didn't really see the shaman coming through there because he was stacking and walking down, so that was a pretty critical kill they get on the mid lane, the mid tiny. It's going to catapult no one into a very, very good position. Like, the faster you can get your Kaya, it means that you're going to be able to continuously throw out the Sunstrike onto the map. This hero is so mana starved, you know.
Yeah.
You need 2 new talismans and a Kaya.
And even then, if you're just kind of farming at max efficiency, you might not have the most mana to work with at all times. You take part in one team fight, you cast an Ice Wall, Meteor, Deafening Blast, it's like, that's your whole mana pool gone, man. So we'll see. No real aggression from Yandex so far. The Koto last pick basically means that the pace they were trying to go at has slowed down a little bit. They're playing more for the early game farm. Probably to hit early mid-game timing with their Luna, Darkseer, probably the tiny 1 or 2 items as well. Nineclaw still sticking around in this mid lane here. Chira Jr. has to watch himself, doesn't want to give up another kill.
Bro, look at the wards around mid lane.
Yeah.
Radiant has 3 wards. They see everything. Okay, one of them is going to expire, but yeah. I mean, this tells a lot already. They are just going to just continuously play around the mid, pressure with the Forge Spirits, use the Sunstrike. And this Tiny is not going to get any runes, I think. He needs backup quick.
Triple S being run down, but will be able to survive thanks to the infused raindrops. And as much as we were talking about Triple S being less good in a bad matchup, we're kind of seeing PARIVISION play their typical style, right? They're kind of stacking the Tidehunter, running towards the mid lane, enabling no one. And Saksa dropping really low to the Meteor damage. Sunstrike dodges to the left. Very good recognition there from the Keeper of the Light.
Fancy footwork, you know? Hard to guess where he's going there. Helps that you are one of the fastest heroes in the game.
Malady falling prey to the Gush effect. What a spell. Very nice. Triple S will survive thanks to the Kraken still juking around the trees. The Glaives are bouncing. Gets the last hit. Sunstrike's coming through to equalize the... Okay. This is what you were talking about with the Invoker pick, Winter.
He didn't get the kill, but he sets up the kill. But this is why Invoker is probably one of the strongest mid laners right now. There's so much impact with the mana pool with this new build. You can keep throwing out the Sunstrike and
hold that thought.
Kill.
7 minutes. Ducal is just diving between the tier 1 and tier 2, trying to put pressure onto Yandex, threaten the steal on their Shrine of Wisdom. So the Jakiro has the TP down just to equalize that trade. But still, Ducalis, a nice bit of EXP for him on that solo kill.
Yeah, 1 Shrine apiece. So game is not over at 7 minutes. That's what we like to see. I mean, Shira Jr. actually cancelled his TP. The moment he saw the Jakiro securing the Shrine, he's like, okay, guys, I don't need to come. I can sit mid and farm.
Yeah, there's no point. A really nice play there from Triple S, using the tree line to juke out the Luna, forcing that Lucent Beam. That allows Nineclaw to get himself that double. And PARIVISION doing a pretty good job at putting pressure onto Yandex. We were looking at the Yandex draft thinking that they would be the ones to really run at this SF. But so far, top of the net worth, complete free farm. Doesn't really feel like he's been answered at all.
He's not answered in the laning phase, but in the game, I think Darkseer, no matter what, is going to be a good answer to SF because you're making copies of him and you're getting the aura.
Sure. As the long-term investment, right? You let him get fat so that your illusions are going to be stronger. Sure. I see.
Sure, I mean, if you want to put it that way. I'm getting a copy of you anyway, so I'm not afraid if you get stronger.
Yeah, any money you put into your pocket is money in my pocket every time I have ball.
Bye-bye.
What the hell? Is that just Luna coming through the Twin Gates, getting it through done by itself? Okay. Nice play, Watson.
Luna is a very, very good gate ganker. I'm actually starting to be a fan of this hero. Initially, I thought, okay, Luna is only back in the meta because of Shadow Demon, right? You're picking Shadow Demon and Luna together and you're being obnoxious with the pushes. Because it's always so hard to push high ground, and Shadow Demon Luna makes it that you are pushing the high ground with minimal risk. But the more I watch Luna, I feel like the hero is just good, you know?
Watson narrowly escaping capture here, but now will get spotted. Here's the dive. Onto Watson. Sunstrike coming through, all sorts of fires and flames, burning up the Luna.
Yeah, there should be additive damage, you know, at this point. When you're getting Sunstrike and there's a Sun Ray on top of you, you should take bonus damage.
Thank you for that. Thank you also for caster cursing Watson there. Very, very cool of you.
Technically, I caster cursed the hero. I said Luna is a good hero. It feels like a good hero.
Okay, who the hell is playing the Luna this game?
I mean, in general, he's not the only person that's playing Luna, right?
Well, this is the only situation that applies to us right now. Is the one where Watson's playing the blue.
Oh, stun strike. Okay, no.
There's a
wrong
wraparound.
team.
What's happening? Melody.
Why did
He's
he?
come-
I'm so
yeah,
confused. What did he try to do there? What did he try to do? He actually tricked me, you know. The way he moved up and he tries to kill the shaman, I thought the invoker was on his team because he was alone. He was legit alone there, and he tried to go from behind to ice puff the shadow shaman.
I mean, he doesn't even have level 6, right?
Like,
so
what?
you're really hoping
Why?
that I don't even know how that kill would happen. You're kind of hoping that the shadow shaman just kind of slowly gets run down by you and no one's in the area. Speaking of no one, in the mid lane, Haste Rune allows him to easily escape.
Oof. Long
That's the
range.
infused
toss.
raindrops, baby.
The best
Oh, look at
item.
that.
The best item against Tiny in the early game, infused raindrops. Whenever your teammate does not buy infused raindrop in your games, just kindly report that person. Thank you.
That's crazy. That's a report of an infused raindrop. That's damn.
Hey, haven't you talked to all these core players in your pubs? You're asking why you're not buying raindrops. Raindrops is not an item that I want to buy because it slows me down from getting my next item timing. They will tell you that. Haven't you heard that? I want to get my.
It's
I want
funny.
to.
You know what they tell me? They tell me to buy themselves. And I'm like, brother, they cut the values on this shit. It's not even worth it. Like you'll save so much more money with a raindrop.
You know,
I don't care. It's not my.
You know,
money.
if you could highlight the raindrop gives you 0.6 mana regen, I would highlight that. You know, helps you farm.
Can you imagine how toxic it'd be if they... Oh, hang on. Big wraparound smoke play here. The supports of PARIVISION are on the prowl. They're trying to find the Luna, but they narrowly miss her. They made a big wrap all the way through the jungle in the top side, came all the way to set up that deep ward, only to find Watson in front of the tier 2. So missing the mark on the gank there, a bit unfortunate. While the rest of Yandex playing in the bot lane. I mean, as PARIVISION, I'm sure you're like fine with this, right? You're just chilling, farming on all 3 cores. Everyone's doing pretty decently.
You have better scaling. I think they have better scaling. Thai Invoker SF late game. Even on Darkseid, you can copy the SF later. But I think in ultra late game situation, the Invoker is actually the real king. You know, if you get past 40 minutes.
Yeah, not to mention the support scale incredibly well. Phoenix and Shadow Shaman, but of course they need to get there. Chira Jr. finding his first bit of action in this game, had a pretty quiet start on the Tiny, but finally putting that Blink Dagger to work.
Yeah, it's also a tiny bit Kotal that's running around right now. It's very, very scary.
Yeah, you kind of expect to see this from the Yandex lineup a bit earlier, but decided to put the pieces together, put the pressure down onto this tier 1 tower with Notice and his fresh little Helm of Dom. Now starting to invade the jungle, try and flush away the members of PARIVISION from this area that they want to farm in.
Yeah, PARIVISION are definitely going to have to be very cautious right now with the dagger on high. This is the first big item timing of the game, whereas they don't exactly have their timing on the PARIVISION side. They need, I want to say they need Pipe. Pipe is probably their biggest timing on Triple S. And the rest of the heroes just kind of have to farm, you know, so they need to be cautious now. Yandex are the ones that are going to be doing the majority of the hunting at the moment. I mean, you see them just posturing really, really aggressively. The Darkseid, the Tiny, the Jack Hero is running around looking for kills. Triple S.
Wasn't comfortable showing his Triple S.
No pipe. No way to survive.
I don't know what that was about. I don't know what he thought was going to happen, and now they're looking for more. They smell that 9 classes in the area, but they just don't catch him.
That was very strange. Why did he actually decided to move up, you know? I felt like he was really cautious before that. Then all of a sudden, he just decides, okay, maybe I can take this one wave of creep in the middle of the lane, but I don't have a tier 1. I'm just going to decide to risk it. No idea, man. That was that looked like a really silly death to me.
I can't understand it. Hey, on the bright side, and I know you hate to hear me say that, Winter, but maybe you can tell your team, oh, Eclipse used.
I'm sure you can do that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean
I think that's the only thing
it doesn't,
actually.
Bro, it doesn't mean your death was fine, you know. Okay, arena down, so your death is fine.
Space creator.
That's always the classic excuse, you know, when you die. Guys, they have 5 heroes here. I don't know what they're doing, you know. Haven't you heard of this saying? Like, I don't know why they're all here, you know.
Yeah, the answer's pretty simple. It's to kill your ass.
And
Got
when
you.
somebody just dies, you know, that I don't understand why are they all in this area, you know?
No, I think you can say that. You know what's hype? If 5 heroes run at you and then you escape, and then you kind of bring your teammates' morale up by saying, look at these clowns, you know, they're all 5 here trying to kill me. But the problem is if you die, then they've not wasted the time. Then you sound like a bit of a fool.
Yeah, precisely. Especially if you're a core, you know? If you're a support, maybe you get away. Guys, they brought 5 heroes to kill a Crystal Maiden, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That I can understand. A lot of sympathy for support players and support players themselves, of course.
Yeah, that's
Speaking
the
of support players,
benefit of playing support.
true. Ducalis in position to try and block a smoke headed for Satanic, but Yandex decide to run the other way through the twin gates, looking towards top side instead. Now, there's not really an objective other than the tier 1 here to play for. Maybe they can break that one open and then start invading the triangle. So far, PARIVISION have done a pretty decent job dodging the aggression of Yandex, right? Other than that death on Triple S in the mid lane, no one's really been caught.
Yeah, they need to reach their timings. They already have the pipe on Triple S, but they still need to farm Aghanim's on Invoker. SF needs his dagger. But even after his dagger, I feel like this is a kind of like a game where he actually can't really skip BKB.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you can maybe make a case for, okay, this game I don't exactly need BKB, but not this one. You know, there's just way too much magic damage. The Tiny, the Solar Bind, Eclipse, Jakiro spells, everything is just magic. A pipe is not going to save you.
Yeah, for sure. But this is also one of those games where it feels like with the BKB, he might just be able to stand his ground and deliver. And really, the physical damage is coming out from the Dark Sphere wall.
Might find the SF. Oh no, they're going to find Ducalis.
Ducalis has been in a good spot. This is actually a fine death, I think.
They still see the SF though with the ward. They're pinging on it. But if Satanic just walks back to base like the last time. Remember the first time they tried to gank him and he just walks back.
He's just out of there, yeah.
Oh my god, this is the same exact event, but somebody's gonna TP down. Triple S, he has a pipe. He's a tanky watermelon. They do not want to touch him.
Yeah, because PARIVISION have a ward, right? And the side of Yandex, they were not smoked up. So they walked up to the high ground, got spotted by the ward, and then they're like, okay, well, the jig is up. Satanic knows what's happening. Triple S kind of TPs down there to maybe bait. In that moment, if they actually go on to Triple S, he can turn around Ravage, and then it could look really bad for them with the SF Blink Dagger. Speaking of the SF Blink Dagger, they want to put it to use. Smoking towards maybe this topside area to try and get a pick off into the Roche. Seems like the most likely option for them.
Nighttime Roche, top Roshan for Radiant side, definitely easier for them. 9 class. Time for initiation.
Just him alone. Will have to give up his life, but surely the side of Yandex know that danger looms on the horizon. Triple S ready to cut them off. Ducalis there, but no stuns on the Phoenix. Means a search will get Chira Jr. out. He's trying to escape out to the right side, but that's where the rest of PARIVISION are starting to come in. Think twice about it though.
That was
the Shadow Fiend couldn't come through.
Initiation. He went so early. Like his team was actually just nowhere near the area at all. I think he needed to wait, I don't know, like another 4 or 5 seconds before he jumped there.
Yeah, he kind of... Maybe he overestimated his ability to stay there and shackle. Because he just lost a lot of HP.
I think it's a Jakiro and he doesn't have HP.
Yeah. Get the catch onto no one. Straight into the triangle, get themselves a kill. Nicely done, Yandex.
Finally. 18 minutes in the game, they find the wizard. And they go for the Roche.
Why not? Nighttime is Luna's time to shine. No Invoker, no real teamfight chance. They know the Serpent Wards were used a bit earlier. Nice Greaves timing as well. Gonna be a very easy Aegis for Yandex.
Yep.
You can kind of see the differences in the previous series and this one, right? I think Yandex, despite some little, I want to say question mark moves at times, still very much playing on the timing that they drafted for. At PARIVISION, they're trying to hold them off, right? Just trying to get to the SF BKB so they can fight.
It's gonna be a while, you know, Mike. Look at his goal. It's gonna take him another, I feel like another 3 minutes at least, 3 to 4 minutes, you know. And I don't know if they can actually contest the Tormentor. They're trying to position themselves on the high ground here. 4 heroes actually on PARIVISION getting ready to defend the Tormentor.
They're in a really good spot though. Yandex don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea. Luna just completed his Aghanims. This is a huge item for the Tormentor fight. They're gonna pop a smoke. All right, Saksa immediately realizes something is up. I think he saw the remnants of the smoke on the edge, and then he just jumps out with the Tumbler's Toy. And now they have the Eclipse with the Aghanim's. They definitely want to take a fight here. You put it on the Tiny, and Tiny blinks in, and boom, everybody's dead.
Might just happen here. PARIVISION could all get obliterated in an instant. But it's about the positioning. They found themselves the Shadow Shaman. Orbital Cannon onto not really anything.
Where's the damage?
Damage is gonna come out. They don't have the damage. Cataclysm is gonna come through. Start putting a dent into the Yandex heroes, but not nearly enough. Everyone's still healthy thanks to the Dark Sphere auras. The Phoenix is gonna dive in, but get caught by the toss. Satanic, there with the Requiem. He's gonna turn things around. Satanic coming up big for the side of PARIVISION. And now he'll turn towards Luna. Caught up by the ice wall, nowhere to run. Chira Jr. is gonna try and deliver a kill to Watson's footsteps, but the Ghost Walk getting the Invoker out, and now surrounded on all sides. The PARIVISION core survive and turn around, Meteor Hammer the Luna, nothing Watson can do, and everything's set up there by Satanic.
That was such a beautiful fight on PARIVISION's side. The way they kited, the way they used the SF with the Requiem towards the end. But before that, what allowed that beautiful play by PARIVISION was the huge blunder, by Yandex. The Eclipse casted on the Tiny, he blinks in. I think he just didn't realize the Eclipse was on him, He actually has to stand in front for the damage to apply. After he blinked in, he stunned, he tossed, and then he just ran away. So the Eclipse damage just didn't really hit on the enemy heroes, So that actually removed a lot of the Yandex damage in the team fight. That was a huge blunder there by Tiny.
Yeah, we're talking about the Orbital Cannon. I don't even think that was an Orbital Pistol. That was a Orbital Spit in the wind.
That was a
Didn't really
gun.
feel it. I don't even know whether there was water in that gun. I think it's blanks. Nothing happened. The moonbeams rained down and hit nothing but trees and the Shadow Shaman. That's just not good enough. PARIVISION getting the advantage for themselves here in the fight, but Yandex, they're not going to slow down. Still using this Tiny Coddle combo, finding these pickoffs. It was supposed to be so bad for PARIVISION too, because the Phoenix gets caught mid-dive, doesn't get a nig off, but now they found more. BKB there for Chira Jr., the AD rune, gonna put a dent into that Shadow Shaman's head, but not able to finish the kill. In comes the Luna with her ultimate, and they will be able to finish off Triple S. He's caught on the wrong side of the wards. The rest of PARIVISION will choose to ditch him. Satanic was sticking around thinking about maybe right-clicking some heroes, but...
What the heck happened there? Did he just cancel his own shackle? Because there was no stuns.
No
they had no stuns there.
Hold that thought. Chira Jr. still hunting for more. Tossed up on the Shadow Fiend. Satanic. A little bit of trouble, but the A's gonna come through. They can't afford to fight into this, especially if no one there. BKB blink forward. Satanic hunting for Saksa. Right clicks. Can't find the last one. Saksa a bit too quick. And no one to hold them in place for the egg.
I mean, if we get to see the replay, I feel like he just cancelled his own shackle, and that kind of screwed them over because they missed the kata because he cancelled the shackle, and then the Tiny got his BKB off and they just died.
A bit strange, yeah. I don't really know how Chira Jr. managed to walk up and just BKB like that. By all intents and purposes, you expect him to be like full comboed by 9 class. A little bit of slip-ups here and there, PARIVISION. Expected some clean Dota from them, but still clearly a bit shaky.
Oh, Watson. Oh, he dodges the gang.
Chira Jr. That's pretty decent too, though. Satanic getting a killing spree for himself.
They would have definitely preferred to get the Luna, but 9 class, he found the Tiny first, so they decided to get that kill.
Yeah.
But still, overall game, I think overall game state is pretty good for PARIVISION. Even though they're just 2k behind, they have the better scaling lineup with the Invoker, Tide, SF, even a Phoenix, like late game, they are super strong. I think Yandex at 23 minutes right now in the game, they do not really have enough of a lead to justify their early game lineup.
Yeah. Ever since the draft, we were talking about Yandex being hyper-aggressive in the first maybe 20, 30 minutes.
Invoker! Oh, Eclipse? Any return kill? Nope. Alright.
That's tough.
This Aghanim's
wave murder.
not really getting the Luna a lot of kills, in this game.
Yeah, the Luna is 15k net worth, which is just 1k behind Satanic, but if you minus off the Aghanims, that's like 4k dead net worth that the Luna's just not really able to use in these fights. It's been 2 Eclipses, 2 Whiffs so far.
Yeah, but it's kind of common nowadays on carries to not actually get carry items. Look at the SFES Kaya Yasha, that's not exactly a carry item.
Would you say that's more for SF and Luna specifically? Because I'm trying to think of these other carries that are quite popular in the meta, like your Ursas and Gyros. You know, you still kind of usually go for Wind Ranger as well. It's, you know, it's carry items all throughout. Maybe I don't know on the Aghanims. Yeah, it really is just a SF specific build, right? People have been really liking the Yashakaya for the cast speed and the blink. Satanic.
Yeah, because part of the hero is like the way he is. Okay, they're gonna get a Phoenix here. He actually dove back. He baited them in.
You're right, Junior still has that BKB and is able to walk out though.
Can't believe he came back with a dive.
Triple S running on forward. Yandex are thinking about committing, but the problem is they're down a man. Try for the catch on the back line. Shadow Shaman in trouble again, but Triple S there, ready to respond. Nice vacuum. Finishes the job. Ravage. Cataclysm. There's the damage, but it's not enough to dent the Tiny. Satanic gets caught on the avalanche in. There's a wall, but there's the rip. I mean, Satanic, he's doing so much damage at this current stage in the game. No one can stand up against him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They need the Darks here to copy him. That's the only way.
They didn't get that copy the earlier time. That was a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, get the axe. He needs to finish his Aghanim so he can punch him.
Yeah, because the wall is so flimsy, right? Like the punch is so much more reliable, I want to say. You see him in the fight, blink up, give him smack, you get an SF for yourself. But the wall, you can play around that one. If you're not vacuuming him.
And he's gonna be BKB, right? So you don't really reliably vacuum him into the wall.
Exactly.
You kind of have to place the wall on top of him.
I noticed tried to do that earlier, but I think right as he placed the wall, the SF requimed and then just blew up the illusion. No one. Gotta get caught out here on the front line. Nice vacuum, enter the storm, but still, it's Yandex losing their heroes. Both supports already down. Satanic materializing out of nowhere and just eviscerates the Yandex backline. And notice you can try and BQ all you want with this creep, but you're not really getting much done in the fights.
Bro, that was a 4v5 fight. Ducalis was nowhere near the fight.
No.
And PARIVISION just wrecked that team fight. It looked like a good vacuum Centaur stun into an Eclipse, but the pipe from Triple S just saves the day there.
See that again, no one on the front lines.
Ice Path, vacuum into the Centaur Storm, and then the pipe.
And it's so annoying for Watson to fight, right? Because we saw what happened there. Triple S just blinks past the supports and anchor smashes the Luna. So you've used your Aghanims into a pipe, like into a fully piped PARIVISION team. Caught Chira Jr. and yeah, Cataclysm there, still able to BKB. Nice vacuum though. Catches them in an awkward corner. Satanic now surrounded, taking way too much damage. The illusions, the last bit of auto attacks. Watson, he needs to find him, but able to blink away. Satanic. Oh, how has he lived there? He was in such a bad spot, but somehow surviving. Yandex just couldn't get their hands on him.
That is illegal, how he survived there. How the hell did he not die? That is so demoralizing for the Yandex side, not getting that kill there on the SF. But what can you do, you know, you have to keep your chin up and just play the game. Like, the vacuum was actually so nice, you know, he pulled them into a very awkward position. He BKB'd and then he just, like, how did he actually live, you know? Like the last right, attack from the last right click didn't miss or didn't?
No, it hit him, but it gets him down to 20 HP and then they just don't have any way of chasing on.
Yep, what can you do, you know? That's one of those moments.
I'm kind of lacking some control here on Yandex, right? We're starting to see maybe some of the gaps in their draft. If it's not the Tiny into the Ice Path, then you're having real trouble keeping these heroes in place.
Aghanims on the Kotal is gonna help if they can get there. I think the games, from what I've seen the last 2 weeks, a lot of it has been decided by supports getting Aghanims. So I think it's really important that you have Aghanims on support. Like Jakiro already has his, he just got it. So Melody is gonna pack a punch. I think this is a very, very good item against SF. You know, SF wants to BKB and hit. And with the Aghanims, you're gonna do a lot to him and then you force him to run away.
Yeah, you can't hold your position if you're burning in the pure damage. Noticed on the front lines. Gonna break this smoke, try and bait. Around the corner, gonna use the Ogre Frost Mage. Who does he find? Doesn't notice that there's a Triple S right around the tree line, even though the Ion Shell animation might have given him away. Started doing damage to someone in the fog. Really tense moments here because whoever wins this team fight just instantly gets the Roche, right? There's just no question about it. It's very important timing for PARIVISION if they want to continue their advantage, but they've caught themselves triple S. Toss back in, still fine. Tidehunter, half HP, will end up dying, but gets a Ravage onto 5. Tornado to follow. Cataclysm not really going to land in an impactful way. Satanic gonna try and find the back line. He jumps in. Satanic's committing, trying to TP out, but the Nightfall, it's not going to work. He tries to be cool in that moment. Get the pick off on Sasa and TP out to safety, but you're not quite Nightfall level yet, and this time, Yandex get the fight that they were waiting for.
Yeah, that was such a risky play there, going in for the kill. It's no way that was worth it. That was such a loose play by Satanic. Just playing, I want to say playing it like a pup there, just diving in, being so reckless, going for the kill. Like even if he TP'd out, I don't even think that's that good for them. Because if he BKBs and TP out and he doesn't die, and what they're gonna do with the Roshan, they would still be forced to give up because he doesn't have BKB.
It's a bit weird. It's
reckless.
almost like that was coordinated, right? Because you see Ducalis come in the Sunray, realize his carry's in trouble, try and dive in, but look at the positioning of no one in 9 class. They did not expect Satanic to do that at all. They're so far away from the fight, and that cost them not just these 2 kills, but also the Roche, because without the SF for 30 seconds, they just can't fight.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where you just play without thinking, You see a quarter, a tasty snack, and you just go for it.
These are the moments where the more veteran members of the team have to come in and steady the young hand of Satanic. Say, yo, you know what? It's chill. We just wait out the Aegis. We dodge. It's fine. Don't get too much in your head about this, because Satanic, he might be the top net worth, but we can see the second he's out of position, it is so easy to melt him. He runs straight up to the Luna. All those glaives just wreaking havoc on his HP bar.
Yeah, he definitely has to
he's gonna do that.
He definitely has to be more cautious in the fight. You need to play around your Ravage, you need to play around the Pipe and the Auras. Like if the Tide is dead, then you gotta just respect that and just back off,
Radiant's bottom tower
It kind of feels like one of those things where the Tide dies, and then as long as you're just kind of maybe getting a bit of vision here with the Forge Spirit, Sunstrike, preventing the Roche, you're fine. It ends up being a bigger disaster, and now Yandex, the one with the Aegis power play, beating on this tier 2, and PARIVISION, I think they learned their lesson. They know they can't really go up against this. Luna with 2 lives, a bit too difficult for them to deal with right now.
I think the Luna is not exactly that strong. I think in a head-on carry-to-carry fight, he's not actually
No
that
one's
strong.
been caught.
Mid lane.
Melody
BKB.
with the full macro pyre under him. No one, even with that BKB, taking a significant amount of damage. Satanic on the backline again, going to Requiem up on the Tiny and get that kill. This time PARIVISION able to defend their mid laner and Triple S, looking for more. Eclipse will finish him off though. On the sideline, Watson found the pick. Nicely done there from the carry of Yandex as he's leading the charge on for more. On to Triple S. Nighttime's over. They do have the vision, but the high ground's a bit too scary to run up into. They'll let this one go.
Again, that was not a very good, I felt like trade for PARIVISION again, trading the SF for a Tiny there. And they have to be a lot more patient with how they are taking the fights. I feel anybody can die, but not the SF. SF is kind of, he needs to be more conservative with his initiations. I mean, sure, maybe the Invoker can be the true carry, like post 40 minutes, but I think the SF still needs to be more conservative with his life. You shouldn't be trading your life for the Tiny.
Yeah, for sure. This is kind of something I've noticed, right? Because SF is easily the most premium carry other than maybe TA
Premium?
or... No, it's just premium in terms of contention rate. Like everyone's either banning him or picking him, right? And I think one of the things I've noticed in all these games of SF is when you don't have a save on your team, it's really hard to operate. And that's kind of what we're dealing with now in PARIVISION, right? There's no disruption, there's no Ringmaster box, there's no Shallow Grave, nothing of the sort. The closest thing you have is the Sunray. It's just not really convincing in these fights with how fast the Shadow Fiend's dying. You're not really at that power level where you stand there and as Satanic, you use something like a Satanic and you're doing so much physical that you lifesteal it all up. It's just not happening. Especially if you're standing next to a Luna with the glaives and everything in the Luna orbit. Kind of a big deal. Like the Moon Shield and everything for the duel.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You still think PARIVISION stand a good chance here? But it feels like, I don't know.
Yes,
they kind of.
Because
I mean, in the immediate sort of
cataclysm.
maybe 5 to 10 minutes, mostly because they seem a bit shell-shocked from those fights.
Immediate 5 to 10 minutes, I think maybe no, but post 40, 45 minutes, yes. I think the tide with the Ravage and then you have the refresher with the double Kata later, that's definitely going to pose a huge threat.
Might be why Yandex are trying to force the issue here with the 1 minute left on the Aegis. Luna's taking a significant amount of damage. That's the Invoker coming into play.
Not exactly very good at sieging with this build. No butterfly, no attack speed.
Barely scratching the tower. Half HP. I mean, all these Invoker spells are doing quite a number on Watson's HP bar. Still got the heals coming through. I mean, maybe they can wait out this Aegis timer until it's like very close to expiring and then you go for something like a big Ravage in Cataclysm as well. But now Watson still untouched. Here's the smoke out. PARIVISION, they want to play.
20 seconds, the Aegis, they're waiting for it.
9class gonna go in first. Hex try and bait some sort of a reaction. Yandex not gonna fall for it though. Here's Triple S. Ravage Cataclysm lands! Finds both supports and the Luna's first life, and Ducalis got an egg right on top of his face. Not the breakfast that you wanted, Watson, having to BKB and TP out the Nightfall. This time it will work.
Barely, just barely. He walks out of the stun range from the Supernova and then TPs there. That's, I think, very, very good play by Watson. If he TP'd immediately, I don't think he would have made it out.
Yeah. Good discipline there. But overall, PARIVISION waited for the opportune moment. 9class is kind of causing a bit of a distraction, right? Satanic, I think good decision making there to... Sometimes I feel like you might feel like compelled to press the ultimate, but he knew he could just right click and get the job done, save that for a rainier day.
That was such a good TP. That was like a 15-16k MMR TP right there. Just getting to the edge. He understands the edge of the Supernova stun, and just the moment he gets out the edge, because it's important that he TPs as soon as possible because the BKB was already running out.
Yeah, I think it was at the very last moment there, if I'm not mistaken. It was very, very close.
That was crazy. That was crazy. That was insane decision making. 99% of players would have died there.
Not Watson though, he's the 1%. Well, I don't know whether he's still rank 1, but wasn't this man rank 1 for like forever?
Yeah, he was definitely one of the players that stayed at that rank for the longest time ever in the history of Dota.
There's 1-1 tournament, looking for another now. Leading the charge for his team. Back up to the high ground they go. Still no butterfly or anything like that, but now the Satanic a lot more sustained for this Luna.
No Ravage, 30 seconds, they can't fight back.
I'm willing to bet someone on Yandex is timing that ultimate down to the very T. It's just so crucial. It really feels like you need that Ravage Kata to set up any sort of a successful team fight for PARIVISION right now. If not, your SF just can't do it by himself.
Yeah, but I also feel like they kind of can just try to poke them out. Force the Luna to use his BKB, because once the Luna has no BKB, I actually feel like it's not so easy for her to just stand there and fight, you know, like the SF Requiem is going to destroy her. So it's not just all about this Ravage and Cataclysm, you know. I think if they could also use the Shaman, especially the Shaman, to just dagger in, force out some BKB reactions, and then re-engage after the BKB is over.
Yeah. It's got one of those games where I feel like as the Shadow Shaman, you typically want to stay alive as long as possible to get off multiple hexes, multiple shackles, but might need to use your body.
I mean, he also has a shard, so he can use his Lotus, you know, the moment he gets turned into a chicken. So that's
he stockpiled quite a few Lotuses for that exact reason, I think.
It's actually super important when you get the shard, you always have to keep Lotuses on this hero.
The game's slowing down a little bit here as both teams take a pause. No more Aegis means they're less likely to go up to the high ground, try some fancy moves. No team really fussed about trying to take a fight as well. As we go later and later into the game, like you mentioned, PARIVISION very happy with scaling up, while Yandex, you almost get the feeling they need to try and put an end to this. At a certain point, they're gonna get outscaled by this late game Invoker and the SF. Just don't know whether the Darkseer alone with his illusions can pull through in the late game for them.
Actually, the more I look at the game, maybe it's not that simple, you know, Mike. Because the supports from Yandex, they both have Aghanims. they are like really strong at doing damage in the team fights.
Yeah.
Whereas for PARIVISION, I feel like the Shaman is not exactly doing a lot of team fight, right? And the Phoenix is also not exactly doing a lot of damage in a team fight. Normally, it's not something you say, for Phoenix. Phoenix usually you see a lot of impact, but I think because they don't really have a lot of like setup for him, right? And he can get cancelled, Ravage
Junior gonna get ravaged. Meteor Sunray exploded. That rock did not stand a chance. As his buyback available, Yandex, do they want to reinitiate? A lot was used from PARIVISION for that kill. Catch the tiny D-warding. But I know what you mean. I think you're talking about the heroes and the difference in damage that they do. It's really just an income thing, right? Like, the Yandex supports are just so much richer while...
That's actually right. The supports just have a lot more go on the Yandex side because they have a bigger map, like a huge portion of the mid game. So they're just able to just stockpile a lot more income on the supports. And it matters a lot. It matters especially when you have Jakiro and Kotal.
Especially so. Because we were talking about just the heroes themselves. You probably think the Shaman, Phoenix, they scale very well. But like you mentioned, just not really finding a lot of use in these team fights. It's been hard. It's not a straightforward game by any stretch of the imagination.
It's very hard to stand there and channel your spells as Shaman and Phoenix because they're both channeling, right, with the Sunray and the Shackle. And against Tiny, Darkseer, Jakiro, there's so many stuns. Very hard to reliably do damage on those heroes. Whereas Jakiro, it's so easy. I just go into the team fight, my Darkseer vacuum somebody, I drop my Ice Puff and Macropire, that's it, my job is done.
True. And no BKBs, you're not moving away, right? Because on the edge of those macro pyres...
even with BKB, you're dying into macro pyre.
That's true. We went for the Lunar Blessing damage. I think that is generally the one that people go for. That's telling us a different story, though.
What's the stats telling you?
I don't know.
Lucent
Apparently,
beam?
75% of people pick the Lucent Beam additional target. I did not know that.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to you about the win rate, but the Roche is dying.
Indeed, and PARIVISION might be able to come here and catch them by surprise. The Aegis, they need to grab it. Watson snatched away by Triple S. He's gonna come back with a second life, and now with all your ultimates used on Yandex, can you stand and fight? Luna on the front lines getting caught and killed, and PARIVISION have overwhelmed Yandex around the pit. The Invoker is online throwing out all these spells, and Kira Jr. struck down by the sun. Now, what an initiation there. PARIVISION jumping in with both the Phoenix and the SF, catching Yandex completely off guard.
Yeah, such a big jump there by Triple S, just jumping in, stealing away the Aegis, getting the Ravage at the right time. Actually, he didn't even use his Ravage. He just blinked in, or he doesn't even have Refresher. Yeah, he didn't even use it. He just blinked in to pick it up. And then I think it was a Raccoon in the end that kind of sealed the deal. Yeah, he just blinked in. Oh yeah, he just casually blinked in, pick up the Aegis.
Yeah, when the BKB runs out, the fear, you can see the Luna controlled to all hell. Nothing they can do. I mean, even with that macro pyre that you were talking about, there seems to be a decent amount of sustain coming from the PARIVISION lineup. Maybe it's the auras from this Tidehunter keeping them all alive. It's just the Luna couldn't really right-click anyone, right? No one was doing damage to the PARIVISION lineup. So they just stood there, bossed up in the pit, T-posed all over Watson. Triple S just with his big fat booty snatches away the Aegis. Watson couldn't click past him. And now it's PARIVISION heading up to the high ground. Nice vacuum though, onto 2. Huge damage from the Macropire. Still should be fine though. Satanic will be able to walk this one off, and even the Cataclysm coming through, scaring away the side of Yandex. 15 more seconds until the Luna is up. SF is half HP, has the BKB back out.
Bro, if he didn't Satanic, he actually almost
Junior
dies.
toss back, puts no one into the base, but there's a Ravage, refresh, Triple S, he's got another, and the Meteors will come crashing down. Is this the fight that you wanted? Yandex, surely not. You've now lost 3. No respect for the no one Invoker. You toss him into the base, but you don't kill him, you're gonna pay for it.
That was such a good bait. He TP'd that. I think Yandex think that the SF was trying to run away. They were trying to chase, and then they got caught by the Ravage behind.
Watson trying to be sneaky with it. It comes out and the Shackle's there. Ice Path to cancel and the toss back to safety. A buyback from Jakiro is what's needed, but Melody might not survive. Watson coming out now with the Silver Edge. Still able to try and fight. Buybacks on mass. Yandex, they know they need to defend this location, but Watson, he can't even fight with his BKB. Another toss back. Bring the SF all the way far out from his own team, and finally they'll kill Satanic.
Yeah, finally. repositioning the SF in towards their base so that the Phoenix can't actually keep continuously sunray him. Yeah. Like the repositioning is just something that SF has to be really, really careful about. Like Satanic, once he gets put in a very, very dangerous position, there's actually literally no way they could save him inside the base there. But they did get the Rex, so they got what they came for. I mean, you see here the initial fight with the Sunray, he's kind of like almost untouchable, but once the Sunray ends and he gets repositioned into the base, that's an entirely different story.
Now we need to see a little bit more of that from Chira Jr. This seems to be the only way they'll be able to kill the SF. In the previous earlier fights as well, it was kind of Satanic getting, and I don't use this word lightly, a little bit loose, right? He blinked in, tried to go for the swag plays on the Shadow Fiend, ends up biting him in the butt.
Yeah,
Since then, he's been slapped on the wrist, and now he's playing a lot safer, so...
And also because I feel like he doesn't have a pike, you know, so he doesn't have any way of repositioning himself. Maybe he needs to get a pike. So once you get tossed back, that's like the only way you can survive, right? If you pike yourself out. Because if you don't have that, what can you actually do, you know?
That's true. Could be a bit tricky though, because once this Tiny hits level 25, 2 toss charges, you pike back into him, he's just gonna toss you again. Could be pretty scary.
Yeah, but the thing is, when he blinks to try to toss you, the pike could be useful at that point. You know, just pike him when he blinks in, so you could actually dodge away from the toss and you can kill him if you're quick enough. I mean, we'll see how the future fight plays out. What is he going to decide to do? For now, he's going to upgrade his dagger for a swift blink so he gets more attack speed and more movement speed because he doesn't have a boots. But he's completely reliant on his team to protect him. You know? I feel like the Phoenix with the Sunray and then the Ravage from the Tide, those are the main tools to protect the SF.
Yeah, you can see the importance of the Phoenix Sunray as well in Ducalis' neutral item choice, right? Going for the Whisper of the Dread with the Timeless Enchantment. So overall, that's 16% spell amp just from the neutral item alone. Also has the Shard, which is just going to allow him to have... I mean, that's a standard Phoenix pickup, right? You want to be able to Sunray during the egg. But a lot of healing coming out from that spell, as long as Satanic can stay in range. That's the big problem right now. Maybe it's these fights where Satanic's being focused down, where we need to see no one go in and just start slinging spells. Because I think in that previous engagement, he was caught on the outside of the base, so he couldn't actually come in and help Satanic out.
Yeah, they have to kind of maintain their formation in a closer and tighter like area. You know, they can't be too split up in the fights. I think the more split up the fight becomes, it would definitely benefit the Yandex composition a lot more. This Darkseer, the Quarter, even the Luna, you know, like spread out fights are just really good for these heroes.
To try and catch them by surprise at an angle that they don't expect, but it's Yandex on the prowl right now. 9 class on the high ground with a ward on the low.
This is going to be huge.
He knows this is coming. So smart, but big avalanche.
Toss back.
9 class in trouble. Starting to pull in the Phoenix and Triple S, but no one's dying. 8 comes out. Requiem on the backline. Satanic starting to go to work. Notice able to create an illusion, but he's already dead. You can't survive on the Luna. You can't survive on the Darkseer. And you bite off a lot more than you can chew on Yandex. GG is called Yandex. They tap out of this one. That was the final hurrah, and they know it. They just can't kill Satanic.
And that was so unexpected. The start of the fight looked like it would be good for Yandex, but somehow they couldn't kill off the heroes. The egg was popped, the Sunray was popped during the egg, killing the Shaman and the Tide, and then PARIVISION with the SF behind enemy lines was able just to clean up house, you know. Satanic just right-click, killed everyone with his Requiem, and the fight was just over, just like that. Well played to PARIVISION in the last fight. But Yandex, they gotta be really disappointed with how the game progressed. You know, it seemed like they had a pretty decent start. There's some sort of a lead, like especially when the Luna had his Aghanim's. Felt like they didn't really utilize that specific timing really well. They messed up, I think, the first 2 to 3 Aghanim's Eclipses. They didn't really get a lot out of it, and I think they needed to have at least a decent or substantial amount of advantage during that timing, but they didn't get the advantage they wanted to. And eventually, the longer the game goes, that the SF and the Tide, the Invoker, they just got stronger and stronger in the team fights, and eventually it got to a point where you just can't really fight the SF, Tide, and Invoker in the team fights. You know, the Cataclysm, the Requiem, everything just became overwhelming for the Yandex side.
A classic no one Invoker game, only one death on that Wizard, and I think it was the one that cracked open the game for PARIVISION. He had to play basically perfect, become that secondary carry, and he did. Even in moments where Satanic was being focused down, all these spells coming out, just way too much for his opponents to deal with. Really, really nicely done. And I think overall, I'm going to be honest with you, Winter, as much as we were talking from the very start about how, you know, the side of PARIVISION could probably scale nicely into the late game, it didn't really always feel like they were in the driver's seat, right? There were some moments where it felt like, even in these later game team fights, if they slipped up or mispositioned just a little bit on Invoker or Shadow Fiend, then Yandex would have swooped it all away. Do you think that's just kind of a draft thing on PARIVISION, like a bit less room for error for them? Or do you think that has to do with a bit of their play?
I think mostly it's just the play and the execution. I think they just found the right openings. Obviously, they made a couple of really, really serious errors as well when Satanic was like being really loose in the team fight, just diving and then dying. But I think overall, it just came down to execution. You know, I think Yandex also, they took a couple of really bad fights that cost them the game. They didn't utilize their timings well. It wasn't by far like a clean game on either side, but it was definitely like still a very, very top tier game. You know, both teams just trying to outmaneuver each other, especially in the team fights, in the objectives, and it was a close game, you know, overall.
Yeah, I think that's what you like to see. A high-tier game. It almost feels like 4D, 5D chess with both of these teams trying to outfox the other, and they'll continue to do so in the upcoming game number 2 of this Best of 2 series. It's Yandex versus PARIVISION after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Like it's got 4 letters. He wears his indie badge pinned to his sweater. Everyone knows that he's my better. He's so much cooler than me. Susie laughs in my leather pants. She's got no time for my retard dance. She's never gonna give me a half a chance. She is so much cooler than me. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Bob liked him before they sold out. He's lousy with his streetwise clout. There just can't be no doubt. He's so much cooler than me. Cause they got no time to tune their guitars. And they say, kill all them rock stars. They spend their days orbiting Mars. They're so much cooler than me. Cooler than me. You're cooler. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Fonz Radio. Cool. and she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. He's dead into the draw of changing seasons. He's screaming for it all, that's got a reason. He's death of promises whispered on the but she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. She sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. And we've been through this all 1,000 times before. We keep on screaming till we're face down on the floor. And I don't like me this way any more than you. I suppose nothing
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
We expected a pretty sharp game from both of these teams here between Yandex and PARIVISION, and in that game one, definitely was more back and forth instead of being straightforward, right? PARIVISION, with that Shadow Fiend and Invoker, could scale a bit nicer into the late game, but Yandex gave them a run for their money early on, tried to make things fast with a Lunar Draft. Unfortunately, when you're playing Timing Winter, if you don't hit the clock, then you're just gonna start falling behind, and that's kind of what ended up happening to them.
Yeah, they just kind of ran out of time that game. Eventually, the Invoker, Tide, and SF just outscaled them in the team fights, and the Luna can no longer stand up, especially with the item build that you went on the Luna. Agadims, you don't really have Butterfly, you don't have right click, so you're not really winning the late game fights, So Yandex, they gotta come up with a better strat next game, or better execution, depending on what they feel more comfortable with. Because if they're playing fast, like with the draft in the first game, they have to definitely execute a lot better. But if they feel like there's just not really a lot of room to make mistakes, then maybe they have to go for more of a scaling lineup where it doesn't really put a lot of burden on them to play well, to take the initiative, and be the ones that are on the aggressive side.
It's a bit weird, right? Because I feel like with Yandex, we've known them for being a very good scaling team. They always seem to be able to get net worth on just about everyone. Melody's a pretty greedy 5. That's something we've always talked about, and they all are pretty good at scaling up. In fact, I think the only person who tends to fall a little bit behind is Saksa, but he's a master at getting so much done with low net worth. So not really a typical situation you see Yandex in, to be the ones on a timer and to be the ones missing that mark. But PARIVISION, I think credit where credit is due. I think apart from a few looser satanic plays, the rest of them did pretty well, right? Bringing in Triple S, I think the big question for them is how much they can grow with this offlaner. But it's clear that the team is taking a completely different direction with bringing in this new member.
I think they're a lot more, I would say, explosive in some ways in the early game, because before with DM, some of his heroes, they were a lot slower, right? So they couldn't really play so aggressive in the early game. I think it gives them a lot more different options with the mid hero, especially I've been saying this, I think no one probably prefers offlaner that's aggressive. You come into the fight, you don't really play too greedy, but you play more for the team, so no one can be more of the greedier player. Because there has to be a balance, right? If one of the cores, or if all 3 of the cores are going to play greedy, then what are you going to do in the early game? There's nothing to be done, if you tune in to watch our earlier series between GamerLegion and MOUZ. In the first game, GamerLegion just have a completely greedy draft with 3 cores, and they just can't really do anything in the early game.
Yeah,
because there's no balance.
It's not just the cores, right? When you have 3 cores that all just want to farm as a support player, you're just there like, okay, I'm a clockwork. What the hell am I gonna do? Battery assault farm like a small camp? It's miserable. So hopefully, PARIVISION, I think they did a good job balancing their draft. Maybe Yandex, it's just something for them to look into, to maybe play a bit more of their usual style, scale up. It's kind of surprising though, because I think Yandex, coming off of the PGL Wallachia win, doing it with a stand-in no less, and of course, in their earlier series, they dispatched of Yakult Brothers really, really quickly, right? It was 2-0, really fast, and maybe they were trying to ride that momentum of playing fast and getting things done easy. But it doesn't work out here. Yandex have shown that they are one of the best adapting teams, thanks to the man on your screen over there, Acel, their coach. It's helped them out a lot through these longer formats in some other tournaments like Blast. So we'll see how they fare here. what kind of adjustments they make.
5 seconds remaining.
I expect them to probably go down a more scaling route, so it allows them to play like a slower paced game. Even though I always tell you I like the team that plays fast, you know, but when you watch a lot of top tier Dota, like the best teams against the best teams, it's kind of difficult to outpace your opponent because everyone is that good, you know. Everybody doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and it makes it really hard for the offensive team, the team that has to play fast, to make moves on the map because people are just being very cautious, you know, so they don't really give a lot away. So when everybody is that good, so what do? You just play the patient game. You play for scaling and you play for late game.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to catch all these players when they're on high alert, right? When you know you're behind, you're going to get into a defensive posture on the map. You're not going to take that extra creep wave. You're not going to run any risks. You know you need to play the long game. But then as the team on the aggressive, sometimes you might even start to get a bit desperate, right? We've seen some of these teams fall for the trap. You try and run in, get these pickoffs, force the kills, and then you end up sort of running around in circles, not furthering your game at any point. Yandex going for the Bat Rider. It's been left in the pool, and they snatched that one up. And PARIVISION, what else do they have available here? SF is open if they want that.
Yeah, SF is most likely going to be the choice, I think, here. For PARIVISION. But I don't know if they're going to be like trying to pick a Bat Rider counter instead, because the other options will be like going for Faceless Void, but you don't pick it here, you pick it maybe later, or something like a Abaddon to counteract the Bat. So those are like, I think, plausible options, but most likely we're gonna see like SF. The danger with the SF is the SF against Bat matchup, where you can actually put pressure, you know, on you in the lane. Like SF doesn't like to play in a lane where the enemy offlaner has some sort of pressure to kill you during the early stages.
In game number 1, you were mentioning how there really isn't any offlaner that can pressure the SF, and you're worried mostly about gate ganks. Now you're saying that the Bat Rider actually can have that kill pressure. Is it a situation where if they get left alone?
It depends on the supports, like who gets what kind of supports. So the matchup, I think, inherently, it's not so easy for Bat to kill SF, but there is something there, you know. There's a possible threat in the lane where you can actually get yourself on top of the SF to kill him. So a hero like Shaman would, I think, basically enable that. You shackle him and then the Bat can get on top of the SF. You get napalm stacks with your Firefly. So I think those are the kind of supports that could potentially break apart the lane. You know? And obviously you could also have to consider what position 5 is with the SF, right? If the SF is with something like a Marcy, then it'll be very difficult for you to do that with the Shadow Shaman.
That's
so
true.
I imagine both sides would try to hold off picking their support here for the Bat Riders lane, but they are the ones to remove the Shaman on the Bat side.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about the Shadow Shaman suggestion that you were making, because then you'd have double ranged off lane. I feel like usually with a Bat Rider we see something melee, and 9 class, you know, even though
Shaman's kind of like a melee hero, you know. Because
think so?
He walks in front, he tanks. I think it's not so much about melee range, but it's more about like who you want like a body support in the lane. And Shaman can definitely be a body with the Bat Rider. But maybe the reason why they've chosen to remove the Shaman here is because of the fact that PARIVISION has the first pick out of the phase here, and they don't really want to give it away to the PARIVISION side, because they do play it on the position 5 role. You know, Shaman and SF definitely the double shadow lane, unstoppable.
Scary business. Jakiro still available in the pool. That was something that Yandex took for themselves earlier on Melody. I'd also argue to say it's one of his signature heroes, and yep, there you go. PARIVISION going to take that away. Ducalis will be the one piloting this one likely. Shadow lane is scary, but this SF and Jakiro is also pretty monstrous.
Only a couple of supports that can actually fight Jakiro as a range. Like Raymaster is not that popular anymore, but it's one of those heroes that can fan off the Jakiro. But I think ideally with the Bat Rider lane, if you see SF and Jakiro, I think you're already forgetting that you're trying to kill the SF. It's more about you want a support to pull the wave, so you can just get level 3 and you just jungle and you pull wave and jungle. And Bat Rider just wants to get level 3, second point in Firefly, and then you continuously drag waves with the Tranquil Boots disassemble. And that's just how you play the lane. You don't try to kill the SF, but you make sure that you can actually get as much farm as you can.
Warlock's going to come out. This is a hero usually banned in the first phase.
Yeah,
Yandex
so
will have the...
What would be the partner here? Tiny and Tusk, they're both banned. So is Spirit Breaker going to be a consideration, or they're going to pick another, like some sort of like range hero for, because there's no Shaman. I think those are the top tier heroes are all removed.
If you want to talk about pause falls that can actually fight Jakiro, I'm thinking like Wind Ranger, even though it's a very flimsy pause fall. But the Wind Run is one of the things that actually helps you against Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost, right? And the harass coming out. You Power Shot, do quite a bit of burst damage as well.
But I don't think the laning is actually really good with Bat. Lion, on the other hand, it definitely gives you kill potential with Lion and Bat Rider.
So we're still trying to kill the SF, is what you're saying now with the Warlock.
I think so, because Warlock is also one of the better gate gankers, right? You always shove your lane with Fatal Bond, and then you just always feel like you are free to just come over to the gate. You don't really lose much because your lane's always shoved, and it's hard to tell, right, whether the Warlock's pulling the wave with the neutrals or whether he's gate ganking, right? So you create a constant amount of pressure on the map. That's a really scary combination. All that minus armor, Slada and Shadow Fiend. And Slada is definitely like, I feel like one of the best combinations with SF, all that minus armor, because the more armor you minus, once you take away all the armor, it becomes pure damage, right? So it's actually really strong if you can stack minus armor together.
Yeah, for PARIVISION, this is also a flex pick. They could play on no one, they could play on Triple S. So
yeah, most likely we're gonna see it on Triple S, most likely, unless there is a mid matchup where it's gonna be beneficial for the Slada to go there, right? Especially like a Puck.
True.
Puck would be a good matchup. Other than that, maybe like any melee matchup, and Ember. Spirit Breaker is actually going to be on the PARIVISION side, not on the Yandex side. I mean, I would say that this support is good.
Yeah, there's a bit of a graphical error here because I think the viewers cannot see, but Yandex have not picked, but PARIVISION have already picked the Spirit Breaker. I'm not sure whether we're behind or whether there's a bit of lag on the draft, but Spirit Breaker has been picked by PARIVISION.
Yeah, it's a good pick against the Warlock because you can drag the waves. The Warlock can't really do anything to stop it, but it's also actually a very good hero against Bat Rider because you think about what Bat usually likes to do. He likes to drag waves. Farm the wave, you drag the wave into the neutral camps and you farm both at the same time. And guess what? Your Spirit Breaker, you can charge and you can set up a kill on him.
Don't worry, folks. We'll get the draft up and running for you very shortly, but we can keep you updated because Yandex, they've used this 18 pick on one of Watson's favorites, Templar Assassin. So far, this is how the draft looks. We got Bat Rider, Warlock, Lion, and TA on the Yandex side, some of their favorite heroes. And PARIVISION, similarly, Shadow Fiend that won Satanic that first game, now comboed by a Slada and a Jakiro and Spirit Breaker. So it kind of looks like PARIVISION, it's either they're missing their mid or their off lane. And on the Yandex side, they need a Chira Junior hero to round things out.
What are they going to pick for Chira Junior here? I don't think they can afford to be too greedy because Bat takes a lot of space in the early game. TA also takes a lot of space, so I think they kind of need like a rotating mid laner. So
yeah, but the thing is the Spirits and Puck kind of struggle into Slada, right?
Yeah, correct. So if you look at the bans, PARIVISION is already removing the heroes that are good against Slada mid to potentially threaten that the Slada could still go mid. So it makes it difficult for Yandex to decide the pick here. Obviously for PARIVISION it could go both ways, but Yandex, I think they have to be very careful with what they are doing here with the bans. They've removed the Tide. I expect them to remove also one of the mid heroes. They need to remove Tide and one mid hero here. But at the same time, do they actually want... Because they want to pick a mid hero, so maybe it's also to their benefit to keep all the mid heroes in place and then just remove an offlane hero so that the pool is large enough for them to select one. Because if you're talking about heroes that are potentially good against Slada, you have... Maybe you have to consider something like a... I don't know if Leshrac is like good, you know, like for their lineup. Because it doesn't really rotate as well, but it definitely can pressure Slada in a lane. But at the same time, if you pick something that will own the Slada in the lane, PARIVISION is just going to put Slada on the off lane and pick a new mid, you know. So they decided
I was also thinking, like, what if SF goes mid?
Maybe, but I think lower chance. That
Okay.
Lower chance.
Sorry, you're saying about the bans?
Yeah, so they removed the puck, so they decided to remove one off lane and one mid lane. That's normally what you do if your opponent has like a flex pick. You just try to remove the most optimal ban on the two roles, you know, the off lane and the mid.
So quick question for you. We were thinking this is probably going to be a triple S Slada. Are you still happy to play that matchup into a TA and Warlock, or do you just not care and you drag wave?
Yeah, you don't really care. You just drag wave and you just try to get your levels, because I think the point of the Slada with the SF is not exactly for you to have a good start in the lane. I mean, you try to, but the value is in the combination later, right? With the minus armor, with the overwhelming damage. You take the Roshan and Tormentor really quickly with Slada. So let's see what Yandex decides to do here. It's a very tricky pick. Yeah, what are they gonna do? Because they have to pick a hero that's good against Slada, but at the same time, it might also not be a Slada in mid lane, because the Slada could just be an offlane hero.
PARIVISION have put Yandex in a bit of a spot here. Invoker will come out as the safe pick for Yandex. This is something Chira Jr. is comfortable with in most matchups.
Yeah, but
maybe the puck was a ban that he asked for.
But the Slada is like a pretty good hero into Invoker in the lane, because you can kill the Force Spirits easily with the Crush. So I actually feel like there's a chance maybe they're just going to, they might consider to pick a new offlane hero if there is one. Maybe Darkseer, because Darkseer seems like it could work this game with Spirit Breaker into TA, remove Iron Shell.
Yo, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Put some respect on Winter Chan lit bin.
This is a scary lane. Man, this is a scary lane. Darkseer plus SB. And then you have the Vacuum into Jakiro and Slada combination.
Into Requiem as well.
Yeah, this is definitely scary. Because the threat of the SB charging mid is very amplified with the Iron Shell. And the fact that because you are with Darkseer, so the way you play the lane, you're always skipping the wave. So you're always playing far behind. So it gives a lot of opportunities for the SB to charge towards the mid lane from behind. So you could actually catch the Invoker by surprise. If you're not looking, you could just get ganked, you know, easily.
This is kind of scary. They don't... It's kind of similar, right? We're seeing some heroes traded back and forth. Last game, it was Mr. Notice playing the Darkseer. Didn't really work out. But I do think that Yandex's decision to last minute switch things up, right? Bring the Tiny to the mid and last pick that Kotal, it didn't really pan out super well in their favor. But then PARIVISION, they've built this draft around, okay, Darkseer, he's gonna have a lane partner that plays a bit more of the typical Darkseer style, right? We're gonna run at them, we're gonna shove the wave, we're gonna try and dive the TA under tower. So all this shenanigans about Melody maybe gate ganking, right? The Warlock gotta shove the wave and then gate gank and help the Bat Rider. It's not gonna be a problem because PARIVISION are gonna drag so much attention to this Darkseer lane and Yandex are gonna have their hands full.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot about like the gate, you know, can they get kills on the SF? Like PARIVISION, they have to really look out for it, try to see it coming, and at the same time get their mid ganks going, you know. They definitely want to try to play around mid with the SP. You charge mid, you get a kill on the Invoker, because Invoker is definitely... I think he's going to be vulnerable to the Iron Shell SP ganks in the early game. So both teams, they have very different pressure points that they are going to look to try to abuse in the game.
Just some nice little all chat between Notice and Satanic. It's not even a Bat Rider first pick. There's clearly some inside joke we're not familiar with going on. But PARIVISION versus Yandex in this game number 2. Both teams that are absolutely exciting to watch. And honestly, I still feel like this series could go either way, right? Even though Yandex have sort of the wins taken out of their sails. Still on some of their signature heroes, Watson on the TA. This is a very high win rate hero at PGL Wallachia. Question is whether PARIVISION have done a good enough job to answer it with this Darkseer combination. This is not really the type of hero that plays itself, right? There's still a lot of execution involved. We talk about, oh, this vacuum ice path into Crush, into Requiem, but these things take a lot of coordination. And you're talking about a very new player to this team, so that might be a factor that ends up affecting PARIVISION. Whether positively or negatively, we don't know just yet.
We'll just have to see how the game plays out. And we always say we hope to just get like some 2-for-2 rune trades, nobody dying. That's the best way to start the game.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're gonna get that.
Actually, I'm not
3-for-1. They stole one. How did the SP actually just sneak behind 3 heroes and get one?
Put the Ducalis pick down. That's pretty hype. I wish I had that sticker. That's funny.
You like the sentry?
No,
Beside his
it's
face?
kind of Giga Chad, right? He's like holding it up. He's like, I have vision of this area, bro. Because I think Ducalis, one of the things that he was highly praised for is his warding. Back when Astini was on the team, he always talked about how Ducalis seems to know where wards need to be placed at all times and sets the team up with really nice vision. Sunstrike on the mid creep, standard stuff. Alright, off to the races. Any particular lane that you think will be of interest in this game or that we need to keep our eyes on?
Yeah,
is it going to be this bot lane?
Darkseer lane. This is going to be interesting. The Darkseer lane, I think both the side lanes could be very, very interesting. And on top of that, you have Sunstrikes coming on, right? So there's definitely going to be kill potential happening.
Bang.
Right. Bang. Somebody's dead. Sunstrike.
Straight on. I think no one, he had the chance to do that for himself earlier on in game number 1, but he was a bit late. Chira Jr. will not make that same mistake and lands the Sunstrike on the money.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very crucial for Invoker because this lane against Lada is not, like I said, it's not a good lane, you know, for Invoker. Invoker is not a hero that does well in laning phase in a lot of these matchups. So getting all those kills are definitely going to be super helpful for him.
The one thing about this Warlock, you know, the weakness of this hero is that you can just pull against him. But because it's so obvious that you're going to do that, Melody can just buy that early boots. And that's kind of what allowed him to put the Harass out onto 9 class, securing that kill. He's put a lot of damage out onto Triple S as well. And meanwhile, Watson's just free farming. 12-3 right now. Not much of a lane for the Darkseer to work with.
Yeah, also he made an adjustment, right? He took heal at level 1 instead of Fatal Bonds. That's like, I think, something that they didn't expect on the SB. Like, he's just dying to the Shadow and the Sunstrike.
At least he has a salve and some tangos to work with. Pretty rough stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely something that I feel like you only see in the top tier games, you know, like players making minor adjustments so that they catch people off guard. Like when you're playing SB in this type of lane, you don't really expect that amount of damage coming out, you know, because the Warlocks don't usually get healed at level 1.
Yeah. I mean, there's no real need to kind of pull the lane back, right? Because no matter what you do, Triple S is going to get farm. But I think you're just happy with the fact that Watson is getting every single last hit down here. And he's going to have a lot easier time clearing up these stacks and clearing up the key ancient areas compared to SF, let's say.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Invoker's really struggling against Slada. That's like, I kind of expected it to be bad, but I don't know if it's going to be this bad, you know. Slada is 20-7, Invoker is 9-1.
It's kind of a similar story to the previous game where we saw the Invoker come out, and the whole plan is to get net worth through the Sunstrikes on the side lanes, right? Less about like actually winning the lane.
Yeah, but at the same time, there has to be some sort of line drawn, right? You can't really just lose the lane like so badly. There's going to be like implications in the game as well. I mean, I know the hero is not meant to win his lane, but there has to be some sort of a limit. And meanwhile, they pick off Ducalis on the side with the Lion and the Bat. Invoker at this point, he only has 1 kill, you know. Like, I feel like this is not going to be enough for the pressure that he's facing in the lane. He needs more.
He needs to increase his SPM, his Sunstrikes per minute. Not a good rate right now. Melody?
Unfortunately, it's not up to him.
That's true. Especially when his side lanes are suffering like this. This is the timing that you're hoping for as the Darkseer. Once you hit that level 3, level 2 Ion Shell will rip these HP bars apart.
Yeah, they don't really have like side lanes that can constantly set up Sunstrikes. Except for Lion. Lion's like the only one, but they're getting kills on the bot lane. They're not even getting kills on the top lane.
Do you count the Ducalis kill? Because that was technically in the river, right? Even
sure. I mean, sure.
Yeah, this is just another day in the Jakiro Shadow Fiend office. You know, these two guys mean that you're not laning. So you just gotta drag, gotta go jungle. You can already see the adjustment from the Bat Rider.
Why is the SB even here? It's not like they need him here. The lane's already vacated, you know.
Yeah, actually, why don't you just go bot and put more pressure onto the Warlock?
I don't know. I think they just feel like it's hard to kill bot against TA and Warlock. Too much sustain with the heal and the refractions.
I mean, the Bat's kind of walking up now, trying to cut some creeps. Maybe they could catch him off guard, but Jakiro's rotated over. Not really sure what the play call is here from PARIVISION. It almost looks like no one is calling his supports over to maybe try for a dive at level 6. Or maybe play on this
charge.
catapult wave.
TPing in the Jakiro. Yeah, he's
Notice in
dead.
trouble. Yeah, slow to a crawl. No running out of that one.
Yeah, you don't have a point in flame break, so there's no way you can stop the charge.
Yeah. A bit unfortunate. But with the 2 supports showing up there, that means that Yandex are going to take full vision control of this mid lane. Set up a ward, 2 sentries on the side, make sure that there's no gank coming in from the Spirit Breaker, and it's actually Chira Jr. who uses the Forge Spirits along with his catapult creep to try and put just a little bit of damage on the tower.
There's nothing the Slala can do because his support's left to kill the bat.
Yeah.
And that bit does not feel good, but he picks up the rune. Lucky Slala. Lucky no one.
Bot lane, Watson left alone. The TP comes through from the Lion. Nice stun there, but Jakiro coming through from the Twin Gates. Really nice rotation from Ducalis.
Yeah, just PARIVISION electing to play around the side lanes, whereas Yandex playing on the mid lane, so paying the price here, losing 2 kills on the side lane.
Yeah, I think Ducalis has done a pretty good job being in the right place, right time. Apart from getting caught out in the river earlier. Oh, this might be a dive onto Chira Jr. Nice ice wall. Good awareness there. Won't be able to walk this one off. But yeah, I was complimenting the Jakiro because I think he was right near the tier 2 tower. And he makes a beeline straight for the gate and makes it in time for that Watson pickoff. So everywhere that he needs to be.
Finally.
Of course, as soon as I talk about him, that's where he dies. Sunstrike knocks him down. And Watson's still able to put out a decent amount of damage. 9 class can't continue to dive. We'll have to surge on out of there. Losing the courier though. And Watson getting some revenge.
They say thanks here with the gate. He is coming over to kill Watson. Requiem, level 6. And he is dead. He's surrounded. Even the Sladas here.
Full collapse here from PARIVISION. Usually with the Shadow Fiend in the game, you expect him to be the carry being ganked, but Satanic flipping the script a little bit, really putting the pain onto Watson. And you gotta keep in mind, he just died, so he doesn't have a TP back into this lane for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. 2 back-to-back deaths. I think this is like the downside of like having like Invoker. Invoker doesn't TP, he's like just Sunstriking, right? You compare that to the Slala. Slala can just move around, control runes, and rotate and gank your side lanes, right? This is kind of something that you have to live with when you have an Invoker mid. It's greedier, and if you're not getting Sunstrike kills, you're gonna be facing a lot of rotations from the enemy mid.
Yeah, no one also can move up and down the river canal a lot easier, right? So maybe he's appearing way earlier than you expect. And he doesn't even need to get in range to crush. All he needs is like 1 corrosive haze, and then suddenly this SF is like 4 to 5 clicking you. Especially this early on, the heroes don't have a lot of HP to work with. No one making good progress towards that Blink Dagger. So top of the net worth is Mr. Satanic here, having a grand old time on the Shadow Fiend. 2nd game in a row. I just don't know whether Yandex have the tools that they need to deal with it. They don't have the repositioning of the Tiny that we saw from
Lasso.
the last game. It's just Lasso, right?
Yeah, Lasso is big. It's one of the best spells against SF.
Sure, but Bat Rider's eating shit right now.
BKB piercing stun. I mean, eventually you'll get there with your dagger.
Sure.
I feel like no matter what, he's going to be a threat to the SF unless the SF is just so far ahead, you know.
You consider something like a Linken's this game on Satanic?
Yeah, for sure. I think Lincoln's definitely a useful item against Bat.
Lion as well.
And it's not going to be easy to target the SF. Like, he has a lot of protection in the game. The vacuum wall, the Slada with the Spirit Breaker. He has a lot of bodyguards, I would say, beefcakes in front. Nice catch. Very nice on the edge of the tornado. Book charge for Melody.
But that's the most important part, I think.
Out of everything, the Black Grimoire charges are the one that matters. Not even the gold, not even the XP, nothing.
Nah, screw that, screw that. It's all about the golem, baby. You gotta drop it on the tower, really show them who's boss, you know what I'm saying?
Ask every Warlock player. Listen to what they'll tell you. It's all about getting that level 6 and immediately telling your team, I am going to drop the rock here in this lane and I don't care what happens.
Yeah. It's just, I'm like, you shift queue the rock onto the nearest enemy tower and that's it.
and then you farm the jungle with it. Every excuse to drop a rock to farm towers and creeps, you do it as Warlock. A
Starting to run
certified
over here.
Warlock player.
Yeah, that's fair. What was that?
What was?
Yeah,
What
did
just
you see
happened?
that?
Yeah, I saw that. I
Well,
was so
Notice is
confused.
gonna die. So here's my read on what happened, okay? So I saw that Melody was sapping some EXP in the mid. He's like calculating the exact amount that he's gonna get from the Grimoire. He's telling his Bat Rider, okay, I'm gonna come top, I'm gonna Grimoire, and I'm gonna ultimate. As you can see, and then Yandex on Saxa, they suddenly decide to randomly TP to the tier 2 in the bot lane. Saxa cancels it. I don't know if it's a misclick or whatever, because maybe they thought the TA was in trouble. Perhaps she was getting charged by the Spirit Breaker. But either way, she was completely fine, and then Notice kind of sticks around way too long. PARIVISION set up play, and then Melody just doesn't get to use his Golem. So he's really sad. Obviously the most important part of all of that.
Notice he wants a kill here. As
Really
an
doesn't
asset.
wanna, yeah.
Okay, every excuse to drop a rock right there.
Didn't even get anyone. The Jakiro was already dead.
That was actually so funny because he used it after killing the
He didn't
Jakiro.
even need to do it because there were Forged Spirits already. Like the tower was at like 400 HP.
But you still have to do it because you need to use it to farm.
At some point, you
You
gotta
use it
draw a
to
line.
farm. No, you use it to farm. You have to use it every time you have it. Like, this
Okay.
is legit advice.
Well, now he's dead. Touch comes through. They found Notice. Chira Jr. around the corner to try and help with a tornado. Clips the Spirit Breaker but doesn't find the Slaughter, and Notice will be run down. Looking for another. Nether Bash out onto the poor Warlock, who's stuck around to try and push out the wave. PARIVISION
the
bring
wave.
the numbers and punish Yandex.
He took 3 waves with the Golem. Worth. Hashtag worth.
If you say so. I mean, this opens up space for them to farm the triangle, so pretty nice.
Yeah, I think this team is just really good at like farming the map, you know. I think especially Melody, he puts a lot of focus on taking away farm from the enemy. Not exactly taking away farm, but taking away space, right? Because he's shoving the waves away, always pressuring the enemy team. He forces you to react to what he's doing. Because you gotta send somebody to deal with the trash, right, coming in.
Yeah.
And it makes it so that you cannot gank the other lanes.
Exactly. And you compare that to maybe another position 5 where, let's say, if Melody is instead sticking around the tier 1 tower, if he dies there, then that's going to be a free tier 1 for PARIVISION, but instead they spend all that time that the Warlock is dead, pushing the top wave back in, and by the time he's alive again, he's sapping EXP in the mid lane. So you don't gain anything really from that Warlock pick-off. Sure, you slow down the bat, but with how fast he's farming, he's just kind of keeping up, even though he's had a bad game. An early Heaven's Halberd here for Triple S. What do you think of this item?
What? What on earth? What did you just say? Heaven's Halberd?
Yeah, I know those words have not been spoken in many eons, but we have an early Heaven's Halberd. No Crimson Guard. I guess mostly it's because the TA is the only right clicker, but...
Yeah, it's good against TA because you don't build Dispel or BKB on TA early.
Darkseid's gonna get caught here.
Oh, he didn't
All
get his
alone
stun
trying to
off.
pick up the EXP. He's gonna at least try and deny the kill from Satanic, but Triple S will get it. Still a call, not too bad.
Yeah, he's probably gonna know there's a ward in the area that saw him.
Radiant's top tower is under
9 class, the Ghost Ward will prop, Dust comes through, but the high ground's a bit too risky for them. They're happy to just try and take away this tower. Assert themselves at the minute 14 Wisdom Shrine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not much that Yandex can really do. A bit of a quiet early game from them, to be honest. And it's off of the fact that this Invoker didn't really have the best time in the mid, right? He got 1 Sunstrike kill. And then since then, it's no one with the rotations making things happen for his team. Yandex not really quite able to keep up.
And it's kind of difficult with the Invoker, like I said, with their lineup. The Invoker takes a lot of space, so inherently they'll be playing like a slower pacing game. Because you're up against Spirit Breaker, Darkseid with Slaughter, with the Jakiro. They're going to take your towers, they're going to take your map, and you kind of have to just suck it up, you know. The fact that they're only like less than 1k behind at this point, I think that's pretty good because they are not really getting a lot of sunstrike kills early on because of their setup. They get the lasso.
Blink reveals
the rock.
Though the rock is going to counter initiate. Finger through, no one's gone. Sliced up, still surviving on the last sliver of HP. Hiding in the pit, he's gonna be able to walk away. No! The Golem gets the last hit, but Notice will trade his life for it. The Bat Rider Blink reveal pays off, but it comes at a slight cost there. A lot of ultimates thrown in that river area.
That's interesting. You normally don't go dagger on bat nowadays so early, but he felt like they needed to do something right early because of their composition with the invoker mid. So going for the dagger, just making sure that they have an opportunity to make a play at this stage of the game. This is something that you don't really see far too often, and I agree that it's a good idea. It gives them time and space to farm right now with that pickoff.
It's really awkward though, the way that starts, because 9 class was hidden behind the trees, sees them coming thanks to the daytime vision and gets the bulldoze. So the lasso lasts like what, half a second? And no one with a really nice counter initiation almost slithers his way back.
Oh, they get Satanic.
Satanic in the mid lane. That's a big pick. Able to dodge away because of the Manta. He's still surviving and fighting. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is cleaning up backline. Chira Jr. with a big tornado to keep them at bay. PARIVISION, they will lose Satanic in the end, but they make them hurt for it. A couple of support kills going their way. Ducalis clipped up by the Sunstrike. Last hit not there. No one will come in for the finish. Chira Jr. overextending for that kill, and now the charge on through. Watson's left all alone with no help on the horizon. And PARIVISION just dancing around Yandex. Sure, they lost Satanic, but they get a couple of nice kills to boot.
Yeah, the mech on the Ducks here just giving them that extra aura. They have more auras than the other side. Like, they don't really have any auras on the other heroes. I mean, Bat has the drums. That's about it, right? Yeah, Yandex doesn't really have as much sustain as the PARIVISION side.
You get the Bat, gonna get hunted down here. Just running on with the Ion Shell. Lasso's there,
nice
though. Notice will survive.
I mean, he got the bash here, you know, but he was just banking on getting the bash on the first hit there.
I see a replay of that fight. It starts out pretty awkward because Satanic just walks up, starts hitting the tower, and doesn't respect the damage potential.
Maybe overestimating how much the variability he gets from the Manta. They're just playing a little bit, again, you know, too over-aggressive, too far forward on the carry. Was dying once more, but his team somehow just manages to clean house towards the end. Like Slada, Darks here, the Jack Hero, just making sure that you can't really escape from them.
Yeah, Ducalis doing a good job playing on the edge of the fight, surviving with a sliver and making it count with that ice path to control Watson. PARIVISION, they're doing a great job just kind of keeping this tempo up. Managed to knock down the mid tower that they were there for in the end. But like you mentioned, maybe not too bad for Yandex, given that despite all of these fights not going their way, they're still just 2k, 3k gold behind. It's not that big of an advantage for PARIVISION.
I mean, it's a long way from here, because I feel like they are going to not be able to fight PARIVISION for quite some time. Like the Roshan, the Tormentor, I feel like PARIVISION has the edge there. They're gonna find another pick. Nice crush on 2 heroes.
Lasso's there though, controlling no one, but he's gonna come back out and ready to finish them off. Golem to try and keep him at bay, but he should be able to dodge. No, Watson slices him down. Now Triple S in trouble. Caught up by the full snap. This time PARIVISION, they're the ones who overextend. They thought it was a couple of free support kills, but nobody on PARIVISION was there to back them up. Satanic was farming, Ducalis was away. The Yandex, has that opened up Roche for them?
It seems so. Yes, Desolator. This is actually such a big swing. I mean, PARIVISION, they're gonna have to try to do something here. Invis Rune, holy shit, they have no sentries.
Hang on, back to life. We're caught out in the replay right now. They're distracted. Ducalis is right there.
Ice Path?
Might catch them off guard. Ice Path with a tornado onto 2. They've got the kite. Ducalis is in a bad spot. That did not work out the way that PARIVISION were hoping for. They got a bit too antsy and got caught out by the damage over time. The Firefly just burning that poor Jakiro alive. 9 class will get hunted down.
They definitely got baited by the Invis on the Jakiro. If it wasn't for the Invis, I'm sure they would have just left and farmed. Oh boy, that is such an unfortunate situation. I don't even think they did anything wrong there, you know, because they felt like, I agree with them, there was a chance that they could have done something with the Invis rune on the Jakiro. But it just turned out to be so damn bad after seeing what happened.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. We'll see a replay of that again. The Jakiro trying to sneak in. He realizes, guys, they can't see me. Guys, we can get this Roche. Come on, guys, everybody. But he just doesn't really anticipate the damage over time.
Maybe the SF went in too early, because if you've seen that, he could have just waited for the Roche to drop a little bit lower before he ran in, wait for the Ice Path, and then commit.
Yeah.
Again,
little bit hasty here from Satanic. That seems to be the theme of this series.
Yeah.
Even in the win earlier, some mistakes there from the young gun of PARIVISION. Down the tree line,
be more patient.
will get caught. No one immediately lassoed up, but a big vacuum onto 3. Tornado will keep PARIVISION at bay, the immediate buyback. PARIVISION, they want to win this fight, but the problem is they can't lock anyone down. They got 2 supports, but for the buyback of the Spirit Breaker, they'll have to get a Tormentor 2 to make it worth it. But you know Yandex are not going to give this away. They have themselves the Aegis. They know they have an advantage, and they're going to try and push the issue. Chira Jr. up on the high ground. No swap. Gives this location away.
This is going to be very quick with the Slada. They need just a couple of seconds to kill it. They're going to smoke up. Try to wrap
They
around.
don't see any heroes, so they know probably smoked up. Watson on the front line, spots Satanic right now. Who's going to jump in? That's the question. The Bat Rider doesn't have lasso for another 30 seconds. So who can be your initiator?
What's
the Rock, perhaps?
Okay, never mind. I was thinking maybe they could use the Aegis to body and just initiate.
Yeah. They're going to try and chase. Satanic
They
spotted
might
on the
find
low
someone
ground.
here. Lasso.
Bounces him up. Doesn't get him onto the cliff though, but the Rock will slow him down. The Rock is the one that's cliffed. Satanic will get caught and killed. Pretty painful price to pay, but still PARIVISION get away with a Tormentor kill and a couple of fights that weren't really meant to be theirs.
It's still a very decent exchange. Like, when you don't have the Aegis, for the 20-minute Tormentor fight, usually you're on the side that can't really contest the Tormentor. The fact that they got it, I think it's a huge deal. Even though SF dies in the end, I feel like overall it's worth it.
Okay.
And not to mention,
as well.
Not to mention the Rock ended up on the high ground, so he can't farm with the Rock. That's like
no,
that's
major economical
losing
damage.
almost
that's a big deal.
1k goal, you know. Like
that's like not using your Midas for like 10 minutes.
Bro, every time you drop a Rock, usually you get like around 1,000 gold on Warlock. You farm a couple of waves, you farm a cam or 2 in the jungle, that's how much you will get.
How the hell is he gonna get the goddamn Aghanims right now? His poor golem is stuck on the cliff. Damn. That's tough.
He's gonna find an excuse to use the next couple more.
He's like, because that previous golem didn't net me any gold, I'm gonna have to use this purely for farming stacks, guys. Sorry about that.
If the enemy doesn't see you using the golem, what are you losing out on? They do not know, they can't pressure you.
Wait, what are you talking about? They literally saw his golem come down.
I mean, I'm saying if you use it without showing it to the...
Yeah. The threat of the golem. The threat. They don't know.
Yeah, try doing it in your games, in your pubs, see what it does to you. It will only net you 4 reports every game.
4 is...
Yeah.
That was a bit conservative.
Oh,
you underestimate the ability of the pub teammate to rally your opponents into reporting you as well. 9 reports on this guy, please, and it's like...
Because he dropped his golem in the jungle to...
Yeah, some shit. I mean, your opponents won't know in a pro game because your teammates aren't going to betray you, but your pub teammates, they will definitely call you out in all chat.
Alright, fair point, Mike. Can't argue with that in SEA pubs.
Look, Yandex haven't really been able to exert themselves post-Aegis, right? They lost out on the Tormentor, they got an SF kill for it, but not really progressing the map, really, in the way that they would hope. 2k gold lead's not too bad, but PARIVISION, they're shaping up for a fight. Have the Aegis counting down, 20 more seconds until that's done.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like their lineup is like the slower pacing lineup, right, on the Yandex side. So, not really getting run over by the Darkseer and SB in the first 20 minutes, that's like a huge deal.
Sure. Is it one of those cases where as the game goes on, you get less worried about it, or is it still very much a threat?
Yeah, I think you get less worried because Invoker is just going to get stronger and stronger. What on earth is
3
he
bashes in a row?
actually doing? Why is he trying for that kill? That's like, no, it's not even close.
Well, he's not really being threatened, right? He knows he has triple S behind him, so it's not like Yandex can punish him. This is normal 9-class gameplay. He just, I don't know, he just runs in, makes you think that he has his whole team behind him, whole time his ass is alone. And gets away with it.
Are you sure he's getting... Okay.
Winter, you always set yourself up, man. You just don't believe me when I tell you this guy. That's the most fine Spirit Breaker I've seen in my life.
Oh no.
He doesn't even dodge it in time. He tumblers toy late. Like,
Whenever you
9
watch
class,
that
bro.
game, you just need to follow 9 class. That's
It's
it,
so
yeah.
funny. It's
That's
actually
the
so funny.
entertainment for the whole game.
Yeah, that's true. You start getting bored, just put it on this guy's player perspective. He's always looking for a way to make things fun. Whether it's fun for his opponents, fun for his teammates, or just fun for the viewers, that's a different question altogether.
Yeah, he's also got this max bulldoze build. Like usually the more common one is you max the bash.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is definitely not the more common one, I think. But it gives you a lot more, I would say, mobility in the team fights with the status resist and the move speed. And it only works if you're going for a mana item, because this build consumes more mana every time you're trying to push out waves or enter the team fight. So you definitely would want this build plus a mana item, which is going for a use first item this game. Pretty interesting stuff. You don't really see a lot of use first item on SBs. It's good against Invoker. You can dodge the spells. You can use it against the Batrider Lasso. You can also remove the Fatal Bonds debuff on you.
Well, what's the typical SB build? Do you just go BKB straight? Like on the support, you think?
Drums into Shadow Blade, BKB some games. Those are the common routes.
I can kind of see the Yules being like a common like tech pickup, right? You need some sort of... It's low-key like a Heaven's Halberd, right? Because you're just worried about the damage coming out from the TA.
Yeah.
You can...
And it also gives
controller.
you another catch, right? Sometimes you need the extra TP cancel. When
you can't rely on your 17%, which hasn't been a problem so far. Statsa on the front lines, getting caught out by no one. A meteor to cover him, but he's not gonna last for long. Gets found, and
the dust.
trying to TP, the dust will find Chira Jr. Tornado is not going to save him. He'll get caught out and killed, and more bodies dropping for Yandex as they continue to bleed out. Can't find any more on PARIVISION though, but still, very, very nice play.
He might have seen the Invoker because of the talent, you know. He has the extra 500 night vision. Because the Invoker was around the trees. I feel like maybe he just saw him because he had that talent.
That's true. That's true. Kind of underspoken about talent, right? Nobody really mentions this. I feel like there's only a handful of heroes who have that additional vision talent at like maybe 10 or 15.
Really?
Is it only
it's
him?
only one. It's only him, right? Like, who's the other hero?
I'm gonna have to check. I might be tripping on my
Bro, you're the one who I'm mentioning. So you better know which hero.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I just altered myself here. Okay, well, regardless of vision or not, that's still a really nice catch onto Chira Jr.
How quickly you backtrack.
No, I'm trying to buy myself time to think.
Are you thinking about Wyvern? I think she used to have it, right? On the...
I know it used to be a thing. It's kind of like those GPM or Death Timer talents where they slowly phased it out, right? Like it's no longer...
Yeah, I think it's just SB. Normally when I'm in the game, the way I decided which talent I want is depending on the time of the game. If it's nighttime, I'll just take the night vision. If it's daytime, I'll take the... like serious, like for real.
Just vibes-based talent decision.
Bro, it's not vibe-based. What do you get from it? If it just turned daytime and it's going to be 5 minutes of it, why are you taking the night vision?
Okay, you're valuing the immediate impact of...
Yes, of course.
I understand, that's fine.
You're welcome, Mike.
I guess it also depends on if you feel like you need to be in the front of the fight, right? Because for me, sometimes I get the 4 armor. I feel like the 4 armor is really nice for a hero like Spirit Breaker that ends up in the mix a lot of the time.
Yeah, especially if you're against like TA, right? A sort of minus armor. So you have
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like,
and armor.
Because you're already missing out on some maybe more useful stats, right? You go for the Yule, so you're not getting HP from drums or like armor from some of these stat items.
Yeah.
Fight brewing though.
Here we go.
Notice.
Oh, the Yules.
Gonna get Yules. Ice Path. He's caught out, but he has a BKB upon landing down. Sorry, what the hell am I talking about? That was scary stuff. I thought Notice was in trouble there.
There was some value right away with the Yules. He just got it.
Hell yeah. Still on the front lines. Now he'll get Lasso full commit, but he's just a bait. No one crushes up onto Statsa. Still able to split and a huge vacuum onto 3. That's what you want from Triple S. As Noticed and Malady just have to run. They will kill off 9 class, but I don't think they care if 9 class dies. Watson still cleaning up on the backline, finding one, getting another. It's a triple kill for the TA from out of nowhere. Yandex, how have they found that?
Huge fight, you know, there. Right there with the, I guess it was mostly the Warlock and the Bonds there doing like a bunch of damage, but the Warlock did 4k damage.
Yeah,
so it's mainly
he bonded everybody.
It was mainly the Warlock and the TA doing the damage. The rest of the heroes, they are just sitting and watching and enjoying the show. Now you know why Watson loves Melody, you know, they're always together.
I also wanted to mention this in the draft because sometimes in games we see like the Warlock player go to the off lane instead and then they do a lane swap, but I don't think you're ever going to break up this Watson-Melody duo. They're always going to want to lane together. We'll see a bit of a replay of that fight. So clearly 9 class is baiting on the ward here, but we'll have to keep our eyes on this Warlock, how he gets that fatal. Yeah, huge fatal bonds. And it looks rough, but Watson able to slide out thanks to the Hurricane Pike. Just instantly kill off 9 class, and then look at how he moves. Blinks over to the high ground. Really, really sharp awareness there from the TA player. Salvages what looked like a pretty rough fight. Now gets another Aegis. So Yandex keeping up with PARIVISION here.
Game on. And they're also going to get the Tormentor here. I think there's nothing PARIVISION can do about it. They have to just sit back and be defensive and just wait. I don't know what is their next item timing exactly right now on the PARIVISION side. I think Shivas is nice. SF is getting a swift blink. He has his level 20 now, so he has a lot of damage. But I don't know if they have enough in the tank here. Maybe if they really execute some insane vacuum, ice path with Spirit Breaker charge combination with the Raccoon, maybe they can win a fight still. But he has to be perfect. That's triple BKB on TA, Invoker, and Bat, you know, so they need to get everything correct, precise.
So far in a lot of these fights, it's felt like PARIVISION, it's not difficult at all for them to kill Melody and Saxa, but most of the times, these two supports will have already gotten their spells off. Another kill onto the poor 9 class Spirit Breaker.
He has buyback. He's ready to come back to fight.
It's gonna take him a while to reach here though. Smoke move out, PARIVISION still on the prowl. They're not gonna expect this. That's what they're hoping Yandex are thinking. Big wraparound. Firefly Trail might just have given
They're pinging top
away.
They're pinging top. They're saying nobody is defending the tower.
That's true. Kind of a big tell. Melody,
he reacted so quickly with the ghost.
He's just going to golem on the spot. Cataclysm comes down, doesn't really connect on anybody. Big reactions there from Melody. He's dropped most of his spells. Watson trying to duel, but he can't fight Satanic. Watch out for the Requiem. Satanic not wanting to commit. Getting controlled at the moment. Pulled back in by the vacuum. The crush is there. Watson in trouble. Watson gone. TA is dead, and with the wraparound play, even though they pinged out the top tower, even with Melody's reactions, it didn't end up mattering, but still, Notice somehow
insane.
able to clean up the back line.
I mean, if the Warlock actually didn't get his rock and his spells off, like
it's done. It's cooked.
I think the fight is over. That was literally insane. The way he actually just reacted with the ghost and rock. That was some crazy stuff right there, you know.
I mean, what happened that fight? Were like the Yandex heroes not in position? I mean, I guess we'll find out with this replay. But it feels like there's this full wraparound, and the only people you see on screen are the two Yandex supports, right? In comes the Bat Rider with the lasso, but there's no follow-up damage, so Triple S is completely fine. Seems like the Invoker was a bit late to the fight. He shows up with the Tornado,
you know
but
what
at that point,
you know what does this tell you? Because in the previous fight, the Warlock did 4k damage, right? And in this fight, they found the Warlock first.
Yeah.
So it tells you PARIVISION, if they want to win a team fight, they have to kill the Warlock. The Warlock is a substantial amount of damage in a team fight.
It does feel that way. I'm sure PARIVISION know this well after being fatal bonded up in the previous engagement. Melody almost outplayed them too. You were mentioning the pre-Ghost Scepter. That was crazy.
That was insane, you know, like how he... I don't know if he pre-cast it or he just reacted, you know, because he saw someone behind him. Because he was the one pinging. I remember
there was a ward in the lane. So
it was the orange. It was the orange player pinging the top wave. There's no one defending top.
There's a reason why he's widely regarded as one of the top 5s right now, alongside Whitemon. Free pick off there for Chira Jr. In the top lane catches Ducalis sleeping. I wonder why the Shadow Fiend didn't Requiem, because he still had the BKB duration, but maybe just kind of worried about the Invoker damage. I guess they killed the TA in the end, so maybe he's just like, okay, I can just create the distance, get back to safety, and then right-click with the Slaughter out, but...
Maybe he was just worried about the bad lasso. I don't remember when did the lasso...
No, the lasso came out at the start of the fight.
Oh, yeah.
He lassoed Triple S, so it's like... The only thing that you're left to worry about, because both supports are dead, you're just kind of scared that the Invoker blows you up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, what do you think of this build, by the way? Because most of the time we see the Shadow Fiends go for that Yasha Kaya. This time around, he went for a very early Manta and sort of going full DPS early on. A bit more of a traditional right-click build. Do you think it's just because he wants to play with his Lada Corrosive?
Yeah, I think mainly that. But surprised to see that there's no butterfly in his inventory, you know, considering he's up against a TA. Maybe he feels like he just needs to go all out on damage and he doesn't have to, you know, buy any defensive item. Because as long as they get the jump, Slada is going to amp up the damage so much that you just kill the heroes, you know.
Yeah. He's also low-key just dying to like everything else, right? The TA, yes, does a lot of damage, but big jump in.
He's dead.
Satanic, he is gone! Oh, the Shadow Fiend doesn't get a chance to press any buttons. Melody, again, the Ghost Scepter keeping him safe, and they just can't kill this Warlock. Tornado's gonna catch you on the TP out. You are going nowhere, no one. Double kill there for Chira Jr. This time, Yandex get the jump. PARIVISION, their item built and their lineup rely fully on them being the ones initiating. And when the script is flipped, you can see how bad it looks.
And that was again some crazy initiation right there from the Yandex, like immediately just using the Kata to destroy the SF. You know, he just showed in the lane for a bit and just gets jumped by Lion, and that was it. You know, there was no saving him with the Lion stun, the Hex, the Rock coming down, and that was it. You know, no way you can actually take the fight with PARIVISION after that.
It's kind of rough because we talked about this SF. It might be a good game for it because he has so many bodyguards, but it doesn't matter how many bodyguards you have if you're in front of them. The point of the bodyguards is they're supposed to block you from danger. If you're right in their faces, they don't need to get past any bodyguards. The bodyguards die after you. That's kind of what keeps happening to Satanic in this game number 2 here.
Yeah, he's just not respecting the fact that they have a lot of damage. If they catch him, he's just gonna die. You know? They don't really have... The bodyguards that he has is not like a Marcy or a Tusk that can just save him. You know? You want them to be the people that the enemy goes for first, you know. So I feel like he's just not really playing according to their lineup, you know. I think if they have a Marcy or Tusk, it's okay if he plays so far up. But they don't, right? They just don't have supports like this, so he has to actually be more conservative with the way he's playing on the map when he's farming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's just not really respecting the fact that he can just die, you know, in one stun.
That's a bit crazy. Really nice response here from Yandex. I think a lot of times you see TA lineups kind of over-index on that physical burst, but they have so much damage from all of their heroes, right? You're talking about the Finger, the Bonds, the Cataclysm, all those Invoker spells just continuing to get juiced up as we get later and later into the game. And blink and you'll miss it. It's a 25k gold lead at this current moment. Yandex looking to equalize the series against a PARIVISION that were able to take game 1 off them. Bit of a catch onto Watson. Where's the follow-up? No one there. The BKB still not able to chase. Get the corrosive haze for the vision though. They're bumping back Watson. Where's the backup? Watson not able to survive. This time round caught out alone and the team was not in position. Really nicely done from no one.
That was the big catch there. As Watson just not really realizing what's coming there. Very good catch by SB, giving Vision with the charge, and he didn't really finish the charge, right? He didn't want Watson to realize what's coming because his teammates are still far away, so he cancels the charge and waits for his teammate to come nearer, and then he uses his Eels to catch Watson. That was top tier play there by 9 class.
Because if you try and complete the charge, he's gonna see you coming with that sentry he's placed down, right? That's the only chance he has of escaping. So crossing the T's and dotting the I's there. No one not able to find Chira Jr. around the tree line. But yeah, still very big pick. Gotta slow down Yandex from trying to further the aggression into the enemy base. See, one lane of Rex, not even a lane, just one melee barracks remaining in the top side, separating PARIVISION from Mega Creeps.
And you can see that they have so much damage, right? They can still kill the TA easily if they catch her.
Oh, for sure.
But I feel like the game doesn't feel like it's like 20k like it's over, you know. I feel like PARIVISION, if they can find a good combination with the Vacuum, with the Jakiro, Ice Path, and SB Charge, they can still win the fights. It's all about execution.
Yeah, and more than just execution, it's like who gets the jump first, right? Now they see Chira Jr., Nullifier, it's easy. Whoever gets the vision first, jumps you so much burst damage between all these heroes, you're just gonna get vaporized immediately. There's just no save on either side.
Radiant are scanning.
Your only defensive protocol is killing your opponent.
Yeah. Once you get nullified by the Starlight, that's it, you know, you're dead. There's nothing to save you.
Okay.
I mean, they're lucky they have the TA, so they know that Roshan is going to spawn in 1 minute and 20 seconds. So they can be ready for it on the bottom side. PARIVISION, they just kind of have to be around and just be ready.
Is there any item? I'm thinking like, would Aeon Disc help any of these teams in terms of getting jumped? Because you have the nullifier, so even if Invoker or Bat got an item like that, I guess it wouldn't matter. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what can break the status quo of this, like, whoever gets jumped just instantly dies.
You have to find the initiation. You can't just let the other side jump you first. I think even with a 20k lead, if Yandex gets jumped, they're going to lose the team fight 5v5 here. It's all about finding the opening. You got to make a jump first. Bat Rider has to go in, get a key target, ideally the SF. SF is the biggest target to lasso.
Keep our eyes on the fight. Need to land a lasso around the tree line. Noticed his smoke breaks and they immediately evacuate. Rejoining up, smoking back up. Both teams repositioning here. Roshan is gonna spawn in 5 seconds. Charge comes through. Who has he spotted? 9 class hexed up immediately. The jump in, Melody's gone. Has a buyback, rejoins the fight. Notice, trying to get a target. Cataclysm coming through, doing significant damage to the PARIVISION lineup. Satanic in trouble, Satanic killed. They got the rock on him. Buybacks were used. Yandex need to try and find a bit more here, but PARIVISION able to escape. A big kill on the Bat Rider, and they're looking for just a bit more on the tip of the Earth Spike. Can Sasa find it? Triple S, stop.
Oh, nice push.
Beautiful 4-staff up there. To the high ground, gets Sasa in position. And with those buybacks, looks like Roche is up for contention. Ducalis as well, still caught by notice on his buyback. Coming back through. Can't save Ducalis though. Trying to burst down the Bat Rider. It's gonna be a dieback for notice. If he's not careful, someone needs to get him out. He's still walking away. Chira Jr. there to glide near, still Satanic on the side, doing the damage. The Bat Rider in big trouble. Will get gunned down, but it's already Watson with a triple kill. And Ultra give him the rampage. He's looking for a target, but he needs the control. 9 class, he's come back into the game. No one as well, but eviscerated. Watson, he's just doing way too much. 4v3 situation. This fight started right near the tier 1 in the mid lane and ends up all the way here. The chase just does not stop.
And meanwhile, the creeps got megas. Well, everything's happening.
Hell? Okay. I'm not really respecting the buybacks from Yandex. They're able to rejoin the fight and layer some very key ultimates in. There's a good start from no one, getting the jump onto Melody. He's gonna try and snatch things away, but now having to Nightfall out, presumably. Big vacuum onto 3, doing the damage. Shira Jr. nullified with BKB. Meanwhile, Watson, high ground, controlled. He needs to force stuff away. Cataclysm getting him to safety. He got a hex on SF. He's in trouble, but Watson loses his first life. Satanic standing his ground, but he doesn't have any more legs to stand on. Satanic out for 2 whole minutes. That's no more Shadow Fiend for you, while Watson still battling away on the front lines, able to put out the damage and force PARIVISION back. The buybacks coming in spades. Yandex, they want to back their carry up. He doesn't even need it for now. The fatal punch from the low ground. Someone get Watson out. He still has a refraction. He's surviving in the arm spike. Gets him out of trouble. GG is called. Yandex managed to equalize the series off of some really clutch team fights. And they couldn't have done it without that man on your screen here, Melody. What a performance from him on that Warlock.
He just destroyed the SF in the previous fight, you know, just dropping all the golems on him with his buyback and then forcing Satanic to use his buyback in the subsequent fight. Just absolutely monstrous play right there from position 5. You know, I think from the smoke break, popping his Ghost Scepter, he made a couple of very big plays on a position 5 to win his team the game. You know, that's very top tier play right there from Melody. So PARIVISION, they came close, but unfortunately, I felt like the early game mistakes by, especially the SF, you know, just dying a couple of times. Very bad deaths, giving his team a very bad fight. Those were the fights where I felt like they had the timings in the early game with the Darkseer, SB, Jakiro lineup with the Sada. They were supposed to dominate the early fights because Yandex, they have a much, I feel like, slower lineup. with Invoker, TA, and Bear Rider core, but they just couldn't really capitalize. And props to Yandex for adjusting the build on the bat, because normally you go pipe first, right? And then you don't have dagger. You don't have the initiating tool, but in this game they realize we have an Invoker TA. If the bat is not buying dagger early, how are we gonna play the game? So they improvised, and that was by far the best decision they made this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it helped them open up so many opportunities. It caught Satanic completely off guard, and it all just started to snowball from there. Suddenly, the lead couldn't really expand that far. Suddenly, Yandex was still in some of these fights. And, you know, we talk about the lead a lot, but really, it just came down to the initiation, which looked a little bit awkward, right, for PARIVISION. At a certain point, some of the only fights they were winning was when no one was able to 100-0 people, or you were relying on some sort of 9-class sneaky Yule setup play on Watson on some side of the map. Maybe a little bit of a gap in the draft there, because I'm looking at, you know, the Slardar, the Spirit Breaker, and the Darkseer. These are all three heroes that kind of want information to follow up on. Being the first jump in is often a little bit awkward, and maybe that's kind of why Satanic felt pressured, right? There was a lot of times where we were kind of criticizing him for being in front of his bodyguards, but maybe no one is saying, okay, I'm not gonna jump until I see this hero. Same thing for Triple S. He needs to get a 3-man vacuum, if not, they're not winning the fight. And when your 2 bodyguards can't be in front, then you're like, okay, well, who's gonna hit this damn tower?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that point when you get to that stage is already difficult, right? Against like Invoker, Bat, all these heroes. I think especially when you have early game support. So I think SB in the late game, he doesn't really provide a lot, you know, like you're completely reliant on the other heroes. So I feel like when the game got to that stage, it's already going to be hard for Satanic no matter what. Like if I were to focus on which part of the game they could have lost them like the entire momentum, it's mostly the early game when they were in the zone with the Greaves, the Auras from the Darkseer. They were supposed to take more, you know, during that period, but they didn't really. I feel like they didn't really take a lot, you know, out of the period where they were supposed to dominate. I felt like 20 minutes. If I were to put a number on that, they should be at least maybe 5k ahead with their lineup. But because they couldn't really build a lead, they were always like, I don't think they were losing, if anything, but they just couldn't really build a sizable advantage with their lineup. And when it got to the mid-late game stage, they just didn't really have enough in the tank against the Invoker, against the TA, the Warlock, Rocks, and everything else, you know. So they just couldn't really outskill their opponents.
Yeah, we were joking about it, but unironically, the fact that Melody was able to use his golem so often and get that high amount of net worth means he can afford things like the Aghanim Scepter, like the Ghost Scepter, that really made a difference, which is why he's our featured player, he's our MVP for this series. I think overall stellar plays. We already talked about him being a bit of a trailblazer with the Chikiro, and this game he shows exactly why his Warlock is to be feared as well. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think, how do you even, like, what do you do against this guy? Like, what can you do against Melody? Of course, we have Melody himself to try and help us answer that question. Can you hear us, Melody? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello. Excellent series from yourself, playing 2 of your signature heroes. I think, I mean, you made so many game-winning small plays on the Warlock. I have to ask, you know, there was this one moment in that game that you just won where they made a big smoke wrap behind you and you had this crazy Ghost Scepter and you rocked yourself and you survived. Did you know they were coming? What was going through your mind in that moment?
I think we saw that nobody was pushing the lanes from their side and we thought that they're smoking on us, but I didn't expect this attack on me. But once I saw like one hero on the minimap behind my back, I just pressed Ghost Scepter instantly. But we still lost the fight.
I mean, that was still a crazy sick play. I mean, Winter, you're a Watson, you're a Melody enjoyer, you're a Warlock enjoyer. I'm sure you have many questions for this man.
Yeah, I just want to ask you about, like, I've seen you building Aghanims a lot earlier recently when you're playing Jakiro and Warlock. Like, do you think it's important for the supports nowadays to try to, you know, get more items, teamfight items as early as possible? Or do you feel like it's just something that your team likes to do?
I think early Aghanims is just too much like overpowered on Jakiro, and on Warlock it just gives you an opportunity to win fights like right after you get the items. Meanwhile, the like support items, Glimmer Cape and Solar Crest, of course they are good, but I believe they are good on other heroes.
Right, okay.
So you should
really
be
just,
trying to carry the game on support if you can, as much as possible right now.
Yeah, I think you should try. I think it's like if you get the Solar Crest and you lose a fight, like it's not gonna change anything. But if you get the Aghanims, it's a very like very solid, strong point in the game.
Absolutely, definitely much more of a power spike than a piddly little Solar Crest, right? Who wants to do that? Everyone wants 2 golems, everyone wants a big-ass Macropire. And of course, Melody, last question for you before we let you get back to your team. It's going to be a very busy day for you, of course, but I have to ask. Earlier, you guys won PGL Wallachia, which is big congrats to you guys, by the way, but you did it with a stand-in. So now that you have noticed back on the team, has there been a bit of a readjustment period back to notice? Were there some things you got used to with DM that now you need to try and fix, or is it just business as usual?
What does it mean, the business?
You can tell me. I don't know about the inner workings of your team, brother.
I think the main difference between DM and Notice is that Notice has very high hero pool, too much like versatile, Meanwhile, DM only has like 3-5 heroes which he can play.
Okay.
So,
okay,
I think we're glad to have Notice back.
Nice. Okay, that's good to hear, and we're very glad to see you guys have noticed back. You guys look amazing, and hopefully your streak continues here. On to your next games. Thank you so much for joining us, Melody.
Yep. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know whether you watch some of his other interviews as well, but he's always so based. He's always so based. So maybe kind of what you were saying, right? Where DM, he's a bit more limited. I think you're kind of getting, in a way, proven right in some of your hypotheses, where one of the main differences for PARIVISION now changing over from DM to Triple S is Triple S, he brings a lot more flexibility, right? We've seen him play different styles, we've seen him play the Initiator, we've seen him play the Darkseers, and we've seen him bust out Largos as well. Maybe just something that DM is not as comfortable doing, but either way, they're back with Notice, they're looking good, they're winning the series, and things are looking swell if you're a Yandex fan. Even though, maybe some day one jitters, is there any sort of thing that you can take away though if you're PARIVISION leaving this series?
I mean, it was a definitely tough series for them. They could have played better. They were, I think, not as disciplined as before. They were making a lot of mistakes, but at the same time, they were putting up like a pretty good performance against, I think, Yandex. They are a very, very strong team right now. So I feel like it's a positive result if you look at it from PARIVISION's perspective. There are things that they could work on, but it was still a series they could have definitely won 2-0.
Absolutely. After taking that first game, it looked like maybe they had shaken Yandex just a little bit, but Yandex able to prove why they are one of the best, staying resilient and adapting and picking up the Invoker for themselves. And that will wrap up our second series of the day, which means it wraps up the time that Winter and I have on the Ember stream today. But don't worry, because coming up, we are going to have one of the main attractions today. It's OG versus Nigma Galaxy, 2 teams that are fan favorites, 2 teams that I know you guys are gonna love to watch, brought to you by 2 casters that are just as handsome and deserving. Our Cryptic and Z Quixotics will be up next after a short break. You don't want to miss it.
test results are back, and I'm afraid it's serious. Seb, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're at a critical juncture. If you retire one more time, you're gonna be staying here forever.
No problem. C'est la vie, doctor. I'm a Dota player. Retirement follow cat rules. I can retire 9 times.
Yes, cat rules, everybody knows that, but Seb, how many times have you retired?
I'm not really like an analyst player. I'm more of a gut player.
Oh, okay. Should we just check your Twitter then?
No. Let's not read that. Let's see. There was Quanti Gaming at TI3.
They know Aegis is down, and they want to take a fight now. Ben is going to cut them off on the backline. Cross strength, and where's the Stormhammer? He's going to
Et putain, you stunned the f***ing board?
Oh, that one hurts.
I haven't won a tournament in 7 f***ing years. Could always be talent.
Awesome play by Zaya. It was just impressive.
No.
Nah, man. I can't coach OG right now. I'm with Monkey Freedom Fighters. Wait, what? What do you mean Sing Sing wants to become a streamer?
I can see what happens. It's all about discipline and focus.
One of my teams. That's it. I retire from retiring.
That one doesn't count, right? Like, retire from retirement? Fine. Alright, then there was TI.
All my dreams came true. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. Again. Merci. Is that soy milk?
So how many retirement is that? Like 3?
Seb, that's your 8th retirement. That's 7 too many. You're down to your last one. If you want my prescription, not that you're probably gonna listen to it, you need to get rid of the stress, no major life changes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you in a room next to Zai.
Hello? Doctor, what could happen? 1 sec. Hello? What's that you said? The baby's coming? Oh, I really have been playing too many pubs.
Your son will understand.
She sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. He's dead into the draw of changing seasons. He's screaming for it all, that's got a reason. He's death of promises whispered on the wind. He's doomed to do it all wrong again. But she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. She sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare, unaware. can do is stop and stare. Unaware, run away. Take on the wealth, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down.
the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me your loving. So 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 baby, hold on, don't let go. I meant for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me your loving. So baby, hold on, don't let go. Give me your loving. So give me your loving. I'll meet you after the show. Give me your loving.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to ESL One Birmingham. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. It is the first day of the group stage. We are always happy to be here and excited for a lot of great games. We had some long but fun games this morning, and we're about to jump into another really exciting series. Some of the I would say crowd favorites, OG and Nigma going head to head here for our first series. Zach, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm ready for, like you said, the crowd favorites. Someone's going to be a little happier at the end of this, but I think all the fans will be happy to see these teams be, making it to the lands, which is always exciting.
Yeah,
OG, not too... I was going to say, OG, it's maybe not too surprising because when they first formed, I'm not OG the, organization, but this roster, they started looking pretty good, and they've been trying to find that, big win. So I think a lot of C fans have rallied behind OG. It's already such a likable team, and now you got this C roster behind it. A lot of people want to see them do well. And then Nigma. I mean, I don't even know much needs to be said about Nigma. Everyone wants to see them do well, though they have a new roster. So we're gonna see what that translates to.
Yeah, very kind of interesting to see how things are gonna be for this team, right? Sumail departs the roster, which, I mean, Sumail has been kind of a staple in the scene for a very long time. Apparently, some people snooping on his ranking on the leaderboards, watching him apparently grind out lately. Shout out to those guys. But yeah, they're gonna pick up Devi. Noob's back in mid lane, so very interesting. So we'll see how they actually compete here today.
Yeah, I've got some thoughts on that, but we'll talk about that later as we get closer into the actual draft. For now, I think we're going to see the Group A standings, which you caught earlier, but it looks like Tundra and MOUZ at the top right now. It's just the first day, so I'm not going to read too much into it, but I'd say Tundra being up there is not too surprising to anybody, and MOUZ, it depends. They're a little bit hot and cold, and I feel like you never know what you're going to get going into a tournament. At least for day one, it looks like they might be in good form.
It's kind of funny seeing how split this group is right now. You have like 2 4-0s, and there's just 5 teams that 1 and 3. That's always really funny to see. So they end up just, they all end up kind of losing 2-0, and then the rest of them just tie each other, which is kind of bizarre how that ends up happening. But yeah, for Group A, it is just day 1, but we'll see what they end up doing tomorrow. As for our group, we're just getting started, right? Like, this is the beginnings of Group B. We're about to see kind of how things are gonna start to shake up a little bit, but in terms of the teams, man, it's a cool one. We have Pain and Virtus Pro in this group, which, I mean, as NASA Dota fans, very happy to see them here at this event. But then we have, of course, OG, Nigma. We've got Extreme, Spirit, Falcons, Aurora. Very stacked rosters.
Believe it or not, this might end up being the order of the group stage at the end of this.
Don't say it.
I think if a lot of people were to guess the rough results, this is actually pretty accurate. Aurora has been looking really good recently. Falcon's been a little bit shaky. Spirit on the up and up. XG and OG, I think that one's uncertain, because like 2 other teams, I was saying with MOUZ, like sometimes they look stronger, sometimes not as strong. So far today, 2-0-1-1. Let's see if that continues, what we're going to get here.
And there's a lot on the line here, right? So all these teams, the higher your placement, the better off you're going to be, not just in this event, but also for the, EPT points. There's, value in everything. So first place, quite a bit though, 8,000 total points for the first place, which, I mean, that's basically punching your ticket to EWC at the end of the year, right? Like, that is pretty much a guaranteed. I don't think, like, you can win some of the smaller events, but winning one of the ESL One flagship events usually means you're going straight to EWC. So for any team right now, that's kind of the most important piece of the prize, I would say.
I'm pretty sure every team that has ever won one of the events, big or small, has made it through, especially because typically if you're good enough to win an event, you've probably placed pretty well in the other. So it's a little bit kind of like self-fulfilling, like the teams that were going to go were likely to win the event. But like you said, all the more reason you got to place well, because sometimes the same team wins multiple events, so then it really comes down to what other points you have managed to grab at all the events, adding them together.
Yeah, I think for the most part, like, they're like OG, for instance, a team that we were just talking about, has been kind of like on the rise. They're actually decently placed on the leaderboards right now, just because they've had consistent rankings and qualifications to all of ESL events this year. So for them, I think they're pretty happy with how things are going. But we'll take a look at the actual OG lineup here in their training arc, man. It's quite good. I love what they did this time around for the Euro shots. Everyone looks great.
That's very good. Very good tag. Ooh, very classy over here. Discussing. Oh, keeping it cool. Keeping it up.
It would be Devi. I'll be honest. If there was one person here, I was like, someone's gonna break the table. Devi Llama. It's actually unreal how perfect that was designed. OG versus Nigma, obviously, this is going to be one of the fan favorite matchups for the day. I will say, when they picked up Rinseq, this was a player that he had a really short stand-in on like various different teams, but he's a pretty solid player overall, was always really high on the leaderboards. I think before this, he was on like Dendy's bait team, and then he actually was standing in on like various NA teams, I think, back in the day, for like Nouns, I think, and stuff like that. Yeah, there was all sorts of different stuff.
Yeah, I think that kind of tells the story where you're like, you can't quite remember the exact teams he's on, because that's the unknown factor of this guy that a lot of people were a little confused, I'd say, when he first joined. There's like, oh, where did he come from?
Yeah.
So I think that's somewhat okay, just because it's been catching on lately to like pick up these newer unknown players, kind of the rising talent, but also form them into kind of what you need for the team. So you know, he hasn't had a lot of time to prove himself. Nigma has not been in the, you know, the greatest place, which is why they just made another change with Sumail switching out, adding in Davai, Noob back to mid. Can't say for sure exactly why that happened. Perhaps if we get an interview later, we can ask a little bit more about that. Davai, certainly, he's like an actual offlaner. Noob switched over to offlane because there's not a lot of top tier offlane players right now, but there were a whole bunch of mids. So I feel like we saw that trend of carries and mid players switching over to offlane to play with teams. But sometimes if you've been a true offlaner the whole time, you just have more experience, especially in the current patch where being an offlaner sucks. So you have to have been forged in that fire, you know? Like these carries, these mids who switch over to offlane, they're not used to having to struggle so hard. But the true offlane planers, like, I was bored in this. I've never had money in my life. I've always been bullied by the enemy heroes. Like, this is what I was made for.
This is why I hate playing offlane right now. It's like you actually just aren't allowed to have fun. Like you pick your hero with the intent of losing your lane like 90% of the time, which is insane to me. Like that's never have been the case in former years of Dota, where like the carry is actually stronger than you in the lane most of the time, and you're just like begging for scraps on the sides of the map, being like, please master, let me have this one creep, and they just deny it under your tower instead, and you're like, oh well. So it's a weird situation for offlaners right now. Like there's a couple of like very strong ones, of course, but with the current kind of carry support duos that we've been seeing, it feels like a lot of the carries are just bullying their offlaners.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's just the current patch. There happen to be a lot of strong position 1s, position 5s. It's been very safe lane powered recently. Though offlaners can't complain too much, because I feel like if you just go back 1 or 2 patches, they were the most ridiculous heroes. They were the strongest, all the best items. And then there were all the extra ancient camp, like over there's an ancient camp, over here's an ancient camp. Am I winning the lane? Cool, I'm gonna go farm those too. Oh, I'm losing the lane, I'm gonna go farm those. Right? Like offlaners had it really good for a long time, which is maybe why so many people switched over. They're like, oh, that's easy. Let me
fun.
I'm
gonna do that. I'm gonna play Beastmaster every game and throw axes and have 20,000 net worth at 20 minutes or 15 minutes, you know?
He was ridiculous.
Yeah, good stuff. It's been, you know, interesting to see how things develop. We have been in this patch for quite some time, right? Like, let's just call it what it is. We've been in this patch for a little while. It's getting to the point where teams kind of have a pretty set idea on what is good and what is not. And there are some teams trying to experiment. I think we just saw PARIVISION pick a Spirit Breaker. Didn't go well. It looked kind of sick in the early game, I'll be honest. There were some points I was like, man, the Spirit Breaker's cooking. Maybe they're onto something. And then you lose and you're like, nah, just go back to picking Jakiro and Shadow Demon and Warlock and Phoenix and like not mess with the formula of the best heroes of the patch, you know?
At the same time, I think it's understandable why that experimentation happens. I know people are saying they want the new patch, and the new patches are all exciting. But the pros of a extended patch are that it does get figured out, and that you do end up with some pretty close games. Like a lot of the recent tournaments have had very exciting, very competitive games because people have been figuring out the patch. And it also gives you to this point where it's time, no longer just like, okay, Jakiro Warlock every single time. Sometimes, after they've been banned, you pick something a little different, right? Like, oh, maybe this is like truly what's fitting here. You never had time to explore those options earlier because, you know, you gotta just pick the broken stuff. But the older a patch gets, the more the like 80% gets figured out, and then it's about who's got that last little chunk, who's got the surprise hero, who's got the perfect one for this game. Like maybe Jakiro's the best for 95% of games, but this is that 5% for that different pick. And I think that can lead to some interesting, like, draft-wise, like, game intellect interesting, but I admit sometimes it's the same heroes, and you're like, okay, come on, let me see something new.
Yeah, I've been wondering, you know, what was going to change a little bit. Like, when heroes come back and are so popular, you start to look back, you look years into their past and be like, what have always been, like, the traditional counters to these types of heroes, right? And that's where, like, sometimes having benefits of like more experienced coaches or more experienced players ends up being kind of a winning strategy, just because, you know, the younger teams don't necessarily have that type of like historical experience to look back and be like, guys, remember when this hero countered, you know, X hero that's really strong right now? Like, let's try to come up with an idea.
I wasn't born yet. I don't know.
Yeah, like they weren't even playing Dota at the time. So it's you know, part of me thought that was going to have more impact, but I think even like we're at a point now where some heroes are so egregiously strong that even their best counters aren't countering them. And so you just have to ban them, which is really bizarre. Like, I don't think we've really been into a state like that for a little while.
I mean, something's always like, there's always some hero who's a little busted. That's why we've always had those like first phase bans.
Yeah. And that's why we have more than ever now. That's why we have 7 first phase bans. We're going to move it up to 10 next patch. 10 first phase bans, 10 second phase bans. And then, like, you know, leave it there. Just ban 20 heroes and we'll see what happens.
I think it's kind of necessary, though. You have to increase the bans as more heroes get added to the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not possible to have it perfectly balanced as you get to, like, 100. You know, we're approaching 130, I think. And then,
we are.
Another decade, we're at like what, 131. So you know,
I was gonna say 131. No way.
Look, patches have been slowing down.
I can't believe you said it. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, just, you know, one hero every 10 years. That's fine. I don't mind. We're into the draft now. We've got OG and Nigma going head-to-head here in just a moment. In terms of the bans, we'll see the Chen, the Wind Ranger, Treant, and Batterai there get banned. Now, there was a Treant earlier today that slipped through. I did remember seeing that. Let me see if it actually won, though.
Honestly, I think Treant dropped a little. Like, he is one of the stronger supports. And when he first came out with a shard, you know, he was essentially the most busted. But I think as people have gotten more used to it, he's actually slipped down behind a lot of other supports that have proven to be strong and more flexible. Because Treant's like, win your lane, play around the vision, but your late game scaling has not been that impressive compared to like the Jakiros, the Warlock, those types of heroes.
Yeah, and now games are going late.
Yeah, with that said, I do think it wraps back around where if it goes late enough, Treant actually is pretty good again.
Yeah,
because of that vision, because of the BKB piercing overgrowth. And then it of course comes down to like what style you think a team is going to play. And of course, some teams prefer certain types of heroes more than others. So Treant is being banned this time, and that means the Warlocks, the Jakiros are actually all slipping through. I do think this Beastmaster ban is pretty heads up. I mean, we already see a lot of teams play it between carry, mid, and offlane, but I think one of the strengths potentially on paper for Nigma, this
they banned the Meepo.
Ooh,
wow, first phasing ban the Meepo is actually, well, to be fair, teams do this against GamerLegion as well. But the downside of first phase banning the Meepo is you leave the Largo in, and OG will grab the Marcy. Now, Marcy is a hero that we've actually been seeing quite a bit in the last like couple of months. I will say more people are starting to play her as a core again, though. I'm seeing a lot more like core Marcy.
Yeah, funny enough, even with the Fleeting Fury facet getting removed, everyone kind of thought, you know, that's the end of core Marcy. But she was played before that facet. It just really came down to how important was your lane and how quickly can you snowball. And I think that's what a lot of people have identified against Largo. This hero's pretty ridiculous as an offlaner who gets in Aghanims. But his laning stage is extremely weak, and if you can burst him down in the fights before he can play his song a whole bunch for 10, 20 seconds, right? That's where the value really comes in. If you can kill him in those first few seconds, he really doesn't do much. So a hero like Marcy crushes him in the lane, and then with a couple items, you find him in that fight, you just jumped and, you know, you burst him with your ult, even without having that old Fleeting Fury facet. We'll see if teams then move to Largo support. Everyone's done Largo offlane because of how good the Ags was, but I wonder, as you know, the meta does evolve and he gets countered in the lane too hard by things like Marcy, do you just go for support Largo? But then again, this could be Marcy support, which is the nice thing about this pick as a response.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how the best ways to counter Largo are silence and anti-heal, right? Marcy brings silence and burst damage, right? Eventually. Even if you don't pick up the Aghanim Scepter, it's just the fact that she BKBs and jumps on Largo and kills him is the biggest issue. Like, she does so much damage so fast, and he can't really run away, right? Like, she jumps in, stuns, bursts, then dispose, does more burst damage, and it's like, if you survive that, maybe there's a chance the Largo gets out, but the benefit of the Marcy is definitely just she brings a lot of the things that Largo does not like to play against, and if she does end up with an Aghanim Scepter, it completely crushes Largo's team fight. See the Jakiro. Very strong lane hero.
Yeah, pretty scary safe lane if that is what ends up being. This could be just a support duo, though. There's still some flexibility on that. So for Nigma, we're going to potentially see where they want to put this Largo. I mean, they could keep it flexible as well, which is... Okay, I keep getting interrupted before I talk about it. Devi has a very, very, very wide hero pool. He is willing to play all sorts of stuff. And Noob was a mid laner who then became an offlaner for a little bit, expanded his hero pool into offlane stuff. And nowadays, we see some weird stuff in the mid lane. Like, we see offlaners heading into that mid lane. So I wonder if this is something Nigma can play into, which is you now have this very flexible mid-offlane duo, and you could maybe get some of these, like, cheesy surprise picks, especially if you end up being second pick, because it's like, oh, I thought that was an offlane hero, but Noob's actually taking it. Or like, oh, no one's playing this offlane hero, but Devi, you know, he'll grab anything he thinks is a good hero for the game. Maybe that's something Nigma can get some draft advantages if you have these flexible heroes early.
Yeah, I mean, the team that we've seen that has been kind of the best at doing that type of stuff, I think was Heroic, with the move of Whisper into the mid lane. Now, obviously, he's gone back to off lane, but there was that time where you had Whisper mid, and suddenly you'd be looking at the draft, and then you're dealing with like a mid lane Enigma out of nowhere, right? Or, you know, one of his other like classic off lane heroes, he's just playing mid. And you can definitely do that with Nigma's current lineup. So I think there is some strength to that. I do think a lot of the traditional mid heroes, though, are very good. Like, we haven't really seen any of them banned either. So, like, Puck, Ember, Void, Storm, all incredibly strong heroes. And they're all still in the pool. So the Tusk picked up now.
Committing to the Marcy carry. I mean, I guess it's been revealed it's for sure Largo offlane, right? So
yeah, I agree. I think this is the way to go. I think you should run it as the carry. And now with Marcy Tusk or Marcy Jakiro, this is really dominant lanes. Okay, so it will be Marcy Jakiro Tusk Primal Beast. That is a classic combo. The Drinking Buddies with the Primal Beast is very fun. Warlock cannot deal with it. He has no stun, so you have to pick up some sort of stun in the safe lane if you want to avoid just getting trampled and dying.
I mean,
OG's draft is sick.
Yeah, it could also go mid, right? And they have second pick, so depending what you see, you can move it around. For example, maybe you want to hard counter this Puck, which I think Primal lane's fine into it, but it's very difficult to kill a Puck because Puck has so many ways to get out of your tramples. So maybe if you do want to put more pressure here, you could end up with a different mid hero.
Yeah, I think you're looking at this Warlock and you're like, how do we abuse Warlock? And then you have Tusk Primal Beast, right? Which is two heroes really good at punishing Warlock. Upheaval, easily canceled, so you can't just like sit there and upheaval spam. He has heals, but you have ways of blocking off his mobility, and he can't stop trample. And Drinking Buddies Trample is one of those combos that kind of gets forgotten about, I think, a lot, because when people think of Tusk, they still mostly think of tag team. But yeah, Drinking Buddies, very good. How much move speed is it? 11% scaling to 20% at level 1. Okay. I had to look it up. I was like, I can't remember the exact numbers.
We don't see it that often, so
yeah.
Kind of forget about it a little bit. From Nigma, I like what they have up to this point, but I do think you need more damage. And you're gonna have to, it's gonna be relatively survivable damage because you're gonna have a Marcy jumping on you. There's gonna be these pulverizes, these Tusk punches. So you can be burst pretty quickly if you're not a relatively tanky carry, which is, yeah, Dragonite could have been one such hero.
He's generally good against the Primal Beast matchup. Like Dragon Tail makes it very difficult for him to actually like go for kind of trample kills. In terms of OG right now, they don't really have good pick for the puck. They did ban out the Doom because of the Largo. Don't know if it's entirely necessary, but it is safe. The Void Spirit is probably just the default pick here for OG in terms of what they want for Yopaj.
I wonder if it's also a sign they're probably thinking of a carry who does not want to get wrecked by Doom. And now Viper, so probably like a melee carry.
Ursa.
Ursa. I was thinking about him, like Ursa and Troll. They could work. It's also a little scary into like the amount of things that could kite them and waste their time.
Ursa's pretty good into both matchups because he has the Earth Shock to get over shards, and then he like can actually ramp damage against the Primal Beast. And it's not a bad matchup for versus Marcy either.
It's been nerfed. Abaddon carry, I think, would have been something some teams would have gone to.
Faceless Void's actually a good idea too. Good way of getting away from Primal Beast and Tusk.
Chronosphere would have been really strong. 2 melee core so far.
Yeah. In terms of their last pick here, going to be the carry for Rincy Q. See what they can come up with.
Not really sure what his signature heroes are right now, because I think we're all still getting a feel for what he likes to do.
As long as they don't pick Slark, I'm okay with it. Yeah, it's just gonna be the Ursa. It's the most straightforward one. I was thinking maybe you could go Kez if you're like comfortable, like really comfortable on Kez, just because you have like Grappling Claw to get away. But he does less damage than the Ursa, and I think Ursa is better in the matchup versus Carry Marcy.
Though if you catch the Ursa before he can enrage, Marcy can kill him, like, really quickly. That's the scary
You will definitely need an Axe. I mean, well, you have Warlock, right? Like, as long as Warlock's available to drop Golem, you should be able to let your Ursa get the enrage off. I don't think he dies that fast.
But if you're... Yes and no, though. Like, if you're just a little too far back, Marcy, 6 punches are coming in real quick. If you're delayed at all, you're like 1 second behind. Like the whole burst has come out at that point.
Yeah, it's true.
So you have to like see her jump again and already be pressing the rock. So you have to be close enough. And if you're close enough, she might kill you instead. So, well, we'll see what happens. This final pick, they're thinking about it, really deciding where this Primal Beast should go and if it's worth countering the Puck or the Ursa. I do think if you got rid of Puck, I don't know how you make plays on Nigma. If you just shut down this Puck.
I feel like, okay, it's going to be Invoker. That is not really the hero I was kind of wanting from the mid lane, I'll be honest. To me, it's not a hero that beats Puck mid, and I don't think you have a lot of setup in the side lanes either.
It's kind of there. It's not the easiest setup, but Snowball, Ice Shards, like the Onslaught stun, later the Pulverize. And then you do have like Rebound, Dispose, Ice Path, or just slows, right? It's like kind of there. It's not the easiest, but I could see it. I could see it working. Yopaj is pretty good at it, Trust him to.
Yeah, I know.
I do think the Tornado is pretty good here. You got multiple channeled abilities, waste like the enrage time on the Ursa. Largo wants to be playing these songs, and if he's lifted in the air, he actually like can't play. You get interrupted by Cold Snap. There are some cool things to mess with the side of Nigma. It's definitely a utility pick.
Yeah, it is very good against Shadow Shaman. Like Invoker has always been an annoying hero for Shadow Shaman to play around. There's just cold, like a lot of different disruptions that come out. So we'll see how they manage to make this work. This off lane of Largo Shadow Shaman, we've seen quite a bit, but with the Jakiro there, I think it should be okay. And Natsumi is going to go the pick-me-up facet, which kind of still makes sense. I think for the most part, like, you have had, like, there is the bodyguard facet. I just don't know how that would play out as a carry.
Yeah, I think this, I think Pick Me Up makes a lot of sense this game. You can help deliver heroes into the fight. You can take them away as well.
Yeah.
The bodyguard probably has some like cool synergies for carry, but I don't know if Primal Beast and Invoker are really those heroes.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I was like, who really benefits from bodyguard this game? So we'll just be the carry Marcy. As we jump into game number 1, OG versus Nigma. See which of these teams come out ahead here.
Scouting with the Sunstrikes, but I think that's why this was a very quick smoke, to make sure you get out here without being spotted by the Sunstrikes. OG is going to go for a late smoke, which is kind of their thing. They like to go for these first bloods, and sometimes a lot later than you would expect. Like the bounty runes have already expired, and then they smoke. It's not going to be the case this time.
30 seconds to battle.
These are aggressive ones from Nigma. They really want this kill. You could do like catchy lick into shackles or something, but
this top lane's also very scary. I will say I am genuinely surprised to see tag team out of the Tusk. I guess it is something that synergizes well with heroes like Marcy, but Scam walks right into 4. This should be first blood. We'll give it over to Noob most likely. Nope, Omar takes it for himself. Oh, nice little start to the match here for Enigma Galaxy as now Omar walks into the other 2 heroes. Gonna go for a shackle here, try and keep himself alive. A little bit of healing out from GH as well, but there's the trample. We'll proc the foul play, but eventually ran down by the Primal Beast. A little bit of a trade 1-for-1 here at the runes.
Tim's being sneaky. GH gonna take a lot of damage top. He's got boots on this Warlock. All right, they don't want to leave the lane too long, so Nigo's gonna head back, but that is
strike.
Ooh, off the mark. I don't know if it would have killed him anyways, but
yeah, it wouldn't. It would have bought him really low, but wouldn't have killed him.
So who actually comes out ahead out of that then? Oh, it's first blood for Omar. So it's not a core getting the first blood for the sake of OG. Rincey Q gets a pretty good start though, because they did that Warlock chase. Guess it was 3 bounty runes for Nigma as well.
Top lane of the Largo. Now you mentioned this hero's got a pretty rough early game. Does have, you know, at least the favorable matchup into the Jakiro where like you go for the spells, he'll just catch you like himself, get rid of it, right? Just like we see there.
Oh, you know, I will say Omar getting the first blood means he's already got Boots Windlays, and he's going to do the Tranquil Boots trick, I'm sure. So this will help him have the movement speed to avoid the Jakiro and the Marcy to do these creep drags, because if you get caught out, I mean, you just die to those 2 heroes. But the fact that you get this extra movement speed means that you can give Largo this even lane, in theory. You know, you keep up this creep dragging instead of getting dumpstered by the Marcy Jakiro. Trade creep wave for creep wave.
Top side, off the mark with a Sunstrike, but they will still have the damage. Tag team, rather than giving him move speed to do additional damage, they're just using tag team to slow them so that they can't get away. It's an interesting idea. It's working. Natsumi in the bottom lane here, taking a decent beating here as Omar is going to turn back around. Blood grenade out. Does he have a shackle coming up here in a moment? It's got to be soon.
Lick, not going to get in range.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and turn it back around here onto the Jakiro. The catchy look into the shackles. A few more auto attacks, but still not gonna be enough to get the kill, but a lot of damage coming out. They will also secure the Lotus. Force a salve out of the Marcy. Not a bad series of events here for this Nigma offlane.
No, I feel like this is actually quite good for them. You see Marcy ahead by a little bit, but she's actually supposed to be ahead by even more, right? That's like the theory of this Marcy counter pick into the Largo. So the fact that you even just got a good trade plus the Lotus and your CS is not that far behind, I think it's actually quite a win down here. Mid Invoker, we weren't sure. It's definitely not supposed to crush a puck in the lane. We sometimes see pucks manage to even beat the Invoker, but for now it's pretty even. I think this is where the Sunstrikes missing are a little bit of a shame for Yopaj. Like, the kills have happened, but he actually wants the gold, right? He wants to be able to get the money to ramp up.
That might have been the most just outplayed CS I've seen. Bottom lane, very nice move there from Divide. Just manages to catch Skem out of position, gets the kill. So I watched Puck deny 3 creeps under the Invoker's tower, one of which was the flag bearer. That was soul crushing. But yeah, like you were saying, the mid lane, it's not great for Invoker. This is why I was a little bit confused on the matchup. It's just, you don't really beat a puck mid. The idea is that it's contributing to the side lanes, but it's so far not contributing to the side lanes.
Yeah, who's calibrating? You know, all these supports get boots now. You know, you never had to think about that as the Invoker. Like, they used to be so poor. They used to have no health, no movement speed. It was easy to land the Sunstrikes. He just has to, he's got to calibrate a little bit here. He'll get it going forward. Which is the point of this Invoker, I think.
Yeah.
It's punishing the puck in a different way. I thought you maybe shut down the puck so that puck can't move around to make plays. Now when puck tries to move around and make plays, Invoker, going for the Meteor Hammer build, has the forward spirits, so when puck steps out of the lane, you just shove it in, try to take the mid tower, but still contribute with the Sunstrikes that I'm sure will land going forward, and then will provide a lot of utility in these early game fights.
5-minute aggro shenanigans here from Nico, going for the triple wave drag, but what is the, okay, Sunstrike's not on the mark, and Nico is dead underneath the creep wave. Great TP in from Omar to punish this, and they don't get the wave, so it's gonna push massively in favor of, you know, OG in this top lane, right? They're gonna have 4 creep waves coming in, but they lose their catapult.
He'll be there in time to defend it, but actually you see Nigma's moving multiple heroes up there. They want to try to kill him a second time, and with this amount of creeps, you can take the tier 2 if you bring enough heroes, so you have to defend this.
If they kill Nico here, they lose the tower and the Wisdom Shrine. Like, he cannot afford to die here, which they are just going to dive in.
Heroes.
Yeah, so massive creep wave. There's going to be the Hex into the shackles. They're losing heroes and fast tims. Saved by the Ice Bath. Rinsey continue to chase, looking for more, but they're in pretty deep. Yopaj will come through. Tornado hits the Shadow Shaman. Omar now slowed up, caught with the Cold Snap. We'll finish the job there. Let's trap his courier as well. Nicely done, Tims. Okay, they protect the top lane as well as clean up this creep wave. They'll be able to protect their Wisdom Shrine as well. So good TPs in from the side of OG to recognize this.
I need to go back and like look at that slowly to do the economics on that, because you do get a support kill and a bonus courier, I guess, but that's a lot of heroes coming over, and in the course of that fight, I think you miss some of the CS. And do you still lose? You still have the
third. I mean, I would favor Nigma here for sure. There's no way you can fight them. Omar's got a shackle. He's gonna go for the double hex here. Rinsey Q is just gonna continue to beat him down, and Nico is out of mana here on this Primal Beast. Tries to pop those base boosts to escape, but it's just a double kill for the Ursa. They saw the Invoker back mid, and they're like, all right, let's go, baby.
Okay, that's definitely good for Nigma now, because
that's huge.
That first fight, I wasn't sure if it was worth it, because Invoker leaves the mid lane, so you lose that gold, right, even as you get the kill, and you're missing creeps to the tower. If you at least got your Wisdom Shrine, we'll be like, okay, you know, we'll call it even. But now you lose your Wisdom Shrine as well, despite that rotation. These are pretty level-dependent supports as well.
Yeah.
And maybe more so for the side of Nigma. So now the question is, will they put that to use? And I imagine you will. Like, how many charges?
I mean,
he's got
look at Warlock, bro.
Almost ready, right?
Look at Warlock, bro. He's just chilling. He's involved in so many of these kills. Omar coming in. There's the Shackle Noob here as well on the puck. That means they will have the coil. They indeed have it. Didn't connect,
okay.
but they still get the kill. Omar with the other shock there will do it.
How many? I think he's got enough to just hit 6 already on this Warlock.
I think he might. I think he might just drop it and take the top tower. 5 Grimoire stacks? He's already level 5. Yeah, there's no way. This is like level 7 if he pops it.
Right, the good thing for OG is that in all of this, Natsumi has been left alone bottom, so he's already got his Helm of the Dominator. He's been laning well into the Largo, so he might actually be able to take this tower on his own.
He's not even gonna need it.
Golem yet.
They don't need it. He's gonna use it mid, right? Like they're getting a tower for free. They don't even have to commit the golem. But use it elsewhere.
Okay, it has to work though, because you do need to speed up and use this golem. Because for example, you could use that golem to take that tower faster and then go steal the stacks you saw earlier on the side there that are now being cleared up by Nico and get the cooldown going. As long as they get this mid tower with the golem, it'll be fine. But if you don't get it here or you don't use the golem, suddenly you're starting to feel like I should just dropped it earlier. You know, it'd already be a minute off of cooldown at this point. Drop it, GH, drop it.
Use
Send
it.
Drop it,
Use it.
Send it, drop it. GH, bop it. GH,
twist it.
Send it.
Pull it.
I don't know how you use the Grimoire. I think you like shuffle the pages.
They're looking for GH. They're actually gonna collapse on him to the backside. Natsume goes in, gets him, blows him up. He doesn't get the golem off. And now just the jump behind the tower. Gonna be huge punish here from OG as they take down both supports, Rinseku and Noob, in some weird spots. Puck's probably fine. Well, they're both fine. Okay, good TP out on the high ground. Yeah, you wanna highlight the Warlock stuff here? Because I feel like this is all you.
Okay. The value of the Grimoire is that you hit 6 early. And let's say like 7 minutes is peak Warlock gameplay. If you can use the Golem, you not only get the kills, you get towers, you steal farm. It's like a 600 plus gold type play. If you don't use it in this fight, this is like a regular 6 timing at this point. So what is the point of having 6 Grimoire stacks in these like crazy early fights if you do not use the Grimoire and use the early ult? I think that's a miss. Unless he's got some mega brain plays like actually we're going for a early level 15 swing here. Okay, here it is.
All right. Yeah, I mean, they're going to go out this play. Great tornado comes through, though, from Yopaj. Will cut this initiation short. And as a result, there's just not much you can accomplish with this. They can try to bring this golem bottom, maybe get the tier 1 tower here. So they'll at least open up a little bit of the map. But realistically, this should be the 3rd tower for Nigma.
Yeah, and the 2nd golem, right? If you just use it on that top tower earlier, you steal the stacks like we talked about. The cooldown would be around now. You can still try that Marcy play. Instead, that's the 1st golem, and you don't even get it. I guess you get some responses, right? But it doesn't feel great. They will pressure the bottom tower with this golem. Looks like Marcy is here to defend it, though, so they do not finish the job, and actually she gets the golem gold.
Well, at this point, like, it has been a lot of attention away from the Ursa. So, like, with everything that's been going on, like, yes, you didn't really get as much as you wanted out of the early Warlock charges, but you at least made a lot of space for Rinseku on the Ursa. Right, all this attention's been in the mid lane, now in the bottom lane, and he is about to finish a Battle Fury here just 12.5 minutes into the game, which is probably going to be the fastest Battle Fury so far of the tournament, I would probably wager.
Probably will be for a while, too. I mean,
yeah,
he's really rich.
Enormous.
A really good start. Yeah, I mean, with all things said, like, it's still a pretty good situation for Nigma. I just think they could have snowballed it into even more. Something to possibly reflect on after the game. All right, Battle Fury being delivered. He'll have the blink queued up. So that's your next time to make plays. Devi has been having a rough time, as expected. Largo into the The Marcy, he's not really going to join till he finishes the Ags, which will probably be around 18 to 20 minutes, depending what he manages to get involved in before then. What stacks get made and not stolen by a Marcy who's like fearlessly running around for him.
Yeah, she's got her Helm Dom creep, you know, just sitting side by side, and that's where the pick me up, like that's where the pick me up facet is like kind of nice. You just bring your creep with you wherever you go. A lot of burst damage to start the, you know, and then just the unleash to finish the job. Having the wolf is also kind of sick. It's a lot of damage.
They got the smoke up. The blink for Primal Beast. There's a lot of stuff you can use to react to his onslaught in, but if you can just blink Pulverize.
Second attempt here at the mid lane tower. They should get it this time with the Shaman Ward, so somewhat of a low commitment, but you might lose your Wisdom Shrine for this, so OG willing to sacrifice that mid tower for it. I think that's worth it. I think that's fine. That Wisdom Shrine is very valuable for them.
Has been killed.
Career exploded. They're not finding anything with this blink smoke, though. It's been a little awkward. They'll see GH.
Well, they definitely saw and killed GH. Omar into the Pulverized Sunstrike. Classic combo. Can't miss those Sunstrikes. Those ones are pretty much freebies.
You can.
It's true. Oh, they actually saw Noop. They had a sentry for a moment. The question is, do they have more? Yeah, he's walking into a sentry. The Walrus punch to follow it up. Beautiful blink onslaught to start the stun there from Nico. Good stuff in there from the side of OG, turning this, turning the game around a little bit here. I feel like they've been down a little bit in gold, mostly because of the Ursa, but the rest of their cores not that far behind.
Yeah, there's also an Invoker farming up, right? He has a slow start. He's going to be ramping up himself as well. And they've got the tools now while he's farming. The Blink Sunstrikes, first of many, I'm sure. The earlier we're calibrating. Now
he's got Meteor Hammer. He's chilling. This is where Invoker wants to be, right? Farming some big stacks, using the Meteor Hammer, getting towards his Aghanim Scepter.
Rincey Q's blink is almost done, and they'll have Golem. Could be a nice timing to make a play together. They have Puck Coil? Yeah, because Puck never got to use the coil earlier.
Dire are scanning.
Is he still holding on to the Grimoires? I'm guessing he is, right? He's probably just waiting for level 2
Yeah,
ult,
he's got it. I think if you don't use it for 6, which in my opinion is... The only reason you don't use it for 6 is because you're having a horrible time and you have like the one starting charge.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to use it, so you hold it like you are. I think when you had this many, you're supposed to use it earlier. At this point, the next
like
biggest power
ult
spike to me is level 15. The level 10's not even that impressive. You can argue level 12 for, you know, the double ult, or not double ult, the level 2 ult. I think the 15 attack speed is pretty good. So like, for example, now, this is the first Aegis. Second Aegis could line up with that level 15 talent when you use the Grimoire, and then you can be channeling on like tier 3s with that attack speed buff going.
I like that.
Assuming you get this. Okay. I thought a blink steal was about to happen.
They were close. Like, they did scan it. I thought we might see them make the jump there, but a little bit unsure. I mean, it's one of those things, right? Nigma makes sure to use their, you know, both of their support ultimates, the wards plus the golem, to try and secure the Roche. The next big thing is Tormentor at 20, right? This is pretty much how it always goes. One team is always looking for Dire, like topside Roche into Tormentor. That's pretty much like the rotation we've been seeing. So if you are Nigma now, you're feeling pretty confident. You'll have both ultimates back up for the Tormentor fight, and you have an Ursa with Aegis.
Marcy will have her BKB in time, though, which is a little bit scary to fight into. And the other thing they might have is Cataclysm, because he's only 300 gold away, and that will make very quick work.
Yeah.
You know, Ursa, okay, Ursa will come back. The rest of the team, if they're crowd controlled, they are dead to that Cataclysm.
Dire's top tower.
Or maybe you just put a ward there, then while they're doing the Torment or you Cataclysm snipe it. We've seen that happen every now and then.
Honestly, huge, yeah. You have to be careful, right? Because you don't know, like, if you're going to place that ward, you kind of have to put it in a cheeky spot. You just need to know that they're doing it. You don't really need to see a lot of the area. So, as long as, yeah, they get a ward up there and they kind of place it defensively so that it doesn't get scouted, I think that would be the better idea.
Yeah, you put it way in the back, top right this time.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
All right, accelerating the pace of the game here on Nigma now that they've got this Aegis. They're going to TP back to top. 18 and a half minutes. They want to defend their tier 2, but also prepare for that Tormentor that's going to be up here in about a minute and a half. Noob with a Haste Ruin is going to look to run down the Jakiro. Does not want to pursue too far. There is a Centaur now in the Marcy's pocket, ready to engage with that double stun.
Cataclysm's ready too, so if you get caught by a stun, that's enough time to be deleted. Puck's only got, what, 1100 health right now. The support, 1200, 900. Cataclysm is an easy kill on those 3 heroes.
Yeah. The rebound into Centaur Stomp will probably kill any hero as long as the Cataclysm is on time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I already did the calibrating earlier, so surely these will land.
You can't miss Cataclysm, right? You just have to press the buttons.
Well,
we have seen it. Yeah.
I will say, okay, if they don't land the stuns, you have the Largo Hot Feet Hustle. You can zip on out pretty quickly, but as long as you use it when you got like 4 different stuns on your teammates, you know? So surely at least one Cataclysm will connect.
We will see the Aghanim Scepter get picked up here from the Largo, as well as, like you said, the BKB being done now on the Marcy. So this is kind of go time for both teams. We'll see who's going to actually find the initiation. Already smoked up here on Nigma, trying to close the gap, see who they can find as they will go ahead, run head-to-head. Natsumi misses the initiation. Does try and chase them out here with his Centaur. Won't be able to do so as Devai surges his team out of there. And that's unleashed down. So I think with this, OG will just turn, go back, grab themselves the Torment. Or, sorry, not OG. Nigma will turn and grab themselves the Tormentor.
They do try for the Cataclysm, but it was just a little bit too early. Not going to steal it. It's a nice idea.
I think they scanned like... Oh, maybe the scan was on time, yeah. They're just a little bit off the mark.
They thought off of retreating. Nigma probably went a little faster.
Oh, the shard? Hold on.
Shard he just got? Oh.
I was gonna say, if the shard he just got keeps him alive, that would have been wild, but they still have enough damage there thanks to the Jakiro.
Would have been instant dividends. That's like the fastest value of shard we would have ever seen.
Well, with how things are going, I'm starting to favor OG, like in some of like the later team, like in some of like the team fights. It just kind of depends on who gets caught, right? Like if you're starting the fight and you find the Warlock or the Puck or these Shadow Shaman type heroes, I think the fight's gonna go really well for OG, just because of how much damage the Marcy can do. But if GH is allowed to sit in the back of the fight and drop Golem whenever he wants, I think that's best case scenario here for Nigma.
Right now, Cataclysm does, assuming like both of them are hitting the hero and not being split up, it does just about like 900 plus damage, which if there's some other kind of stun coming in, you know, they've taken some damage, it usually finishes the job.
Yeah.
The Cataclysm's done scaling, you know, he's got it maxed. at Exor until he gets like Refresher and all that. So they're still strong around that for like the next 5-10 minutes. But as these supports get higher level, as they start picking up items, defensive tools to get out of Cataclysm, your window starts to drop. Marcy carry also doesn't have as good of scaling as she used to. Yeah, they got this.
Very nice smoke rotation here. Natsumi is going to get caught out, tries to jump away, but burned down by Divai, and they should be able to grab themselves the Jakiro. Oh no, Jakiro TP'd? Yeah, okay, Jakiro TP'd, he's fine. Really good smoke there from those guys. Finds a big kill.
We were worried about Rinzy Q getting killed off by, you know, one stun, Marcy Punch, Cataclysm's coming in, but he's got that Ags queued up. He hasn't really been slowed down this game. Hasn't been able to find a ton of kills. It's slowed down a lot since the early game, which we had that wacky like 6-7 minute fight, and then it's been pretty tame since then. But that means he should get to his Ags 26-ish minutes at this rate, something like that, a little later maybe. And then killing him is going to be really tough.
Yeah, it's a necessary Ags game for him. Like, there's not really a silence that's coming in to prevent him from using it. It's pretty much Pulverize, you know, Tusk, like Marcy stuns, like all these things are their initiation that they're trying to chainsaw off of. And now you just enrage out of it, make sure you don't die to burst. It's such a good Aghanim Scepter game for the Ursa, so smart for him to pick it up this early. We'll see what, you know, what happens if he can get there. Bottom lane, they are smoked up here on OG, and they will find the Ursa for now. Ice Path comes out, burns all of his mana, thanks to the EMP there, but pops a stick, and Rage walks away. Get topped off there by his supports as well. Oh, okay. Noob finding a solo kill here in the river. Manages to get the haste rune as well. He's pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, second Roche coming up here. How are we in that level? Do we still have the Grimoire? It did get used, so we're not going to hit that level 15 timing we were possibly thinking of, but they should be in pretty good position to get the second Roche. They'll have a lot, like the level 2 support ults are right around the corner. They've got the Largo Ags. I feel like Nigma has a lot of the tools they want. They feel very strong. We've been talking about they're starting to outscale the initial Cataclysm burst, but they haven't yet found that huge fight to really cement the lead, because it's been really close. 9-9, a 2k gold lead for Nigma, despite getting Roche, despite getting Tormentor. So they really want this next one, and then to find that big game-breaking fight.
There he is, Roshan going on a little bit of a journey. Yeah, I was gonna say, that was an instant spawn, was it not? Like, only a matter of seconds?
Funny enough, the fact that it spawned instantly is now slowing down.
Yeah, it has to walk all the way back top in that 30 seconds. I'm assuming they're gonna try and look for a fight first. They don't really know where Nigma is.
For Largo, though. He's gonna have to TP in, and then he's gonna end up running through OG. I think Nigma's gonna have to reposition here. Tim's losing half his health to that puck.
Yeah, that is so much damage. All right, Largo slowly making his way to the team. Or is he?
Dire are scanning.
All right, smoke up here.
You
would think it'd find him to start
pushing in.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, yeah. That's a pretty big wave with the help of the Invoker.
How long are they?
Shadow Shaman. They're blinking up onto the high ground. They get the silence here onto the Marcy. Omar needs to follow it up. Gets the Hex. Goes for the Shackle. Beautiful Pulverize to cancel. There's gonna be the Cataclysm. Takes out the Shadow Shaman first. Coil does come through as well. Not enough to kill anybody quite yet. They do manage to back away. Tim's will be the only one that falls to Divide. Buyback on the Shaman to try and get themselves back into the fight. Blink onslaught here, but cancelled. Will do a great ice path onto the BKB. Does come through, but the Ursa just rips through the Invoker. He's turning his attention to Natsumi. He's dead as well. Nigma feeling strong. Triple kill for the Ursa as they take him down 1 by 1. And I mean, they can go for the tier 2. They can go back for Roche. They can do whatever they want at this point.
Yeah, this is finally it, right? It's been a really close game. Double buybacks from supports on either side, but for Nigma, the nice thing about Shadow Shaman being the one jumped is his passive buys so much time. Like, you commit the Cataclysm, and then you still have to chase him, right? That's the big downside of this jumping Shadow Shaman. But you kind of need to, because he's also a lot of the control, you know? And so this impact from Marcy jumping in with the ult, the Cataclysm, it finally happens, but it's just a little too late. So Nigma able to win the fight off of this, plus the Largo Axe, right? Just playing the song in that time. Starting to build up a real gold lead here. 7K, they've got the banner. They can clear up both outer towers with the first 3-ish minutes. After that, you're gonna have to defend this base. Got some good heroes for it on the side of OG, but...
Yeah, you can't blow Cataclysm to only kill a Shadow Shaman, I think, right? Like, that's the biggest issue, and now that the Ursa has the Aghanim Scepter, he's pretty much off limits.
I mean, if you think about it, it was Pulverize, Marcy jumped him, and you Cataclysmed a Shadow Shaman, you know? It's like, they channeled your hatred for his innate, and they were like, we all must kill him. But that's...
Yeah.
It's too much of a commitment when he just buys back straight into the fight. CQ taking a look. Bear Assassin with an Aegis ready to go. Taking point for his team. Kind of bluffing. He's a little far, actually. He's got to be a little careful here. You don't want to lose the Aegis if OG realizes he's on his own.
It's going to take a lot to kill him, so we'll see. You know, like, you would need quite a bit being dumped into him. They will take down Shadow Shaman. Well, do manage to trap him, and they get the kill. So, good use. Off the mark with Tornado and Ice Path. I think he just walks away. Oh, that hurts.
Cataclysm let them know that it was only the 2 heroes there, so a couple of them take out Shadow Shaman. If you connect first with the Tornado, then the Ice Path, Marcy reconnects, you actually claim the Aegis there without really losing that much. Missing those spells hurts a lot. And now Nigma, you know, they use the abilities. Let me just TP over, join this fight.
They get a really quick BKB out of the Primal Beast Hex back onto the Ursa. A lot of damage coming through. Natsumi goes in, tries to burst down the puck. Do they have the damage? They do. Noob out of the fight. Devi's gonna try and keep his team to a little bit safe and topped off. Do need to start respecting the Marcy. Not only do you get the puck, but you steal the gem away as well.
That's really nice, because there is still 2.5 minutes on Aegis, which typically what you do is you spend the first 3 to 4 minutes playing the map, looking for that pickoff, and part of that is establishing map control with that gem, right? You remove all of OG's vision, you set up your own, that's how you then find them and get the pickoff. You still have the Aegis, so you can try, but you've actually lost the gem, so you're now going to lose the vision game. They're going to see you, you're not going to see them. It becomes pretty awkward to force it with this Aegis. I think they greeded out a little bit there, because 3 of Nigma went to push. They had the outpost, so they thought, oh, they'll TP in, but OG finds that Shadow Shaman. It just... I think they tried to do too much all at once there.
Ooh, that's really good. Rinzikyu very quickly taking down Tormentor. Now, the great smoke rotation in from OG. If they actually find the Ursa, and they do, there's going to be the immediate onslaught follow-up. That's Aegis. He does have BKB. He does have his ultimate available. Can they get him? He does! No way! He didn't enrage. He didn't think he could die that quickly.
I mean, he got hit by he like spawns into Ice Path into everything else. He may not even have been able to.
I mean, you just enrage, right? Immediately.
You probably, to be honest, he'd probably still die. All he had was a Warlock behind him, and it's all of OG right there.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, it at least gives him a chance. I don't know if he might still die, but it's better than not pressing enrage. So that's a pretty big turnaround there from OG. Not only getting the Aegis and the second life of the Ursa, but find an additional kill onto the Warlock. You'll take it. Some signs of life as they're starting to struggle a little bit. Now, I got a question for you, because we've seen this quite a bit, right? Going late game, into Largo, there's kind of a tipping point where suddenly you never kill the Largo, it feels like, and then he just becomes this unstoppable aura machine for his team. Can OG like overcome that? I guess is my question.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking through that because it's getting a bit messy here where you've got some good scaling on, like, say, Invoker and Jakiro have great scaling with the items. And I think an Ags on Jakiro, if he ever gets there, will do amazing work this game. Ursa is now going to have to deal with more control, right? You've got Tusk, Invoker, Primal Beast. There's a lot of things that make Ursa's life annoying. But like you said, we're reaching that point where Largo brings a lot of extra damage. Puck is ramping up in damage, has that Parasma, picking up the defensive items to go more aggressive. You got the Fatal Bonds amplifying all your damage. I think even as Rinse Q gets controlled up, there's too many other moving parts in the Largo and the Puck that Nigma should be okay in these fights, but the burst damage is there from OG. So if you manage to find certain heroes on Nigma isolated a little too far from their team, just take them out of the fight, it becomes much easier to solve these team fights, especially since you stole that gem. So they should slowly over time get more vision on the map. How long till the next gem spawn? Still a little bit more to go. 4 minutes. Where's the Ags? Halfway to the Ags on the Jakiro. No greedy enchantment, unfortunately. But it's going to do a lot. The pure damage really ramps up.
Marcy needs to get to her Abyssal Blade. It's still a little bit of ways. I'm not seeing there quite yet. Like, you can't really stay on par with the Ursa in terms of farming speed just because of the innate Battle Fury. The thing that's impressive, though, is this Invoker is so farmed. Like, he has managed to just kind of chill, sit back, pick up his net worth. I don't know if it's enough. I think your Ursa and your, I think your Marcy and your Primal Beast also need to have quite a bit of net worth this game. We'll see what they can do, though.
I want to ask, actually.
Sure.
So, Marcy went Revenant's Brooch this game.
I was going to ask about that too, yeah. Or at least mention it.
I like the... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was jumping at a hero. I always get freaked out when there's, like, blink, all the abilities come out. The idea, I think, is typically high armor heroes. You grab some... this Revenant's Brooch to kind of, like, bypass it. Ursa's not really a high armor hero so much as he just has the damage reduction from Enrage. But Largo actually does
it's for
get
Largo.
pretty tanky. I don't really know the math on...
It's definitely the Largo. Like, the Marcy's job this game is to find Largo and kill him. Like, that is why you picked this hero when you did. Like, you see Largo, you're like, all right, we need to BKB kill Largo before he, like, keeps his team alive. And that's kind of the idea, right? He's going to have, like, 40, 50 armor in these fights. So you need to have a way of doing damage still. So I think that's what the Remnant's Brooch is for. Whether or not it pays off, I guess we'll have to see, right? Like, we haven't really seen the interaction quite yet, but her job is not to kill the Ursa. Her job is to kill Largo. The only people who kill Ursa right now is like a surprise hex from the Invoker. That's about it, because he can get out of everything else.
I do like the choice to get the Hex before, say, the Refresher. I do think the winning formula for OG is to find these quick pickoffs with these, you know, the Scythe from Invis followed up by BKB Piercing Stun.
Yeah.
From everybody, you know, so you can really chain stun into a Cataclysm and try to finish that job. Take out. Really, it doesn't quite matter if you kill the Largo, if you kill the Ursa, you kill the Puck. Any of these cores out of the fight, I think you need all of them on the side of Nigma to make this a winning fight for their team.
About 1,000 gold from the Abyssal, which is pretty good. The gold lead has stayed exactly 6,000 gold for like almost 10 minutes. I have been watching this number not move. I was like, is it bugged? But the gold has stayed exactly the same for quite a while. As
Both
it's
teams
going to
have been
be
avoiding.
another Roshan in just a couple seconds here.
I want to highlight Yopaj running through the twin gate, getting to bottom. Despite the fact that Nigma has felt in control for a lot of this game, the bottom tower for Nigma is almost dead, actually, from Yopaj constantly pushing it. And Nigma, that had the Aegis and the banner pushed, you know, the top side, that top tower tier 3 for OG barely took any damage. It's like 400 damage, you know? So this is the annoying thing with the Invoker, this Meteor Hammer, Boots of Travel build. Any Invoker players out there, anytime you're about to leave a lane, make sure you're sending those forward spirits down, send some tornadoes. That split push is what lets him contribute in these fights. Either Hex assassinate a hero who defends, or you cause this split push, force someone to come back, and then you join your team. And it's gonna happen here again, right? Bottom lane is pushing in, and now it's time to set up for Roche. If no one responds bottom, they're gonna get barracks first.
Yeah, the triple Forge Spirit has been doing a lot of work. I did see an Aeon Disc get picked up on the Vailama here now, so maybe that burst damage that you need from the Marcy, a little bit more difficult. As Roshan just dying to the Largo.
They're getting there. This is a very unconventional
so much
Roche.
damage. It's actually working.
It's unconventional, but it's happening. Sneaky wraparound going on at the same time from Nigma.
Yeah, they're baiting out. The
Cataclysm's gonna
Cataclysm
sneak,
to scout. That's going to give them the info they need to go for the wraparound, but they find the Invoker instead. Yopaj is dead. 80 seconds, does have buyback, but this fight, it's over. They get the Aegis. They get the Roshan. I would love to see the damage split on what killed Roshan if that were possible. I know it's not, but like, I'm pretty sure that was
Largo.
just Largo killing the entire Roshan.
Largo and Puck throwing in some spells and Parasma hits. And of course the carry coming like, oh yeah, that was me, guys. I'm finishing up the job. You know, I did that. All right, just in time for Nigma, because, I mean, as you can see, that bottom lane is about to reach their base. So if OG had managed to stall out just a little bit longer, if that Cataclysm comes out a moment sooner and you see them ramping around, you get out, Nigma will have to go back first, and you've softened up Roche for OG to steal from you. That was just in time for Nigma. They now get a gem as well. They have all the goodies from a third Roche. All you need is a nice pick off here. You can pick off, go straight to high ground. We can see replay. It goes for a while, but I mean, Devi works this down with that Kroga Genius talent, spamming that song.
It's so much damage. It's actually nuts.
He's got a Whisper of the Dread too.
Yeah, I mean, I thought with this Cataclysm,
Dread plus the debuff enchantment, he's deciding on his tier 4 right now.
Yeah, I really thought with that Cataclysm they would give them the info to be like, oh, they're behind us, or or something. But it came out just like you said, maybe a second later than they needed. And with this, they've now doubled the gold advantage. They have the Refresher Shard in the Puck's backpack. He's got the Aegis. Now with a full Octarine as well. Like, this Puck is just gonna be such a nuisance in these fights.
Amplified damage on the map.
Oh, bottom lane. Both of these heroes stuck inside the Serpent Wards. In comes the Golem. Abyssal Blade is out. Marcy trying to survive. Pops are unleashed, but too late. Dead instead, and now Noob will chase for more up onto the high ground, looking for Yopaj. They have a sentry into a full shackle. The Abyssal Blade stuns him up again. Now Nico gonna find some sort of an exchange here, but it's gonna come at the cost of his own life. Not gonna be able to make it back to the base here. The BKB gonna expire. Oh, he does. Okay. Well, double catapult, infinite healing.
It's a good time for Nigma to make this play. I think they were a little unprepared for that. I think the gold lead carried them a bit because Largo was still heading back to heal, and he was going to join with, I guess he ended up buying Boots of Travels too to join this. So OG had a small window there to jump, but they just couldn't kill the heroes fast enough. And Nigma was able to all regroup around this timing they were going for. I never even used the amplified damage still on the map, but with that, they'll get 2 barracks. Here comes the third. If
I didn't quite see how the fight started, because part of it is, you know, Marcy is the burst damage, but if Marcy was the one they initiated on, it makes sense as to why the Unleash came out so late.
Do you fortify this? They don't want to use the Invoker buyback, but 10 seconds?
I mean, you can save the buyback for next game, I guess. That is going to be 2 dead. You do have the buyback now on the Primal Beast. I think you just got to finish the building here, right? You still got Aegis.
Smoke in the back. Rinzy Q wrapping around. Bear Assassin looking for his target.
There's going to be the buyback. Nope. Pops the Refresher Shard immediately to drop the coil and disengage. And Serpent Ward's up onto the high ground. They really want to get the Mega Creeps. I do not blame them. Puck continue to make space. Still has 50 seconds left on that Aegis. They will be able to grab it. GH is in. It comes with the Ursa. Natsumi with the BKB. Does get an exchange, but that's Mega Creeps. And Nigma, they've still got a lot in the tank here.
You don't need to force it at this point, but you got 30 seconds on the Aegis. They're thinking about it. I feel like you just chill. You have so much money now. You've essentially won the game. You just need to not throw right here.
Yeah.
Economic damage has been done. Back up, spend your money, heal up, and then just go again together.
The amount of gold that is in their backpacks right now is kind of nuts. It's like almost 20K. Like,
that's the whole
like,
base in one go, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They've been pushing for a while. So if you are Nigma Galaxy, you've got 20,000 gold to spend right now and put on your heroes, right? Yeah, there it is. So it's like, go buy some items, come back, end the game. Oh, they might find the puck here. Chain stun in place. Ooh, does get the phase shift into the blink.
You gotta kill him.
Okay. He's dead. Okay, now he has a lot less gold than he had a few moments ago.
That is true.
That's a huge bounty.
This is a very tough battle for OG now. What they have going for them is that through the ratting, the bottom tower is still very low from earlier. If you manage to win one really big fight in your base, you can like shove down mid, take that tier 2, and then just go bottom to get that tier 3. You back out. You have to win another fight in your base, but now that that bottom tier 3 is down, you can potentially just end the game. And with Alacrity, Forward Spirits, Marcy, I mean, you kind of could if she has the ult, but this is like 2 to 3 team wipes you have to get Nigma on while 30k down into megas. It's a really tall order.
Man, they're actually dodging the smoke so perfectly. If OG managed to find that smoke, they probably win that fight as well. 4v5. If they get the right initiation. Like, Natsumi can kill a hero if he gets, you know, the initiation, but they managed to dodge it out, which means Puck should be back for the next engagement. And now that they've spent their gold, the Nigma's gonna feel really good.
Well, there's a moment, because I imagine Nigma will just wait for the next Roche to clean this out. I mean, they'll look for a peg off. If they find it, they'll take it, but otherwise they'll get Roche. I really like how Rinzy Q approached that final. Okay, wait, hold on. We got that.
They're looking in the triangle. Yep, very aggressive blink in. Now, Cataclysm does come through, does some damage, but you've lost both supports. Rinzy Q's just going to pop the BKB on the Ursa. Look to try and finish off the Primal Beast. Nico jumps up to the high ground with the onslaught, but Omar trapping down the Jakiro. GH with the Golem just beats him down. 4 dead. That's going to be GG. OG's got nothing left in the tank, and Nigma will take game number 1 here. Coming in strong to the event. I know a lot of question marks around this team. People wondering how they were going to perform. And, well, I would say looking pretty damn good.
I like what we saw for the most part. I do think there were a couple small windows that Nigma slipped a little bit on. And OG, they capitalized on some, not enough to ultimately turn this game. They kept it pretty close, but it goes back to the things that Nigma did do right. They had a lot of good moves on their smokes, a lot of jumps that just make the ensuing fight easy. It's like you set up for Roche and then, lost my Invoker too quickly. You know, it's like, okay, set up for this last barracks. This guy got sniped, right? They were they were very sneaky with the angles they took on Nigma in these key moments. And OG tried to be prepared for it. You know, they were like doing the scouting cataclysms. They were trying to position for it, but there's only so much you can do, especially into the Ursa, who, I mean, with the Fury swipes going, like, he'll kill you in a second. So you have very little time to react, even though you did have some saves available to you.
Yeah, it really is the decision to go for the early Aghanim Scepter as well, which I think kind of breaks OG's lineup. It is only the Hex from the Invoker that prevents this Ursa from getting like his ult and BKB off and kind of turning any engagement. So I think really heads up stuff there from Rinsey Q, and as the game goes on, it feels like the ability to take the fights is just easier for Nigma, right? Your Ursa can jump in, your Puck can jump in almost kind of like hassle-free, right? With the Lincolns on the Puck, you're not going to be able to grab him either. So Omar just has free reign to kind of Hex Shackle anyone he sees. It's like OG's timing with the Cataclysm, which I think is kind of a criticism we've seen a lot with Invokers over the last like couple of events, is like we're not seeing like the pickup of the Aghanim Scepter on the Invoker like turn into anything. Like it's been very difficult for teams to actually execute that specific timing.
I think he hit the timing too, though. You just needed to find the right hero, and I think credit to Nigma. They knew that was the timing, right? They have played with many a good Invoker player on their own team, so they knew what the game plan was, and they're very, very smart about not giving that opening over to OG.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong game one performance. Way to start the event for Nigma. We'll see if they can keep this momentum rolling, as we'll be back after just a short break in game number 2 of OG versus Nigma. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
trying, it never goes my way. If you see me flying, you never see me pay. Something you can turn to alleviates your mind. Disconnected sunshine is easier to find. 'Cause down your road, there's that feeling you've been sold. It's a dummy ride. It's a dummy ride. It's a dummy ride. It's a dummy ride. Dummy ride. Dummy ride. Can't live inside your mind. Dummy ride. Dummy ride. Can't live inside your mind. Get off your dummy ride.
Bob is really on one, climbing up the walls, screaming at the top of his voice. Running lines like they're going out of style, drinking like there's no tomorrow. Lo and behold, he's down from cloud nine, telling me how much he really loves me. Well, I'm hanging by a thread, but I'm bracing anyway. Sometimes it's easy that way. Friends, need everything to me. If only it was that easy. Friends, need everything to me. If only it was that easy. Seriously, mate? Are you for real? Nimble as a cat and as subtle as a punch in the face. Storm in a teacup, bull in a china shop, laughing at a wreckage in debris. Wind your neck in and bite your tongue. Wind your neck in and bite your tongue. Need everything to me. If only it was that easy. Friends, need everything to me. If only it was that seriously, mate?
Take all the wealth, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to... Oh, I think my camera just froze. We'll fix that in a moment. I'm so sorry, but we are back here at ESL One Birmingham. Yeah. Zach, we've got a pretty interesting series. OG versus Nigma has been underway, and it's been a pretty fun series so far. Nigma coming out as the winners.
Yeah, I think a lot of us... I mean, this roster change just recently happened, right? So a lot of us are like, what is it going to look like? I like the overall shot calling they did. I think there's a couple moments where it was cutting it a little close. You know, they're a little bit split up. OG was very close to finding some good plays of their own. But that's a little, you know, that's kind of expected for a team that just made a switch. There's going to be some of those moments where you're getting all that communication on page between the players. Hey, let's do this, let's do that. So I'm excited to see how it ends up panning out. But it was a pretty promising first game. Of course, we don't want to read too much into just one game. I'm certainly not counting out OG. I feel like they were pretty close to hitting some of the timings they needed to. If there was a couple things I would call out, that top play was pretty rough for OG. That giant wave that built up, it forced a rotation. They get one support kill for it, but it's really not enough, especially when they then lose the Wisdom Shrine after it. I think that was probably one of the bigger moments. Still playable after that, and that's where it came down to some like who finds who first, and Nigma was able to be the ones who found the right target, especially Rinsey Q. I thought a very impressive series from him. He found a lot of key targets right before a fight would break out, and then the fight's easy because there's no invoker, there's no, you know, support to worry about because Rinsey Q has deleted them with his Blink Basher.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when it comes to like the overall flow of the game, it's hard to see how some of the early things impact the late game, but that moment, like you said, into that Wisdom Shrine was such a big deal for that safe lane. It gave Ursa a double kill, right? And the Wisdom Shrine. Like, the Ursa was so huge this game, and a lot of it is off the back of that, you know, 7-minute fight. So it could have gone worse too. Like, if they had just dropped Golem immediately, taken top tower, and they probably could have pushed most of mid tower with it as well. They could have built a little bit more momentum, but for the most part, the Ursa is kind of the star of the game eventually, right? Like, he's going to have Divine Llama on that Largo behind him, ready to fight, which this game, we're not going to see the Largo. Nigma actually go ahead, first ban it out. They do not have first pick. OG will have that option now.
You thought you had an idea for the Largo, you know? Everybody does until Largo gets them, and then you ban it out.
Okay, Natsumi Windranger. This is Ultimate Comfort. So they will feel pretty confident on this hero. I'm curious to see what Nigma have in plan to deal with it, right? Like, because this is pretty much the team that brought Carry Windranger to the forefront over the last several months. So everyone's kind of done their experimenting and done their studying, at least on the OG, with this hero.
Yeah, I think when this team was first really debuting with OG, they were pretty ahead. They had certain heroes that other teams weren't playing, such as this Windranger. Now that it's been caught on, now that teams have studied it, that seems where OG has struggled a little bit more, you know? You gotta discover something new, or you just have to beat them in the game that, okay, we're all on the even footing now. We all know the broken heroes, and you just gotta straight up outplay them. And that's been OG's current struggle. And it feels like they're close, you know? They're like right at that edge of still breaking through despite being studied up now.
It's kind of a cool idea to just go back to Puck here for Nigma, right? Like, Noob played a very, very good game on it. I don't see any reason why, you know, not to pick it up. It's a great hero into the Windranger, right? Like, you know, she's going to be playing for mobility with the wind run. Coil does help quite a bit. Also not an easy target to shackle. OG will have plenty of options to look for a counter pick though in the mid lane. So I am curious what Nigma's one ban is going to go towards.
To some degree, it doesn't even matter if you get countered in the mid lane, so long as you have rotation potential in the side lanes, which that's the plus side of picking your puck early, right? Your side lanes should, in theory, now be stronger than OGs because you get to see a bit of information and then pick a good matchups. And then puck will be poor, but it's like, hey, I'm just going to show up, I'm going to coil, and then you guys will do the damage. And then I'm back in. You know, we've seen it time and time again. These playmaker mids, they start off slow, you know, they're 500, 1,000 gold behind, and then, okay, I found 1 or 2 kills, I'm back in it.
Man, I'm still not a believer on this bristleback hero. I don't know. I see so many teams like still opt to pick it up and it gets banned at a decent amount, but I just really do not like it. The one thing though, Devi Llama is a very good bristleback player, so it's like I kind of understand wanting to ban it, especially as it's not like the worst matchup into Wind Ranger. You can build a Blade Mail actually quite often. Both these heroes, Centaur and Bristle, are very solid Blade Mail builders. They both want to build Crimson Guard. So it's at least removing those from the pool, which are rough matchups for the Wind Ranger. We'll see what that leaves in the pool, though, later on as they go for the Jakiro. Why not? Hero very strong.
I also like this combo with the puck because we've been seeing Jakiros go for Ags a little bit more lately. And now when Coil comes out, you throw that Macro Pyre, and either you get a great combo because you're stunning them and getting Macro Pyre damage, or they have to run out of the Macro Pyre, and Macro Pyre is so people wide with the Ags, you end up breaking the Coil. So you get something out of it no matter what, which gives you some late game scaling if we do get there. We get there pretty frequently nowadays. For OG, they'll have the Tiny. This very well could be the mid matchup into the puck. But you could do the support Tiny as well. There is still some room there. Either way, you've got some catch for the puck. You were saying the Shackle shot, pretty tough to land, but now you got Hex Shackle into the Shackle shot, or you got Avalanche Toss into that Shackle, into Hex into Shackle, right? All forms of control now to make Puck's life hard.
I like this way more. I think last game the Puck had a pretty freebie game, which, I mean, is the difference between picking it first phase versus last phase. So it makes sense. I also really think it's smart to get the Shadow Shaman this time around. Okay, they actually just swap support duos. So they actually just take the Tusk Jakiro, which we saw OG go for last game. Now they could go for the Warlock and run the Shadow Shaman Warlock, which we just saw on the side of Nigma last game. But you need to pick something that can lane strong into the Brewmaster. I don't actually mind the Shadow Shaman 5 if you want to run the Shadow Shaman 5 into that lane, but you gotta pick something that can survive this Tusk Brewmaster lane.
I kind of think, okay, so I was about to pitch this. Wind Ranger can be played as a support. You can even run it mid if you really want to. So there is a chance to counterpick the Brewmaster, which is what they've gone for. They're going to go for the Kez, try to put some pressure there, not only survive it, but actually get the kills instead. Which can be a little tricky because Brewmaster tend to level the passive nowadays. So you get a lot of evasion, but I don't know, Kez has like so many abilities that can't really be avoided. It works better than the Wind Ranger who misses like all her attacks. You know, like you get all that bonus damage from shackling people, and then it's like miss. What's the point? So
neat.
Kez will have a little bit of an easier time there.
Last Meepo ban, there it is. Okay, I thought it was a little bit strange for the first phase Meepo ban last game. This one makes a lot more sense. Kez does not like playing into the Meepo.
We've seen You need to be able to delete Kez. He really lives or dies off of his spell combos. So someone who can just jump in and kill him quickly, someone like Ursa, who we saw have a very good game last time, is still in the pool.
Yeah.
Knowing this, though, you can preemptively counter some offlaner that wrecks. Like Ursa and Troll are some of the.
The Darkseer ban has me wondering what their plan was. It could be the Faceless Void, but I also agree. I think Ursa is just pretty straightforward here. Like, you have last pick overall for Nigma. It's one of the best matchups into Kez, if not the best matchup into Kez. The Tide ban makes me think they're going to go that route. There is also the Slark. But I would much rather just have an Ursa, right? Like, it's not banned, right? I'm not completely blind. I'm not seeing it banned. Yeah. Underlord. I mean, I feel like it has to be Ursa, right? Ursa, Jakiro, and the Underlord. I mean, Underlord Wind Raider is a pretty strong lane, but one rotation from the Tusk and that lane falls apart, I think. So I'm pretty confident after last game's performance that Rincy can run the Ursa back. Ooh.
Whoa.
That definitely makes the Darkseer pick or Darkseer ban make a lot more sense. If you can't beat Kez, be Kez.
Water Kez.
There are some really good heroes for him to turn into this game, right? He can turn into Wind Ranger, just get Focus Fire as a Morphling, which is insane. Or he can turn into the Kez, right? Like, he has a lot of good synergies for his hero, so I think both are viable. And it's a good lane matchup on Underlord. Like, this is one of Underlord's worst matchups. He has almost no kill threat against Morphling. There's no burst damage, right? It's just kill shot, I guess. So as long as he's not getting caught by the kill shot, he should be fine.
Yeah, you do have to worry about the Tiny. The Blink Avalanche plus Blink Hex is something very annoying for Morphling because you tend to want to farm at pretty high agi, and so you can just be killed. He's gonna have to do some safety strength just to make sure you survive that initial combo and then you get away, which will slow him down a little bit. But at some point you pick up enough items where you can't be killed in that combo. There are various crowd controls here from the opponents that are a little annoying for Morphling. But if you look at his team, you know, you're gonna have this Brewmaster causing chaos, this Puck causing chaos. You know, you got some snowball saves if you really need it. They have crowd control on OG, but you need crowd control for everybody. So someone is gonna have high impact at some point. You know, you don't have enough stuns for everybody unless your game is going really well on the side of OG and you're just like deleting people one at a time and you just move on to the next target.
Yeah, I think you're kind of playing through Yopaj on the Tiny here. Like, he has good matchups into Puck and Morphling, but he needs to have a good start and he needs to get a decent timed blink. Because if he gets a good timed blink, he can hunt the Morphling and find kills on this hero pretty much throughout the whole mid game. We'll see if he's able to do that, right? Like, last game, we actually saw Noob do very good on the Puck in mid. Now this is going to be a much more difficult matchup, but if he does happen to have, you know, an okay start on this Tiny, maybe finds 1 or 2 extra kills, I could definitely see them kind of snowballing off of it here for OG. So as we jump into game number 2, we'll see if OG can pull this back, tie things up, or if Nigma are going to run away with the series 2-0 and have themselves a very good start here at ESL One Birmingham.
That spray works anymore. Doesn't seem to have the same emotional impact suddenly.
There's something about it that's missing. I just don't know exactly what it is.
Something different.
30 seconds.
All right, both teams smoked up last game. We did see the first blood go in favor of Nigma. You don't really have the same level 1 fight impact though, right? Like Morphling kind of doesn't do anything. You do have like Brewmaster, which is kind of hit or miss. It's mostly like the Puck and the Jakiro, which I think I'm a little bit more afraid of. OG. Shadow Shaman, always very scary.
That's true. Tusk Jakiro is a pretty strong combo as well if you isolate the right target. Even if you don't get the kill, you could just get off like half their health, and then you have to go lane with that, right? So we'll see. I don't think we should see a first blood, but sometimes you walk in, you think you're safe, and you get caught.
Oh, did they not see me walk in there?
Well, I see him now.
Okay, they see him now. 2 wards dropped here in the river, looking for Skem maybe. Omar with a really good position here inside the Roche pit. And with this, looking for Tims. They really do force out the wind run. Now Natsumi make it up. Doesn't manage to get the rune. But you get wind run out of the wind ranger. That's pretty good. That's going to hurt her lane harass a little bit.
I thought he would maybe save the point for ice shards because of that choke point. And he might have been able to get first blood. But I see there is, like, he's going bottom to play with the Morphling, and they're going to let Jakiro lane top, which should help Davai, because Kez just not going to like Kez is a pretty squishy hero, so having to tank all this damage from Jakiro will keep you a bit low and prevent you from wanting to play as aggressive as, you know, maybe they're hoping with this counter pick.
Yeah. We'll see how they ends up going in mid. Tiny should end up with a lot of denies and last hits here in these first few waves. Puck, as the wave actually in a pretty good spot, kind of prefers it to be under the tower right now. Probably the best chance he's going to have at getting CS. But Tiny still managed to get 3 denies. Pretty happy. That combo is going to be very annoying for the Kez to deal with in this lane.
I wonder if he'll put more points in it. I mean, it used to be the only way you would play Brewmasters with Cinder Brew, but since one of his recent, you know, reworks that had essays of changes, I've seen Drunken Brawler maxed most of the time. Jakiro is a good argument to be made though for going back to that Cinder Brew.
Yeah, I could see it in this lane specifically, wanting more points in the Cinder Brew.
For example,
yeah. It's a lot of damage with the Jakiro. Skem gonna burn down here. Should be able to get the foul play, but first blood goes to Davai anyway. And yeah, good heads up there. You know, ignore Kez. He's a little bit more difficult to find the kill, whereas Shadow Shaman much more squishy.
The first couple levels of Kez are not that scary. It's once he starts getting all of them that he can do more. So even though he's free in that fight, he can't really rack up much damage. Now, eventually, Morphling starts free farming down here. Nico's doing all right for now, where the damage is pretty comparable.
Ooh, Tim's already popped the wind run. Oh, good shackle, though, into the Firestorm. It's a lot of damage. Omar does pop the stick to try and keep himself alive, but there's another Pit of Malice, and one more auto attack from Nico is gonna do it.
Don't always see these early Pits of Malice, but good call there will allow them to get a kill down here. And you definitely want to slow down this Morphling. I mean, he's not the strongest state he's ever been in, but Morphling into the late game is always something to be a bit nervous of.
Yeah, he's also a hero that really wants the Lotus. Like, if they get that kill there, they can position and get the Lotus, and then suddenly it's like a 40% max HP heal on a Morphling. So, pretty cool. Natsumi topside burning down here. Good shackle from Skem, though, making a little bit of space, but just the constant damage coming out from these two.
Just taking a look at the CS in the mid lane. It's actually pretty even. I thought Tiny would... Usually Tiny does a bit better here, but...
I feel like he should have like twice the amount of denies. as he currently has. Top side, we've seen this before. A little bit of healing coming through from those shackles, but blood grenade out. Skem, another foul play proc, and another kill. Given up over to Devi. Nicely done. GH is like, I could take this. I just want you to know. Could have taken this.
Say thank you.
Say thank you.
It is good. You want the Brewmaster to get these early kills. He has accidentally bought 2 boots. I hope he sells that in time. Brewmaster does have 2 feet, and when he splits, there are many more feet to.
There's a lot of feet there.
But,
yeah.
Yeah, the multi-boot build has never really.
Does Courier literally have?
Oh no,
dude. This okay. It's a bug with the quick buy. It's been in the game for a while, so he's gonna be very upset when he finds this out.
Okay,
unless you just.
That usually only happens when you have like you're building tranquils, you have the boots, you buy some other components, and like boots get added back in, you know. But he hasn't built the other parts. So I think he just accidentally clicked boots twice or something, or forgot he bought it. It does happen on occasion. And he's clearly realized it. He's marked it to
queued
sell.
one for sell. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, oh god, no one look. Hey, GH, go for Rune. Go for Rune.
That basically nullifies one of the kills, right? That's just straight 250 gold lost. So it's pretty rough. I have my quick buy bound to scroll wheel, and there's many times when I've gone to quick buy and it double buys or even triple buys an item because of the way the server works sometimes. So it could just be something like that. Very unfortunate for Divide. Bottom rune, it's gonna pop. Omar gets a shield rune. Actually might be enough to save him. He just walks away now. Nicely done there from the Tusk.
So much. In a vacuum, this is so funny. You see an off-lane Brewmaster buy 2 boots and then Q Midas. You're like, this guy's griefing.
Yeah, I mean, Midas has kind of been the play, right?
Oh, yeah,
It's just unfortunate that he lost 250 gold.
It's a completely legitimate build from Devi. It's just really funny in a vacuum of what's going on here. It's not even that bad. I expected this to be rougher. I didn't think they'd even find those kills. So, uh-oh. Maybe 2 boots would help him here. More move speed.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how that works, but for now, it's working. Great shackle into the kill shot, but Devi quite tanky, and now comes Omar off the mark there with the dual breath, but will still be enough. They'll give the kill over to Devi. He's like, thank you. That makes up for my boots.
I need 1 more kill now, guys, to get back to where I should have been. I mean,
he's having a great game.
Yeah, it's a great game up top. This Midas already halfway-ish to the recipe. A little less, I guess. It's even more expensive than I remember. So expensive now.
Yeah, he'd be top net worth, you know, for sure.
He's top net worth in our hearts.
Yeah. But you know, so far, this top lane's going really well. The lane swap, you know, putting the Jakiro up here versus the Tusk has already paid dividends. Like, Morphling's free farming bottom versus this Underlord, which you knew was going to be the case, right? It's one of the best matchups versus the Underlord. And now that Omar is free to roam, it does make this top lane a little bit scarier. Oh, they've managed to trap Tims, but they do want to make their way over to the 8-minute power rune. This is what they're really looking for. The Puck searching bottom, and now with this, Yoposh coming top, they will get themselves a kill onto the Jakiro.
They're going to check for stacks since they're already here, but they've been killing in the lane, actually, so none available in that triangle. You do want to help Tiny find these kills, right? He's going to be the one making plays. Nico is going to be farming on the Underlord, just jump in with the ultimate, so someone's got to start things for you, especially into a Morphling, into a Puck, into the Brewmaster who's got the ult, right? You need the Avalanche toss back, so the sooner you can get that blink online, help Yoposh find any kills, find stacks, the better. He is going to try to TP up here. Sneaky
this is
rotation.
a really good move if they can find him, but Smoke's gonna, or I guess rotation rather, scouted by the Tusk, who is pretty dang tanky. They will go ahead, immediately pop the Raptor Dance, take down the Tusk. Now Skem, ouch. This is a difficult escape. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Foul play procs, they still managed to do it. And with this Cyclone, they're sending the Underlord, so that will put an end to this fight. Yopaj
Gonna try and chase him down, tosses him back in as Devi quite tanky. Now with the Tusk coming back and a coil out from Noob. In pretty deep here. Can you actually get out on Natsumi? Doesn't look like it. Rinseku comes through the twin gate instead. He's gonna join the fight now. Look for Nico trapped inside the shard. Skem's back with his second life, now trying to find some way of helping. But guess what? This avalanche toss tidy, it's been turned against you.
That's a really
10
nice move
heroes
from
in the
Morphling.
top lane.
It's easy to say like, oh, everyone left, I'm gonna freeform bottom and push this tower. But I really like that he decides to join in and get involved on this Morphling. It would have been even more perfect if his Vlad's is almost done. If he had brought that Aura, that would have been amazing. But in the end, a really nice play for Nigma. I mean, you use pretty much all the abilities, you get extra gold. Punish
Getting the kill onto
already not
Natsumi.
having a great time.
Yeah. I mean, he almost died there on the Morphling. It was very close, but he will survive.
He knew. He did the math. It's just perfect amount of health.
Yeah, this Morphling is off to an exceptional start. I mean, Natsumi's not that far behind, but it is a good matchup for the Morphling. And with the Vlads now being delivered, this Morphling has kind of free reign to do whatever he wants for a while.
This is the downside of not having that blink we were talking about. I mean, it's pretty early. I didn't expect it, but when you kind of televise these plays, Natsumi's got the ult off.
I mean, he
but-
gets the ult, and in comes the TP from Scam. How long on the Brute ult? It is up, so he's going to go ahead and look for it now. The dive coming through, as well as the puck to join the Cyclone, sends Natsumi to the air. Another twin gate. As the puck needs to be careful, jaunts up onto the high ground. Doesn't have much left. Orb in a couple of seconds, and Noob will die. I thought they were going to use the Primal Split earlier, and instead, it kind of backfires. Yopaj going to toss in the Wind Ranger, try to do what damage she can. Wind Run to kind of slow him down, and with Natsumi coming through, should have this kill. Very nicely done.
Because of the miss shackled.
Divide? Nah.
I mean, now that his ult is down, he has no damage, really. A lot of these kills have come because of the Cinder Brew combo or the ult damage, so
Yeah.
with no one there to help him, he won't die, but yeah, you're just gonna have to watch him walk away. OG finally getting someone going for them. They have tried to really slow down Natsumi, but overcommitted this time around.
I think he's pretty happy with the way that kind of turned out. Morphling, I thought this was going to be another scenario where he might come through the Fiend's Gate, but decided not to. Can't really blame him. It's a little scary. Bottom lane, though, Nico is going to be stuck inside a macro fire. They dropped the coil as well. And that should be the tier 1 tower in this lane. Now, they are smoking down here quickly. They pop the fortification. Omar should be here to pop the smoke, and he is. He sees them. Nice path to make a little bit of space. Natsumi coming in. Shackle off the mark. Morphling. No waveform for several seconds. Gonna turn to the Wind Ranger. Pop the Wind Run. Shackle to try and keep Tiny away. Waveform in one. Does manage to get off. And a nice TP. Oh, he snipes him. Beautifully done from Natsumi. He's gonna find him. Does have a Wind Run in a second, but he's not getting out of here. Surrounded by 4. The Raven's Veil into the Talon Toss. People maybe a little bit unfamiliar with Kez. It's a guaranteed stun if you can get the vision. And was it the ward on the other side that saw him?
No, I think it's just the Raven's Veil reveal.
Was it?
Maybe
very good stuff there.
No, I don't think it was war. I think it was just the Raven's Veil. Devi over here trying to push it because everyone's bottom.
He's got ult. Yeah, he sees the the Soul Ring come out. He's like, I have to split. Meanwhile, mid lane, a dive will take down Scam. Nico, not really under threat from this at all. He doesn't really care.
Scam is tanking it for his team. It is 10-9. It sounds good. 7 of those are Scam. So
it's, you know, it's good you're getting these kills, but are you slowing down the right heroes? And Yopaj, 104 level 10, I don't know if he's feeling slowed down, especially as he's just about to finish the blink at a pretty solid time.
I am curious what got the vision. Yeah, just the Raven's Veil into the Talon toss there.
Man, if the waveform goes a little further, he might be too far to reach in time.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little unfortunate, because it looks like it was ending right at the ledge, and sometimes you go up, sometimes you go down. It might have been enough of a difference, like the fractions of a second that get you away.
A prize.
Smoke now. The blink is like 10 gold away. I don't know about this. Let's see what they get on OG.
Well, they might just get a Jakiro. All right, nicely done. Very easily get a Jakiro. And that will be the blink.
And a courier.
That is a big courier, actually.
He doesn't really have the rest of the Ags component, so it's not delaying the completed item, but he does have the slot for it. It would have helped him be a little tankier, and you never like giving money over.
I mean, OG probably feeling in a much better spot right now, just because with the Tiny's Blink Dagger coming up, it gives you that potential kill into the Morphling, right? This is really what you've been waiting for, to be able to try and apply pressure and kill Morphling and the puck, honestly. Macro Pyre mid to clear the creep wave. Good stuff there. Oh, unlucky. $16-minute power rune. Let's see which team gets the 50-50. It's going to be Noob, an amplify damage. He's going to be very happy with that.
The one down here is Nico, though, and he's pretty tanky on that Underlord. He's even working on a pipe. It's not done quite yet, but he's got the extra magic resistance, all that healing. But if you don't go for him, then you know he's just going to Fiend's Gate in, so it's a little strange. They are drawing the line. It's going to be a big commitment, though, if they try.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I kind of like what Jakiro is doing right now. Just like playing super aggressive bottom, forces him to deny the tower. And with this, the ward that's placed, they're so close. They actually have vision of them, but they have vision of what's coming up behind them as well.
Is this enough damage? You need Morphling here.
I think with Puck, you have enough. The amplify damage is still kind of there. The Witchblade's a lot of damage as well, and yeah, they got him.
Okay, I stand corrected. That was enough damage. Oh, actually, Natsumi came through the Fiend's Gate. He's gonna find Omar. Okay, at least a return kill.
That's a quick
Desolator
stack
stack too. Yeah, maybe not too bad.
They TP out right away, knowing that there's more coming, but Morphling sticking around too long. There's the Avalanche toss back into the Shackle, and we talked about this early on. The Yopaj Tiny is going to be what you need to play through, and they get the biggest kill on the map.
That's as that Observer is about to expire too, so Morphling pings, it's like, hey, they clearly saw me. You're going to go check it, and you're probably not going to find anything unless you get over there right now.
That's such a massive death, actually. The Jakiro had just TP'd out from right in front of him. GH. Probably dead here in the top lane as well. Natsumi is starting to really snowball on the Kez, getting active in every lane.
I like this build too. He's going for the Deso Ags. There's been a move away from it into some like Battle Furies, into Mantas and Butterflies. I think they have their place. I like the Deso Ags more than anything. You know, it's just cool to see them cycle through all the spells. And I think you want that momentum too. I think the other build is better for scaling, and I'm not sure you want to take that into a Morphling. So I like this idea of the Deso, get things going, play with your Underlord. He's finished the pipe, has the Crimson Guard queued up. If they can find a window for Roche, that'd be great. They don't have the best Roche heroes though this game. You have to commit Serpent Wards. You might just do Tormentor first and then go for it. Ooh, find the puck with the blink.
That's what I'm talking about, man. This game is kind of on Yopaj for the next several minutes. Like, he has to be the one finding heroes and making plays. That's why you pick the Tiny. For Nigma, they need to stall this out. Like, they are not really strong enough to take a heads-up fight. Like, your Morphling is still missing some very crucial items. Doesn't really have the damage.
Manta,
yeah, the Manta's nice, but he needs the Butterfly. Like, the Butterfly is really where this hero goes into being like, I am the damage dealer, right?
This goes from I respect what Morphling can do to I am scared of what Morphling can do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what the Butterfly is.
Yeah. So Rinseki's going to need a little bit more time.
Kind of hero. They do want to fight, though. At least the Manta is ready for Tormentor, maybe Roche.
This is scary to take.
Maybe you kill that courier. You know he wants the Yags. Kind of think if someone breaks their smoke to kill that, it's almost worth it.
Dude, the top tier 1 tower still being alive makes this very difficult. They're looking for someone up here.
Oh, kill this courier. Kill this courier. GH, do it.
Okay, dive underneath the tower. They're going to TP in immediately, but you've lost Tim's. Underlord, TPing into an Ice Path, will cancel his TP, but still has the Fiend's Gate, instead looking to try and save Natsumi. Wait for him away to try and not allow him to heal. Does get the parry, the chase continuing. Omar falling low, they have the Cyclone, they've got the silence. Can they finish off the kill? They can. A very good start to the fight here for Nigma. The question, they can get out. Skem with the blink into the shackles, but you're going into a very tanky hero in Rinsekiu. The one that goes in first, stuck inside the Pit of Malice, getting chased on, pops the Manta, waveforms back the other way, will finish off the Shadow Shot, but he's pretty much out of resources. He needs to run. Grappling Claws to the low ground. Devi gonna try and slow them up. Shackle's gonna connect, toss in aggressively. Do they have an Avalanche? They have the Pit. They Avalanche to follow it up, and they got him. Yopaj will take him down. As now the focus fire does come through from Tim's. The very beautiful toss back here into the body blocks. Devi Lava. Not looking good for him as well. Omar coming in, might be able to buy some time with the snowball, but instead, saved. As the Puck's gonna rejoin the fight. I think they'll just call it quits.
Now that both carries are dead, they're like, no one's got the damage, guys. Let's all just back out. Let's back out peacefully. In the end, I think that is overall still worth it for Nigma because they got the kill first onto Kez, and I believe Rinsekiu actually got it, right? Yeah, Rinsekiu got the kill. He did eventually fall, but I feel this Morphling will outscale the Kez, so the fact that you're getting that kill helps you out a lot there, especially because that was the Ags reveal of the Kez, and it wasn't the greatest because he got found.
He got silenced, I think was the biggest issue. Like, Puck got 2 different silences on him in that fight and kind of prevented him from using the Ags, you know, kind of how you want. But with this, Roshan's moved bottom. OG will look to finish this one off pretty easily. The trade for Tormentor, though, most likely the case here. Oh, Morphling's not actually there. They might not be able to get the Tormentor that quickly. Tag team enough?
A little bit. It'll take a little bit, but they're doing Roche. You know, they're too far. So
I mean, I don't think they're getting this, man. Right? They're gonna die.
Too far, right? Oh God.
Oh my goodness. If they had finished the Twin Gate, someone was pump faking the Twin Gate. I think it was Shadow Shock. If he finished, he actually just walks in, Ether Shocks 2 and gets a double kill.
Yeah, they just don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea how many
vision
are there.
on the other side, so they knew it was happening, but not who was there. That would have been hilarious to see Skem get some revenge. 2, 8, and 7 right now, so for him to pop through, get like a triple kill off Ether Shock, that would have been great. Level 1 Ether Shock, and it would have been enough.
It was definitely going to be enough. Smoke up from OG as they're going to take the tier 2 bottom with the help of Natsumi and the Serpent Wards and look top side. That being said, Nigma is actually coming bottom, it looks like. Want to try and punish this here.
Morphling's joining.
They actually catch them is the question.
The Morphling
Radiant
illusions are
does
kind of
connect.
top. They're looking for the Morphling, thinking he's up there, but he's already TP'd out.
Jump in, gets slams Natsumi. Immediate Raven's Veil into the Raptor Dance, but it gets canceled. For the moment, he's going to survive as Nico will come in and offer some assistance. There's going to go ahead and be the primal split. Quick kill onto the Wind Ranger, and the Cyclone's going to hold him in place for now. Pit of Malice into the Firestorm. They've got the damage to take down the first life. The buyback coming through now as Yopaj, great Avatos onto 2. And Natsumi's going to try and get active now. His second life should give him plenty to play with. GH with an Ice Path. Going to buy him a little bit of time, but grappling claw on over. They finish him off.
Well, you can't make a dragon freak.
Underlord just a little bit too tanky. They almost got the kill, but was not enough.
At least burn the Aegis, though. I didn't get that much out of it. I think if you stabilize here, it's okay. The fact that they're able to force so much, yeah, the fact that they're able to force out some here onto Natsumi prevents him from doing more. And you see, like, in a lot of these fights, because he doesn't have the BKB yet, he's spending a lot of this time controlled in one way or the other. Slowed, now he's in the pit after falling down from the Cyclone. Once he finishes BKB, he will truly be able to deliver the damage that he has.
And the fact that Puck got out of here is so clutch from Divide to interrupt that Shadow Shaman. Otherwise, Puck was dead.
Morphling is going to finish his Butterfly, though, so...
He's going to try and burst Divide. He's got damage, and I think Divide is going to burn. There's no escape. Absolutely. Now Rinseku caught out. Some trouble as they're bringing in a lot of reinforcements. Pops the Manta, waveforms down to the low ground. They should have a shackle. And with Yopaj coming through, there is no hope. 2 massive kills here. Well, hold up. Wind Run. I mean, he's still burning. Yeah, he's still got a bunch of dots on him.
Bit of a save your buddy syndrome there. Need to just let the Brewmaster go.
These are 3 huge kills across the map, and now with the BKB done on the Kez, we've already seen what he's been able to accomplish in the fights before this. Now you can't stop him from killing people.
I feel like taking the Aegis was actually pretty good earlier, and Nigma just needed to slow down until this Butterfly was done on the Morphling. They're getting involved a little bit too soon. It's giving OG something to play with. Like, this is what they wanted to get done with the Aegis, and now they're still getting to do it after losing the Aegis. So they're also kind of back on track after those last couple plays.
Yeah, I mean, Natsumi is incredibly farmed. He is a full item ahead of the Morphling. And the fact that he's gone the Ags build makes him way more dangerous in team fights. So I really like what OG are doing with it. I would like them to keep the pressure up, right? You're kind of just waiting on the next Fiend's Gate from the Underlord, but the Tiny, the Shadow Shaman playing side by side, Natsumi kind of just baiting topside. Like, they don't really know that he's alone right now, but there's not much you can do to stop him. Like, if you do call the bluff and you're wrong, you probably die.
Plus, there's a Whoa! Scary. Plus, due to the Fiend's Gate, right? Is he ever really alone?
Yeah,
Can you finish the job before Nico and the boys show up? You're not confident on that because you don't have full information of where everybody is. So
exactly.
I do think
all tier
Nigma. Yeah, Nigma on the back foot. Not totally out of this though. You've always seen the late game Morphling, right? This hero can carry, and the Butterfly. It just needs to finish, you know, and I feel like they just got involved a little bit too much. I think if you restabilize and just say, like, we got to hold high ground. We have a little bit of time before Roche spawns, right? Get this Butterfly, find the right pickoff so we can still do this. OG doesn't want to give that time, though. They're going to start with a quick kill onto Tusk.
What?
The rest of the heroes might get out.
How? Okay, maybe he canceled his own shackle. I mean, he was definitely shackling the Puck, and Puck got away, so I don't know what happened there. Oh, well. Either way, he managed to get the kill onto the Tusk. Natsumi makes quick work of that hero. The Raven's Veil into Talon Toss just makes it impossible for Tusk to respond, because not only does he get stunned, but he just gets silenced, right? All right, I want to see this again. I'm pretty sure he caught the Puck. Oh, he shackled a creep. Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, Unlucky.
I would
Unlucky.
cancel that as well.
Yeah, I would also. Yeah. You don't want anyone to see
Oh,
that.
dang, guys. Didn't get the shackle in time. He followed
No,
me.
Stop showing it, guys. Go on. Oh, no.
Oh, they find the puck. Ravens Veil into the bash.
Yeah.
Quick job finished up there. And it's in front of the base, so you can force this out. The buyback.
He needs his Lincoln so bad, but he is so far away from a Lincoln Sphere. Yopaj jumps in, does not care, toss back, nice snowball, ice path, macro pyre doing some work. Into the blink out, Omar's actually gonna live, okay. But I mean, that's macro pyre down.
Yeah, it forced a lot to save him. You're just trying to not have puck buyback and minimize the losses. You are gonna lose this tier 3. You might be able to fight over the barracks.
I love that blinking from Skem there. He's like, yeah, if there's anybody here, I'm grabbing you. And like they know, they are the ones that are a lot stronger right now. So they will claim a full lane of Rack's bottom. Free disengage. We're gonna see the Roche timer in about 25 seconds here. A fast Roche for OG is what they're looking for.
Aeon Disc on the Brewmaster. Maybe you can bait them in further than they are expecting if they don't know this is done. With that said, the Daedalus just finished on Kez, so maybe they'll finish the job faster than you're expecting now.
Yeah, I like this item a lot.
He has been really ramping up. He's got 22 stacks in the Deso as well.
His burst damage is just insane. He can kill the Brewmaster. I was like, once his Aeon Disc is down, and well, there it is. So
I like that. Not even committing too much. He could have done the toss back, but they're like, no, we're just here for the Aeon Disc. We actually don't want to commit, so just activate it, back out. Now, if we find something, we're willing to go for it.
It was like a 25, 30 second Roche, so it's going to be back up. Haven't scouted it quite yet, but Yopaj will scout GH, double 4 staff to safety. Nice snowball and ice path, but here comes the Fiends Gate. Omar just gets one shot from Natsumi. Devi is going to pop the split, look for something here onto the high ground, but not going super well. They will Cyclone off one, but not enough damage. He needs help. He needs another hero. A Cyclone now, maybe. Holding back the Kez will be enough, but no. Jump in, Hex, into the coil. The silence is there. Noob now needs to be careful as Natsumi's into the fight. He trapped Rinseku off to the side. He's just killing him. Pops the Raven's Veil, looking for more. Gets a stun onto Devi instead. A Shackle's gonna connect, but so far only one hero dead on OG. They buy back here on this Jakiro as Rinseku gets caught. Avalanche toss all the way back. Forced away for him to safety, but he's on a sliver of HP, and the Kez will finish the job. Devi looking to burn down Nico, but he's popped the Crimson Guard. He's keeping himself nice and healthy. Rinseku's gonna buy back, finish the job here eventually. I mean, Nigma, if they get this kill, which it looks like they can with the ice path, trying to prevent him from healing off the Raptor Dance. It's gonna do a little bit, but another toss back sends Rinseku so far away. He just kills the Tusk like it's nothing. They can't get Natsumi. Keeps himself alive the whole time. And with this, you buy back on like 3 heroes to try and win the fight and secure Roshan, and instead, OG's the one pushing you back into the base.
It was a huge commit. Oh, Yopaj almost found someone more with the Avalanche there. Huge commitment from Nigma. I don't know if it was the best time to do it, but I can't blame him either, because the way the game's going, Roche is, you don't know it's spawned already, but it's close. So it's like you have to find a fight somewhere to hopefully take away that Roche and get yourselves back in this game. So they think that's their best shot. They give it a go. Huge commitment into it. And it was close, but you just can't finish the job on Kez. So now he's going to grab himself an Aegis. Now they've got themselves a 13k gold lead. One barracks is down already, so it's a very straightforward game plan here. You look for any pickoff. Now the heroes, they've already used some buyback, so you get any of those guys, especially this Morphling, the game's just going to be over.
Yeah, the Morph buybacking there and only getting the Underlord hurts pretty bad. They will find themselves a kill onto the Shadow Shaman. I mean, BKB out of the puck, Primal Split out of Devi. I feel like you need to get something else, but We'll see if they can. Tiny, not an easy kill. He's got BKB and 3,200 health. Running back the other way. Another Cyclone comes off. Natsumi currently invis thanks to the Raven's Veil, but not going to commit. No other heroes to find.
You're in full delay tactics here.
A 1-for-1. And that's a dieback on your Jakiro.
And Noob's got to do a lot here. He's got to cut so many waves. And unfortunately, he doesn't have the money for buyback. He has it available, but it's scary to take these risks into Avalanche Toss, because if you get killed anywhere, they have enough time to make it all the way to your base. So he still has to, he's TPing home. I don't know. I feel like this is just going to allow OG to siege you in your base. Or maybe kill your toss, Avalanche toss back.
It's just, this is one of the worst feelings. You're playing a support and you're like, you actually can't do anything. You just get one shot from a carry, and you know, with Yopaj having Avatos, makes it really simple for them to find their targets. Last fortification here from Nigma to try and stall this one out. The Shadow Shaman wards on top lane here with the banner as well. They're gonna buy back on the Tusk. See what they can find. You've got to get the Aegis out of Natsumi first. The question is how. Instead, they toss into Device. Aeon Disc is going to get popped. Silenced up, makes his way back up to the high ground. Managed to stall a little bit. The tier 3's gone, though. There's just, you got to be so careful from these tosses. The smoke up. GH in a decent position to go for a block on the ramp here. Can he, I don't know if you want to initiate on the Underlord. That's the hard part. They're looking for a wraparound Tusk up onto the high ground in the triangle. The split comes through from Devi, but Tusk is dead.
That's no buyback.
And it's just crushing these Brewlings. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah, the split.
Still has 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Jump in, Yopaj, Avalanche, toss back, finds GH into the grappling claw, the Pit of Malice. Natsumi should be able to clean them up, and he does with the Echo Slash. Beyond godlike now for this Kez. Sitting at 19-2-7 as they find the puck, the shackles into the Raptor Dance. He's dead as well. No buybacks there, and now they find the Morphling. Rinsey Q, you're not looking good, buddy. Barely makes his way out onto the high ground, but it is 2 versus 5 and an Aegis. As your base crumbles, the Mega Creep secured for OG as they look for the tier 4 towers. Devi goes in, pops the split. Dude, they just die so quick. They die so quick. It's not even fun. Like, they just GG's. He's like, all right, yeah, I don't know, man. This isn't working. I can't stall this game. Too much damage coming out from the side of OG.
These boys are locked in.
They just seemingly care that they won.
Still processing it. I mean, that's kind of what you need to do, right? This is just one game in the process, so it's all about improving continuously. But I think they can be happy at least how this went from game 1 to game 2. And I think game 1 was close, right? I don't think they got dumpstered or anything. There were some moments that it was pretty, like, it was so close to working out for them. And I think that's what happened here, right? This time, Nigma starts off pretty well. They were putting a lot of pressure on that top lane. But this time, OG is able to find some of those early fights, get going, especially on this Yopaj Tiny. I feel like he was able to be so much more active for his team compared to the Invoker, which kind of needs the team to be active for him. I think it's a really big difference this time around. It's one of the ways OG tends to look pretty good is around Yopaj just doing stuff. Not that I hate the Invoker, right? But it's just a different playstyle. And this time, clearly worked out. The Yopaj Tiny was able to find so many plays for his team.
There was some stuff early that looked good from Nigma, right? That initial big rotation in the top lane where they took that like early 5v5 in the top lane was smart. It was good that they brought the heroes and they took the engagements there, but it also, you got to give credit to Natsumi. He came right back into the lane, finds kills, like shows up in mid lanes, finds kills. Like he was getting involved really early. And getting stacks on this Desolator, and I mean, you can see the difference, right? The Morphling, there's a reason this hero hasn't been super meta, even though like Rinsey Q is Grandmaster on this hero, like we don't really see a lot of impact out of it. And it kind of makes me wonder, like, should you just pick something like the Ursa, right? Where it's a much more straightforward matchup into the Kez. Like,
you're a little bit tankier, you know, fighting into heroes like Tiny and Underlord, but yeah, ends up being a really solid draft from OG, and yeah, just a much cleaner performance, honestly.
I think it was close. I could definitely see this Morphling working out, but I think there's like a up and down to it, right? The start's pretty good. He had that early Vlad. You can get involved a bit there. I think you do need to chill a little bit as you get close to the butterfly, and I feel like in that game I was talking about the butterfly for like 5 minutes because like, oh, we farm it, but then it's like, oh, he's fighting, oh, they found him. I mean, you know, like some stuff is good from OG. They just slowed down that butterfly for so long, whereas Kez was ramping up the items.
Right on. Well, we do have an interview here with the victors of Game 2 OG. So we're going to be joined by 343. Congratulations. Great Game 2. How you doing, man?
Yeah, doing okay, I guess. 1-1. Pretty unsatisfactory for us, but we just gotta keep going forward.
Right on. So let's rewind a little bit back to Game 1, right? You guys are coming into this event. I think people have a lot of eyes on you. You guys have had a pretty solid series of results. Where do you think kind of Game 1 got lost a little bit for you guys?
Definitely the Wisdom Rune. I think we had a draft that kind of wanted to like snowball off lanes with like this double stun lanes into like Sunstrike, and you know, we get to play towards the Largo side of the map where we get to invade, but we ended up like reacting to top a lot, and even after the reacting to top we kind of fed away kills for Wisdom, and then it felt like we couldn't really come back and like establish our own side of the map where we wanted to play. I think that was like what kind of led to our downfall.
Right on. So I mean, fast forward to Game 2, it seems like that kind of got cleaned up quite a bit. You guys had a really good lane performance in Game 2. Who do you kind of attribute to like kind of running the show at the beginning of the game here?
I think Iran played kind of well overall. I like Tim's rotation a lot as well as Japoi, so probably the both of them, Yopachi and Tim's.
Nice. I know Zach's got some questions for you.
Yeah, well, I actually wanted to ask about like from the coaching side of it, especially from like a Game 1 to Game 2, where do you need to do like a pep talk? Is that something like this team needs, or are you guys just able to fully focus? Let's just go straight to Game 2, strategy the whole time?
I think what happened between Game 1 and Game 2 was like, hey guys, you know, we played this strategy against Largo, which is probably the most busted hero right now. I mean, sure, you can beat it, but if ABC doesn't happen in the right order, in the clean fashion, which we failed, I mean, we failed execution, right? So we reset, and like, it just felt at some point in that game where it was really hard to just start fights, so it was hard to like scale into their lineup. And you know, we just need to focus on like what we can fix, which is like our execution, our communication, and moving forward into Game 2, like drafts, okay, you know, we get to play our game, and I think it kind of showed.
Is this where, so I know a lot of you are saying Largo's pretty busted, but at some point you got to give him some busted here, right? You got to choose which bans to give up. Is this where playing against a team where you have to end up banning like a Meepo in the first phase is really tricky because you're worried about giving something like that over instead?
I think it was just our decision because Davai doesn't come across to us, or at least didn't as a like huge Largo player, you know. When I think of Davai, I think of like Nigma, Viper, Timber, so like we'll be like, oh, maybe this team will be uncomfortable playing Largo on him, or like maybe if they played like Noob on a non-spirit hero or something like that, you know, because obviously there's not much info on Nigma coming into his tournament. Their last tournament was like a month ago. We don't really know what they play, so we picked our poison, you know, it was a roll of the dice, and unfortunately we just failed to do what we want to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's no perfect prep, right? And it sounds like you guys had the plan. It just, like you mentioned, the execution slipped up a little. Well, I won't keep you too long because I know there's actually another series you guys are gonna have to play. Ricky, do you have anything else you want to ask?
No, it's always really fun to watch your guys' team play, and obviously best of luck. You're gonna, I'm sure, be doing a lot of interviews for the next few days. So,
I hope so.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you for joining us, 343.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
Bye. Well, with that, like, that is an interesting take because we actually mentioned something similar in Game 1 where it's like we don't have a lot of info on Nigma, right, coming into this, especially Davai. He traditionally is not someone who plays heroes like Largo, right? Like, he has always been like these Dark Seers, like you said, Enigmas and stuff like that. And you know, we have a very different play this time around, and yeah, picks their poison. Unfortunately, the Largo ends up just being too much with a little bit of failed execution. It doesn't turn out super well.
Yeah, I do think it's a risky move, but pretty understandable when, like you said, you don't have a lot of information. It's like, I know they're gonna take it. So in a way, you're giving them something busted, but I know they're gonna do it. So here's our strategy for it. And you know, I like the draft they had, but like you said, you got to do A, you got to do B, you got to do C. If you mess up that order, if you mess up one of them, it doesn't work. And yeah, the Wisdom Shrine, he saw it too. He's like, oh no, that's not how our 7 minutes are supposed to go. It sounds like they learned from it, and probably other teams will also learn from it because they were probably also unsure how Nigma was going to play. Someone's got to play him blindly first. Ends up being OG tanking it for everybody else, but now the other teams know, all right, he's a, you know, it's the Largo check. Are they a Largo team? Yes, every team must be a Largo team now.
Yeah.
We will not be letting that one through.
Seems coming into the tournament, you're like, yeah, if you want to be an offlaner, you have to play Largo. Otherwise, you're not allowed to be on the team.
Your button pressing, you know, can I press QW? Can I press QEW? You got to go through it. Got to practice the rhythm, sleep with the metronome in the ears.
Well, that is going to bring the third series of the day to a close, but we have one more in the tank here. So it's going to be Aurora versus Spirit. Coming up next, a very hype series because both these teams have been looking exceptionally good. Aurora has kind of been in the limelight a little bit, so we'll see what's going to happen. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with that final series in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. much cooler than me. Susie laughs in my leather pants. She's got no time for my retard dance. She's never gonna give me a half a chance. She is so much cooler than me. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Bob liked him for they sold out. He's lousy with his streetwise clout. There just can't be no doubt he's so much cooler than me. Cause they got no time to tune their guitars. And they say, I kill all them rock stars. They spend their days orbiting Mars. They're so much cooler than me. Cooler than me. You're cooler than me. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Cooler than me. Farms are really cool. If you don't give up, if you don't give up, you can get it done. If you don't give up, you can get it done. Day. was worth nothing. Nothing at all. You start out with big dreams, and slowly turn small. Hold your breath, long as you can, till the feeling drains from your hands. Hold your breath, long as you can, till the feeling drains from your hands. Shake up the feeling. You've done this before. It's just paranoia. Creep through the door. If I was a given, and you were a chance, I'd take the bet. Let our fortunes dance. Hold your breath as long as you can, till the feeling drains from your hands. Hold your breath long as you can, till the feeling drains from your hands.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to ESL One Birmingham. I don't know why I was surprised that we were coming back. I knew we were, but we are
have a countdown, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, that means I'm supposed to do something now. No, I'm excited. We've got one series left today. It's gonna be a great one. Aurora and Spirit. Both these teams have been looking super hot. Aurora specifically, right? This is a team that looked kind of unstoppable in one of the previous events that didn't quite walk away with the victory, but they got close. They got close. Spirit, what is there to say about this? This is one of the best teams in the world. They always are a threat. They're always a top contender. I don't think you can ever really look at a tournament and be like, man, Top Spirit's probably not going to end up in top 6. I think they pretty much always will.
You can never count them out, but they're certainly I don't feel like this is their ideal patch type of play style, so they're a little bit more volatile on whether they are going to be in those top finishes. Sometimes a little rougher. So we'll see. For now, their opponents are going to be Aurora, which they were in that same. Are they doing like a shock game there?
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. Who's going to last? I like just the menacing stare from Nightfall. The guy is just like, yeah, he's like, yes, my puppets.
This is all our prize money from being a top team all the time.
Yeah, they just do whatever they want. Honestly, these are two of the strongest teams around right now. I think if you were to tell me one of these teams is the grand final of any tournament, I'd believe it. The big question is Aurora, back with Makoto. We saw him recently again with, back with Makoto. They had some stand-ins in some events, but I think overall he's doing pretty well. The roster obviously still very powerful.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. It was a very strange mix when the team first got announced. You're like, oh, CIS with C team. Okay, see how it goes. And it was a bit shaky to start, but it's been looking good. I think some of it is that Kaori's hero pool is amazing right now. Like, all these broken heroes are Kaori heroes, plus Phoenix. Phoenix isn't always in the discussion, but after all the other ones get banned out, it's like, okay, then Phoenix. And he's really good at all of them before they were popular.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's like just because of the patch. They've certainly improved as a team, but it helps a lot because sometimes you can ban other things. But versus this team, I think you have to strongly consider banning out his support pool because they're so good right now.
I completely agree. I think he is kind of a linchpin for this team. Like, he's had incredible performances. I think the Phoenix is a hero that we don't see every team kind of like opt for, but it is very strong. I think it is a very strong hero right now, and Aurora is a team where you might consider just banning the Phoenix over other options. But when it comes to, Aurora, there is a little bit of ups and downs. We haven't seen them be as consistent. With this new roster, like some tournaments they look really good, other tournaments they have their struggles. So we'll see which one shows up here today. Both these teams off to a great start. They're both 2-0 at their opening series, so they're coming in undefeated. We'll see who kind of walks away, the victors of this series and tops the group. Maybe we'll sit with a 1-1 and we'll have the top of the group just be some 3-3s, but I think overall very even matchup.
Yeah, and I will mention Aurora coming in. I was just checking who they were playing. Aurora beat Falcons, which is certainly one of the other top teams. So if they can knock out Spirit, I would actually say in this group, the top teams to consider are Aurora, Spirit, and Falcons. I'd say they'd be the general favorites. So if you start day one beating those other two teams, you're going to be feeling yourselves going into the rest of the group stage. Of course, that might put a target on your back, but I mean, you take the morale boost when you can. Especially like you said, this team can sometimes be a bit up, a bit down. I do think they're in pretty good form right now. They've been improving a lot, and if you can get that morale boost as well, beating some of the strongest teams on your opening day, I mean, I think you'll feel great.
Yeah, I completely agree. We will have a draft for y'all in a moment. We promise. We can give you a little bit of a spoiler. The Phoenix did get banned. We were talking about one of those things. Aurora is one of those teams where Phoenix is incredibly strong. Might warrant a first phase ban, and it did. So there will be no Kaori Phoenix this time around. In terms of some of the other signature heroes, I think Spirit definitely has a lot of heroes they like to pull out for Yatoro at times. Like, they'll go deep into the hero pools, even ones that are not really considered meta. I think the only reason Faceless Void has been getting any attention at all recently is because Yatoro kind of forced it. He's like, I believe in this hero. I think it's good in certain games. And so people are like,
I want to play him. Yeah. I want to play these late game carries.
Exactly. So we're seeing some Faceless Void here and there. I don't know like how often we'll see it, but you always got to be careful of what Yatoro is willing to pick in the carry role.
Yeah. Team Spirit definitely prefers having some more late game oriented carries, which are not strictly all the best right now, which is why you'll often hear a lot of the other people talking about Dota being like, it's not really a Spirit patch. That's part of the reason. It's like all those hyper carries that Yatoro excels at are not all that great. Only a couple, or he forces it like the Faceless Void.
I like
teams get a pretty
both
strong
openers
support for themselves. Yeah, the Shadow Shaman Jakiro, it's just so safe. Both these heroes can flex 4 or 5. It really doesn't reveal a lot, but also like whatever heroes you end up with, you'll be like, oh no, will that combo with my first pick? Oh yeah, it's totally fine. Jakiro lanes with anybody. Ice Path Macropyre's got the scaling. Shadow Shaman, he'll always provide the control. He'll provide scaling. We never really get there, like that whole refresher idea, BKBs, right? Insane lockdown with double ults. The games tend to end before that, but on paper, amazing scaling.
I'm kind of shocked the Shadow Fiend made it through Phase 1 bans and didn't get picked. Like, especially where Spirit, right? They could pick it on 9 after seeing the Jakiro, but they opt for the Shadow Shaman anyway. And Aurora heads up bans after that, right? They get rid of the Shadow Fiend, that's still in, but then they also get rid of the MOUZ for Collapse, which MOUZ is, I still think, one of the best offlaners at the moment, but in the hands of Collapse, I mean, he's got to be one of the best.
Yeah, I think some of it is if you look at the bans, there are a lot of supports there. So if they pick Jakiro and you don't respond with the support, they might ban out more supports, and you're like, oh, there's no more good supports. They have the most broken ones, and we just have like the B tier supports. which then even if you have a good core, you just lose your side lanes to the Jakiro and whatever else they grab. So I think making sure you get your hands on a top class support as well makes up. Oh, get your hands on something there, Laurel. Tossing off his hand warmers.
Yeah, I need to get myself a set of those, you know. I gotta reach out to one of these teams like, yo, what do you guys use? I feel like sometimes...
get me in on this.
Yeah. It's weird, though, living where I do, and now that it's just constantly an inferno outside, maybe I don't need it. I can just walk outside for 2 seconds. Yeah. Just go put my hands on the pavement for 2 seconds until they burn. Invoker after the puck ban. Okay, so we actually saw Invoker picked into the puck earlier. Didn't go super hot. So I kind of like this instead. They get rid of the puck. It actually frees up the Shadow Shaman's game quite a bit. And they grab themselves the Invoker as well, which, you know, we're going to give Laurel a playmaking hero. I'm totally fine with that. They'll immediately respond with the Void Spirit. I like this. You have guaranteed Sunstrike set up in the side lane. That was one of our complaints about the heroes pick earlier today is there wasn't great synergy into the side lanes early on. Now you do have it.
Yeah, I think it's also nice because the Chicken Fingers Hex Shackle is just such amazing catch, but obviously not a lot of damage unless you're willing to commit Serpent Wards, which has a pretty big cooldown. But now you'll have Sunstrike, now you have Cataclysm, so it just opens up so many plays around the map. With that said, you will need to know where some of them are because you got Ice Path to cancel some of that stuff. You got the Remnant, maybe we'll see the Ags build. You got Bushwhack, so... Aurora does have some good heroes to make sure those shackles can be interrupted, and I like their own kill combo now, right? Void Spirit is a great early active hero, and then you'll have extra control and damage from either a Hoodwink or a Jakiro, if not both.
I do like the Tusk. I mean, Tusk is never really a bad hero right now. Even like last game, it kind of got absolutely obliterated by Kez, but it still always offers. Yeah, it always offers typically some good early game rotations. Gives you the save from the snowball. A lot of synergies that you can pair it with. I wouldn't hate the Primal Beast, to be honest, if they wanted to look for something like that. But you don't really have the mid lane flex, which is kind of the downside to picking the Invoker. So I'm curious. Can I go for the Slardar? Just overwhelming physical damage now out of these two.
Yeah, I was gonna say the risk of taking the Slardar at 17 is you get counterpicked, and so the Wind Ranger comes out, something that Nightfall is pretty good at actually though, so that's a bit scary to give over. You'll probably just creep drag with the Tusk at this point.
Yeah.
There's maybe a kill combo with like maybe put Shadow Shaman there. You know, you lead with the Chicken Fingers, a bunch of control, the bashes. Wind Ranger squishy if you get close, but I do worry Jakiro Wind Ranger, like this Slardar is not gonna have a fun time.
There's the Faceless Void Ban. One of the better matchups into Wind Ranger. I think recently my favorite hero for Nightfall has been Wind Ranger. I think he has looked incredibly strong. I'd be curious to see what their win rate on Aurora is, having like Wind Ranger carry over the last several events, because I think there was one tournament we were watching. I think it was like 6 games in a row wins with Wind Ranger, and I was like, there's no way they keep giving him this hero. So I like the idea. I like the pick. We'll see kind of what they want to respond with on Team Spirit for their carry. In terms of off lane,
the counter pick, they have a lot of control between like Shaman, Tusk, Slardar, so the lanes will be annoying, but I do think they have the control to kill Wind Ranger later. Yeah. So you can potentially just emphasize beating the enemy offlaner that they're gonna have to reveal here. You pick a carry that's good into that, and you just need some damage, which all carries have for the Wind Ranger. Once the other heroes control her up. You've also got the Invoker, a lot of spell damage from him to help kill that Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at kind of what I want out of an offlaner. To me, it's something that plays fast with the Void Spirit, because your Wind Ranger needs a lot of time to farm. Like, this is a hero that needs to get their Mjolnir, the Hurricane Pike, BKB. Like, it takes a little bit of time. It's not like she can't contribute early. Like, she's fairly dominant in lane, but she wants to farm. So I would like a high tempo offlaner. The Timber Saw is interesting. They have plenty of reserve time to go through. I mean, Underlord's not bad because Pit of Malice versus Tusk is always super annoying. Slardar also struggles to play into it. You just go something like Tide?
Maybe. The thing is, Ursa is still in the pool.
I feel like the lane is really strong, though, right? If you put Jakiro or Hoodwink in that lane, I don't think they care about the Ursa.
Maybe, but
and the Wind Ranger matchup is
with
pretty
either
good.
a Tusk or a Shaman.
Yeah, they do just go the Underlord. I think the Underlord to me makes the most sense because it kind of prevents your snowball save. And Slardar really hates playing around Pit of Malice. Like, he doesn't really farm super quick. He needs Blink, then Shard, then BKB. So it's a little bit before you can actually play around this.
5 seconds remaining.
Time for Toro. What will he pick, Zach? What are you thinking? Just the Ursa?
I think it's okay. I know the Wind Ranger is not your favorite matchup, but I think you've got the control from the rest of the team to help cover that element.
I mean, they could do the Kez as well.
Lane well. I don't hate that. Though, well, I guess you can't flex the Jakiro as easily when there's the Hoodwink. Some Huerta comes out.
It's so weird to see this with a Slardar. That's why I was thinking like more of a physical damage carry, right? The Ursa or the Kez, but they opt for the Muerta, which does have a pretty great matchup versus Wind Ranger, right? Like, you trade Focus Fire for Pierce the Veil, and you suddenly Wind Ranger cannot do damage to you. So
I don't think
how this lane goes,
is
though.
Amazing into Underlord, though. That guy's got a bunch of damage to deny you with, and your farming speed is not that great on Muerta until you get the Maelstrom. So if you struggle in the lane itself, you end up pretty slow. I mean, Wind Ranger's also in that kind of like that same boat where she needs the Maelstrom, so I guess maybe that's not the end of the world. I feel like the Wind Ranger's lane is going to be easier, though, than the Muertas. Outside of some sick spell combos, because we do have to consider Sunstrike, right? That's the global help coming in. Little tricky on that bottom lane, though. Like Avalanche, or not Avalanche, the Snowball and Ice Shards, and then Deadshot. Technically crowd control, but not the easiest to land Sunstrikes on.
yeah, not at all. I will say I generally like Aurora's draft here. I think it's pretty straightforward. There is this window for Collapse that is really scary, because I've actually seen Collapse like solo carry a game for Spirit when he's on something like a Slardar. Like, they were losing all their lanes, they were getting absolutely destroyed, and then suddenly Collapse ends up with like a Blink Dagger, gets super active around the map, like finds kills, gets his shard, finds more kills, and suddenly his team's like back into the game. So there is going to be this window for the Slardar where he gets his blink and can try and get active. And if they're like kind of struggling elsewhere, which we kind of mentioned, we don't think it's going to be a great lane for the Muerta, he might be able to kind of open the game for his team.
I can see that. I do worry if he has a slow start and then Underlord is doing pretty well. Like, I'm imagining Slardar trying to enter these fights, and you got pits on the ground. You got Macropyres and Ice Paths. You're moving around your own Ice Shards on your team. You got Bushwhacks flying in, Remnants. You're chasing a Wind Ranger. It sounds like a sad time if the Slardar has a slow start. If you have a decent start and you can get that blink just to like jump onto the right target immediately, then that's not so bad. But
I completely agree. We'll see what happens, as it is game one here between Aurora and Team Spirit. Two top contenders for the group, both sitting at 2-0 after their first series. Time to see which one of them is going to hold that top spot.
technically they could stay 1-1. You could tie for it.
They could, but would that be sportsmanlike? I don't think so. We are here for blood. One of these teams must lose.
That's sportsmanship.
That is sportsmanship for Dota.
Oh, I think you might have seen that ward drop. The smoke broke like at the same time that was getting placed.
Which one?
Well, both actually. We'll see if Mira suspects it. But he placed his as his smoke broke on Rue, so I think Rue may end up with the D ward. Though the question is if you want to use your sentry for that, because getting a D ward's great, but sometimes you need to fight over these pole camps, and there's only so many sentries to start. All right, they're gonna get it. Money's money.
Did they give the solo XP to the Muerta or no?
No, I believe they just got. They didn't waste time on it. They just like both hit it, move on.
Impressive deny there from Mira, 2v1.
Hoodwink's animation sucks too.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of shocked.
So bad.
Overall, this bottom lane, I feel like Muerta has some potential as long as the wave's in a good spot, but I mean, it's not going to be an easy lane to drag against because of Hoodwink, right? Like, she's actually pretty good at punishing heroes that try to drag the wave. Like, Bushwhacks pulls you back. You're going to take a lot of damage from the creep wave. You can't really, like, punish her either.
I think this is just about getting the most you can for your Toro and then moving around. But we'll see if the Sunstrikes, right, make a difference, because that is something. Hoodwink is a very squishy hero, so if you coordinate well, I am throwing ice shards here, so you're gonna have to run this way, you know, all that.
Yeah.
The Sunstrike will take off half her health once Invoker's like level 3.
Yeah, if they can get that wave like pulled into their hard camp on the bottom side, they'll be feeling good. WS, however, he's actually going to die first. The turnaround here, 1-for-1, but Yatoro getting first blood on the Muerta. Just using that level 2 power spike, it looks like. Dude, the ward, it was actually the difference of the ward.
That's true, I guess.
It's actually the ward difference.
Killing the Underlord first was not what I expected, but I mean, this is a strong combo when they fight together. The tag team plus the gunslinger and deadshot, and it's before WS really picks up a lot of levels of atrophy aura to, like, that's gonna get worse and worse because he's just gonna be reducing your damage. But right now, it's not really all that much.
Mid lane's going pretty even. Makoto with a slight advantage, but it's
expected.
Minimal. Yeah. Well, unless he gets 2-9. I think it's one of them still. It's not bad. Yeah, it's definitely expected. Void Spirit, very strong in the early lane. We'll see as we get closer to the 6-minute power runes, like what ends up happening, because, you know, Invoker's not really a hero that plays for runes, right? He wouldn't mind getting them, but he doesn't have like a bottle or anything, right? So
yeah, mainly you just want to stop Makoto from doing it.
Exactly.
I see Invoker is going for the Meteor Hammer build that's been catching on. So as Makoto tries to make those plays, you're just going to push in mid, try to take that tower.
Yeah, if he can deny a water rune with his Forge Spirit and like secure the other, that is like best case scenario, but see what he can do. I will say overall, the CS still going kind of how expected in this bottom lane. Like, WS is having perfectly fine time. Mira does get the Bushwhack off, so gets the distance away from Panto. It's the Slardar that we're kind of worried about, right? Like, this is a hero that doesn't have the easiest time CSing up here.
It's going better than expected, honestly.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger, of course, has a lead, and she's got a lot of denies on him. But that's kind of how that goes, Jakiro and Wind Ranger. And if you manage to get close, you can do a decent trade. That's actually what just happened top. They managed to shackle her, get close. So you see they like chunk off half of Nightfall's health. that's kind of what you have to play for. You like chill most of the time, and when you do get that opportunity, you got to commit pretty hard. And now you've gotten him low enough that if you do get that initial stun, you can think about the Sun Strikes coming in. Down bot, they have to find the Hoodwink, WS. Body blocking him into the Sunstrike
as well.
Very
Nicely done. That Sunstrike sets up the kill. It's now a double kill for Yatoro. Up to 3-0 in this bottom lane. This is the lane we were a little bit worried, like, you know, is he going to be able to find enough farm? Apparently so. Hoodwink is not having the lane impact we kind of expected.
Yeah, I thought he would struggle getting the last hits versus Underlord, but he says, yeah, Underlord is the last hit instead then. Just get him.
I like that idea.
Because of that, Tusk is free to roam top. I believe Windrun just got used.
He just used Windrun. She's in so deep. Rue's healing up as well. The Sunstrike's gonna come through. Crush to follow. That's a kill. Panto cleans it up, and Rue, he's still got foul play. He's not worried about dying here at all. He's gonna try his best, but yeah, they will go ahead and grab 2 kills for this exchange. Meanwhile, mid, Laurel, it's gonna be close. He gets sniped. Yatoro finds him. Makoto needs to connect on this Remnant. Gets him. Does he have the Resonant Pulse? Oh, he doesn't level ult in time.
Yatoro?
Dude, Yatoro has 5 kills. It's 6 minutes. He's the GOAT. What is there to say, you know?
Absolute GOAT. Yeah, I missed what was happening mid because I was looking at top. Maybe Laurel was too, letting the Void get close because of that. But in the end, I think that's okay. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Makoto is ready to go now on the Void Spirit. So that is like the scary thing. You got to make sure he does not start making a bunch of successful plays with his Urn, with his level 6. But both side lanes clearly really good. One, the Muerta with the 5 kills, and they're actually trying to rotate down here, trying to get her. Yatoro, the GOAT, not even here.
He's got amplified damage. Sees the amount of heroes. He's like, yeah, never mind. There's 4 here, guys. I don't want no part of this. Snowball trying to get a little bit of distance, but the kill goes to Mira. It's a smart rotation to put some pressure here, but this is some breathing room for collapse as you brought, you know, the whole top lane. We'll take the bottom tier 1 tower thanks to Jakiro, and then we'll head back to the top lane.
It would have been really nice to get Yatoro because you would get bonus gold for the kills, of course. But getting a very early tower is going to help free up the Underlord that you now want to leave him alone until he has his level 6. And then even when he has his level 6, he's just going to join globally. And now he's not going to have to worry about these possible rotations coming on him as often because the tier 1's down so early. I do think this gives some much needed space over to Slardar, right? They struggled a little bit. They managed to find that fight. And because of these plays, he did get to farm up top. Mid is just going to be... He was going to farm from behind anyways, so... Yeah. I think getting killed earlier was a bit unfortunate, but not out of, you know, the realm of expectations.
It's a really smart rotation bottom. If they find this Underlord, this is huge. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. It looks like he might have sniffed this out. Yeah, so he's making his far retreat. He circles. He's like, I'm gonna go farm over here, guys. I'm pretty sure they're looking for me. Good heads up awareness there from the side of Aurora.
Both teams trying to find plays, but everyone's dodging around. Laurel staying really far back. Mira wants to get his old teammate with the bushwhack, set up a kill with Makoto. I don't think they've gotten an Urn charge. Since he got this, he's yet to find the kill.
What power rune spawned did we see at 8 minutes?
He has a shield, so he can dive a little harder than usual. Maybe not to Invoker, because Tornado can actually just dispel it. But you can kind of bait it with the Resonant Pulse barrier, and then go shield rune.
Oh. Sunstrike off the mark bottom. He was dealing with some damage from the Void Spirit at the time. Mira trying to dodge this one out. Dead shot for the slow. Pops the Lotus and is gonna survive. Good stuff there. They're thinking of turning around though.
Koto's
gets a D ward. He's like, oh, they see me, guys. They want to play aggressive. Tag team into more damage from Yatoro. Pops the Pierce the Veil to remove it. Nice ice shards to block him off. Pierce The Veil, it's gonna expire soon, but they get the kill in time. The second root's doing a lot of work here, and now Yatoro is vulnerable to the Void Spirit. Snowball, but Dissimulate comes through. Acorn Shot will do the job. Gets his Urn Charge. Misses the Remnant, though. He's going to walk right into the hands of Rue instead.
What is
Still pretty tanky. One more Astral Step in a few moments, and another Urn Charge. Bushwhack will connect. Sunstrike gonna... Oh, he's barely off the mark. Remnant does miss, but this sets up for a double Astral Step on through. Can they get both of the supports? It's going to be close. Makoto gets the extended fight and gets a massive win for him on the Void Spirit. He's involved in, what, 4 kills there? 3 kills.
Big
That's
winner
huge.
there. There were so many spells that almost killed Mira. He dodged a dead shot, the Sunstrike, the supports end up over-committing to kill him, which they finally get the squirrel, but Makoto was dying to get involved. Suddenly a huge way to join in. Yeah, this was the start of it all. The shield rune helped Makoto tank a lot of this. He didn't mind
Yeah.
going in.
I mean, this, even though the Underlord is dying here, he's actually doing so much damage with just this Pit of Malice and Firestorm. Like, Yatoro was stuck inside of there the whole time. So, big stuff. Mid lane, a little bit of an aggressive jump here from Aurora. Gets punished. Shackle off the mark from Nightfall. They gotta be a little bit careful, but with the catapults here in Jakiro, they really want to try and pressure this mid tower. They're gonna fortify as well. I mean, you gotta give it up, surely. There's no way you commit anymore for this, do you? Well, they're gonna try. Ice Shards to block off the Jakiro. They know he's the big target, and with this, he's got nowhere to go.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I felt forced.
Yeah, they really wanted to put that pressure onto that mid tower. Not expecting maybe so many supports to be there, but in the end, you lose Jakiro, and that was actually Serpent Wards going down, which instead could have been killing like one of your towers, you know? So I won't feel too bad about that. That was Nightfall rotating over though, and I think he wishes he would have liked to get the tower gold, get the kill gold. So a bit of a lost farming speed for him since they didn't actually get any kills.
Yeah, I thought they were going to play with the Fiend's Gate or something, right? Like, if you're going to bring that many heroes mid, even Nightfall, it's like, yeah, you Fiend's Gate under the tower, but I feel like Spirit can defend the tower pretty easy. Like, that is a scary team to dive. If you overcommit, you're getting, like, shackled under the tower, you're dealing with cold snaps, forged spirits. Like, there's a lot there you have to worry about, so we'll see. They'll leave the Jakiro mid, smoke to the bottom lane as they want to look for the Muerta. See if they actually find her, though. She's going to run right into him. Okay, there's the Bushwhack. Yeah, with Makoto here. Pops Pierce the Veil, going to try and see. They have no... There's no way. Sure. Oh, okay. They actually have no team. They used everything?
Yeah, they used everything.
That hurts. Top side, Nightfall. Really good shackle into Focus Fire, but the chipped vest doing so much damage back. He actually has to be a little bit careful.
He's worried about chasing in, and then he actually gets crushed into Sunstrike. So
yeah, I mean,
it
he would
looks
die.
a little funny. Without the Invoker, Nightfall will probably chase there to get the kill. But Nightfall is a very careful player. That's why we have the term the Nightfall. He does.
Here we go. Mid lane, in comes the Underlord. The Vessel reveal here from the Void Spirit. Kaori just getting shackled up, constantly trying to buy himself some space. They do manage to find Laurel, though. Decent attempt at escaping, but it's not going to happen. We'll clean up these Serpent Wards. Look back to the tower. Again, they kill the Jakiro, the main tower pusher, though, so they are buying time. I think with the 3 heroes, they will finally take the tower.
Yeah, especially because WS has 90 bonus damage. So even without the Jakiro, they can clean that up.
I like that they're playing around the Void Spirit. The Vestal is a big deal. Collapse has Blink Dagger. This is kind of the first big item for Spirit this game. Like, there's some other stuff that they can pick up. Oh my lord, that's a lot of stacks. Oh my Underlord, I guess. The This dude's farming. Gonna put that extra damage to use.
Laurel, not so farming. Which is kind of wild to me because he is 1, 2, and 7. So I feel like he did get involved with Sunstrikes and such, but I guess just not actually getting the kills, gets a lot of assists, get killed before getting the assist, right? He's been on the short end for his team.
Topside. Oh, they're gonna go in aggressively, and Nightfall might pay for it. Windrun about to expire. The chase continuing underneath the tower. They get him. A 1-for-1 trade, but quite happy with how this has gone so far. Trying to look for Mira. Collapse with a wraparound. Should be able to. They throw everything into Yatoro now, who pops to pierce the veil. The Vessel will be able to do some extra damage as well as the Remnant. So he's just going to clean up some creeps before he dies as they continue to look for more. Makoto, quite aggressive, but will give up the chase. Ends up being a 2-for-2. Pretty even, actually.
Is under attack.
They don't know about those stacks quite yet, and they cannot afford to lose those on Spirit.
Is under attack.
Laurel's gonna make sure to clean them up right now before that can happen.
Instantly dewarded. Yeah, I like that call from Invoker. The Ice Wall talent, right, at 15 or at 10 plus that Meteor Hammer. He needs to get the farm from those. It's a big commitment to build that many stacks for the Invoker.
Pretty good blink play. You get probably the best kill you could get, that Wind Ranger that you want to slow down. Where's Yatoro at? He's got his Maelstrom going for the Hurricane Pike, whereas the Mjolnir is almost done for the Wind Ranger. Actually,
that's kind of standard.
Muerta.
Muerta's dead. That is a lot of damage. A flurry of arrows from these two takes down the Muerta. Very nice kill. They will know about that ward now, so then the question is whether they want to protect it. And I think with Void Spirit in the neighborhood, they probably can. Mira being very annoying on the Hoodwink right now.
Hey, you don't need to give it up. Your Underlord is holding the top tower, and he has Fiend's Gate pipe available. So they're going to be looking to play this area, steal all this farm from Spirit, pressure those towers. You can do this pretty early. This is a catapult wave that Kaori is using liquid fire to slow down the tower even more.
Yeah, you can't keep this alive thanks to the catapult being there, and this is one of the reasons we see Jakiro so heavily favored. And you're not giving up anything, right? Like you mentioned, Underlord's defending top, you're farming mid, you're farming their jungle. This is a series of really good movements from Aurora. And the question is, do you want to just take mid tower? Because they're going to TP top on Jakiro, so never mind. They're going to look to defend, maybe fight top side here, as there's going to be the Serpent Wards. Not revealing that the Jakiro is here. Quite yet, at least.
Lord doesn't have the attack speed to stop these, though. So they will get the tower.
Okay, there's no way early that they actually get him at the tier 3 tower. The burst damage from these two. What a shackle as well. He couldn't find a tree lineup and ends up getting it off the creep instead. So really good stuff there.
He just wanted to farm safe to the Aghanims. Thought surely the tier 3 is fine. They just took the tier 2. They're gonna leave, right? Like they're gonna go respawn top to the tower that's being pushed in. But they are stopping this Invoker. And you know, last game we talked about Cataclysm, that when you have Exort Max with Cataclysm, it does about a little over 900 damage. So the sooner you get it, right, at low level supports, it's pretty easy to get the kill. But it is being delayed, because they keep finding kills on him. So Jakiro already up to 1,300 health. This Hoodwink over 1,100. She's actually close to a 4-staff as well. So now your Cataclysms might not even connect. She might just be saving people.
Yeah, between like sharpshooter mobility and a 4-staff, he's not going to be an easy hero to grab, and she's just taking your medium camps in the jungle instead. This is painful. The big objective coming up in a moment is going to be that Roshan or Tormentor, and we're going to see a smoke from Spirit heading towards top lane, and it looks like Aurora might have an idea that this is happening. Aggressive blink forward, Pit of Malice is down WS. Protected now as the team's going to TP in. They got that bonus move speed. Let's see if they can actually find anything. For now, it doesn't look like it. Maybe Mira looking for Collapse. Not going to do it, but Shadow Shaman Smoke's going to break, and it's going to be Nightfall and Makoto that find him instead. They have a ward actually scouting for more. They saw the Slardar for a moment. The blink away. He's pretty fast. I don't think you're going to catch him.
He is long gone, but they're making sure he's not farming at least, and they will steal this away while pressuring another tier 2. We're only 19 minutes in.
Look at this deep wraparound, and now going to get punished. Instantly killing Mira Makoto. Double astral steps to safety.
Yeah, that was a little bit much. I was okay with the chase down the side. I think cutting behind the tier 2 is a little bold. Maybe a little bit of fake confidence thinking that, oh, Fiend's Gate will help us, you know, if we do get in a fight here. But the burst is very strong from this Blink Crush now applying the negative armor since he's got the shard. You got Panto adding in some tag team bonus damage. Like, people die so quickly.
Man, we've got that Cataclysm online. It is 20 minutes. We have Kata. We're looking for that target.
Middle tower is under attack.
Both teams are smoked once again, though. We'll see who's going to find the opening. Makoto actually not in the smoke. He needs to survive the initiation. He's a big part of their team fight. Look for heroes here.
Just gonna go for
They saw
it.
Panto. They see Panto, but he gets the blink to dodge it out. They're looking. They just snipe the Tormentor instead. Pit of Malice does manage to cancel it. TP is gonna try and go through the portal, but the shackles have got him. Yatoro goes down. They know Panto's in the tree as well, so this will be 2 dead most likely, unless he gets an incredible TP out. Miro's gonna look for him. Ice Path connects. Nice. They have to know he's there, surely. Yep, there he is. I mean, it's a nice little snipe on the Tormentor, but it's a costly one. Oh. Force Staff. Yo, Mira cancels. He's going to be able to take the Wisdom Shrine away. Cataclysm doesn't connect. They'll be able to finish the kill on Rue here, surely. No. Collapse goes in. Nicely done. Remnant will be what finishes the job, and now Makoto has to get out of here. This is going to be a painful run away from a Slardar. This hero does a lot of damage. He's out of mana. Remnant back,
in.
Vessel burning him down. WS here on the Underlord with the Firestorm will do it.
Non-stop fight. And the Invoker who left to farm is actually found by Nightfall.
That ward is still bottom.
It's gonna expire
Dude,
now.
this is the most value ward. It has like 2 seconds left.
It's gonna bait one more sentry and it's death. The hardest working observer out there. Okay, that was like a 2-minute fight. Spirit does get the shard, but I think that's pretty much it. Because Aurora just found non-stop kills and pickoffs across the map after that. Which makes me question the choice. I feel like they're on different pages. Because Spirit positions for it, they smoke, and I guess they didn't see anyone, so they thought maybe Aurora's like not there, not close enough. Okay, let's get it and get out. But only Laurel TP's fast enough. Now, maybe the thought is like, oh, Laurel will leave, the rest of us will stay because he's got Cataclysm. But they weren't ready for the fight. Like, Aurora jumped after that. They were not ready for it. So, I don't know. Like, either all TP out together or stick together so you can try to fight. That Tormentor backfired really hard.
Yeah, and it's turned into several series of events that have turned out great for Aurora. Not only do they get the Roshan now, they get a quick little solo kill onto the Tusk. Yatoro is farming. Like, he is getting to be kind of scary on the Muerta. My biggest concern is that there are answers for this hero in this game. It's not like Muerta presses ult and then suddenly kills the whole team. Like, they have ways of dealing with her, right? So BKB done. That actually quite a bit limits the amount of options they have to deal with Muerta, but can try and just kind of kite out that ultimate, that BKB duration.
Yeah, it's the
pretty decent
downside
heroes for that.
It's the downside of carries getting early farm. Like, if we go back in time, like, he had the 5 kills, right? He had a very good start. The thing is, Muerta does not contribute to any early plays, right? She is not that kind of carry. She needs like 3 to 4 items before she gets really scary. So despite being really strong, the rest of her team were not. And Aurora's heroes that have been strong and getting active, they're the heroes who can keep doing stuff. Even, okay, you lose the Hoodwink here, but
it was a really nice bait. They saw the smoke come through, but now you're kind of just getting collapsed on and realizing that Aurora is a lot stronger than you. Makoto finds himself some extra kills. And this is where like the mobility that's coming through is going to be a little bit more difficult, right? You have Hurricane Pike on the wind range. You have the Force Staff. I mean, even though she died right away, but it's not going to be super easy to find these openings.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that's just a support kill, right? If you're using everything on the support, Nightfall's like, thank you for your sacrifice. I'm now going to go focus fire someone down. I'm going to run down. Makoto feels safe to just jump in on the Void, right? Maybe otherwise he's scared they'll have the burst, but you have to get something. You go for a support, but it just frees everyone else up to do whatever they want. They get kills, they get a tower. It's been Aurora's game for a lot of this. The gold lead is not massive, maybe. Like 7K is pretty good, but we've seen worse. But it is Aurora that has felt completely in control at this point.
Yeah. Losing Huerta again feels really rough. Like they are responding so quick on the side of Aurora, not giving them anything for free. Like they want to push this bottom tower. You know, they're seeing them in the top tier 2. Instant TPs from the tower going down. You're closing in on another BKB here for Spirit. Like Collapse almost has his, but you're fighting into an Aegis for another 2 minutes. And initiating the team fight is not easy. Well, Shackle comes out, but the Cataclysm off the mark thanks to Nightfall. They managed to survive on the Hoodwink. The Sharpshooter gets out. It's just a double kill instead. She's got the HP to live now on the Hoodwink. That's exactly what you mentioned earlier, right? And eventually get to a point where Cataclysm isn't a one-shot.
Helps that she got the Essence Ring, so had a bit of extra health to work with there. But then the multiple mobility tools as well to get away after that. This is why the Cataclysm timing is so important to get it fast enough, get some big kills, objectives. I'd say they got Tormentor for it. The rest, you know, nothing really special. And you need to get those early kills to propel you forward so that, okay, Cataclysm is not finishing the job now, but that's okay. I have other tools because I got the money. I got the levels, right? He didn't really get that this time. And so it's been a bit slow from the Invoker, a bit slow from the Slardar, like we expected. Muerta was having a good start, but just not the kind of carry who can really turn that money into any early pressure for her team easily anyways. So at this point, it is classic Spirit of, okay, we're going to have to hang on to the late game, and we're going to have to try to turn it. Muerta with 4 items does get insanely scary as you try to push high ground. So if you can hold the high ground to that point, you know, that's where we might see Spirit of old.
They're kind of looking to punish the Aegis expiration here, but I don't think Aurora's going to give it to him for free. And instead, they get Slardar bottom, they get Panto bottom. Their wards have been so good this game. Like in terms of playing around them, they've caught 2 heroes now on that ward bottom by their tier 1 tower. We saw them catch multiple heroes on the ward in their triangle, and now they've caught the Tusk thanks to the ward like outside the tier 3 bottom. Like they've done such a good job playing around their aggressive vision.
Marl's out trying to cut the map. I mean, is this pretty much what you do at this point? Because you see, trying to walk out of your base the normal way, you're forced to BKB, you know, at your own base is really rough for anyone else to get on the map. So someone's got to sneak out there. Laurel's doing it. He's got to make sure he doesn't get caught. It is pretty scary into a Void Spirit Underlord. They could make their way back really easily, kill him, and then just go straight back to pushing.
Yeah, you only have so many options. I agree. We're going to smoke up on Aurora, head bottom. Again, they scouted Utoro on that ward, and they are beelining it for the Muerta. If they find her, it would be an absolute disaster. Pit of Malice finds Panto, and yeah, they've got their hands right on the Muerta. Instantly taken out right outside the tier 3 tower with a creep wave coming in. And this is exactly what we're saying. They have done an incredible job playing around their aggressive vision, and Spirit have had no answer to it. What a voice line from Nightfall. No way.
could be worse. They could have lost Tormentor. Nightfall could have sniped it.
That's a full lane of Rax.
Oh, just one, Ricky? I'm not sure about that.
That's a focus fire still up. They'll pop the fortification. They might respect it. They're so far ahead now. 15,000 gold.
Second Roche hasn't even spawned again yet, so it's about to get even more because Aurora's strong warding is still up. If Spirit tries to sneak out, kind of play anywhere, Aurora should see it coming, and we've seen how successful they've been at finding these pickoffs. Okay, they do remove one of them.
I mean, the problem is they just smoked under that ward, so they're like, well,
they smoked under the other ward.
And then they smoke under the other ward. They're like, come on, how many wards are out here? Oh, this hurts. Just who smokes?
Oh, I love Makoto's positioning. He gets an invis rune. He's just standing looking for the smoke angle to break it in case they're still trying.
His own gem, too. I mean, getting Underlord would be great, but look at that TP out. He knows something's up. He's like, I'm going to go farm way back here, guys. They're looking for something. Maybe they're going to head through the Twin Gate. Looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Maybe going to grab themselves the Tormentor, which is something for Spirit, which I'm a little bit surprised Aurora doesn't have vision or isn't like kind of trying to prioritize this. But instead, they will look...
the creeps! Oh, well. Action everywhere. Okay, in the end, they go for the Cataclysm on Hoodwink bottom at the same... Wait, Tormentor off. He did try to steal
Underlord?
it. Look, the game's been a little too good for Aurora, you know? You gotta, like, pump the brakes a little. You gotta humble yourself, so... He's gonna go die, make it a little closer. I think they could have killed Hoodwink just now, bottom at the same time that Tormentor play was going. The Tusk jumps in, punches Mira, and they Cataclysm for it. But the creep wave was too near, and it tanked some damage for Mira. So once again, the squirrel lives. Well, I say once again. Earlier, it was pretty close kill score-wise. Mira is 8 of those deaths, though. And he's just a support. So, like, honestly, if you're spending this many spells on me, like, no big deal. My team is getting the return kills. And now that they've fully established a lead, he has not died for a little bit here, right? We've seen so many cases of him living. They're getting baited onto this squirrel.
Well, Roshan respawning right now does give them another objective to play for on the side of Aurora. That Roshan second Aegis and banner should likely lead to them being able to siege the high ground.
Where are we on our big Muerta timings? BKB Mjolnir, working on the Shadow Blade. Feels like he needs the Hurricane Pike and Silver Edge. I see he's got those queued up. I feel like Muerta gets really scary when she gets some critical strike, which she does not feel she can get quite yet. Partly due to this Wind Ranger. Probably needs an MKB in there as well. I mean, maybe you can lean on the Mjolnir, but you might have to. Like, maybe you kill Wind Ranger. I think the rest of the team's killing you if you don't get more damage from something like Crystallis.
Yeah, I just don't see an easy avenue for killing the Wind Ranger is the main thing, right? Like, this hero is... She's pretty tanky.
Okay, here's what you gotta do, though. You just have to pretend like you can. You gotta make him Nightfall out. And then he thought he could die, so he leaves. And that's kind of like killing him.
You are onto something. I like...
Boom!
Mad
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Well, with two lanes of Rack still available, they're going to follow this mid creep wave in. They'll cut top. Banner goes down. They want to open up this second lane of Racks. And it's going to go down probably faster than Spirit can respond to, thanks to the Jakiro. See if they can actually find the burst kill onto Nightfall. That's what you're really looking for. Collapse goes in. Nullifier reveal. He's in trouble. Deafening Blast is there. Tornado off the mark. Sunstrike can't connect. He's got to live. For now, we'll see if they can do it again, though. EMP burns a little bit of mana there from the Underlord. Blinken from Collapse tries to find him with that BKB. He's going to chase him down. He gets the Aegis, but he's got to be careful. He needs to be able to escape now himself. A second Astral Step with the Vestal will do it, and they've managed to catch 2 inside of the Pit of Malice, and Nightfall is crushing them. The Cataclysm does do its job, but it is costly. Beautiful power shot there from Nightfall. Takes down 3, and they will full reset to the Fountain with that Fiend's Gate. And yeah, they GG out. They know this one is over. They are too far behind, and Aurora will take game number 1.
That was a pretty nice try. They definitely got caught off guard by that Nullifier. Nightfall almost died to that combo. I think there was a spell or 2 that didn't quite hit, and if all of them had hit, you at least burn the Aegis. Still a tough fight from there, but more than I expected at this point.
Yeah, that's a sick play from Collapse. I mean, I would not have expected a Slardar to rush the Nullifier after the BKB, but this game, it is kind of necessary, so heads up play there, but too little too late as Aurora just too strong, too far ahead.
Yeah, we kind of see it in terms of that hero damage right there. Like, typically you have Cataclysm, you have, I mean, Invoker's like, yeah, he's got utility spells, but really, you know, they like Invoker because of the damage spell. This is the real secret of the mid laners, and he had less than a Void Spirit, because Void Spirit had a good start. He was just constantly jumping in, baiting spells, and they weren't able to connect the Cataclysms, the Meteors, all those high damage spells just weren't able to hit the heroes. You don't do any damage if they don't connect the heroes. They were on the back foot for so long, having to cut waves. It's the right call once you're that far behind, but that laning stage needs to go a little bit better. A little bit more Sunstrike connections and a little less. I don't know. I guess it's Makoto, right? Like, they were on the back foot. Makoto hit 6, gets that kill on mid, and then finds a triple kill, including on Yatoro, who had that 5 kill streak at that point. So he just shot up in net worth, and they were able to play behind Makoto, where you look at Spirit and you're like, Slardar needs the Blink, Invoker needs the Yags, supports need Blinks, Muerta's rich. Oh, but Muerta's just gonna farm, you know, like, so they didn't feel like they had anyone to work with.
It honestly does come back to that triple kill. He got like 800 net worth out of that, which at that point of the game is wild. He jumped up to level 9. He was towering over everybody else, and just took over the game from there. He was incredibly strong just around that 10-minute mark, and it all coincided with the completion of the Spirit Vessel. Like, the idea to rush that vessel super early on, allowing him to play active with it, completely different from the Invoker, right? Who's like, I need to go farm. I gotta go farm. I gotta get my Aghanim Scepter, right? For 20 minutes, so. Good stuff from Aurora. They grabbed themselves a victory here in game 1, but it is a best of 2. So we're gonna see which of these teams will walk away with the victory there. Both these teams started off the day quite well, but, you know, we'll see if Aurora finish up 4-0 or Spirit can swing back. We'll see after the break.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, here to ESL One Birmingham. We've got one game left here today. It's going to be game 2 of Spirit versus Aurora. And game 1, pretty interesting, but Aurora felt like they were in the driver's seat the whole time. So, Zach, I'm curious, did it start with the draft? Did it start with the lanes? Like, where do you think Spirit can most easily kind of adapt things here for game 2?
I guess it's a combination, because by the draft, Aurora was meant to play faster, right? They have the Void Spirit mid. That's someone who only needs level 6, and he can start moving around the map and doing things. He also has the Underlord, who's going to have the Fiend's Gate, right? You got early supports. So they were always meant to be able to do stuff a lot sooner. Team Spirit was meant to line up the blink timing on the Slardar with the Ags on the Invoker, right? That was like their moment. It kind of got there. It was a little shaky, but then they just weren't really able to find much with it. So if you miss that window for your draft, what's the next window? And if you don't really have anything, then of course Aurora is going to look like they're completely in control. But in another life where Spirit, they make that work, they get some Cataclysm kills, they get the momentum going, then they're going to go in control from there, because that's how their draft was supposed to function. So whether you want to say it was like the execution that messed up, or yeah, we could pick something different besides Invoker, besides Slardar, right? Heroes who get involved a little sooner, then maybe they could have fought Aurora a bit earlier, which I'm very conflicted when I see these like Invoker picks plus offlaners that need the blink. I get it, most offlaners will need a blink to do things. It's just kind of like the way the game goes. But I really favor teams that have a hero that does not eat an item. It's like, I hit 6, I get boot, like whatever, I'm ready to do stuff. I really think teams need one core hero who fits that bill, and possibly even 2 supports that fit that bill. That has seemed to be the most successful, and every time there's a draft that's like, oh, well, once we have these 2 items, we're ready, you never get there. You always get run over by a Jakiro or a Warlock or whoever.
Yeah, I will say my biggest question mark was like the early Invoker pick. Right, it was picked up so early in the draft that you're like, okay, we can adapt to this. And they have the Shadow Shaman for the Shackles in the side lane. Like you said, if they have a game where things are going better in all of their lanes, like maybe you have a decently timed Shackle, Blink Dagger on your Shadow Shaman, and suddenly you're like making these like quick rotations, quick kills, but it's, like you said, very situational. Like it's not as straightforward as just walking at the heroes and like using your spells.
It's that plus,
oh boy,
I don't hate the Invoker there, but when they picked the Slardar, Ursa and Windranger were still available, which I feel like are some classic Nightfall heroes that can fight back into the Slardar, at least with the supports at hand. I know Slardar has some tools versus Ursa as well, but you'd be laning into like Jakiro, which kind of changed the math on that. Anyways, we're gonna see. This looks a lot like a game we saw in the last series where the Largo comes out. You're gonna try to counter it with the Marcy. Yeah, there's flex, but likely the Marcy carry. He's going to try to just crush the Largo in the lane.
They kind of pushed up some bans on some carry heroes here. So we see Nightfall's Windranger make it through. The Shadow Fiend moved up in priority, as well as the Bat Rider. So leaves a few other heroes available. They actually get rid of Nyx Assassin and now Jakiro. Now that leaves the Doom in the pool if they want to play around the Doom. There's also Ancient Apparition, which we don't really see that often, but I think Marcy is one of the few carries that actually does play well with an AA in the lane. There's not that many, but Marcy is not bad.
5 seconds
I think if you're gonna do that, you need someone else who actually makes use of the spell amp, which Marcy does not really. So I'm open to that as long as that's part of your plan. Or you see a couple more spirit heroes first, and I think Largo is solid to have Ice Blast versus, but you want more than that, I think, if you're gonna pick Ancient Apparition in this current day and age. I was gonna look so silly if they just locked in the AA right there. Thank you.
They get rid of the Collapse Mars once again. So it's one of those things that like maybe they're, considering Largo could be moved into a support role since they have the Marcy. It's like, all right, maybe they want to lower the priority on the Largo hero. We actually talked with 343 after the last series. He's like, it's the most broken hero of the patch. In his opinion, like Largo is the best, but we'll see how they decide to counter it this time around. It's going to be the Void Spirit response to the puck. Pretty straightforward there for Laurel.
I like it. Marcy, if this does end up being a core, you like the mobile heroes, right? Because Rebound is very telegraphed, so someone like Void Spirit can easily dodge it. You have multiple tools to get away. Marcy is a carry, very much. I press BKB, I press ult, I better win the fight in the next few seconds. So if you can get away from her and waste her time, she massively drops off as a carry if she has not already deleted a hero or two.
I don't think you necessarily want to reveal where the Largo is going yet, but you might have to.
Just a hero like Lion's fine. You can move this in either lane, and no matter what happens, you are really happy to have that Hex versus a puck.
Lion over Shadow Shaman nice. I guess with Shadow Shaman, the shackles can get interrupted pretty easily from the puck, whereas the Lion, he gets his disable out without the channel.
Yeah, Marcy as well, right? I mean, if you see a shackling Shadow Shaman, you're like, oh, great, I'm going to dispose over there and punch that guy to death instantly.
Aurora Gaming's turn to pick.
Straightforward Warlock
on his Warlock.
Kaori is so good. It feels like one of the things we were a little critical earlier on Warlock is like not putting that Golem and Grimoire to use early on. And I feel like Kaori is the one that we have seen really push the envelope with the Golem. Like every time it was off cooldown, he's like, I'm just going to use it on this creep wave and then go push a tower. Like he's hardly even using it to like win fights in the early game.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, the thing is like, yeah, the dream combo is Fatal Bond's ult, but how often do you see that? Rarely. But if you just get one hero kill, let's say 300 gold, you get a tower, like 600 bonus gold, right? You farm a jungle camp, you pushing away, we're talking 1,000 gold per ult. So you really don't want to have to hold on to it. And there's 3 towers, a single hero is easy to find. Like that's very convenient. If you're holding it waiting for, oh, we get into a 4-on-4 here, 3-on-3 here, you're just making it harder for yourself. You might even lose that fight because when they bring that many heroes, they're gonna have their own tools to work with as well. So it's much easier to just drop it for a quick kill, take some stacks too. I think that's a great use when I see Warlocks do that. They're like, hey guys, I found a triple stack here. I'm just gonna ult.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna Fatal Bonds ult this stack.
Going through a lot of reserve time there. They go for the Tusk, so this will confirm the carry Marcy that we were, assuming it was gonna be into the Largo. It's what we've, has been popping up as the counter. Spirit will now have their 18th pick. I would say likely for Yatoro here, but they could just lock in a support and then reveal where the Largo is going. But I kind of like picking your favorable matchup and then banning your offlaners that you're worried about. Yeah, they do. Okay, so they go for the Templar Assassin.
You need to ban versus that. Some
Medusa, if you're worried about them moving the Marcy, but
oh, that would be sneaky. I feel like Marcy carry. Well, I guess there's a world you still do Largo support.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could still run Largo support. That's the thing. The drafts are fairly flexible, and Aurora do have last pick, but Probably the safest play. Remove some of the offlaners you're worried about. Underlord, they just really struggled against WS's Underlord last game, despite the one unfortunate ult into the Tormentor. The other one that comes to mind here, I think would actually be kind of decent, would be Darkseer.
That could be interesting.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Starter ban, like that one.
Like a cool Doom pick, and then pair it with Fatal Bonds up there. Burn through Refraction, run people down. Doom versus Void Spirit and Largo.
It is a good Doom game. You know, I do consider, you know, we mentioned Doom early on versus Largo. Like, it's always a good hero into Largo. A lot of teams opt to ban it, especially if you're trying to play this in the offlane. Like, if this is Collapse playing the Largo, which it doesn't have to be, but it's likely.
I was thinking about that Viper. Yeah, just so I know people complain about the patch, you know, being old, but I mean, where did Razor and Viper bans go, right? In the first phase, that was all the rage, and it's changed now. It really, the game does develop even on the same patch. But you get down to those final picks, and you still gotta be worried about those Vipers coming out, ruining your time in lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Could you pick a hero that also has the same flex potential as a Largo here, is the real question. Like, that's a very niche thing, right? Being a support / offlane flex.
Is Batrider banned? Yes.
Yeah.
There's not too many position 4 offlane flexes right now. In fact, Largo and Batrider are the only ones I'm trying to think of more. I guess like Marcy's a weird one, but obviously she's out of the picture here.
Yeah, I don't think there's really many left. There might be, but it
maybe like
not obvious.
Abaddon, but
there's Bristleback. Not as like a flex, but like could be picked.
There was that very brief Bristleback support.
Yeah, Max Nasal Goo run around.
Yeah, I kind of wish that was. I wish it was better because it was kind of funny.
Trying to see if they can pick up any additional minus armor in the offlane. Right? They went for the Slardar and well, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else really from the offlane besides that Slardar and Tide that bring minus armor. Yeah, okay, that will give us the knowledge that it is in fact going to be that offlane Largoba.
I've seen offlane Hoodwink. You can't fool me.
So, what does Aurora want here? Is it the Doom, right? Is Doom the hero that they think shuts down this enough? Do they want something like the Darkseer that just plays aggressive and runs at them? Which I do think is actually kind of sick here.
I don't hate the Doom. You can also just trust, like, he's going to beat the Largo. Largo's not the problem. We need to keep playing faster after that. And we need an Aura builder or an initiator, if not both. And then just win the game before the Largoba problem, you know, becomes real. I think triple downing on Largo is not like, okay, you counter him, but then like, then what, you know? Doom still kind of works. I mean, we've seen like initiating Aura building Dooms, but it feels very awkward to me. I don't love it.
I think in lane, I don't love Doom versus TA is my biggest thing. Dang, okay, I was gonna say I like Enigma for the late game potential, but I don't like it before then. Like, I don't know if it actually doesn't lane super well into TA, in my opinion.
Yeah, people actually pick TA into Enigma. It kind of depends who you ask. Like, it's a skill-based matchup kind of thing. And I suppose looking at it, you're like, I've got Tusk, which is a really strong pairing with Enigma. And then, although TA, you could argue is good versus Enigma, like we said, skill-based matchup, Hoodwink Lion, not really the greatest support into Enigma, besides the fact that they have stuns for the black hole, but like in the lane, not really the best at dealing with Eidolons.
Yeah, this is it's a 4 Tusk with tag team dealing with like Enigma and Eidolons. If either of those heroes are like in the wrong position, it's gonna be very difficult for them to lane. The thing is like looking at this, I think Yatoro should be fine in this lane. Should do all right. Who knows? But the problem that Spirit has is once you have BKB on Enigma, this is a death sentence for whoever they decide to go on, right? Like there is no saving a hero here. There is no stopping BKB Black Hole. Like if they are together in Aurora Black Holes, like Yatoro, Laurel, or Collapse, and Marcy is remotely nearby, that hero is dying.
Yeah, it's a cool idea to the Largo late game as well. Let's say you mess up your Marcy counter in the lane. It's like, okay, let's group together for the song. Oh no, Black Hole. You know, it's like, you don't want that to happen. So it does make it a bit tough for you. But of course, that is talking about mid to late game. We saw Yatoro and Panto actually really outperform in the laning stage last time, right? They ultimately lost, but that was a lane we did not think was going to go well, and he ended up with like 5 kills, you know? So this Enigma counter, you very much could just feed gold to a TA, and TA, very different from Huerta, right? With 5 kills on a TA, she's getting involved. She's leading the charge to take objectives and win team fights.
It is time to find out who is going to walk away the victors of our final game here today. Aurora versus Team Spirit. Aurora, you know, they grabbed the game 1 victory. They looked pretty damn good. Great team coordination. It was kind of a lot of it playing through the mid lane of Makoto on his Void Spirit. This time we'll be playing the Puck. Still a very active hero early on, but we'll be able to match Laurel's Void Spirit. We'll have to see. We get back into the action here. I think overall the drafts are pretty even in the lane stage. It is gonna be some of those first rotations for like Power Runes, Wisdom Shrines, where I think we're really gonna see one team maybe outperform the other. And I think it is just gonna be down to execution.
Yeah, I mean, when Largo's in the game, it's very much a question of how soon does the Zags come online, right? This is why I'm really happy to see a hero like Void Spirit over Invoker. Largo is a farming offlaner. You cannot have another farming mid. And then you run into that problem we talked about, where everyone's just like, yeah, I just need items. There's not enough gold. Someone's got to do that. So it's going to be Void Spirit having to make space. And you just see, how does Collapse do in the lane? How much jungling is he able to get done? How much gets stolen away from Aurora? We might see the Warlock drop the ult to steal stacks if they stack that triangle a bit too much.
Oh, nice shard block there, but Panto trying to run the other way. Nightfall can't get in range. He's gonna get own ward. He's like, yeah, we know. At least get the D ward in the process.
The battle begins.
Couple patches ago, that dispose might hit, you know? You might actually grab the hoodwink there and kill her.
The dispose animation is one of the funniest in the game. It's so funny to me.
Just like instant, like yoink.
Yeah, and her hands get like super sized while she does it.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. Now they tried for that play top, and because he chose to run through, Collapse does get a really good block down here. So it does mean the lane will shove out pretty quickly. As long as you don't get killed when they hit that level 2 timing, you're good. You know, you're in a really good spot equilibrium-wise.
I feel like we see that happen quite often. You know, like they'll be like, okay, we're gonna get the good block, good lane positioning, and then suddenly you just die because they, you know, beat you to level 2. Which, Marcy Warlock, kind of scary. You gotta be a little careful there.
Yeah, especially, well, it would be a little awkward to orchestrate, but Fatal Bonds with the AoE rebound and dispose actually does get a good chunk of burst out real quick.
Yeah, you'd have to make sure you're getting the Fatal Bonds on the creep wave, but Nightfall's actually just getting beat down here. Auto attacks after auto attack.
You know, one of the things with Lion over Shadow Shaman, I believe... Oh, that level 2 timing. It's coming in. They're trying to get collapsed. They threw him back.
It's one more auto attack. He doesn't have it. It's going to go to Kaori.
What was that? Downtown Warlock.
Yeah, that was
over there. Dude, it's the level 1 D-Ward again.
Is it actually? Is that the difference?
I don't know if it actually is, but once again, they hit level 2, right? It is the danger of doing the block that Collapse did, right? It gets you equilibrium, but your creeps die first. So they're supposed to hit level 2 first. And second time in a row, Aurora makes use of it. So whether it's because of the Observer D-Ward or just because of the creeps dying, who knows? Maybe we can ask him later, but... Another good start for Aurora down here.
One of the benefits of playing the Largo into the Warlock, being able to remove like Fatal Bonds. They're going to get really aggressive here. Nightfall maybe regretting that one. Does not have the sustain here, and instead tries to rebound away. One more auto attack brings him to 20 HP. Survives on a sliver, but he has to go heal up. They need to get the Lotus. I don't know. Is he actually going to sneak the Lotus?
Pulls him out.
No way. No way. He actually gets the kill. Looking for Rue here. The damage. It's actually enough. Double kill. Kaori up to 3-0 in the bottom lane. Did you just eat the Lotus on Kaori?
I think that was a mango. I think.
Oh, it was just a mango. Okay.
You keep healing up the Nightfall before he respawned, before the opponents respawn. Man, Dota is sometimes such a close game, right? Because you get the kill down there first, you end up a little stronger, they end up a little weaker. It leads to the next fight at the Lotus. Or even before the Lotus, right? Nightfall gets away with barely any health. The Shadow Word healed just enough. There's all these little things that can add up quite quickly.
We mentioned Kaori's Warlock in the draft and how much he likes to get active on this hero early. I feel like this game is not going to be an exception.
True. 4 stacks already. That's really good. That's enough to hit the 6 timing at minute 7 that we like
Panto
to see.
is stuck.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now, bottom's been action-packed. Up here, TA is farming quite well.
Yeah.
Eidolon almost picked up a whole bunch more money right there. They've had to be careful thanks to the Bushwhack. If you're willing to commit it, like every time for the Eidolons, it does help set up the TA to finish the kill, to farm them, to prevent them from really like doing all that much. Mid, I would actually say Makoto. There's a reason this guy is like, his puck is so respected. He's winning the lane really versus the lane counter pick, which Void Spirit usually picks up an early CS lead at this point. Like it starts on Puck's favor for the first couple waves, and then it goes to Void Spirit. But Puck still a little bit ahead here.
I mean, but yeah, the fact that he has as many denies as he does is like really impressive. He's got himself his raindrops, his water, rune still available. Makoto's having a great time. He's chilling in this lane for sure. Bottom lane, another move here. Mira makes the rotation bottom. They go for collapse, a rebound. You know, trying to get the line, but have to turn back around and make sure that they actually finish the kill onto the Largo. Really good movement from the Tusk.
5 charges on Grimoire.
That's a gulp if I've ever seen.
Right, because of how well Puck's done, Puck is going to hit level 6 for the 6-minute rune, and Larl is not. He is still a little short here.
Dude, he's gonna goal him. All right, like he's gonna actually goal him on Kaori here
to make sure he can't get this.
He's coiling. They're gonna go in with the fatal bonds, the slows, the damage. The nice bushwhack. There's the silence. He gets level 6 off this. The orb misses. No way. The missed orb keeps Laurel alive. I was gonna say he was gonna goal him. He actually couldn't. He can't goal him this early.
It's too early. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't pop the Grimoire. Oh, man.
Lucky with the rune as well, so you end up stealing away the Amplify, get some refill going. Oh, you even get salves from Pantho. How nice. That was very close for Aurora.
I can't believe he missed this orb. That's so rough. Mira did everything he could. Yeah, I mean, it was a good guess. Like, he thinks he's running away, but instead, Astral stepped through you. Very good play there from Laurel. All right.
Try to steal this Wisdom Shrine, and the Golem, I believe, is enough.
4 seconds,
like,
yeah.
If he uses it, he should hit level 6.
Well, this fight not starting off super well. He does get level 6. There's going to be the rebound in. Kaori will be able to drop the Golem. Rue in some trouble. The Warlock Fatal Bond's doing so much work. Oh my goodness, Kaori's just taking him for a walk. Laurel, dead. This is what we like to see with the Warlock, man. He just kills 3 heroes, takes the Wisdom Shrine.
They initially crowd controlled the Warlock. His ult didn't come out, and I was worried he was gonna die. But in the end, still managed to get the abilities off, pays the ultimate price to win that fight, get a good chunk of tower damage in. I think they should be able to protect this with the heroes rotating in, but
it was close.
Baited on this Tusk. Should have killed the Warlock first instead.
It was very close. Like, they definitely made a good attempt to try and grab Kaori, but this rebound to reposition him on the shrine from Nightfall actually saves him. He ends up doing so much damage with it as a result. Yeah. Was that him disposing the Warlock, by the way? Was that how he moved to the other side of the shrine there?
I'm not sure
I think he did.
Or the catchy lick. I'm not sure which it was.
Either way, super sick play there from Aurora. It's going to allow them to snowball quite a bit. They take the top tower. They go right back into bottom. Your Marcy is at the top of the net worth chart, and look at the net worth on the Warlock, man. He is almost catching the Void Spirit in mid right now.
It's pretty absurd. He is 5-1-2 on this Warlock, you know, so well deserved. And let me tell you, I'll look into the future here, guys. Read the script a bit. There's 70 seconds on this Chaotic Offering cooldown, and Aurora's the kind of team, in 70 seconds, you're going to see this ult get dropped. They like to be in position for it. Ideally, of course, you know, sometimes things go off track, but...
Like not as planned.
Yeah, they've got Black Hole ready, right? You just walk up to mid with Black Hole Golem, you know? Like, what do you even do to that?
I was gonna say, I think you just take it mid, right? Like, that is the most obvious to me, is just like walk mid with like your Marcy, who has her Helm of the Dominator creep, and just Warlock Golems it. I don't think there's a way that you stop that push. It'll be very difficult. I mean, looking at the levels, you have a level 4 Lion. Largo is still not level 6 because of you know, the lost fight at the Wisdom Shrine and a couple deaths. Your TA and your Void Spirit are doing well. Like, those are the things that are going well for Spirit. But those heroes, to me, I don't think are going to have a great time defending the mid tower, especially when you kind of need like a vessel or some sort of like item for your Void Spirit to bring that damage.
Yeah, and we see the downsides of Largo as a hero. Farming speed, not as good as others out there. I know he's also had a rough time, but Enigma, who was struggling into the TA a little bit, right? His farm's still fine, especially as they get that tower top. I do like that Spirit realizes, like, hey, when that Golem's up, if these stacks are here, like, they're getting stolen. So Collapse is going to make sure to clear them out now.
I like Mira sitting behind Nightfall. Right now, it's just making sure he's not going to be getting ganked. Just continuing to like chip down this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane as much as possible. Forced to deny it instead. Like, Largo eventually finds farm, but the biggest issue is he needs levels. Like, his levels are his ability to farm, right? He needs that max frog stomp.
Mud Golems are so sad for Largo.
Yeah.
I gotta say, Mud Golems look pretty dry, don't you think?
Yeah.
What's with that?
Who knows? Well, Nightfall with a solo kill bottom. We knew, you know, he can play aggressive with the Centaur, makes it very easy. And Kaori, well, he's here mid. The moment his ult came off cooldown, Enigma's coming mid as well.
Drop it.
And, you know, they found a haste rune on the puck. So this should... Yeah, pretty free tower. Holding the golem until he sees a hero. If they don't bring a hero, it's just dead to Nightfall and friends, right?
They do have a
They've
catapult.
got a catapult.
Here, so they don't
yeah.
actually need to drop it. Can you do...
Roche?
I mean, literally though, right? Like...
Immediate smoke. Dude.
Oh, it's bugged on my screen. Smoke broke right away. I was like, what the heck?
They scanned it. Okay. So Collapse knows. He's hiding back behind his tower. He is not...
though.
There's no way they get this, surely, right?
Tier 3 dive for
At
the
tier
golem.
3.
Do it. No, yeah, it's a bad idea. Think about Rue. I mean, this catapult's mid still there. Catapult, golem, lion kill.
Makoto's gonna go for him, I think.
Ooh, smoke broke a little early. Did you see that? That's a
Golem gets dropped. Coils there. Snowball on from the other side is gonna trap them, and so much damage in from the Fatal Bonds. Now Tusk is dead. A little bit too aggressive, perhaps, but the coil or the Fatal Bonds will finish him off as he dies. To those next to the creep wave. Top lane, WS solo black hole. Why not? He's got nothing else to use it on. Gets a kill onto the hoodwink. Just farming towards his inevitable blink BKB.
It was a good fortify. It allowed them to at least get a turn. But yeah, that's the scary thing about leaving an Enigma alone, right? He's got his Eidolons, farming speed, and if you bring just one hero there, he'll just kill you with the ultimate. You need multiple heroes to deal with him. Or you can
they get the Marcy. Nightfall has the ultimate snowball. All right, they are in really deep. He's going to turn around, but a Hex immediately comes out from Rue. Does not have the damage to stand his ground here. 4v2, a little bit too aggressive positioning as now they will find the Tusk. Mira dead as the finger of death comes out from Rue. That's a great punish from Spirit.
Yeah, I think Aurora needed to get out a little sooner. The places that are really hard to do anything into are Enigma Black Hole and Warlock Gold. Wherever those heroes are, very scary to fight them. Both those abilities are on cooldown, so I think you need to clearly needed to relax a little bit more at that moment.
No find Kaori. All right, Aurora getting kind of maybe cocky. Yeah, a little cockier on the map, you know, just losing hero after hero, playing a little bit too far. It's going to bring back that gold lead for Spirit here quite a bit, and Spirit doing a really good job kind of recognizing and finding and claiming those opportunities. As Yatoro is top of the net worth by over 1,000 gold and has a Desolator done. So his TA is getting strong.
And for getting some kills, I like that collapse. We used to see Arcane Boots, and then there was a move to Phase Boots, and then he realized, oh man, lane sucks. Really need this Ags faster than usual. Zedgy just skipped any kind of boot upgrade, gonna go straight for the Ag, so it's getting pretty close.
Yeah, really good stuff mid lane. Mira just kind of baiting on the wave. Good wraparound for the coil. And an immediate smoke to bottom once again, as the Wisdom Shrine's going to be spawning without your Void Spirit. You're going to have to give this one up. Top lane, though, onto the Enigma. He's falling low, but yeah, they will finish the job. Ends up getting the kill. Is someone going to TP over for the Shrine is the question. I think the Puck is looking. Yeah, Puck's going to head over. They do not want to give up the Shrine for free.
Sleep tight, little guy.
Good scan from Panto. He was about to head to his death. Makoto would get an easy solo kill there. Does mean you lose both shrines, which is usually quite painful. The real timings for them are not the support levels, though, at this point for Spirit, is just as Ags. So as long as your heroes are alive and farming... Almost the Lion.
Not all of them are alive, I'll tell you that. Panto, great sharpshooter jump to the low ground. WS, I don't think he has a Malefice, and Panto is a little bit too fast, so he'll be just fine. I honestly, I kind of like the itemization from WS just to go for the Midas. Okay, if they really want this kill. Great jump on over from Nightfall, using the Helm Dom to get a pick-me-up target. Very cool stuff.
And this is the fine time to do things. Why? Because they have their ults this time. So now Aurora's looking very strong. I don't think you want to fight into them at this moment. Same time, if you don't fight into them, you're going to see something like this, where he's just going to drop the Golem for the tier 2 tower, which already got low from earlier.
I mean, how do you contest Tormentor in 5 minutes now? Like, there's no tower for you to come top to. That's actually really scary.
If you have Largo Ags, that is very strong around Tormentor because of it's such a choke point in there, you know. So you're affecting everyone with the song, and he will have it. He's at 1,000 gold away from the final component. Just needs that extra 200 gold. And actually, that timing could work out because they did just use the Golem to get a tower, right? So can maybe try to find a play behind this Ags. No Golem. Still got to respect the black hole, but it's early enough that there's no BKB, right? So you have multiple stuns to cancel it. I think Spirit's gotta try to find something here.
Yeah, I think if I'm Aurora, like, I'm perfectly fine just slowing down the pace of the game. Like, you don't really have to accomplish a ton right now. Like, the next big thing is you're waiting on the next Golem, and then Enigma's items, right? Like, Enigma's items really are the way you win this game. Mid lane, they still have Coil if they want to use it. He missed it. He dodged it with a Yule's Laurel. Let's go. Panto now able to get out of those shards, and instead just brings the Tusk in way too deep. He cannot get out of this one. It's a little bit interesting because last time they opened the Coil first from Fog, and instead Makoto held the Coil. Might regret that one, and now the Enigma is in trouble top lane.
Kind of suspicious. He's hanging back, but isn't retreating fast. Well, I say
he's right under a ward now.
He retreated at the last second possible. Okay, yeah, that observer should mean he gets caught.
He did buy a blink for it. Dude, what if he just gets the thickest black hole ever here? Okay,
he can do it if he wants, but
yeah, now you can't. Now you can't. Yeah, I mean, he did buy out his blink dagger, but a very solid kill here for Spirit. Not only dodging the gank mid, getting the Tusk, but now taking down the Enigma. They will scan the rotation through the Twin Gate bottom.
They want to try to get a tower for themselves. They actually don't have any of the tier 1s yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sidetracked here a little. They're really respecting Aurora. Even with a Des OTA, they're too scared to hit the building.
I mean, I would be, right? Like, there's so many things that they can drop on you trying to push the tower. Hoodwink, finding firsthand. Now, they do manage to get on top of Kaori here. He gets the Coil, though, and Larl, he's going to pop the Ultra and buy him a little bit of time, but Kaori, he lives through this. Jumps away, but the blink into the black hole instantly canceled by the Lion. So really good stuff there. Kaori's going to cancel a TP out on Rue with the Golem. It's going to be 2 dead so far for Spirit as Rue will go ahead and join his teammates. With that, I think you look for Roche. You have Unleash, you do. You might be able to do it.
Yeah, you want to try, because Yatoro, he's getting pretty strong, all right? They want to play behind him. He wants the Aegis to do that. So if you can steal that away, I don't, like, what are you playing for at that point on Spirit? It's very awkward.
Yeah, I mean, they did a good job here on Rue holding the Hex. They didn't really know about the blink on Enigma maybe until that last second, and instantly responds. Panto looking for a sharpshooter to find something. Just a little bit of chip damage, but this Aegis will go to the hands of Aurora. Mira jump in, blink reveal out of the Tusk. I don't know when he got this, but Spirit apparently did not know either. Makoto, great dodge on the bushwhack, finishes the job. As they continue to look for more, Silence will prevent the finger, and with that, Mira might survive getting topped off from Kaori, but it's not gonna be enough. They get the damage. Rue will burn to the illusions as well. You just got the Aegis, you can't afford to lose, but I get on top of Yatoro. He will Meld Strike to finish the kill onto the puck, but can they get anything else? WS is in pretty deep. There's no tower for them to help, but WS left alone. Yatoro will blink in, another Meld Strike kill. And the Largo's Largoing.
that's the first real fight where the Ags gets actual use. Like there was a pick off earlier, but that doesn't really count. Perfect time to do it because Tormentor just spawned, so you immediately get some charges. Well, not really immediately. You get some charges for TA Deso. They're okay. Not confident in going Roche right now, though.
Oh, Makoto misses the silence. Well, back away. I mean, this is a good fight here for Spirit if they can find it. Oh, Kaor gets pulled the wrong way. Oof. Your Warlock's dead for 30 seconds, and Ruse managed to find the Tusk as well. Spirit turned the game around. They get themselves both supports and the Tormentor. Someone finished the Tormentor. There you go.
They're trying to be fast. They want to get this Enigma down here, but... All right, Tormentor for... Who'd that go to? The Lion. That's pretty good.
I mean, they need to get Collapse, right? We talked about this, like, the reason you pick this Marcy is to find the Largo and kill the Largo, but what happens on this pick me up? Yeah, I don't think that's the way he wanted to do. I think he wanted to go the other way. But
a little bit of a slip up there. They also don't have the ultimates, right? We really hyped up the Black Hole, the Golem, which are now available, but the fights they just lost did not have those abilities.
Yotaro is very strong. I mean, he's been strong, but he is getting scary on the TA.
He hasn't been able to like put the net worth into use, right? A lot of these fights, he was just not confident in going in before he had more defensive tools, but now he has the Blink to get in. He's got the Hurricane Pike for extra safety, and the BKB is being worked on next. You have to be careful of the Black Hole, but otherwise, BKB does protect you from a lot of damage. They have some BKB piercing stuns like the Punch and the Golem, but they're pretty short. You're more worried about the chain stun of the Black Hole.
Yeah.
Which you do have some, that's what Void Spirit's for. Hey, buddy, get in there. Go find me the Enigma. I can handle everyone else, but I just can't get Black Hold.
Getting the Shard for free on Rue is also kind of sick. Like, we kind of both expected it to be Aurora that gets the Shard, but now denying that away. Ooh, Laurel. Goes in, Blink Walrus Punch, into the stun, into the save zone from Collapse, so they have the chain stun, into the Yules. Makoto needs to follow some great timing on the Golem. They get the kill. Now can you finish Collapse? Great Shards block for now, but able to continue to run to safety as Yotoro's on the backside of the fight, looking for more. Another Blink Walrus Punch, but they're instead disengaging. They're leaving Mira. They'll take the Void Spirit and run.
Largoba. They do ultimately kill the Void Spirit with a nice Golem timing, but it was a lot longer than they were expecting. They wanted a quick kill. Instead, he gets pulled back with a catchy lick. The song comes out, gives the rest of Spirit time to show up. Flat back a little. Largo's getting scary. He's got his 15 talent. He's working on the Shard. Void Spirit is a great hero to pair Croca Genius with this talent. It's really easy for him to hit multiple heroes and get that percentage damage going.
Yeah. Another smoke to the bottom lane. They're really wanting to find the puck. He's underneath one of these TA traps. He's getting close enough maybe to his team, but no, the Tusk is running the other way. Oh, they got him. Instantly punished. Great kill there from Rue.
This is such a bare bones Lion build too. He has a brown boots, a circlet, a wand, and then he had to go for the blink. But it has paid off.
Right now it is Spirit on the aggression as great side blades there from Yotaro. Sets up a Meld Strike to finish the job, and he will get himself another Desolator charge as he finishes off the Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Bottom lane, Void Spirit, with the help of Collapse, trying to finish off the Enigma, and they got him. He just finished BKB. It was on the courier, about to be delivered. That Croak of Genius doing a lot of work.
TAs here finally trying to balance out some of these towers. They were down towers for quite a while.
I mean, Spirit's the ones in the driver's seat now. They are 6,000 gold ahead. They know, you know, having Templar Assassin, they will know when the next Roshan will spawn.
Yeah, the Marcy carry had a strong start, but we haven't... It hasn't had the smooth transition it hopes to.
Yeah.
She is about to finish an Ags, though, and that is still pretty strong here. Oh, but Collapse is already at his BKB now.
I was going to say, how long until BKB on Largo? He is so farmed.
It is still annoying for... You know, your BKB gets forced for the silence, and then, like, Lion, Hoodwink, Void Spirit, right? They don't really want to deal with the silence. It's still a very impactful item, but you were hoping to have this well before he had his BKB, or force the BKB instead of, like, Sanj and Kaya, and greatly reduce his mana to farm and fight with. Instead,
Yeah, especially
kind of got to do
with how far ahead
everything
you
he
were.
wanted to do. Yeah, and now your Ags is already countered on the most important hero to stop with that Ags.
We'll see what they can do with the Enigma, because BKB and Blink are done, right? Like, this is what we'd mentioned. Like, this is the item that kind of wins them fights. You just have to hit the right heroes. So...
Yeah, I think this time you're hoping to catch Largo, because BKB doesn't stop that. You gotta be careful of TA. You don't really have to catch her, but she cannot kill you while you are channeling Black Hole. So I think you kind of need to either have both of them, or at least know where she is and catch the Largo somewhere else.
Little smirk there from Laurel as he pops the haste through and runs away, knowing that they were trying to gank him. Smoke up from Aurora, though. Roshan's going to be 1 minute and 50 seconds away, so a little bit of a long respawn, but they do have a ward in the river that scouted some of these heroes. Question is, who are they going to find first? Laurel would be best. Oh, Yatoro would be huge, but the silence comes in. He catches 3, an immediate kill onto the Tusk, and Nightfall's the one that's in trouble. Collapse comes in onto the side as well, trying to find some space. He has to pop the BKB. They've lost the Lion. Kaori drops the Golem as well, but Nightfall is dead. Where is your Enigma? He cuts and runs. He's like, I'm not helping. You guys are all alone. Instead, gets caught from the Yules, and now WS dies as well. That is an incredibly costly fight. A 3-for-1. Both cores dying.
I thought Spirit was a little too scattered, and they kind of were, but the thing is, Aurora did not have vision in here, so they're looking for that target, running in, dropping him the Observer as they go, but Laurel was in such good position with his Ags, silences 3 of them as they walk in, so they find the target and no one can press the abilities. None of those heroes had the BKB they wanted to commit like that, and that gave Spirit enough time to show up, have taken out the important heroes that the Wombo combo doesn't happen, right? We're looking for the Fatal Bonds, the Black Hole, the Coil, into like Marcy deleting 1 or 2 heroes, and then you just take the fight after that. But they're losing pieces of the puzzle before the abilities can even come out. And if you don't Wombo combo, you've got Largo in the background playing his songs. You've got this TA, Deso, insane damage ramping up more and more. Looking for this Aegis now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a free Aegis.
You need to take these heroes out quickly with the Wombo combo. It can't be going the other way. Now the Wombo
They're gonna
combo.
smoke.
Aegis is the counter to the Wombo combo. You've only got 1 Wombo combo.
It's too late. The TA is going to get the Roshan time. Laurel breaks the high ground here, looking as they try to find the smoke. Ward dropped up onto the right side. I mean, Laurel would be a great grab, but they're just too afraid. He has Shield Rune and a Yules. Like, maybe go for Collapse, Blink, Walrus Punch into the Black Hole, but it's just onto nobody, and he dies instead. Yatoro free reign to do everything he wants, takes down 2. They get the Hex on to the Marcy. She's dead, and it's going to be another kill for Kaori as well. Coil does catch the whole enemy team, and Puck's going to try and clean up what they can, but Makoto with a BKB jaunt away to the orb. Ends up being a 2 for 4.
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned earlier, you need to catch Largo, but in doing so, TA cannot be free. And you look at that damage dealt, you self-stunned your entire team essentially. Because you catch Largo and you go, we gotta kill Largo in this black hole. Everyone goes in. TA is like, oh, thank you for black holing yourselves. Allow me to sideblade all of you and clean that fight for the team. Even push high ground now with the banner she just claimed.
It's one of those things that, like,
from high ground too. Look at this. Okay,
Yeah.
no problem, guys.
When we talk about like the Enigma and their early, like, I'm gonna go back to the game where they were up like 5k, had full control of the map, and died like 4 or 5 heroes across the map one after another without, like, for what seemingly was almost no reason, right? Like, there was no reason for them to be like at the tier 2 without any spells. There was no reason for them to be in the triangle without backup. Like, there was a lot of deaths that they didn't need to give up in the early game that slowed down this blink BKB timing of the Enigma. It slowed down the Marcy's farm, and it just gave an enormous amount of space to Yotaro, and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, this is, you do want to play faster, right? On the, you got the Marcy carry, right? It's not the typical scaling. You do want to play faster, but it is important to do so at the right times. And if you try to just go non-stop, it actually backfires on you. And that's essentially the lesson of this game. We'll see if they can turn it around. On paper, Black Hole is always one of the strongest abilities in the game. You gotta catch a lot of heroes though, and Team Spirit is typically very strong on this front. The way they take fights, the way they position, they will not be giving these free black holes.
I mean, you just get so far, you've taken mid-tier 3 ranged racks, you're now looking for the top tier 3. Ranged racks is gone, looking for the melee racks, and your Enigma knows he can't really contribute, so he's just farming, split pushing bottom. He's got no ultimate.
It's up in 3. I think you're only going back if they go for that bottom barracks though.
Okay, I don't know who cut top. It must have been Puck, I'm guessing.
Ooh, TP's back, but it's next to a TA ward, so they all see it and they immediately back out. I was hoping to surprise them, you know? Like, oh guys, I don't have black hole, so I'm split pushing. Steps out, TP home, try to catch him. Unlucky.
Vanished, but not gone.
Well, it's now a 20,000 gold advantage here for Spirit. There's still about a minute, 20 seconds left on the Aegis. We spoke with a coach earlier saying that, you know, their plan to address the Largo didn't quite work out because Largo is broken. And, you know, Aurora bring the exact same strategy this time into the Largo, and it also appear to be struggling.
It really was quite similar, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, okay, Aurora's went better, though. They, 343 mentions, like, you gotta, you know, like, step A, B, C, you gotta do all of them. There can be no mistakes. OG didn't even get to, like, step A. You know, that 7-minute wisdom shrine went really bad for them in the last series. This time, Aurora was at, like, step A, step B, into step C, but just didn't, like, relax enough, you know? Like, wait for the golem, wait for a black hole.
Yeah, they kind of crumbled on step C. Nice little juke out here from Mira. I mean, absolutely not. Not TPing out there. A little optimistic, but doesn't really have much of a choice. He does not have buyback.
That means Aegis will now expire. They were kind of seeing, you know, can we get one more big enough kill? Maybe we can just keep going. But I think you just take the Tusk kill and now you just wait. You're already in a great spot, right? Top rack's down. Mid, you got the ranged, which is enough to keep the lane pushing in your favor. So at this point, you're just looking for fights. Now, you don't want to take too long here either, because if it goes, it could wrap back around where you get refreshers on Enigma and Warlock, but that is still 5 to 10 minutes. So you have time to relax, look for pickoffs, get that next Roche. If they mess up the next Roche, I do think that's where this game gets very interesting. because that's where we'll have all the refresher late game abilities.
Dire are scanning.
I'm trying to think if there's like if there's like a strategy over Spirit that like kind of is ideal. I think for the most part, I kind of agree with what you said, where just kind of maybe wait for the next Roche. I think Aurora are correct here in being like, we need to smoke and find a kill. Like they don't have many options. They can't just sit back and wait for the game to come to them. At this point, they're too far behind to do something like that, right? If you have like all three of your racks up, maybe down like 10K or something, it's fine. You can do that, but this far would be too much. I mean, they know this smoke is happening. It's very obvious. Mid is pushing in, top is pushing in. They actually find the Marcy here, trying to force something out of Nightfall. Great snowball to buy some space, but he also managed to get his hands on the Kaori. Laurel. Nightfall popped Unleash.
Oh,
the coil's gonna come through. They dodge it. Enigma is dead to start the fight. Nightfall with his BKB tries to turn around, but just gets Meld Bashed. Killed by Toro. This game's over. There is nothing left in the tank here from Aurora. That is GG. We saw one black hole this game, and he died during that.
There was two. He killed.
Oh yeah, he solo killed the Hoodwink.
He killed
You're right,
Hoodwink,
right.
and then he got interrupted that bottom one. Yeah. Maybe there was another we didn't see, but yeah, didn't get to see the wombo combo we were hoping. In that final fight, he was hanging around the edge, trying to, oh, go kill my Marcy, right, and then I'll respond. But they drop a high ground ward, they catch him at the edge of it, and Yatoro instantly jumps on that, takes him out. That's their last avenue, is to hopefully Black Hole plus Marcy Unleashed take out TA, and then go from there. You got several more steps to pull that game back. Though I think the real lesson that they'll focus on is what happened in our early game, because we were in the lead. We had like 4 towers down, had all our towers up, and then just went too hard, gave Spirit too many kills here and there. Largo Ags came online, Void Spirit Ags, doing some big AoE silences, right? You just let them get the tools they needed, and then Spirit in the late game is... You are always worried about Spirit in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw some of it, right? But at like 10, 11, 12 minutes, this game is like a 75% win chance for Aurora, at least according to Dota Buff. Like this, to look at the game, they're like, all right, this is the team that scales better, and they are dominating the map. They have full control, and that is a somewhat sizable gold and XP lead at the time. But it's the death on Tusk, it's the follow-up death on like Marcy and Tusk, and then Warlock dying as the follow-up, and then Enigma solo dying at the tier 2 top. Like all of that happened in a matter of like 90 seconds, and it brought this game from like a 75% win rate down to almost 50. It was like it really slowed down their early game momentum, and sometimes you just get caught in the moment. You're like, oh, we're steamrolling this game, we got this, like we're so far ahead. But Yatoro massively punished them. He showed up to all of these fights and just ends up deathless on the TA, right? 11-0.
Yeah, the TA. I mean, that's why this Enigma pick, it can work, but it really is. It's a little bit skill based and determined by the supports how that matchup goes. I would not have picked Hoodwink. That was not my thought. Like, oh yeah, Hoodwink into that. But clearly it was something Spirit was comfortable with, because they did quite well up there. We focused a lot on bottom, because bottom had some like very early, very close fights going on. But top, he was quietly farming away. Classic Yatoro fashion, right? Don't look at me. I'm just getting my gold. Don't pay no mind. And then he's ready to emerge to delete you with his high net worth.
Well, we've got our interview ready. Let's go ahead and jump in. Hello, Collapse. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, guys. Hello.
So, very entertaining series. Game 2 here. I gotta ask, because you guys, well, I'll ask about the hero in a moment, but you guys were struggling a little bit in the start of the lanes. You guys were a little bit behind. You caught what looked like Aurora sleeping. Who was making the calls for the rotations in Game 2 here to try and turn this one around?
At first, can I swear?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I mean,
it's not my group.
I'm not responsible.
To be honest, like bottom lane, it was only my fault because I played like the most fucking braided people, I mean human on this planet, so it's only my fault. And by the game goes, we just took like, I mean everyone like made the calls when we can catch them, like match their speed in like mid game. So I guess it's just like the whole team job.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it was, you know, a lot of teams have theory crafted how to deal with Largo. You get to play it here. We saw the exact same counter pick earlier of the Marcy. I think in pubs it's been looking like a decent counter, but it seems to be struggling here. How do you feel like playing the Largo into this Marcy? Obviously the lane maybe not ideal, but for the game.
I mean, for the game, you just like, if he don't jump you just avoid him. Like you get bonus movement speed, so you just like kiting him around. He press ults, he just follows you. You like don't care. He's gonna die after all if he don't like hit you. So I mean, it's like it works only on Vayne, just to stomp the Vayne with some like strong support, and then like on Varga you can just do shit. There's Marcy who just came out of Vayne on like 5-0. Yeah. So that's the idea.
Well, I'll let Zach here have a couple questions for you.
Yeah, we got one real one. We were kind of joking about the golden experience the Observer gives you. Like, you can get the level 1 D ward, and you technically get a little bit of golden experience.
Yeah.
And in both games, we actually saw the safe lane get the D ward, hit level 2 first, and then actually get a kill off that. Do you guys actually think about that, or is that just, you know, a little bit of coincidence?
I didn't think about that because, like, it doesn't matter. I just don't need to get caught by Marcy. I just stay like some kiting and lion stance. But I mean, like I said, I did super bad like this game. It happens like one of the 1,000 games for me. It's okay, I just take it. At least we won. I'm happy with it. So yeah, that's it.
After a game like that, do you review it, or are you just like, I just know I play better than that?
I just told my teammates like don't like open replay, don't watch bottom lane. Don't do it, just don't do it, guys. If you see this, you probably will think like what an Akbar in our team.
Oh no. Like, yeah. Well, at least, you know, like you said, you got the win. It works out in the end. You kind of know what happened. You know, go next. You guys had a pretty good start to the day, though, right? 3-1. You guys are going to be sitting at the top of the group. How do you guys feel as a team, like coming into the event overall?
I think we're like strong team. We prepared. We played a lot, pops, screams. So we have like ideas how to like pick heroes, counter heroes in this patch, because the patch is already like how many, 2 months or 3 months, and we're just ready.
I love it. Zach, any final questions here for Collapse before we let him go?
Nah, I'll let you go. I know there's a lot more to play. You got more prep and everything to do.
But, well, thank you so much for joining us, Collapse. Very fun, entertaining series. And, you know, I'm glad, you know, we got to watch the 1 out of 1,000 games, I guess.
Yeah.
Where you have a rough start, but, well, we're looking forward to the next 999 of them, you know?
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Bye. He's such a fun guy. He's very humble. Like, he's like, yeah, I struggled, but pulled it back. You know, that's what's important. He recovered, didn't tilt, comes out of the game with a smile.
Yeah, I mean, it helps to win, right? If you lose that one, you're going to feel a lot worse. But lesson to everyone. I mean, even, you know, multi-TI winners, you're going to mess up sometimes. Dota's a really hard game. Going to a lot of tournaments is a lot on these players. So can't expect them to be perfect every time. But the important thing is working as a team. Don't look at my replays. And then, you know, you make it work together.
As you know, team doesn't want to take a look at the replays, but we can take a look at the results for the full days. We're pretty much getting to the end here. I don't know if every stream is done, but most of them should be closing up. So we have the results, I believe, for well, we saw the results for Group A earlier, but we can take
look at Group B here in just a second. Like we said, Spirit and Aurora are going to be tied at 3-1. We kind of knew that. Coming to the series, they were both 2-0. They split the series, so we're going to know they're going to be sitting pretty close to the top, depending on the results of some of the other games. But I think, like you said, they've done scrims, they've been practicing. I imagine they're feeling pretty confident after day one.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying, I think Aurora and Spirit would be my guesses for being at the top, and I think the others are like Falcons, which they've looked a bit shaky recently.
Yeah.
Obviously a very good team, and when they're in form, they look amazing, but you know, no one gets to stay at the top forever. So recently they've been a bit rocky. And XG, I feel like you never know. XG either comes in, like, sweeps everybody and then crashes in the playoffs, or like they look like absolutely nothing, like, right, they're bad form, and then phew, deep run in the bracket, who knows where they're at. Yeah, from today we got to see MOUZ 2-0 GamerLegion, but that series was a lot closer, I think, than that score tells. They were both very long games. MOUZ really had to earn it. And I think GamerLegion, they've recently made a change to their roster. Hopefully it will work out for them. For now, maybe, you know, maybe not quite the immediate results they wanted.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that team, but then splits all the way for the rest of the day, right? So as we finished up here, I will say the Nigma and OG series was definitely a fun and entertaining one. It does show that Nigma is definitely a contender. I think getting like a win over OG, who has looked like a pretty dominant team overall, is something to be proud of. Game 2, it definitely felt a little bit more one-sided, but yeah, it's been a fun day. It's been a fun day series.
Yeah, looks like in some of the other streams, Tundra 4-0 for the day. Not too surprised by that, right? They are an amazingly consistent team, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Obviously not perfect, like no one is, but they frequently top out near the group stages. Deep runs in tournaments is very impressive from that lineup.
Falcons off to a little bit of a rough start, right? 1-3 we saw there. That's not typically where we see them, but you know, every once in a while you have a little bit of a shaky start. As for our Storm stream here, we actually still have Nigma Galaxy and Virtus Pro happening right now. It looks like Nigma's up 1 game in that series, but Yandex, GamerLegion, Yakult at the beginning of this morning. I think that puts Yandex at... Let me double check.
Yandex is 3-1 over in Group
3-1, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I think we'll see the standings in a moment. But yeah, it's day 1, so of course none of the teams will read too far into it. Yeah, here we go. With that said, I think Falcons being kind of at the bottom is maybe a bit surprising. With that said, Falcons always starts poorly. They always lose like the first game they play, and I feel like their first day is rough. I don't know what it is with them, but they usually get in form after the first day. So Falcons fans is going to be, they're going to be hoping for that. The rest is not too crazy to me.
Pain, I believe, took game 1 over OG, so they are sitting at 1-2. OG at 1-2 as well, as they're wrapping up their final game. So that Group B is going to be pretty close. We'll have to see, you know, where things finally settle at the end of the day. But we've also all of this, of course, leads into one culminating event at the end of the season, right? EWC 2026 is a pretty big deal, right? That's what pretty much all these teams are playing for.
Pretty big deal.
Bragging rights for now, but getting to EWC is the big thing.
Yeah. It's a huge tournament. It's like, you know, you got to go through the whole road to get there. The EPT points, right? A couple events have already happened. This is a LAN event, so it's got the most points of any of them. Now that said, if you win any of the other events, it's usually still enough points to make it in, so long as you don't have like enough roster changes or something. You lose a bunch of points. I don't know why you would do that if you just won an event.
Just sacrifice your points.
Yeah, but I mean, only one team can win any of these given events, right? So for all these other teams that are hoping to get into those, you know, you at least want to make it to the event and then get as far as you can. So doing well here would get you a good chunk of points to feel a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, we got the current leaderboard here, which, yeah, Tundra, Aurora, some of the teams we just saw here at the top. But a team like Team Liquid unfortunately didn't qualify for Birmingham. Had
That's kind of a big
rough
deal.
patch. Yeah, previously. They're in a good spot right now because they had some decent placings at earlier tournaments, but a lot of these other teams that are here at this event that has a lot of the points, right? They're hoping to place well past Liquid. Liquid are gonna sweat a little bit, gonna have to place well at the final Dream League later on.
Yeah, that's would be their last big chance at getting some points. Yeah, I think a lot of these teams that we see in the top 6, at least right now, maybe the top 8, I'd say a lot of these teams are probably in the favorites to qualify just because of they've been pretty consistent. Like if you look at all of these names, I would consider them to be some of the best teams and most consistently good teams. But we'll see. You know, things change for sure. We've got a schedule lined up for tomorrow, and it's going to be another long day of Dota 2. So you want to make sure to join us, of course, here on the Ember stream. We've got Tundra and GamerLegion kicking off the day. MOUZ and BetBoom, Aurora with a doubleheader versus Nigma, and then Extreme Gaming. So lots of fun games. I mean, for you and me, dude, we love watching Aurora. So I'm excited to see how they play their final 2 series tomorrow.
Yeah, those are some hype games. I mean, all of them pretty hype. But our double Aurora for us, they certainly look like one of the stronger teams to be watching, to be learning from. So I'm ready for that. We're gonna know a lot about Aurora by the end of this. We're watching all their games.
I feel like that keeps happening. We've been on Aurora. We've been watching a lot of Aurora lately. So, but yeah, it's been a really fun day. It's been a lot of good Dota 2 action, but that is day 1 of the group stage pretty much in the books, at least on our stream. There's 2 series, I think, wrapping up. So make sure to head on over to the main stream, ESL Dota 2. But I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in and watching. We appreciate you all. As always, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow, same place, same time. Bye-bye.
영화 같은 이야기가 지금부터 시작될 거야. 너와 나는 운명처럼 바래왔던 사랑이야. 좋아한다고 매일 내게 말해도 표현이 안 되는 걸. 그러니까 내 말은 말야. 사랑한다고 말하고 싶어. I just fall in love. 너만 보이는 걸 자꾸 보고 싶어. 좋은 꿈을 꿔난 것만 같아.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Come on, baby girl. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive.
If you don't give up, if you don't give up, you can get it done. If you don't give up,
and coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here we come, a walking, talking with big mouths. Don't look to us, cause this ain't our town. Here they come, a running, coming for you, pay your